Chapter 1. The Sea Round Calendar, 1511. Has that brat Diaz still not been found? The furious Don Quixote, Doflamingo, seethed, infuriated that a mere underling he had nurtured had the audacity to abscond with a significant portion of his wealth. How could he possibly remain calm in such a situation? Brando D. Diaz, a fledgling member of the family who had joined 2 years ago, had not consumed a devil fruit, yet his swordsmanship was unparalleled, a mastery far beyond what one would expect at his age. Eager to cultivate talent, Doflamingo had welcomed him into the Don Quixote family. However, 3 days prior, during the naval assault, this rogue had knocked out Buffalo and Baby 5, fleeing with the majority of the treasure aboard. How could this not incite his wrath? Now, should he capture that scoundrel, he would ensure the boy was torn to shreds. We have yet to uncover any trace of him. It is as if he has vanished in a thin air within these waters, reported his confidant, Torpole. Then continue the search. Perhaps that little wretch has concealed his devil fruit abilities. With such a vast fortune at stake, it was implausible that he could have stolen it without any means. This suggested a premeditated scheme on his part. Cunning little brat. At this moment, on a remote island in the North Sea, a black-haired youth navigated through the throngs of people, entering an inn where he promptly locked the door. Once he confirmed his safety, he chuckled softly. Even the heavenly night demon has his lapses at last. I have found my opportunity. Brando D. Diaz had awakened memories of his past life and a system 2 years prior. With a system that guaranteed a tenfold return, each lottery ticket costing 1 million berries, the expenditure was immense. To amass greater wealth, he concealed his D name and infiltrated the nearby Don Quixote family, plotting to seize their riches. Just 3 days ago, when the Navy besieged the Don Quixote family, he seized the moment, knocking out Buffalo and Baby 5, stuffing his pockets with the majority of the treasure in the hold before diving into the sea. Utilizing the diving equipment drawn from the system, he had arrived here. Outsmarting the invincible Doflamingo brought great joy to Diaz. Born to be a villain, perhaps? So be it. He now possessed a fortune of 130 million berries, enough for 130 draws. Now is my turn to draw cards. Oolong tea. Combustible oolong tea. The ingredients, you know. Brahma mask. Of little use. Merely a means to obscure one's visage. Blue Eyes White Dragon card. A Blue Eyes White Dragon card valued at 87 million, suitable for collection. Single-use rocket launcher includes 3 shells. Single shot, equipped with a scope, a sniper rifle with ample firepower. Golden apple. Removes negative effects. VR goggles. I shall strike in my Gundam form. Watermelon knife. Is this melon guaranteed to ripen? Expert dance of New Treasure Island. Even the most blurred visuals can convey an untamed spirit. A bowl of cold noodles. A bowl of noodles requires payment for a bowl of noodles. Deadly kiss. Double damage for attacks from behind, a righteous backstab. Pink fluffy bunny. No one can endure the humiliation of being slain by a pink fluffy bunny. Player driver. Behold, I shall conquer with a single life. Flame pot. Throw it, and it shall explode. Newspaper. The most cherished item of a certain zombie. Glasses. The true form of Nika. Photosynthesis. Gradually recovers one's injuries and stamina under the sun. Silver slash. A true man slash. Ace pilot. Masterfully maneuvers all forms of transportation. A veritable veteran driver. Core of the Earth. Emperor Pain Shield. Various items appeared before him, most of which were familiar yet rendered useless in the present. In Diaz's eyes, the truly valuable ones were photosynthesis and core of the Earth. Photosynthesis, needless to elaborate, allows him to recover under sunlight, while core of the Earth provides a growth-based ability. Drawing inspiration from the Geo-Archon Zhongli of Genshin Impact, the weight of stone brings solace. By condensing rock elements to create spires, he could obtain a shield that absorbs 150 of physical and elemental damage. With the shield's potency linked to his health, the thicker the blood, the thicker the shield. As long as Diaz continued to augment his health, he would possess a shield of remarkable defensive capability, though currently it could only withstand a few bullets. If this skill were to be bestowed upon someone like Teacher Kai, with his immense vitality, even Whitebeard would struggle to shatter the shield. Moreover, The player driver lacked a cartridge, rendering transformation impossible. Otherwise, he would dare to transform and wreak havoc in Mariejois. Not for any other reason, but due to the fact that the Exceed series knights were a plague of the Heisei era. Once the game domain opened, none could contend with him. Alas, no cartridge was provided. Otherwise, an invincible player would teach them a lesson. What Kaido and Shanks? Before an invincible player, they would all be mere lackeys. The first 10 draws yielded a compilation of Sekiro skills. The second 10 revealed Muramasa. And now, these latest cards enabled him to stride confidently across the North Sea, provided he did not encounter Doflamingo and his entourage. Speaking of which, would Doflamingo not devour him alive upon sight? Ha ha ha. One can only imagine the expression on his face now. Ha 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 ha. With this thought, his heart brimmed with delight. I must prepare. In about 6 months, the surgery fruit would manifest. Just days prior, Corazon had taken law in search of a doctor. It was then that the Navy's assault on the Don Quixote family granted him this opportunity. The surgery fruit, although it held little use for him, he was curious to try it out. It was not aimed at that individual, he simply found him displeasing. To vex that fellow, bringing him distress would bring him joy. After resting on this small island for a night, Diaz departed the following day, setting sail from the island as Doflamingo scoured for his whereabouts. He would not linger in one place for too long. Boom! The ship suddenly lurched, awakening the groggy Diaz. This sensation was quite unpleasant outside the cabin. Shouts and cries of despair echoed. Diaz stepped outside. He discovered that their vessel had been besieged by a band of pirates, who were rampantly slaughtering the crew. Ha ha! Kill them all. Burn everything. Take what you can. Slay the men, spare the women. The brazen demeanor of the pirates sickened Diaz. A cascade of autumn waters blossomed in the air, and the once arrogant pirate found his head severed, his final expression one of unrepentant bravado. With village rein in hand, blood dripped from the blade as he twisted his neck and smiled. So, who shall be next? Arrogant fool. A pirate swung an axe at him, but Diaz stepped back, the massive axe crashing onto the deck, splintering wood everywhere. The gleaming edge of his blade sliced through the pirate's throat as he strode over the corpses towards the remaining pirates. The weather is splendid today. It is fitting for you to perish here. All along, Diaz had harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates. Under the guise of freedom, they committed heinous acts of pillage and murder. He loathed these brigands with a fervor that penetrated to his very core. Did Pirate King Roger usher in the era of pirates merely to unleash these scoundrels upon the seas, wreaking havoc upon the innocent? A new era? Donotist. Only the common folk suffer. Diaz stepped upon the head of a pirate, plunging village rein into his skull, declaring, "You are too weak to possess such pitiful strength, and come forth only to die is nothing short of a farce. Kid, let us have a word." The leader of the scum, a gaunt man with a shifty mustache, proposed. A word? What is there to discuss? The mustached rogue chuckled deviously. Ha ha, your strength is formidable. If we join forces, we can grow powerful together and achieve greatness. Just agree, and the treasures aboard this ship and mine will all be yours. Bang! The response came in the form of gunfire. As he blew the smoke from the barrel, Diaz retorted, "Fool, by killing you, all this becomes mine." You, the mustached pirate, could not finish his sentence before blood poured from his chest, collapsing to the ground. How tiresome. Diaz kicked the mustached corpse into the sea and leaped onto the opposing ship, where the remaining pirates were paralyzed with fear. With their captain slain, what more is there to say? Bring forth all valuables. You have 5 minutes, Diaz declared, producing a pocket watch to commence the countdown. The pirates, terrified, scrambled into the hold, soon emerging with a small chest filled to the brim with treasures, gold, and berries, plundered from their raids, estimated to be around 300,000 to 400,000 berries. Diaz inquired, "Is this all?" "Just this. We held a feast a few days ago." One pirate stammered in fear. Pirates, as a species, rarely saved money to them. The common folk were merely walking wallets. They lived for the moment, indulging in drink, and when they ran short of funds, they would simply raid again. After the plunder, they would host a lavish banquet, extravagantly indulging themselves. Diaz was acutely aware that during the 2 years with the Don Quixote family, These ruffians had lived in the same manner. Although wealthy, their riches were squandered, leaving only the remnants that trickled through their fingers. Doflamingo, that scoundrel, also utilized his wealth to orchestrate certain affairs, leaving him with merely over 100 million, with a portion secreted away in his quarters. TCH, accepting the sum, he commanded, "Ensure those corpses are taken care of. I must depart by ship." "Yes, yes, yes." The pirates nodded vigorously, hastily gathering the bodies of their comrades and the deceased, awaiting Diaz's orders, too fearful to flee, lest they meet a grim fate. "Captain, have them bind those individuals and transport them to the nearest Navy outpost," Diaz instructed the captain of the passenger ship. "Understood. If there is any resistance, I shall cast them into the sea to be fed to the fish." Is this man a devil? How can he utter such terrifying words with a smile? The pirates trembled, unwilling to resist, allowing the sailors aboard to bind them, recognizing that surrendering to the Navy offered a glimmer of hope, whereas falling into the hands of that young wretch would surely spell doom. However, this passenger vessel did not head toward the Navy outpost, but encountered patrolling Navy ships midway. Diaz cast a glance at the emblem on the sails and retreated into the cabin. Crane, it read, the flag of this warship, signifying the highest-ranking officer aboard. The Navy's chief strategist, Crane, a figure of the same era as Admiral Fujitora and the heroic Vice Admiral Garp, a person whom even the villainous Doflamingo regarded with trepidation, was not to be trifled with. Diaz dared not show himself before her, fearing that this elderly lady might wash him clean like freshly laundered garments. The wash fruit could transform individuals into clothing, rendering them powerless and unable to move freely. It was said that those affected would experience a slight cleansing of spirit, their malevolence somewhat diminished. This ability could potentially make Crane the nemesis of the inherently wicked Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo had never been a good person. His sibling, who faced a similar fate, managed to become a Navy officer while he descended into Piracine innate villain, indeed. Having interacted with Doflamingo, Diaz understood all too well the chaos and disorder that man embodied, harboring an unwavering desire for vengeance against the world. The so-called love for family was merely a means of control for his own sake. He would not hesitate to abandon family that was Doflamingo. "This is troublesome. I hope the captain does not expose me." Diaz donned his hat, but alas, Crane still boarded the ship. Under the captain's guidance, she came face to face with Diaz. "Indeed, it is you, Brando Diaz, the boy pursued by Doflamingo." "TSK, Granny Crane, have you come to apprehend me?" Diaz refrained from drawing his sword, fully aware that he was outmatched. "Have you committed any misdeeds alongside Doflamingo? Would black and black crime count?" Diaz inquired. "It does, and it does not," Crane replied. "Come aboard my ship for a chat. Is there any way to avoid it? What do you think?" With a warm smile, Crane made it clear that refusing was not an option. Dejected, Diaz followed her. Upon boarding the warship, Diaz was struck by the sight of numerous female Navy officers, some of whom regarded him with curiosity. Leading Diaz to the captain's quarters, she seated him and poured him a cup of hot tea, getting straight to the point. "I hope you can provide all the information you have about Doflamingo." "Of course," Diaz responded readily, and Crane clapped her hands, summoning a beautiful female officer bearing paper and pen. "Speak," she instructed. "Very well." Clearing his throat, he began, "I was with Doflamingo 2 years ago, seeking to profit while learning a few things." Diaz recounted all that had transpired over the past 2 years to Crane, adding, "Furthermore, Corazon should be your undercover agent." Undercover agent? She was aware that Sengoku had placed an infiltrator within Doflamingo's ranks, but did not know who it was. "Yes. One night, as I passed by his room, I saw him on the phone. Although I could not hear the conversation, I saw him speaking. Corazon is one of the top officers in the family, second only to Doflamingo, yet he is mute. A mute suddenly speaking indicates something is amiss." "You did not report this to Doflamingo?" "Why would I report it to him? I came to make money, not to deceive." Diaz rolled his eyes. "Exposing Corazon's identity would benefit me not at all." "Indeed. However, Corazon has since departed from the Doflamingo family with a child named Law," severing the lead. Crane regarded him and stated, "You are now the latest clue." "Is it not the case, sir? I have been on a run for several days. And I escaped during your battle. How could I possibly know Doflamingo's whereabouts? Diaz lamented, while Crane remained composed, unperturbed in the slightest. She had faced Don Quixote Doflamingo numerous times, and was acutely aware that capturing such a man would not be an easy feat if he were so easily apprehended. He would not truly be Don Quixote Doflamingo. I will not relinquish my pursuit. I am determined to bring him to justice. Granny Crane interjected, moreover, I have an excellent solution regarding your situation. Would you care to listen? Please, go ahead. Join the Navy, and your past transgressions will be wiped clean. Absolutely not. Diaz shot up. I am destined for great wealth and refuse to become a sailor. The Navy is too impoverished. Granny Crane furrowed her brow, remarking, Child, have you lost sight of the value of money? I am a person of principle. As long as there is wealth, I shall abide. Given the gravity of your crimes, it seems you may face approximately 10 years in prison, she stated, setting her teacup down. For the sake of this world, I am willing to contribute to the noble cause of the Navy. I stand resolutely against evil. Diaz declared with conviction. Granny Crane, the female naval officer, could not help but interject. Did you not claim to possess strong principles? Indeed, I adapt to circumstances, he responded. As a traveler from another realm. Diaz held a flexible moral compass. First, you shall intern on my ship. I assumed you would send me to the headquarters or a branch for my internship. Diaz replied, taken aback. I wish that were the case, but time is of the essence. We must capture Doflamingo without reservation, Granny Crane insisted. However, the vastness of the ocean and Doflamingo's cunning nature made it far from simple to apprehend him. Thus, Diaz donned a naval uniform and commenced his internship aboard the ship. Yet, this arrangement posed its own challenges. Surrounded by a crew of female sailors, the atmosphere was undeniably boisterous, filled with long, fair legs and various sports balls, football, basketball, and more. It's nothing extraordinary. He adjusted his trousers. Due to being male, Diaz found it inconvenient to reside with the female sailors and was relegated to a storage room, specifically, one used for provisions. In the evenings, he would sneak bites of cured meats and sausages, and despite his daily exercise regimen, he gained several pounds. At 12 years old, he had indeed reached a growth spur. Though not as exaggerated as others in this world, standing at around 1.60 meters, Diaz was not particularly keen on being too tall. Many of the taller individuals often had disproportionate physiques that appeared rather odd. Granny Crane also took it upon herself to mentor Diaz, emphasizing the importance of physical training. As one could not master the Navy's 6 styles without sufficient strength, despite Diaz's commendable physical condition. On the deck, Diaz bore heavy lead weights on his back. Performing push-ups, drenched in sweat, Granny Crane sat nearby with her subordinates, sipping tea, merely nodding at Diaz's training, saying, once you finish this set, you may rest after 3 more. One set comprised 10,000 repetitions, truly demanding. However, in this world, one either sweated now or bled later. Increased exercise would only benefit Diaz. Concerns about overexertion harming his body were unfounded, as the ship's doctor would monitor his health, ensuring he developed normally without sustaining hidden injuries. The food he consumed daily was rich in energy, sufficient to meet his expenditure. Diaz's life, while somewhat exhausting, is still preferable to his time under Doflamingo's reign. At the very least, he no longer has to worry about nighttime assaults. Doflamingo seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of his presence in the North Sea. Rumor has it that Diaz's bounty has skyrocketed to 50 million berries in the black market, a consequence of Doflamingo's machinations. Fortunately, Diaz is currently under the protection of Granny Crane, which alleviates any concerns for his personal safety. Without Corazone's intelligence support, capturing Doflamingo remains a formidable challenge. However, Corazon is preoccupied with finding a doctor for Law, who is suffering from a deadly disease, and thus cannot provide valuable information. Reflecting on Corazon's demise, Diaz recalls how he was grievously injured by Virgo while attempting to seize the Nomi for Law, only to ultimately perish at the hands of his own brother, Doflamingo. After completing his training and taking a shower, Diaz approached Granny Crane. What is it? She inquired. I recalled a conversation with Buffalo and others where they mentioned a name, Virgo. They said he was the former Heart Pirates officer before Corazon, but his whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps he is dead. Yet, I have a feeling he has not simply disappeared. What do you mean? Granny Crane asked. He may have become an undercover agent for Doflamingo, Diaz speculated. That's a possibility, Granny Crane acknowledged, shaking her head. But all we know is his name. We lack further information. He wears sunglasses, is in his 20s or 30s, and hails from the North Sea. There is something peculiar about the food that seems to stick to his face. That was all Diaz could recall, but it was sufficient for their purposes. Granny Crane's demeanor grew serious as she dialed a phone bug in front of Diaz. This is Sengoku. Little Crane, what's the matter? The phone bug transformed into a frizzy-haired figure, inquiring. Do you remember the Diaz I mentioned to you? Ah, the swordsman you recruited into the Navy, correct? Crunching sounds were audible on the line, revealing that Admiral Sengoku was munching on something crunchy. Sengoku, are you eating senbei while on duty again? Granny Crane teased. Aware of her old comrade's whimsical nature, Diaz just mentioned a name that could be linked to an undercover agent. Virgo. Do you know of him? He is from the North Sea and has recently joined the Navy. Granny Crane conveyed Diaz's description to Sengoku, who ceased his snacking and replied gravely, "Understood, little Crane. I will keep an eye on this matter. If true, Doflamingo's schemes run deep. It's a case of espionage. We must ensure he does not succeed. An undercover pirate within the Navy is unacceptable. Should he rise to power, it would spell disaster." Both Sengoku and Granny Crane were resolute in preventing such an occurrence. And an internal investigation targeting the North Sea Navy officer named Virgo commenced in secrecy to avoid alarming the enemy. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku spent the entire day poring over documents pertaining to the North Sea Navy. He intended to review the information from the North Sea branch before sending someone to examine the local Navy records. Sengoku was aware of the existence of undercover agents within the Navy. As the world government's most powerful force, it would be ludicrous to think otherwise. However, he would not permit Doflamingo's agents to infiltrate their ranks. If Corazon's true identity were exposed by an undercover operative, it would be catastrophic for him. Sengoku was determined to prevent such a scenario. "Report. Come in." Without raising his head from the mountain of documents, Sengoku acknowledged the arrival of his subordinate. "Admiral, here is the list of outstanding Navy personnel during this period. Among them is Virgo, who wishes to be transferred to the branch." "Who?" Sengoku suddenly lifted his head, inquiring. "Bring me his file." "Yes." Uncertain of Sengoku's keen interest in Virgo, the subordinate complied, retrieving Virgo's dossier and presenting it to Sengoku. "Sunglasses, male, from the North Sea. Around 20 or 30, with food stuck to his face. This must be him. Fortune favors the bold. I finally caught you." Sengoku thought to himself. He wishes to be transferred to the G5 branch. What could Doflamingo desire from the North Sea? And why would he request a transfer to the New World SG5 branch? Sengoku pondered. "Summon Virgo. I need to have a word with him." "Yes." After placing the dossier down, the soldier turned to leave. Sengoku instructed the staff to return the documents to their original place, and the once crowded office felt considerably more spacious. "Report." A knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in." The individual who entered was a man with an explosive hairstyle, wearing sunglasses, and sporting half a fried egg stuck to his face. "I have heard commendations regarding your performance over the past year. You wish to be transferred to the G5 branch, correct?" "Yes." Sengoku did not respond, but continued. "Have you heard of the Don Quixote family?" "I have, Admiral. They are a notorious band of pirates." Virgo replied with conviction. Sengoku nodded, feigning casualness. "Just now, the Don Quixote family has been apprehended by Vice Admiral Crane." A fleeting look of panic crossed Virgo's face, quickly masked. However, that brief moment of disarray betrayed him, and Sengoku suddenly exclaimed, "Aha! You are the undercover agent." Virgo, thrown into disarray, turned to flee but crashed through the office door, colliding with the legendary marine hero, Garp, who was on his way to share tea with Sengoku. Garp, seize him. He is the undercover agent. "What? An undercover agent?" Garp confronted Virgo, his imposing figure radiating authority. Virgo immediately activated his haki, attempting to force his way out. He lacked confidence in escaping from both Admiral Sengoku and the marine hero, but he pondered, what if? Before he could act, a powerful fist struck him in the stomach, shattering his haki and sending him crashing through the ceiling into the office of Fleet Admiral Akainu. Akainu promptly pinned him to the ground, rendering him motionless. These young ones are all flash and no substance. They can hardly control their haki. Garp strolled in nonchalantly, grabbing a handful of senbei from Sengoku's desk and munching away. Akainu glared at Virgo, demanding an explanation. Garp, not expecting any help from him, looked to Sengoku for clarity. Sengoku succinctly explained the situation, confirming Virgo's identity. "Well done, Sengoku. You've eliminated an undercover agent from the Navy. This effectively severs one of Doflamingo's arms. As for the repair costs, let us deduct it from Garp's salary. Why should my salary be docked? I was merely cleansing traitors. Enough chatter. I shall file a complaint." Complaints are futile. 3 individuals sat together, savoring rice crackers and sipping tea, all radiating joy, except for Virgo, who lay upon the ground, his entire torso shattered. Subsequently, Virgo was confined for treatment, and the Navy's interrogation specialist began questioning him regarding all matters concerning Don Quixote Doflamingo. He remained obstinately silent, his unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo rendering even Sengoku helpless. Had he not fled in a moment of guilt, there might have been no evidence to incriminate him. Ultimately, Virgo took his own life in prison, thereby expressing his fidelity to Doflamingo in his final act. With his demise, the connection to Virgo was severed, yet it safeguarded Corazon, preventing the revelation of his true identity, or perhaps allowing Virgo, the traitor, to assist him when he required the Navy's aid. Sengoku, who regarded Rosinante as his own son, would never permit such an eventuality. The news of Virgo's capture reached Sengoku, who promptly informed Granny Tsuru and verbally commended Diaz for his significant contribution. "Is there any reward?" Diaz's eyes sparkled with the prospect of monetary gain, to which Granny Tsuru chuckled. "You shall have a half day off, and an additional dish at lunch today. Is that all? What more do you desire? I thought you might expect a reward of at least 100,000 berries." Diaz's remark left Granny Tsuru speechless. As a member of the Navy, combating pirates is your duty. Such thoughts at a tender age could lead to troublesome consequences in the future. Rumor has it that a female officer is already preparing to write Diaz a love letter, and he is merely 12 years old. Nevertheless, Diaz possesses an appealing visage. A charming young man indeed. It might be prudent to return to headquarters and entrust this boy to Zifa, lest he become the source of distraction for the young female officers aboard the ship. Yet, the question remains, who would truly be the one causing mischief? At the impetuous age of Diaz, a group of older women aboard the ship harbored ulterior motives towards him. He meticulously secured the doors and windows each night, fearing that he might be spirited away to a dark chamber in the dead of night, forced into premature maturity. Such occurrences are best avoided. It is prudent to wait until adulthood to entertain such matters. Therefore, it is imperative for young men to safeguard themselves while venturing into the world. Diaz felt that when the Navy was at a dead end, he had to find a way to escape this place. However, with so many charming ladies around and such delightful cuisine, it was difficult to part with it all. Alas, I have become ensnared. 6 months quickly passed. Originally, Granny Crane had planned to take Diaz back to the Navy headquarters, but after half a year in the North Sea, she had yet to uncover any trace of Don Quixote Doflamingo, which was quite vexing, although she had captured numerous ordinary pirates. Yet, her mission was to apprehend Doflamingo. Just as she was preparing to return, she suddenly received a notification from Sengoku. The world government intended to negotiate with the former Navy, now turned pirates. The item of trade was the surgery fruit, valued at 5 billion berries, with the exchange scheduled for 3 weeks later on Rubeck Island. According to Corazon's intelligence, the Don Quixote family had also set their sights on this devil fruit, preparing 3 days in advance on Sea Swallow Island. The entire Don Quixote family would enter a state of readiness, and Doflamingo would seize the surgery fruit, intending to have his brother Corazon consume it. Doflamingo had long coveted the surgery fruit, wishing for his brother to ingest it and then to undergo the immortality procedure for himself, thus attaining eternal life. Furthermore, he had begun to suspect Corazon's true identity. If Corazon were an undercover agent, exposing his position would confirm Corazon's betrayal, leading to the agent's demise. Conversely, if he were not, this brother, who obeyed him without question, would surely sacrifice his own life for the sake of his elder brother, undergoing the procedure for immortality. This fellow had already devised his plan. Regardless of whether Corazon was an undercover agent, he intended to take his own brother's life. He professed love for his family, yet his heart was colder than anyone else's. Diaz possessed a profound understanding of this man, Shinming's vested interests. He remarked, "It is likely as follows. This individual is prepared to sacrifice his own brother, regardless of whether he is an undercover agent." This operation allowed no room for failure. Success was imperative, whether in capturing Doflamingo or safeguarding the undercover operative. Granny Crane, her hands clasped, spoke in a grave tone. "The most suitable position for that task is the 6th floor of Impel Down." "I concur," replied Diaz. "So, our next objective is Hyanto Island?" "Indeed," affirmed Granny Crane. She commanded the warship to set sail at full speed, urging everyone aboard to rest well, for a formidable battle loomed ahead. However, they were still quite distant from Hyanto Island, taking a full 2 weeks to arrive. Diaz inquired, "Are those pirates located on Rubeck Island?" "No. That is merely a trading post. In truth, their hideout lies on Minion Island, adjacent to Rubeck Island and Sea Swallow Island. Once a thriving town, it has now been reduced to a desolate shell, overtaken by that band of pirates," Granny Crane elucidated. "I wish to see it," Diaz expressed. Granny Crane cast a glance at him, shaking her head. "No, it is far too perilous. You would be in grave danger alone. Are you afraid I might flee?" "I have been aboard the ship for 6 months, and I have had ample opportunities," Diaz retorted, feeling a sense of mistrust. Although he had his flaws, he was not seeking the surgical fruit. His intention was solely to rescue someone. "That is not the issue," Granny Crane replied. "The pirates on Minion Island are beyond your capability to confront. Acting alone poses an unacceptable risk, and moreover, the encirclement targeting the Don Quixote family has already commenced. The Navy has meticulously laid traps to capture Doflamingo. They will not allow him to escape." In Diaz's eyes, this did not constitute a successful operation. The surgical fruit was unattainable for that group. Corazon would undoubtedly steal it for Law and deliver it to him. His affection for Law was no less than that of his parents. The pirates on Minion Island were once Captain Diaz Bareilles of the Navy. Indeed, he was quite formidable, yet ultimately powerless against such overwhelming numbers. Granny Crane gently dissuaded Diaz from his reckless endeavor, saying, "If you desire a devil fruit, I can request Sengoku to seek one that suits you, but the surgical fruit is far too significant." There were shadows of the world government lurking within this transaction, and Granny Crane was aware of this to some extent. She dared not let Diaz become too entangled. The boy still had a chance, and she hoped he would choose the righteous path rather than descend into the ranks of the pirates sought by the world government. Through their time together over the past 6 months, she had discerned the goodness within Diaz's heart, albeit marred by an inexplicable fixation on wealth stemming from his childhood experiences. Perhaps entering the main headquarters for training could effect a change. Diaz reluctantly exited the cabin, where snowflakes danced in the air. Minion Island, Seagull Island, and Rubeck Island were all cloaked in a blanket of snow, and though the sea breeze was frigid, it posed little discomfort to the seasoned sailors and Diaz himself. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced toward Minion Island, where dark smoke began to rise, prompting him to immediately inform Granny Crane of the troubling situation. Without hesitation, she commanded, "Set sail at once. It is possible that Doflamingo has acted prematurely. Regardless, the Nomi is a coveted asset for the world government, and we cannot afford any mishaps." The warship departed, its course set for Minion Island. On Minion Island, the grievously injured Corazon found his way to the pale and critically ill Law, thrusting the heart-shaped Nomi into Law's mouth. "Law, consume it. Quickly," Corazon urged. His voice strained. With great difficulty, Law managed to swallow the fruit, gasping for breath as visions of his parents and sister beckoned to him from across the river. "Corazon, are you all right?" Law gasped, startled by the blood-staining Corazon's shirt. "How could you be so injured?" "I'm fine. We must leave immediately. If we linger, they will catch up to us," Corazon coughed, acutely aware of their pursuers drawing near. "We need to move swiftly to prevent further complications." "All right. I'll support you," Law declared, attempting to assist Corazon, though his own fever rendered him incapable of fully aiding an adult. Corazon coughed again, passing along the intelligence he had meticulously gathered to Law. "Deliver this to the Navy," cough. "You are indeed a Navy officer, aren't you?" Law's eyes glistened with tears as he clenched his teeth, accepting the information. "Understood." With Corazon hidden away, Law donned a cloak and plunged into the snow-laden air. Meanwhile, Diaz and two female Navy officers disembarked from their vessel and proceeded toward the scene of the incident. In the distance, a small figure dashed toward them. Adorned with a spotted cap and marked by irregular white patches on his skin, it was Law. "You are Navy officers, correct?" Law inquired, his face brightening momentarily upon seeing the two female officers. However, upon spotting Diaz, his expression soured. "What is he doing here? If he is here, does that mean Doflamingo is as well?" "Ah, Law, it's been a while. It seems your illness has yet to be resolved," Diaz greeted him, a sly smile playing on his lips, while Law remained on high alert. "What are you doing here? And with the Navy? Have you been captured?" Law questioned, his voice laced with suspicion. Diaz chuckled and said, "I am an intern in the Navy. I have betrayed Don Quixote Doflamingo and become a naval officer. After you and Corazon departed, I seized the opportunity to steal their money and join the Navy." He spoke with a sense of pride, relishing the rare chance to outsmart Doflamingo. "Diaz, who is he?" "Trafalgar Law, my little companion, a rather peculiar fellow. If he is here, it means Corazon is also present." "Well, kid, you are safe now," Diaz remarked. "Stop talking. Mr. Corazon is dying," Law exclaimed, hastily expressing his concerns. He had withheld information from Diaz, deeming him unreliable, trusting instead the two female naval officers behind him. "I understand." Diaz nodded. "Lead the way. Let us proceed." After a moment's hesitation, Law gritted his teeth and guided Diaz and the others to the injured Corazon. A female officer assessed Corazon's wounds and declared, "The injuries are severe. We must take him back to the ship for treatment. Let us go." "All right," she responded. The female officer lifted Corazon, and the group boarded the ship. Upon hearing the news, Granny Tsuru rushed over to inquire about Law, who was being treated by the ship's doctor. How did he sustain such grave injuries? Law lowered his gaze, refraining from mentioning that Corazon had been searching for the Nomi for him. Instead, he simply stated, "When I regained consciousness, Mr. Corazon was already gravely injured." Previously, Corazon had repeatedly cautioned him not to let the Navy know he had consumed the Nomi, analyzing Corazon's conversation with Sengoku. Law surmised that the fruit was likely more valuable than it appeared, and thus concealed the fact that he had eaten it. Granny Tsuru glanced at him, choosing not to press further. "What is the condition of this child?" she inquired. The ship's doctor replied, "He is in the late stages of lead poisoning, conservatively estimated to have only 2 months left." "1 month," Law interjected. "I know my body best. I can survive at most another month." He raised his gaze to Granny Tsuru. "Can I trust you? I am Vice Admiral Tsuru, Chief of Staff of the Navy." "You can trust me," she assured him. Law handed Corazon's intelligence document to Granny Tsuru. Upon receiving it, she recognized the emblem and special lock, producing a matching key to unlock it and retrieve the enclosed documents. The contents left Granny Tsuru utterly astonished. These were Doflamingo's trading partners over the years, ranging from ordinary pirates to nobles of various nations. The documents detailed Doflamingo's next plan, to become the king of Dress Rosa. This scheme was beyond Diaz's purview, as Doflamingo had already initiated it. But Diaz's status within his family prevented him from knowing the specifics. The methods detailed were appalling. After a long pause, Granny Tsuru set the intelligence document aside and remarked, "Child, you have done well. Now, you and Navy Lieutenant Rosanandi are safe. Diaz, prepare to encircle Doflamingo." "Understood. Report. Doflamingo's flamingo has arrived at Minion Island." Diaz noted, "It seems the battle has commenced." "Granny Tsuru, what is our strategy?" he inquired. "Encirclement," she replied, crossing her arms. "There are 10 ships positioned around these 3 islands. We shall encircle them. Call for the order to converge. Yes. With the command issued, the Navy sprang into action. Granny Tsuru had already disembarked to lead the operation, with Diaz among them. Do not run around during the battle. I will protect you, Granny Tsuru instructed. Rest assured, you are a vital asset against Doflamingo. I will not be a hindrance, Diaz acknowledged, fully aware that he would only complicate matters for Granny Tsuru. Thus, he set his sights on other targets, such as Buffalo, Baby, 5, and that little rascal Dr. Correa. The Navy's ships surrounded Minion Island, while Doflamingo remained oblivious to his encirclement, preoccupied with searching for the whereabouts of Diaz barrels. He intended to act swiftly to seize the Nomi birdcage. A massive white line rose over Minion Island, completely enclosing it, ensuring that no one could escape. He needed to ensure that the Nomi remained on the island. The birdcage tightened its grip as Doflamingo and his family members located Diaz barrels. However, to their astonishment, the Nomi was no longer in his possession. Where's the Nomi? Doflamingo demanded. His fury palpable as he confronted the barely conscious Diaz. Gasping for breath, Diaz replied, it was stolen. Who did it? Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with rage. How could the fruit he had coveted for so long simply vanish? He needed the Nomi. He needed the immortality surgery. I don't know. I can't see. Can't hear. I know nothing. Diaz replied, waste. An invisible thread coursed through Diaz's mind, shattering his thoughts. Doflamingo stood before the lifeless corpse of Diaz, gazing at the amassed treasures with the realization that his efforts could not be in vain. He ordered the removal of the birdcage, instructing his subordinates to transport the riches away. Young master, a fleet of Navy soldiers is approaching us. Baby, 5 cried out from the sky, riding on the powers of the spin fruit, when suddenly, a shriek escaped from Buffalo as he plummeted from above. Doflamingo swiftly unleashed 2 threads, ensnaring the falling duo and drawing them closer. Baby, 5, terrified, clung to Doflamingo's leg, tears brimming in her eyes, while Buffalo lay in a dire state, wounded in the abdomen with blood gushing forth, necessitating urgent care. Enemy attack. Retreat. Doflamingo commanded, ordering the abandonment of the treasures. It was wiser to flee than to squander time battling the Navy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew straight towards him. Doflamingo activated his observation hockey, deftly tilting his head to evade the projectile. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Diaz approached with a contingent of female Navy soldiers, a smile gracing his features. We meet again. Young master. Diaz. Doflamingo retorted, fury masked by a mocking grin. Did you lead the Navy here? Indeed, young master, it was I who betrayed you once more. Diaz replied with a sly smirk. I have longed to witness your expression, the one that reveals your desire to kill me, yet feeling utterly powerless. Ha! You scoundrel. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, betraying his inner turmoil. He glared at Diaz and coldly remarked, do you believe that aligning yourself with the Navy will spare you from my wrath? I have merely sought a stronger ally. Diaz smiled and made way, with the naval officers behind him instinctively parting as Granny Crane, draped in the cloak of justice, approached with deliberate steps. Her silver hair was impeccably styled, and though she appeared frail, this elder was remarkably formidable. Granny Crane? Doflamingo retreated a step, clearly wary of her presence. Doff, after pursuing you for so long, I have finally found the opportunity to seize you, Granny Crane declared, clapping her hands. All the Navy officers raised their rifles, aiming at the Don Quixote family. Surrender, Doffa. You are surrounded by the Navy. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. If it were so easy to capture me, I would not have survived this long, he retorted, flicking his fingers at Diaz. An invisible thread shot forth, but Granny Crane swiftly intercepted it, stating, you shall not harm this child in my presence. Thank you, Granny, Diaz said, raising his middle finger at Doflamingo. Come here, you cowardly wretch. Retreat. Doflamingo growled. Pika, you cover our rear. With that, a straight sword wave was unleashed. As Doflamingo and several members of the Don Quixote family leaped away, the sword aura erupted behind them, scattering like snowflakes. Do not let Pika come into contact with the stone. Otherwise, he will transform into a giant, Diaz warned. Granny Crane nodded and promptly sent someone to restrain Pika, denying him the chance to activate his powers. That insufferable brat. The fruit user senior infiltrated the ground, swimming towards Diaz's back, gun raised. In an agile maneuver, Diaz flipped backward, wielding Yurikumo overhead. Knew your sword technique. One-word slash. The long blade descended, striking the firearm and sending sparks flying. You traitorous wretch, you will pay dearly. Pay dearly? Not necessarily. If you can kill me under Granny Crane's protection, I have no objections, Mr. Senior. The family cannot tolerate betrayal. Apologies, but I am a natural-born traitor. The battle between the Navy and the Don Quixote family officially commenced, with Doflamingo restrained by Granny Crane, while the remaining family members were similarly detained by the Navy. Unable to escape this predicament for the time being. Yurikumo, do not fire. Diaz kicked Senior's thigh, using the momentum to push himself away and landing gracefully like a hawk. He then turned and thrust his blade forward. Giant ninja thrust. Senior dove underground, appearing before Diaz as if swimming, pointing his gun directly at his head. Yurikumo sliced through the lead bullet, avoiding the attack. Such attacks are ineffective against me. Mr. Senor, you are the least likely to defeat me within the family. With a series of swift slashes, Diaz deflected the incoming bullets. Senor realized that his abilities were not particularly effective against Diaz among the Don Quixote family. He felt the most challenged only by Doflamingo, Tori Pole, and Pika. At that moment, a stone giant rose from the ground, Pika's high-pitched voice echoing across the island. Young master. Retreat quickly. Leave this to me. Pika, you must survive. Doflamingo distanced himself from Granny Crane, casting several threads to bind Baby, Five, Buffalo, Delinger, and Mailer as they retreated. Diaz drew his firearm from behind, aiming a shot at Doflamingo in the sky. That bothersome little imp. With the precision of his fingertips, he shot a thread that pierced the bullet, instantly gauging the trajectory towards Doflamingo by the bullet's shattering point, and deftly severed the thread with a swift stroke. His arm tingled, and a momentary opening appeared. Senor seized the opportunity, raising his gun to fire. As steadfast as a rock, a brownstone pillar rose beside Diaz. While a semi-transparent yellow jade shield enveloped him, the bullet struck the shield and was immediately deflected, landing in the snow below. All was gathered and contained. With a flick of his finger, a rock spine suddenly emerged beneath Senor, while the rock spine he had just conjured shattered and dissipated into the air. Taken by surprise, Senor lost his footing and began to fall backward, a gleaming long blade blossoming before him. Blood surged forth, staining the pristine snow, as Diaz swept his blade. Blood splattering and falling upon the snow, leaving crimson dots like plum blossoms. Senor! Senor! The members of the Don Quixote family gasped in shock at the sight of their comrade being slain. Diaz, undeterred, charged towards the user of the floating fruit ability, Diamante. Arrogance. With a swift flick of his straight longsword, Diamante transformed it into a remarkably agile serpent, darting towards Diaz. Clang. A sound resonant as iron rang out as Diamante's assault was deflected by Diaz. Do not forget, I am also proficient in your swordsmanship, Diamante. Your technique is utterly lacking. Easily cast aside, Diamante swung his longsword, transforming his cloak into a material as hard as iron, or perhaps it was iron all along, merely transmuted into a supple fabric. It effectively deflected the bullets fired by the Navy. The user of the flapping fruit possesses the remarkable ability to alter any object they touch into a form as light as silk. Yet the intrinsic properties of the object remain unchanged. Thus, while iron may be rendered as soft as cloth, its hardness remains at the level of iron when wielded skillfully. This skill proves exceedingly advantageous. Retreat. Cease fighting. Doflamingo understood the gravity of the situation, aware that remaining any longer could spell disaster. Grandma Crane executed her moonwalk, pursuing Doflamingo in the air, intent on preventing his escape. Surrender, Doflamingo. Ha ha ha. Crane, you have hunted me for so long. Yet you still fail to comprehend my resolve. I shall not passively await my fate. Pika. Understood. Young master. The stone giant commenced its indiscriminate assault, swatting away countless Navy soldiers with a single strike, the ensuing gust of wind hurling Diaz away. A thread shot through the air, piercing his jade shield and grazing his arm. Instantly, the fabric of his sleeve was torn, and blood flowed from the wound. Serpent sword. The unpredictable serpent sword flew towards him, but Diaz summoned a torrent of sword energy that repelled the attack. Secret technique. One mind. Did that not eliminate the boy? Diamante hissed in frustration, infuriated to the core, and promptly decided to retreat, unwilling to linger in battle any longer. We must flee now, otherwise, I shall spend the remainder of my days imprisoned and impelled down. Hey, why are you running away? Is this the pride of the Don Quixote family? Diaz spat out taunts, provoking Diamante to glance back repeatedly, eager to silence him. Yet, surrounding Diaz were several Navy officers, ready to shield him. TSK. Is this the fighting style of the Don Quixote family? Who was it that advised me never to flee in battle? Heh. To demonstrate the might of the Don Quixote family, alas, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Diaz's words incensed Pika, and a colossal hand descended from the heavens, accompanied by a fierce wind that felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. True silver slash. Diaz unleashed a silver blade of energy, interspersed with delicate snowflakes. In that moment he resembled the sovereign of a snowy realm. The stream of sword energy flowed unceasingly, slicing through the air with a crisp resonance. With one swift strike after another, he ultimately shattered the colossal stone hand of Pika. Upon breaching the hand, Diaz swiftly ascended along Pika's arm. Towering like a precipice, the jade shield enveloped him in a protective embrace. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an individual clad in a punk coat with an explosive hairstyle materialized before him, extending a hand. The fabric of his sleeve swelled dramatically, and in an instant, a torrent of energy erupted from the cuffs. Boom. Diaz was suddenly hurled backwards, his jade shield shattering, revealing small areas of burns upon his body. Gladiolus, was it? The serpentine sword twisted and coiled through the air, and Diaz once again unleashed the silver slash to deflect the blade. Dragon flash. He struck from afar, the explosive fruit wielder Gladiolus taking refuge behind a boulder, which Pika's stone shielded him from the blow. A female Navy officer, stepping lightly as if on moonlit steps, approached Diaz and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, not dead yet. Diaz swiftly adjusted his stance. Gladiolus's assault had breached his jade shield, but fortunately, the shield absorbed a portion of the impact, rendering his injuries manageable. It hurt, but it was not fatal. The battle raged on, yet Doflamingo had fled swiftly. And Granny Crane could not catch up. The encirclement of the Don Quixote family yielded less than favorable results. Pika, with the power of the Stone fruit, had caused the Navy considerable trouble. Had it not been for him, the casualties would have been significantly lower. The outcome was acceptable. The Tun fruit user Mobais and the explosive fruit user Gladiolus were captured alive, while Doflamingo led the remaining forces in their escape. Senior was slain by Diaz's hand, and Pika along with Toribol managed to flee despite severe injuries. This battle inflicted heavy losses upon the Navy, with many sailors perishing under Pika's relentless attacks. Diaz's arm was dislocated during his confrontation with Lao Ji, and now he bore a bruised visage, his right arm suspended around his neck. Ouch, that hurts. He grimaced as Granny Crane tended to his wounds. You reckless fool. You went in head first, truly fearless, she scolded. Such recklessness in battle is perilous. I know, but I had you to watch over me, Diaz replied with a smile. Humph, this matter will not conclude so simply, yet for now, Doflamingo remains elusive. Utilizing his fruit abilities, Doflamingo maneuvered amidst the clouds, still accompanied by some of his men, but they were impossible to catch, their location indeterminate. The fleeing Pika and Toribol were currently under pursuit. What shall we do now? Return to headquarters to report, Granny Crane stated. It is time for you to be sent to the training camp. Remaining here is not a sustainable solution. Diaz was reluctant to go to headquarters, but Granny Crane, perceiving his thoughts, added, if you aspire to be an exceptional Navy officer, you must undergo training at headquarters. I have already contacted your chief instructor. He is undoubtedly an excellent and responsible teacher who will look after you well. Please, no. Diaz's rebellion proved futile. The injured Navy personnel, who were not gravely harmed, commenced the task of clearing the battleground. The deceased sailors would be registered, and subsequently, compensation would be distributed, while the living earned meager wages. The compensation for the deceased was substantial. Upon returning to the ship, Diaz did not find Law in the medical room, but rather Corazon. No. It should be said that Colonel Rosinante of the Navy had awakened. To fulfill his role as an undercover agent, Rosinante feigned muteness, silently gathering intelligence on Don Quixote Doflamingo and discreetly notifying the Navy for an ambush, truly a masterful infiltrator. Law has departed? Diaz noted, seemingly unfazed. Rosinante, enveloped in bandages, held an unlit cigarette between his lips. There was no necessity, he replied. Diaz settled into a chair, swinging his legs. Law consumed the op fruit, did he not? The world government places immense value on that fruit. He must not appear under their scrutiny, hence you facilitated his clandestine departure. You are quite astute, Rosinante acknowledged. Indeed. Law cannot remain here. I wish to take him with me, but my body will not permit it. His original intention had been to steal the op fruit, deliver the intelligence documents to the Navy, and then find a secluded place for both him and Law, ensuring Law could live a peaceful life. However, his own failing health necessitated that Law leave first. Law was an independent child. Having consumed the op fruit, he could adequately care for himself. You are remarkably at ease, Diaz remarked. The toxins from the amber lead disease, regardless of where they accumulate, prevent Law from receiving anesthesia during the operation. The extraction of toxins will be excruciating. Diaz's words elicited concern from Rosinante, but he quickly regained his composure. I trust Law. Changing the subject, he asked, are you to become a member of the Navy? What else could I do? Initially, I sought only wealth, but after being monitored by Granny Tsuru, I find myself unable to escape. Diaz, digging into his nose, wore an expression of resignation. The old woman was too clever. Any hint of intention was swiftly disowned, leaving him with no means of escape. Is it truly wise to speak ill of Vice Admiral Tsuru? She is not present. I am merely voicing my thoughts behind her back, a habit of mine. Diaz replied nonchalantly. Granny Tsuru is currently preoccupied. She has no time for such matters. Please keep this secret for me. Very well. Diaz readily agreed, stating that Doflamingo had escaped, taking Buffalo, Baby 5, Dellinger, Pika, and Treble with him, while Senior Pink had been eliminated by him. As for the rest, they had all been captured. The Don Quixote family had suffered a severe blow and would not be able to make any significant moves in the near future. Presently, the Don Quixote family had lost its prominence, with only Doflamingo and Pika remaining as high-level forces, while the others required further development. Mara's strength was waning due to her age, and Treble was hardly noteworthy. Doflamingo was no longer a force to be reckoned with and could not set his sights on Dress Rosa. His current priority was to survive under the looming threat of the dark forces of the North Sea. The notorious Doflamingo had faced defeat in the North Sea, leaving the Don Quixote family severely wounded. This shocking news was disseminated globally through the World Economic Journal, which detailed the truths surrounding the recent battle in the North Sea. Simultaneously, Granny Tsuru reported the intelligence regarding Rosinante to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After redacting sensitive information, Sengoku provided the remaining details to the World Economic Journal for publication, which sparked worldwide uproar. People were astounded to discover the extensive darkness hidden within the North Sea and could hardly fathom that a pirate like Doflamingo could orchestrate such a calamity. To their astonishment, the one to unveil this scandal was Doflamingo's own brother. Although Rocinante lamented not capturing Doflamingo, he prioritized his safety and would no longer act as Corazon, the undercover operative within the Don Quixote family. Returning now would only raise Doflamingo's suspicions. That cunning individual had already harbored doubts about Rocinante's true identity. And with the family now being pursued by the Navy, his timing for reappearance could not have been worse. Should Rocinante be caught along with the others, Doflamingo's suspicions would not arise, but the peril lay in the fact that Rocinante was already aboard a warship. Returning now would only jeopardize his cover. After extensive deliberation, Rocinante had no choice but to accept this unfortunate reality. The warship traversed the upside-down mountain, entering the first half of the Grand Line without incident. After more than a month, Granny Tsuru led a contingent of injured female Navy personnel, along with Rocinante and Diaz, to the Navy headquarters in Marineford, accompanied by Drake, the son of Diaz Mariejois. Following the war, Drake was discovered by the Navy aboard Tsuru's vessel and brought to Marineford. At present, Marineford was under the command of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with Admiral Fujitora and the legendary marine hero Garp serving as key forces. The return of Granny Tsuru was of great concern to these three, particularly regarding the troublesome Doflamingo. The hunt for Doflamingo continued unabated, and Sengoku had stationed Vice Admiral Sakazuki at the G5 branch to ensure the safety of Dress Rosa. The threat posed by Doflamingo toward Dress Rosa had been duly communicated to the Navy's high command via Rocinante's intelligence report, and they would never permit a pirate like Doflamingo to ascend as the king of Dress Rosa. If the kingship were to change hands and not go to the Riku family, it would certainly require careful consideration. From Rocinante, Sengoku also learned of the true identities he and Doflamingo once held. They had been celestial dragons who, alongside their parents, renounced their noble status and found themselves in a small nation in the North Sea, only to be persecuted by the oppressed populace, leading to their mother's death from illness, starvation, and public humiliation. It was during this turmoil that Doflamingo awakened his conqueror's haki. Later, Doflamingo killed his father and brought his head back to Mariejois, seeking to reclaim his celestial dragon status, but was rejected, leading to the current situation. Furthermore, the Don Quixote family was the royal family of Dress Rosa, having ceded the throne to the Riku family, who served as prime ministers. The Riku family had maintained order throughout the nation to this day. Doflamingo was privy to a secret concerning a celestial dragon, a secret that allowed him to commit many transgressions without consequence, known only to him as the eldest son. Dress Rosa was not a wealthy nation, at least not in the present. While life was modest, the happiness index of its citizens was notably high, and the populace held the Riku family in great esteem. Rocinante's words resonated in the conference room, with Sengoku crossing his arms in resignation, stating, "No wonder those old geezers are so lenient with Doflamingo." The five elders' ambiguous attitude toward Doflamingo was evident, as if they were practicing Tai Chi, reluctant to engage further. Sengoku felt obstructed in his efforts to deal with Doflamingo. Yet, there was little to be done. Henceforth, Captain Don Quixote Rocinante was promoted to Rear Admiral, assisting Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku issued a commendation for Rocinante, leaving him astonished, prompting an immediate salute as Sengoku nodded with a smile. "And what of Diaz's situation, Tsuru? What do you propose?" Sengoku inquired of Granny Tsuru. She responded, "Without a doubt, Diaz is an exceptionally talented swordsman, destined to become a master in the future. However, this boy has spent 2 years under Doflamingo, driven solely by the desire for wealth. Although he has betrayed Doflamingo, he still harbors some ideological issues. Yet, they are not insurmountable. With proper guidance, he will undoubtedly evolve into an outstanding marine." Her high regard for Diaz was evident. As her 6-month acquaintance with him revealed, he was not a vicious or malevolent child, but rather one worth nurturing. "Then let us send him to Zifa for proper training," Sengoku decided. "I share that sentiment," Tsuru concurred. Thus, Diaz was dispatched to the Marines' boot camp, under the command of the former Admiral, Blackarm Zifa. He soon felt as though he had entered a hellish realm. Each day began with relentless physical training. Running 500 laps around the field was merely a warm-up, followed by 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, and then combat training. Zifa took a keen interest in him, often doubling Diaz's training regimen, which was excruciating. Yet the benefits were substantial. His stamina surged remarkably, and Diaz's strength grew exponentially. Being naturally formidable, he found no worthy adversaries in the boot camp. Drake, though older, could not match his prowess. Nonetheless, only he could keep pace with Diaz's vigorous training. "Faster, even faster, Diaz. You have yet to reach your limit," a robust elder with purple hair and gold-rimmed glasses shouted, arms crossed over his chest as he observed Diaz sprinting on the field. Diaz accelerated, having surpassed the new recruits behind him by several laps. "Is this fellow a monster?" Drake, one of the recruits, swallowed hard, while the others nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. The feeling of being overwhelmed by Diaz was far from pleasant. However, there was no one in the recruit camp who could rival Diaz. whether in stamina or combat skills. Among this batch of recruits, only Diaz and Drake seemed to possess any semblance of capability. That evening, Zephyr remarked during a dinner gathering with Garp, Sengoku, and Granny Tsuru. Haha. I heard that Diaz lad spent 2 years with Doflamingo and even took down a member of the Don Quixote family. He has seen blood. Sending him to the recruit camp feels like a waste, Garp said, biting into a large piece of meat. Granny Tsuru, sipping her tea, cast a sidelong glance at her old comrade and remarked, if we do not correct this child's mindset, he may very well stray onto a dark path. Now is the perfect time to nurture him. Zephyr replied, that child is quite cooperative, although he often complains. He never slacks off in training, and sometimes even pushes himself further. Diaz was acutely aware that this was the moment to lay a solid foundation. Within the Navy, he could establish a robust groundwork, regardless of future developments. This was a time of accumulation. Engaging in reckless self-practice could potentially harm his body. Granny Heron had already imparted a profound foundation to Diaz. 6 months of training was not merely a casual endeavor. That half-year of rigorous training enabled him to adapt swiftly to the new recruit camp's demands, surpassing his peers in the process. This reminds me of the past. When I trained alongside Garp, this old fellow's temperament often provoked the chief instructor's ire, yet they completed their training, leaving the instructor with no grounds for criticism. Haha, you were the same back then. I distinctly recall Zifa, who appeared fearless and undaunted at that time, yet we left him behind, only for him to catch up years later. Who could compare to your monstrous strength? Zifa chuckled, taking a sip of tea. It was truly challenging to compete with those two formidable individuals, akin to the current Diaz, who overwhelmed the entire recruit camp. Only these two old-timers found themselves at odds with one another. Diaz needed a rival, Zifa stated. Where can we possibly find him a worthy opponent? Sengoku inquired. There was no one in the recruit camp who could match Diaz's pace. He stood unparalleled among this new class, with Drake only able to look up to him. Garp, with his greasy hands stroking his beard, suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. What is it? What are you thinking? My grandson is exceptionally strong, Garp boasted. Granny Heron responded incredulously, don't be ridiculous. How old is your grandson, Luffy? Diaz could easily toy with him. Garp's grandson was merely 6 years old. Before the 12-year-old Diaz, he would be nothing more than a plaything, subjected to a myriad of tricks. I was referring to Ace. Garp had adopted a grandson named Ace. A fact not lost on this circle of old friends, though Ace's true identity remained undisclosed. Sengoku had gleaned a hint of it but chose not to elaborate. He's only 9, that's not suitable. Sengoku shot a disapproving glance at his old friend, asserting, Diaz's talent is evident. I believe we can commence training in the 6 styles. Everyone turned to Zifa, who nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, I have been preparing to initiate him into the 6 styles training as well. Though it won't be a uniform regimen, it shall be a tailored approach. Diaz's training progress has surpassed that of his peers, who have yet to reach the level of mastering the 6 forms. Thus he has been granted special instruction. Early the next morning, Zephyr summoned Diaz to a relatively deserted training ground, stating, due to your impressive progress, I have decided to teach you the methods of utilizing the 6 forms ahead of schedule. Upon hearing that he could learn the 6 forms, Diaz's eyes widened slightly. He was eager to acquire all techniques except for Iron Block. This is not to imply any disdain for Iron Block, but rather to acknowledge its perilous nature. The 6 forms, Shave, Iron Block, Paper Drawing, Moonwalk, Gale Foot, and Finger Gun, are combat techniques employed by both the Navy and CP organizations, with a primary focus on CP. The Navy lacks the time to study these extensively, as not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent required, and specialized instructors are scarce. Thus, very few within the Navy master all techniques. Most have only acquired the more practical Shave and Iron Block. Zephyr's training begins with these two. Shave emphasizes a momentary burst of speed achieved by executing dozens of rapid foot strikes against the ground within 0.36 seconds, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement. Almost akin to teleportation. Such a scientifically improbable method of movement can only succeed in this world. Conversely, Iron Block accelerates blood circulation and enhances muscle movement at the expense of mobility, providing ironclad defense that ordinary attacks cannot breach. Indeed, this also elucidates the treacherous nature of Iron Block. Diaz's training commenced, yet the rigorous regimen induced a throbbing headache. The unreasonable movements were a source of vexation, akin to the burdensome weight of iron blocks. As he persevered through the training, he felt as though he were on the brink of hypertension, with relentless footfalls. Explosive energy propelled Diaz forward at an impressive pace, though to Zephyr, it seemed almost a jest. No, faster. Bite down and quicken your pace. Yet, he still could not meet Zephyr's demands. Faster. Even quicker. Have you not eaten? Give me more speed. Diaz's progress, however, appeared somewhat sluggish. According to Zephyr's estimation, given Diaz's innate talent, he should have grasped the essentials by this morning. Time to eat, called a naval officer. In an instant, Diaz vanished from Zephyr's sight. Swiftly arriving at the dining cart, he ravenously seized pieces of meat, devouring them with fervor, the rich protein and energy within replenishing his vitality. Zephyr was left speechless. With such speed, Diaz had already met the requirements of the technique. Was he truly that famished? Once satiated, Diaz contentedly wiped his mouth. Zephyr set aside the bone in his hand and instructed, "Go, Diaz, solidify your training results. Channel the vigor you displayed while eating." Yes. Reflecting on the urgency he felt before the meal, he once again executed the technique. This time, Diaz succeeded, appearing rapidly at the opposite end of the training ground. The progress was remarkable. Had he mastered the technique in just a single day? Diaz's foundation is remarkably solid. Once he masters the 6 styles, he will likely be ready to venture forth and apprehend pirates. Given the young lad's capabilities, he should be able to successfully capture pirates with bounties below 50 million berries. The rigorous training for new recruits has been bypassed by Zephyr. Such training is intended to introduce fresh recruits to the realities of battle. Yet Diaz has no need for it, as he is among the rare few in the ranks who have already taken lives and engaged in combat. As Garp aptly remarked, it would be a pity to confine him in the new recruit camp. This young man should be eligible for early graduation. Once he masters at least 4 of the 6 styles techniques, an application for his expedited entry into the Navy should be submitted. The days spent in the recruit camp pass swiftly, and before long, it is already the year 1512 of the Marine calendar. Under the tutelage of Zifa, Diaz has mastered several techniques of the 6 styles, including shave, iron block, storm kick, and finger gun. However, he has not had the opportunity to learn paper drawing and moonwalk due to his early graduation from the recruit camp. Last year, aside from the events involving Doflamingo, another significant occurrence took place. The Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, also assumed the role of captain of the Kuja pirates, achieving her first major victory and receiving a bounty of 80 million berries from the world government. This bounty has since been rescinded, as she was persuaded to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hancock's stunning beauty has been widely reported, earning her the title of the world's most beautiful woman. This was undoubtedly one of the major headlines of the previous year, though Diaz remained indifferent, viewing the 7 warlords merely as legally sanctioned pirates, a tool for the world government to maintain balance against the formidable pirates of the New World. Currently, the 7 warlords consist only of Gecko Moria, Hancock, and Dracul Myhawk. The older generation of the Navy holds a disdain for the warlords, with most high-ranking officers regarding it as a disgrace to enlist pirates to counteract other pirates. Though it is akin to a dog-eat-dog scenario, it tarnishes the Navy's reputation. The actions of the 5 elders have brought shame upon the Navy, yet they remain powerless to intervene. However, it is unlikely that Doflamingo will be reinstated as a warlord, given that his misdeeds have been exposed. Even if the 5 elders wish to reinstate him, the Navy's approval is another matter entirely. Of course, the Navy has little influence over the 5 elders. Following his graduation, Diaz was assigned to the G2 branch, located in the first half of the Grand Line. This branch is under the command of Vice Admiral Gumi and Admiral Palusalino, along with a rear admiral named Stolo Berry, a man with an exceptionally elongated skull. "Are you Brant Diaz, the recruit who graduated early under Teacher Zifa?" Vice Admiral Gumi, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, glanced at the file in his hand, nodded, took a sip of steaming coffee, and remarked, "How bitter." Behind him hung a plaque inscribed with the phrase "Unhurried Justice," suggesting he was a relatively amiable individual. "Yes, I completed my studies, which led Teacher Zifa to make an exception for my early graduation," Diaz replied. "Indeed," Vice Admiral Crane mentioned that during your training period, you eliminated one of Doflamingo's subordinates, Senor, and achieved numerous merits. In addition to your early graduation, the Navy has decided to bestow upon you the rank of lieutenant. It's quite rare to encounter someone of your youth receiving such an honor upon early graduation. Surely, you didn't leverage any connections? Gumi mused, a hint of skepticism in his tone. However, the official documents had already been issued from above, and he was obliged to comply. Diaz's accomplishments were indeed substantial. Stationed at G2, he would likely earn a gilded reputation, and in a few years, he might be promoted to the headquarters before being dispatched to face the truly nefarious pirates of the New World. If he survived, a promotion to Vice Admiral would be a certainty, and perhaps even to Admiral, though the timeline for such advancements remained uncertain. Gumi, a seasoned veteran, discerned the underlying intricacies and said, "I have arranged accommodations and daily necessities for you at the G2 branch. You may have the rest of the day off, with your official duties commencing tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," Diaz affirmed, accepting his Navy commission and rank before being escorted to his single dormitory. Upon achieving the rank of lieutenant, he was entitled to a modest single room, complete with a private bathroom. As ranks progressed, so too would the accommodations, after all. Even the most passionate Navy personnel would find their resolve waning without appropriate rewards, and material incentives were undoubtedly beneficial. After resting for a night, Diaz reported to Gumi the following morning. "Your task today is to accompany Vice Admiral Palusalino to deal with a group of pirates with a bounty of 60 million berries. Reports indicate they are active on Rocker Island. You may inquire further with Vice Admiral Palusalino for detailed information." "Understood." Diaz nodded, refraining from asking too many questions, and promptly made his way to the captain's cabin of a warship to report in. Lieutenant Brant Diaz reporting for duty. The room was filled with a haze of smoke. And seated opposite him was a middle-aged man with a crooked mouth, dressed in a black and white striped suit and sporting a gentleman's hat. Are you the young prodigy who graduated early? The youth of today are formidable, almost monstrous. It's truly alarming. One cannot deny the passage of time. Paulicelino remarked with a smirk, his words leaving Diaz utterly speechless. It was one thing for others to utter such statements. But coming from a future admiral and the recipient of the actor fruit, it was baffling. The future admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, and Kazara Paulicelino were indeed monsters in their own right, exceptional talents under Zephyr's command. Although Paulicelino's relationship with Zephyr was strained, his genius could not be overlooked. After taking a puff of second-hand smoke, Diaz coughed lightly and said, Admiral Gamer has instructed me to accompany you. When do we set sail? Patience, young man. Haste makes waste. Care for a cigarette? Paulicelino offered Diaz a cigarette, which he politely declined, stating, Thank you, but I am underage. Quite right, Paulicelino acknowledged. Taking a cigarette for himself. With a flick of his finger, he ignited it using his fruit ability. As he exhaled wisps of smoke, he handed Diaz a bounty notice. Upon receiving it, the first thing that caught Diaz's eye was a pirate with a bounty of 60,500,000 berries, his visage a grotesque display of menace. Jasmo's Lane? Diaz inquired. Indeed. You've seen the bounty. He is the leader of the lion pirates, possessing the beast fruit's lion form. A rather formidable opponent, Paulicelino explained. This target should be manageable. He hails from the North Sea, making him a fellow countryman. Paulicelino, Sakazuki, and Granny Suru, much like Diaz, were all from the North Sea. A region known for its fierce inhabitants and the emergence of powerful navy officers and pirates alike. Oh, I recall now. There was indeed such a person from the North Sea. Has he already set sail? Diaz mused. Recalling hearing of this individual during his mission with Granny Suru the previous year, although their focus had been on Doflamingo at the time, it was surprising that within a year, this figure had already ventured into the Grand Line. It seemed fate was unkind, crossing paths with Paulicelino, the future Admiral Kizaru. His reputation preceded him. Even a jest hinted at his incredible prowess. Associating with this slacker might bode well for his future. During the Marineford War, Akainu had been gravely injured, Akiji lightly wounded, while Kizaru appeared merely disheveled, a quintessential case of minimal effort for maximum effect. However, one needn't worry about safety under his command. Should we capture him alive or eliminate him outright? Diaz inquired. Capturing him alive is preferable, but in battle, one must accept that blades and bullets are indiscriminate. If he dies, it is merely a consequence of the fray, Paulicelino replied as he leaned back in his chair. Let us set sail. The navigator will instruct you on the way. It appeared he intended to delegate the hard work to Diaz, that lazy fellow, with a silent scoff. He took the wanted poster and exited. The warship slowly departed from the G2 branch. Diaz, possessing the skills of a top-notch helmsman, effortlessly took command of the vessel, though it wasn't entirely his responsibility. Due to Paulicelino's habitual detachment, the sailors acted independently, the navigator charting their course, the helmsman steering the ship, while the rest of the crew efficiently attended to their respective duties. Perhaps this was indeed Paulicelino's philosophy of complacency. Diaz was uncertain. With such an autonomous navy, he had alleviated many concerns, free from the burden of worry. The warships unfurled their sails and surged forward, their destination being Rocker Island, the stronghold of the Lion pirate crew. This operation, aside from the formidable Borsalino, included Diaz, Rear Admiral Katter, and 500 sailors. Excluding the logistical personnel, navigators, and helmsmen, the combatants numbered a mere 450. In contrast, the Lion pirate crew boasted a formidable force of 800, promising a fierce confrontation ahead. Diaz sat leisurely in his room, perusing intelligence reports on the Lion pirates. Apart from the captain, Ryan, there was the first mate, the ghost swordsman Belial. Renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, whose speed was akin to lightning, and whose heart was as cold as ice, with a bounty of 43 million berries. The second mate, Jerson, possessed the animal-type devil fruit, the boar fruit, in its wild boar form, endowing him with immense strength and a bounty of 37.5 million berries. Beyond these notable figures, the rest were mere trifles, and it seemed that the combatants among the crew were limited to these three. However, the crew of this fleet appeared somewhat excessive. Diaz contemplated calmly, engaging in a moment of analysis before ultimately deciding to relinquish further thought. After all, with poor Salino backing him, what was there to fear? This time, he would charge headlong into the fray. The geographical location of Locker Island was undeniably strategic, originally a desolate isle. It gradually transformed as the influx of pirates increased, leading to the emergence of a thriving service industry. Restaurants, taverns, and red light districts flourished. There was nothing they could not provide. Limited only by the imagination. In addition to pirates, merchant ships passing through would often take refuge here. Generally, as long as they paid the protection fee. The locals ensured their vessels remained unharmed, provided, of course, that the individuals targeting the ship were not more formidable than they could handle. Most pirates refrained from causing disturbances in this locale, aware that any trouble would tarnish their reputations, making it difficult for them to find acceptance in the future. At least in the first half of the Grand Line, no one dared engage in business with them. This place was a melting pot of both virtue and vice, with the Navy absent from the vicinity, resulting in a higher concentration of pirates. The Navy would occasionally conduct purges, yet the pirates, like an inexhaustible tide, would invariably re-emerge shortly thereafter. The pirates were never truly eradicated. As they approached Locker Island, a naval officer inquired whether they should attack directly. Surround the harbor. Do not allow the pirates to escape. Additionally, control the merchant vessels and civilians, ensure no harm comes to them, Borsalino lazily instructed, his subordinates accustomed to his demeanor. The Navy sprang into action, disembarking to seize control of the harbor, plunging the entire Locker Island into chaos. However, some merchants, well-versed in this tumult, calmly closed their shops, preparing for the ensuing battle between the Navy and the pirates. Merchants either took refuge in their establishments or sought sanctuary within their ships, while a group of fearless pirates revealed their bloodthirsty grins. They are merely the Navy. We need not fear them, boomed a robust man, his voice resonating with authority. Towering over his crew at over 4 meters, he proclaimed, "We are the Lion Pirates. Under my leadership, victory is assured. Follow me, and you shall become the subordinates of the Pirate King. I will lead you to the great treasure. Come, entrust your lives to me. Ho ho ho. Long live Captain Ryan." The pirates erupted in a fervor, their spirits ignited like wildfire. Diaz, from a distance, heard their raucous cheers. Setting aside his telescope to confirm his target and prepare for action. In a flash, he vanished from sight, covering the distance of several hundred meters in mere moments. With a swift kick, he unleashed a vacuum blade from his foot, yet the lion, Ryan, remained motionless. A figure emerged, drawing a blade from his waist, expertly deflecting Diaz's vacuum strike with a series of swift slashes. The newcomer's gaze was chilling, exuding an aura reminiscent of a relentless killer, first mate, the demon swordsman Belial. Diaz landed on the rooftop, and Ryan scoffed. Is this the best the Navy could send? How utterly disappointing. His form swelled, reaching a height of 6 meters. His head transforming into that of a lion, with a mane bursting forth from his neck, assuming a hybrid beastly form. Sharp claws extended, glinting with a chilling light under the sun. I abhor those with fruit powers, Diaz muttered, executing a somersault to evade the ghost swordsman's ambush. He landed opposite the ghost swordsman, crouching low, gripping his blade, Murakumo. Draw slash. Ultimate technique. Ashina cross slash. He swung his sword twice mid-air, creating a stunning cross with astonishing speed. The ghost swordsman hastily raised his blade to defend, the clashing sound echoing as he staggered back. Noticing 2 new nicks on his sword, which trembled from the force. You are indeed worthy of a strike, Belial remarked seriously, tightening his grip on his sword. Come. In an instant, the 2 figures intertwined rapidly, their blades emitting brilliant flashes of light. Under Zephyr's guidance, Diaz's combat instincts had surged 6 months prior. He might have faltered against such an opponent, but now he was ready for battle. The clash between the Navy and the pirates commenced, with cannon fire and bullets raining down. Capitalizing on their superior equipment, the Navy held the upper hand against the Lion Pirates. A wild boar, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, charged through, sending several Navy soldiers flying. The Lion Pirate's second-in-command, Jerson, made his move. Don't be so arrogant. A young Rear Admiral with gold-rimmed glasses burst forth from the Navy ranks. It was Rear Admiral Kataru, who met Jerson's charge with his blade, only to be sent sprawling due to his inferior strength. Humph. Is this the caliber of a Navy Rear Admiral? What a farce. Jerson's eyes glinted with derision, causing Kataru's face to shift between shades of green and white. Oh dear, it seems the battle is quite fierce. Kataru's performance is outshone by the youth, Borsalino observed, smoking a cigarette aboard the warship, assessing the situation. The Navy still held the advantage, but Ryan had already plunged into the fray, causing considerable trouble for them, and he couldn't simply stand by. Transforming into a beam of light, he vanished from the warship, coalescing into human form before Ryan, his towering height of over 3 meters seeming insignificant next to Ryan's stature. With a smile, he inquired, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" "What?" Ryan barely registered a flash before an excruciating pain erupted in his lower back, sending him hurtling through several buildings before he finally came to a stop, only to be met with an explosion at his landing site. "Admiral Ryan." The pirates gasped in disbelief. Their formidable admiral had been taken down in a single blow? How could this be? Borsalino stroked his chin, smirking slightly. Not dead, huh? The resilience of Zoan-type users is indeed formidable. How terrifying. Boom. Ryan shook off the debris, his body aching painfully. Yet, the hallmark of a Zoan-type user is their robust vitality. Even battered and bruised, he could rise again. No, this fellow is like a monster. I can't win. Spotting Diaz engaged in fierce combat with Belial, Ryan surged forward. Users of the cat fruit typically possess the agility of felines, and in an instant, he stood before Diaz, suppressing his pain as he reached out, intent on seizing him. Bang! What had he shattered? A torrent of flames erupted from his hand, igniting the fur that adorned him. Too much fur, weak flames. large body, weak door. In a moment of dire urgency, Diaz hurled the flame pot, igniting Ryan. The lion's mane instantly transformed into the finest kindling, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred protein. Diaz drew a firearm from his pocket and aimed it directly at Ryan's head, unleashing a bullet. The art of the Inamura swordsmanship. Bang. Ah. Ryan cried out in agony, his eyes bleeding profusely as he collapsed to the ground, flames consuming him, having lost an eye in the process. Upon witnessing the captain's fall, Belial cursed him as worthless, leaping onto Jerson's back, exclaiming, "Run." Jerson wasted no time, abandoning his captain and crew, turning tail to flee. "If you manage to escape, I will be reprimanded for it. It is indeed a challenging time to secure employment." Paulusolino raised a finger, gathering light at its tip, and a laser beam shot forth, piercing through Jerson as he retreated. Boom. A massive wild boar smashed through a building, clumsily rising alongside Belial, revealing a rotund human figure who clutched the gaping wound in his thigh, wailing in pain. Ding. Belial clashed his blade with Diaz's, calling out, "Hey, don't run. Our battle is far from over. You scoundrel. All I wish to do now is flee." At that moment, Belial was devoid of fighting spirit, unwilling to engage Diaz further. Prolonging this would only lead to capture and execution by the Navy. "That simply cannot happen," Diaz replied, shaking his head with excitement. "It is rare to encounter a worthy opponent. How could I allow you to escape? You lunatic." Belial summoned all his strength, only to find his attacks effortlessly deflected by this novice before him. What manner of attack is this? Why are my strikes being repelled? Such a triviality. To forge iron is the essence of a wolf's spirit. Ding ding ding. Belial's composure began to unravel as Diaz's defenses remained impenetrable, each of his assaults bouncing back, complicating matters significantly. "Young man, do not underestimate others," Belial roared, launching a devastating strike. "Come on." Murakumo unleashed a wave of sword energy. The air filled with shimmering specks akin to cherry blossoms scattering, breathtakingly beautiful. Secret technique. Cherry blossom dance. The two slashes collided in midair, exploding in an instant. Diaz declared, "Come forth. Hesitation leads to defeat." Hearing this, Belial felt a rush of blood to his head and charged forward without a moment's thought, only to be met with his blade being parried, while Diaz swiftly drew his firearm from within his coat, ready to deliver a lethal blow. "Sir, times have changed." Bang. Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, Belial begrudgingly lamented, "You are despicable." As his body fell backward, Diaz let out a cold laugh. "As long as it proves effective. The Inamura swordsmanship is a synthesis of myriad styles, existing solely for the sake of victory. A true sword saint wields an indestructible blade, brandishes a cross spear in fierce combat, and seizes the opportunity to draw a firearm for a surprise attack when one is least aware. What truly embodies the Inamura sword saint? Tactical withdrawal." Diaz gazed at Jerson, the blade pressed against the latter's face, and inquired, "How shall we deal with this fellow?" Meanwhile, Borsalino had placed a foot upon Ryan's head, glancing over and commanding, "Seize him, and remember to use the sea stone handcuffs." Indeed, the sea stone was exceedingly precious. The handcuffs utilized by the Navy contained only a trace of this rare material, yet they were sufficient to suppress the powers of those with abilities. The Navy personnel at hand presented the sea stone handcuffs, fastening them upon the two fruit users, who instantly found themselves devoid of the capacity to resist, rendered entirely at the mercy of the Navy. Ensure the wounded are attended to, record the names of the fallen soldiers, arrange for their compensation, and tally the local damages in preparation for subsequent reparations. Borsalino appeared rather lackadaisical, inclined to leisure, yet when duty called, he executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency, orchestrating matters with a methodical approach, despite his habitual penchant for idleness. The skirmish did not endure for long. Following the defeat of the captain and his companions, hostilities effectively ceased. What remained was the necessity to detain those who ought to be confined and execute those deserving of death. Additionally, Admiral Katter was retained by Borsalino to oversee the battlefield, tasked with apprehending any pirates who feigned death or happened to pass by. Diaz and his team escorted Ryan and his companions back to the G2 branch, where they would be met by designated personnel to transport them to the advancing city, closing the door on their lives forever. Given the severity of Ryan and Jerson's offenses, it was likely they would be confined to the 4th level, while ordinary pirates would find themselves in the 1st level, or those with lesser crimes would be held at the G2 branch, awaiting release after serving their sentences. "Well done," Gumaya remarked, sipping his bitter coffee and nodding as he reviewed Diaz's accomplishments. "In a few years, with accumulated merit, departing from the G2 branch with the rank of colonel will be quite feasible. The day after tomorrow, you and Rear Admiral Stoloberry will head to Fort Chart Island. The forthcoming mission may prove rather formidable." "Who is the target?" Diaz inquired. "The captain of the Sun Pirates, a wanted criminal of the world government, Fisher Tiger," Gumaya responded. Fisher Tiger, a figure of considerable renown in recent years, hails from Fishman Island situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. 1 year prior, he ascended to the Red Line and infiltrated the holy land of Mariejois, liberating thousands of slaves and igniting a great conflagration. To many, he is viewed as a hero. Yet to the world government, he is nothing more than a lawless rogue, a detestable monster, fundamentally a fishman. This individual has also assembled a pirate crew composed entirely of fishmen and merfolk, boasting formidable combat prowess, with numerous members previously enslaved by the celestial dragons. This time, the G2 branch has set its sights on the Sun Pirates led by Fisher Tiger. Under the command of Rear Admiral Stolo Berry, along with Rear Admiral Kaido and Diaz, a multitude of Navy personnel will undertake the mission to apprehend this group of fishmen. May I ask, where did we acquire intelligence regarding the Sun Pirates, Colonel? Diaz queried with curiosity. Gumeyer did not withhold the information. This intelligence originates from CP. The Sun Pirates will be returning a slave home as part of an exchange with those villagers. We will not capture that child, and they will not alert the Sun Pirates. It is merely a transaction, trading a group of pirates for a single child. A lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? Diaz furrowed his brow in discomfort and remarked, but that child should never have been a slave. She is innocent. Merely a victim of human traffickers sold to the celestial dragons. I understand. It is indeed tragic, replied Rear Admiral Gumeyer, placing his coffee down. Lieutenant Diaz, remember this. We are the Navy, and it is the will of our superiors that we apprehend pirates. I too feel sorrow for the child. And while Fisher Tiger may be a good man, he is a pirate, and we must capture him. Do you understand? No, I do not comprehend your archaic reasoning. Diaz exclaimed. But he is not in the wrong, is he? Let us not forget, Rear Admiral Gumeyer, that the Navy's duty extends beyond merely exterminating pirates. It also encompasses the protection of civilians. The world government prohibits slavery. Indeed, the world government abolished slavery to project an image of compassion and democracy. Yet what has been the outcome? Human trafficking remains rampant, a significant aspect of the underworld, yielding immense profits, a veritable crime with no investment required. The celestial dragons, descendants of the world government as founders, lead the charge in maintaining slaves, blatantly disregarding this law. The prohibition against slavery has become a mere fade. While the slave markets of Sabaody Archipelago operate openly beneath the Navy's very nose, with no response, not even a mention of that place. Their deafening silence is laughable. Is this the justice of the Navy? It is utterly absurd. Gumeyer's expression darkened. Young men consumed by fervor are often difficult to counsel. I understand, Lieutenant Diaz. But this is the world we inhabit. Lacking the power to change it, you can only be molded by its forces. You are still young, and your understanding of this world is limited. Before he could finish, Diaz interrupted, Admiral, this world is hopelessly rotten, devouring its own without hesitation. The Navy's sense of justice is exceedingly narrow. I have said my piece, my apologies. I shall be off to battle the day after tomorrow. Gumeyer assumed it was merely youthful discontent and chose not to dwell on it, nodding for Diaz to depart. Once outside the Admiral's office, Diaz returned to his quarters. Exhaling deeply, the Navy truly was not suited for him. Yes, there were good individuals among them. But the very existence of the celestial dragons was enough to warp their notion of justice. The concept of absolute justice resembled a mere empty promise, laughably absurd. I cannot remain here, he thought. If the Navy's sense of justice were not tainted by the celestial dragons, perhaps this world would be vastly different, at the very least. It would not be so hampered. All celestial dragons should be hanged from lampposts. Feeling dejected, he lay on his bed and fell asleep. The following day was spent in training, and by the third day, he accompanied Rear Admiral Stolaberry to Fawcett Island. Isn't it somewhat presumptuous to dispatch only Rear Admiral Stolaberry and Commodore Kaido? The opposition consists of a group of fishmen and merfolk, a race whose strength often exceeds that of humans tenfold, with the capability for underwater combat, dismantling vessels and sinking ships, a specialty of the fishmen. Once humans descend into the depths, they face certain doom. Diaz found himself perplexed by the naval operations. Although the squadron was substantial, most members appeared to be mere fodder. Stolaberry, with his elongated cranium that elevated his stature considerably, donned a naval cap atop his head and wielded twin blades at his waist. He addressed Diaz, Lieutenant Diaz. You shall accompany me in our endeavor shortly. Very well, no problem, Diaz replied with a nod, joining a contingent of sailors as they disembarked onto the island. Fort Shard Island was replete with desolate expanses, its soil compact and barren, adorned with a plethora of cacti that rendered it reminiscent of a desert. This solitary isle boasted but a single village, which served as their destination. Stolaberry remarked, once Fisher Tiger and his entourage return the child, we shall encircle the Sun Pirates. Their timing to arrive coincided perfectly with Fisher Tiger's landing. Concealed, the Navy lay in wait while Stolaberry and Diaz crouched upon a small earthen rise, binoculars in hand. In the distance, they beheld the Sun Pirates' flag billowing in the breeze, a vibrant red, as the imposing figure of Fisher Tiger, his beard resplendent, descended from the vessel, accompanied by a golden-haired young girl. Is he alone? Stolaberry inquired. Prepare to encircle him, Lieutenant Diaz, and alert Rear Admiral Kataru. Understood. Diaz retrieved the communication device and dialed General Kataru's number. General Kataru was poised to encircle the Sun Pirates, and the plan was set in motion. Understood, he acknowledged. Kataru's forces were preparing to set sail, maneuvering around the opposite side of the island. Soon, their warships would surround the vessels of the Sun Pirates. leading to their imminent capture. Strawberry and Diaz's objective was to apprehend the merman who had landed on the island. Although it was merely Tiger alone, it was sufficient. They observed the young girl joyfully holding Tiger's hand, laughing and conversing with him along the way. Diaz inquired, "General, are we certain about the capture?" "The child is being well cared for by Fisher Tiger. She holds great affection for him." After a moment of silence, Strawberry replied, "We are the Navy. It is our duty to eradicate pirates. There should be no further hesitation. Ensign Brandio Diaz." "I understand. I shall not waver any longer." Diaz spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips, declaring that he would no longer waver. Fisher Tiger had returned the child, Kella, to her homeland. Once a slave of the celestial dragons, Kella had been withdrawn in nature. However, the time spent together had restored her cheerful disposition, and he felt genuine happiness for her. Tiger firmly believed that Kella would grow to be a bridge between humans and fishmen. Princess Odoheim was right. Only children hold the promise for the next generation. Just as he was lost in this conviction, a band of pirates emerged from the cactus forest, surrounding him and leveling their guns. Tiger stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the Navy was present. Rear Admiral Strawberry and Diaz stepped forward. Strawberry announced, "I am Rear Admiral Strawberry of the Navy headquarters. We received intelligence from someone on an island that you would come to this land. The influential figures in the village you just visited were aware of the potential chaos that could unfold here, and conditions have already been negotiated. The child, a possession of the celestial dragons, will be exchanged without divulging our operations. Captain Fisher Tiger, you are charged with 2 offenses, which you should be well aware of." Strawberry's gaze fell on the sun mark on Tiger's abdomen as he slowly continued, "Assault and escape. Assault, for attacking the holy land of Mariejois, thereby threatening the safety of the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Escape, for not only fleeing as a slave of the celestial dragons, but also liberating numerous slaves. Both crimes shall be punished." With that, Strawberry raised his hand, and gunfire erupted. The sound of clashing metal rang out as countless sword energies deflected the bullets. Diaz appeared boldly beside Tiger, prompting Strawberry to change his expression. "What are you doing?" "Lieutenant Diaz, you are a member of the Navy. Do you intend to betray us?" "I have stated that I will no longer hesitate." Diaz removed his military cap and shed his pristine uniform, revealing his robust upper body. He declared, "Rear Admiral, for me, the justice of the Navy is too narrow. Someone like Tiger should not perish here. He is a pirate, a slave of the celestial dragons." "So what?" Diaz shouted. "He has saved lives. He is a good person. Good people should not be threatened at gunpoint. Slaves. The world government prohibits the buying and selling of slaves. The celestial dragons are nothing but scum." His words stunned everyone present. How could one dare to openly condemn the celestial dragons? Was he seeking his own demise? Strawberry maintained a stern expression and asked, "Brando Diaz, I ask you once more, do you truly intend to betray us?" Diaz is a prot-G personally taught by Zephyr, regarded as his own junior, and the Navy intends to cultivate him into a pillar of strength. It is evident that he cannot be allowed to remain trapped here. Diaz smiled and declared, "I will protect this individual, even if it means opposing the Navy and the world government. Or perhaps it is simply that the Navy is not suited for me. Your sense of justice is far too narrow." Strawberry raised his hand, his expression cold as he commanded, "Fire, regardless of life or death." The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Tiger was prepared, no longer passive as before. With a powerful fishman karate strike, he unleashed a punch that sent a fierce gust of wind, deflecting the incoming bullets, and with a sudden thrust, he seized a Navy soldier and hurled him away like a mere sandbag, unyielding as a rock. Diaz disregarded the oncoming bullets as a rock spire erupted from the ground. A jade shield materialized around him, deflecting the bullets with a series of metallic clinks. He kicked one naval officer aside and swiftly struck another across the neck with the back of his Murakumo blade. "Human, I do not require your assistance. Take a rest. Having just incapacitated a naval officer, I believe you are worthy of my aid," Diaz retorted, launching a finger gun that sent another naval officer flying. "I do not care for your beliefs. It is my own that matter. I shall act as I see fit." Fisher Tig. "Good men should not have guns pointed at them." Tig scoffed and inquired, "Even if I am a fishman? To me, there is no distinction between fishmen and humans. After all, the blood of both is compatible, indicating a shared ancestry. It is merely the path of evolution that diverges." Diaz's words deeply moved Tiger, and in a moment of distraction, he was struck by a bullet. However, such an injury posed little threat to a fishman. It was merely a trivial wound. "Hardly worth mentioning." "I understand," Tiger declared with conviction. "Then let us fight our way out." Indeed, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, battling their way through the encirclement. Strawberry, unable to bear the sight any longer, unsheathed his twin blades and charged directly at Diaz. Clang! The 3 blades collided, creating a flurry of sparks. "You are betraying us. Betraying the Navy, betraying Admiral Crane's expectations of you." "I know," Diaz replied calmly, his demeanor unwavering. "Yet I cannot remain here. I remember well the kindness shown to me by Granny Crane, but the Navy's indifference towards human trafficking fills me with shame. If this is your notion of justice, I would rather stand as your adversary. His words were tranquil, devoid of tumult, yet they stemmed from the depths of his being. What do you intend to do? Brent Diaz. This world cannot change me, but I shall transform it. Do you understand, Major? If one person picks up the napkin on the right, then everyone must follow suit. If they choose the left, then all will be compelled to do the same. This is the essence of society. What are you implying? I declare that I will seize the original napkin. I will compel you all to follow my lead. An unparalleled aura emanated from him. An ineffable force that left all present in shock, causing all but Diaz, Strawberry, and Tiger to collapse to the ground. Such formidable ambition. Did he aspire to be the king of the world? Had he even awakened the conqueror's haki? This young man could not be allowed to live. Strawberry steeled himself, swinging his blades with fervor, but Diaz's defense was impenetrable, offering no openings for an attack. How could this be? This is what a teacher has imparted to me. Zifa-sensei taught me only the 6 styles. Do you comprehend? Diaz seemed to read Strawberry's thoughts. You are destined to lose. Major, the winds of victory are at my back. The fishman martial art, 4,000 tiles of justice. A blue whale shark fishman charged forth, delivering a surprising punch that sent Strawberry flying. Tiger, I'm coming, exclaimed the young Jinbei, rushing over, alarmed upon seeing Tiger's injuries. Tiger waved his hand, saying, "Fear not. I have made a most remarkable human friend." A friend? Greetings, I am Brant Diaz, currently an unemployed wanderer. Before Jinbei could fully comprehend the situation, Tiger seized Diaz and sprinted away, inquiring about Jinbei's circumstances. The Navy had surrounded the Sun Pirates, and currently, Arlong was engaged in battle with them. Jinbei, unable to leave Tiger's safety to chance, had rushed over, yet the scenario before him left him perplexed. Hearing Diaz claim he was once part of the Navy left him even more astonished. Did you betray the Navy for our sake? Is it truly worth it? Jinbei questioned. Diaz smiled brightly and remarked, "At least I believe it is worthwhile. Someone like Tiger should not meet his end here." The smile on that child's face is truly heartfelt. Jinbei reminisced about the moments spent with Carla, and a smile unconsciously crept upon his face. Carla was an endearing and charming child, akin to a member of their family. I understand now, Mr. Diaz, Jinbei said. You are a friend of Brother Tiger, and thus, you are also my friend. Would you be willing to befriend a fishman? Haha. I would welcome that with open arms. Diaz laughed heartily. The 3 of them dashed out from Foshard Island, where the Sun pirate ship had already been sunk by the Navy. A shark fishman wielded a serrated blade, mercilessly striking down a naval officer and sending several others tumbling off the battleship. He waved at Tiger and Jinbei, exclaiming, Big Brother Tiger, Big Brother Jinbei, I've commandeered a Navy ship. Let us go. Well done, Arlong. Jinbei seized Diaz's arm, leaping into the sea, followed closely by Tiger. Diaz held his breath as Jinbei swiftly navigated through the water, propelling himself and Tiger out of the waves and onto the battleship. Upon spotting Diaz, Arlong revealed a sharp teeth and a chilling grin and remarked, Big Brother Jinbei, is this a hostage? No, he is a friend of Big Brother Tiger, Jinbei replied. A friend? A human? How could our noble fishmen possibly befriend a human? Arlong questioned Tiger, who extended his hand, introducing Diaz to the heart of the Sun Pirates. This is my friend, a friend of the fishmen, a friend of the Sun Pirates, and moreover, my savior. Without him, I might have perished in the Navy's siege. Do you understand, Arlong? Understood, Arlong reluctantly conceded. Since it's Big Brother's wish, I have no choice. Xiaoba, set sail. Let us move. The octopus fishman Xiaoba, along with a group of fishmen, sprang into action, with some diving into the sea to push the battleship forward from beneath. The strength of the fishmen was indeed formidable. Big Brother Tiger, let me tend to your wounds. The ship's doctor, Aladdin, approached Tiger, who still had bullets needing extraction. Big Brother Tiger, was it those humans who betrayed you? Arlong inquired. Tiger nodded, and Arlong's fury ignited. He turned to seek vengeance against the villagers of Foshard Island. Jinbei grasped him firmly, urging, calm down, Arlong. Big Brother Jinbei, let me go. Did you not hear? Those humans betrayed Big Brother, nearly costing him his life. I must return and slay them. Arlong seethed, filled with a desire to devour Clara and the villagers alive to quench his rage. In his view, the noble fishmen had shown mercy to the despicable humans by sheltering them and even sending her back, a kindness met with betrayal. Humans may not be trustworthy. Yet Princess Odoheim spoke truly. Children are the hope of the next generation. As Aladdin wrapped bandages around Tiger, he fixed his gaze on Diaz, stating, He does not discriminate against fishmen. What of it? He is human, Diaz retorted. I am human. Does that bother you? Diaz irritably dug at his ears, reflecting on Arlong, who was a blatant racist, believing that fishmen were supreme and humans utterly contemptible, yet secretly yearning for the human way of life. What? Seeking death, are we? Arlong exclaimed, If you wish to die, I can oblige. Enough of this bickering. You too, Tiger interjected, halting the farce. Arlong, Diaz is our friend. He even betrayed the Navy to save me. How can we trust he isn't a spy? Arlong retorted defiantly. Speak to me respectfully, Tiger declared, delivering a punch to Arlong's head. He surveyed all the members of the Sun Pirates and asserted, Diaz is our friend and my savior. That fact remains unchanged. Do you understand? Understood. Little Octopus Hachi chimed in. So, will Diaz be joining our crew? No, Diaz replied, shaking his head. I kindly ask that you escort me to his safe island. He felt he could never integrate with these fishmen. It was an immutable truth. Tiger was a fishman. And the Sun Pirates had coalesced around him. Humans were out of place here. Tiger had no intention of inviting Diaz to join, despite his gratitude for the rescue. He could not shake off the grievances humans had caused him. Princess Odoheim was right. Only children represented the future. The possibility of peaceful cohabitation between humans and fishmen depended on children like Kureha and Diaz. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palm against the sun mark on his abdomen, a lifelong source of torment and a perpetual nightmare. The sun mark merely concealed that pain. The Celestial Dragon's brand. Every slave of the Celestial Dragons bore this mark. He bore it, Kureha bore it, Hachi bore it. Many fishmen and merfolk aboard this vessel had once been slaves of the Celestial Dragons. Everyone, I have something to reveal, Tiger began, the mark throbbing, transporting him back to the days of servitude under the Celestial Dragons, memories vivid as though they had transpired yesterday. Tiger steeled himself to unveil the truth. All eyes turned to him, eager to hear what their captain and leader would disclose next. I have never intended to share this secret, but today, I feel it is futile to continue concealing it. I, Fisher Tiger, was once a slave of the Celestial Dragons. The entire ship fell into a stunned silence. Jinbe, Arlong, Hachi, and Aladdin were rendered speechless. Their revered leader, the hero they had pledged to follow, had once been a slave? A slave of the Celestial Dragons? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Big brother, how could you possibly have been a slave? Arlong, the least willing to accept this truth, idolized Tiger, viewing him as his elder brother, surpassing even Jinbe. He had quelled the riots in Fishman Street, uniting the chaos into stability. He had defeated Jinbe and himself, declaring they would follow him for life. He had also rescued numerous slaves, allowing persecuted kinfolk to return home. Tiger was a hero. How could he have been a slave to the Celestial Dragons? Arlong refused to believe it. Yet the truth stood resolute. Tiger gazed at Arlong and said, Arlong, I deceived you all. Shortly after leaving Fishman Island, I was captured by humans and became a slave to the Celestial Dragons. Enduring years of torment there, I witnessed the madness of humanity, although I managed to escape. I could not turn a blind eye to their indifference towards the suffering of others. The brutality and insanity of the Celestial Dragons had left him disillusioned with humanity, which fueled his animosity. Yet the kindness of Kureha had altered his perception. Princess Odoheim was indeed correct. Children embodied the future for both races. Those who do not harbor hatred and discrimination towards the fishmen, like Diaz, are the individuals the fishmen ought to befriend. I suffer greatly, often in the dead of night. I find myself haunted by memories of my time in Mariejois, an inescapable nightmare that lingers throughout my life. He gazed at Arlong and said, Arlong, I understand your animosity towards humanity, but remember, individuals like Diaz are worthy of your companionship and understanding. I cannot accept this. Arlong retorted, Big brother, you must be deceiving us to make us accept this human. He inhaled deeply, asserting, humans are untrustworthy. He had always believed this to be true. Humans were vile, weaker than fishmen, unable to breathe underwater, and cruel in nature. They ought to relinquish the land to the fishmen. Without these humans, the fishmen would not endure such suffering, nor would they find it challenging to live freely in this world. This is the truth, Arlong, Tiger said. Boss. Several former slaves among the fishmen knelt before him, tears streaming down their faces. You are a true hero. You have rescued us multiple times. Our lives belong to you. Wherever you go, we shall follow. Rise. There is no need for kneeling. Tiger helped them up, turning his gaze towards Diaz with a melancholic expression. If I had encountered a human like you during my voyages, might the outcome have been different? Perhaps, Diaz replied. Humans are complex beings, filled with desires. I do not place my hopes in humanity, yet I do not despair either. For there are always good people. We have merely been unfortunate, encountering a group of malevolence. The fault lies not with them, but with this world. This ocean is one that devours, mercilessly consuming lives. In a world so thoroughly corrupted, it is not difficult to seek a flicker of humanity. In a sea of darkness, light is always conspicuous. You speak the truth. You speak the truth, Tiger murmured, bowing his head as tears streamed down his cheeks. Why could I not have met you sooner? He grasped Diaz's hand, kneeling on the ground, weeping openly. I wish to believe in humanity. I yearn to befriend humans. But I can no longer trust them or love them. Diaz was at a loss for words, his towering frame of over 5 meters weeping like a child. Everyone was uncertain on how to console their leader. After a prolonged silence, Diaz finally spoke. So, do you possess the courage to walk alongside demons? What? Diaz rose to his feet and whispered into the ear of the imposing figure beside him. Seek out the Revolutionary Army and join their ranks. Should you succeed, a transformation of monumental proportions will ensue. The Revolutionary Army has indeed been established, albeit on a modest scale. The Revolutionary, Monkey D. Dragon, has rallied a force and is deemed by the world government as the most malevolent criminal for his advocacy of revolutionary ideologies aimed at toppling their regime. Despite being the progeny of the naval hero, Admiral Monkey D. Garp, he remains undeterred in his quest to dismantle the world government. Perhaps the path to redemption lies therein. Can they truly be trusted? With your efforts, can you not alter the current state of affairs? The younger generation will not harbor resentment or discrimination against fishmen. Such sentiments are but a minority and cannot effectuate a fundamental change. Unless we rise against the celestial dragons, the oppressive force that looms over all races. No one possesses a future. Before dawn, there must be those who dispel the darkness. I have traversed through hell. How could I lack the courage to walk alongside demons? It seemed as though a new direction had been found, and this man rejuvenated, the once hero returned anew. Young ones, do not grieve or despair. I remain your captain. Do I not? Indeed. No matter what changes Brother Tai undergoes, you shall always be our leader. Jinbei was the first to affirm Tai's words with unwavering conviction. Arlong also raised his hand, exclaiming, "Yes, big brother, let us seek vengeance against those traitorous humans." His radical fervor was swiftly curtailed by Tai, while Diaz interjected. "I suspect Admiral Borsalino has already arrived there. An admiral is but a mere title. Are you truly afraid?" Arlong scoffed. "A naval admiral is nothing but trash." Diaz cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "He is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, possessing the fastest speed in the world. Moreover, if the position of admiral were to be re-evaluated, he certainly has the capability to ascend to that rank. There are two others with comparable strength, both also wielders of Logia-type devil fruits. If I recall correctly, after Tiger's demise, Arlong sought revenge, only to be swiftly vanquished by Borsalino and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down, as Jinbei was released due to becoming a warlord of the sea. But what of it? Once I enter the water, he will be powerless against me." Arlong, buoyed by his racial superiority, was filled with arrogance. Yet Diaz suddenly perceived a streak of light slicing through the sky and immediately shouted, "Run." "Oh my, how fortunate I am to find you, Lieutenant Diaz." The luminous figure coalesced into a humanoid form, as Borsalino perched atop the mast of a warship, the sea breeze billowing his justice cloak, creating a resonant sound. "I have heard that you betrayed the Navy. If Zifa-sensei were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. I am aware, Zifa-sensei would wish to eliminate me." Diaz replied, shrugging his shoulders, remaining on high alert. "Admiral Borsalino, it is quite surprising that a man of your stature has come to hunt me down. Shouldn't you be relaxing aboard your ship?" Borsalino shook his head and said, "I, too, find myself in an unfortunate predicament. Major Stollyberry directly reported your betrayal to headquarters, prompting Admiral Sengoku to dispatch me to bring you back for a discussion." The betrayal of the Navy by Diaz could not remain concealed for long. Upon regaining consciousness, Stollyberry promptly informed Admiral Sengoku of Diaz's treachery. "How could this be? Is that lad a treacherous wolf raised by others?" Sengoku exclaimed in fury, slamming his hand on the table. Beside him, Rocinante opened his mouth to speak, suggesting, "I believe there might be underlying reasons. Although Fisher Tiger is indeed a criminal wanted by the world government, as Diaz pointed out, he is genuinely a good person. I understand. Yet, this marks his second act of betrayal. First, he betrayed Doflamingo, and now he has betrayed the Navy. Is this lad a professional double agent? Diaz, a born traitor, unchangeable." Sengoku and Zephyr held high hopes for him, and Gamer praised him more than once. Borsalino also deemed him reliable. I cannot fathom why he chose betrayal. To save a wanted criminal, he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku sat in his chair, bewildered by Diaz's thoughts. A genius who awakened Conqueror's Haki simply slipped away, becoming an adversary of the Navy. Sengoku's heart bled. With proper cultivation, a promotion to Rear Admiral was a certainty, and even the rank of Admiral was not unattainable. Rosinante remarked, perhaps he merely wished to save a life? For a pirate? Yet he is a hero of the liberated slaves, even if unrecognized by the Navy and the world government. Once a celestial dragon, Rosinante understood the wretched lives of those slaves. When his family had not yet renounced their celestial dragon status, the slaves treated his parents with gratitude, cherishing their kindness. Yet, other celestial dragon slaves lived in constant fear, terrified of incurring their master's wrath, which could lead to their demise. A celestial dragon's displeasure could spell death for those slaves. No, death was merely a release. Some twisted celestial dragons would not grant slaves a swift end, instead resorting to inhumane methods of torture until the slaves perished. Diaz was kind-hearted. Perhaps it was our actions that disappointed him. Rosinante reflected on whether he could act similarly. The answer was no. Diaz possessed a courage he lacked, a bravery to oppose the Navy and the world government. Sengoku, helpless, recognized that this matter required an explanation. Have Borsalino bring Diaz back. Must we truly do this? Go ahead. There must be accountability, mustn't there? Very well, I understand. Rosinante promptly descended to inform Borsalino, leading to the scene where Borsalino pursued the warship. Are you the one with admiral-level strength? I see nothing remarkable about you, Arlong boasted, skeptical of the seemingly lecherous figure before him. Borsalino ignored Arlong, inquiring, Lieutenant Diaz. You could have been promoted to lieutenant in this battle. With effort, in a few years, you might even reach my position, potentially becoming the youngest rear admiral in the Navy. Why would you sabotage your future? There's no need. This is my choice, Diaz replied with a smile. Thank you, Admiral Borsalino, but I have no regrets about my decision. I wish to save lives, and that reason alone is sufficient for my actions. Is this your will? I understand. Borsalino nodded. In that case, I respect your choice. Brant Diaz, along with Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, and Jinbei, the whale shark fishman. You will be apprehended by me. Huh? Are you looking down on us? Arlong exclaimed, bouncing around like a fool. Borsalino raised a finger, releasing a laser beam that pierced through Arlong's shoulder, blood gushing from the wound. Arlong screamed, and Borsalino instantly appeared before him, asking, Have you ever been struck at the speed of light? A blinding light erupted from his foot as he kicked, a figure appearing before Arlong, hands darkened. Straining to block the blow. I will not allow you to harm my comrades, Tiger declared, using Haki to withstand the attack. You used Haki to take that hit? Truly impressive for a fishman. Such strength is terrifying. Borsalino taunted with a mocking tone. Tiger shoved the injured Arlong aside and shouted to everyone, Flee, all of you, into the sea. We are no match for him. The moment they engaged, he realized they were no match for this monster. Where did the Navy cultivate such beings? Tiger. Jinbei attempted to speak, but Diaz interrupted. Jinbei, quickly destroy the warship. Without the warship, he cannot pursue you. Once the warship was destroyed, Borsalino would lose his foothold and be unable to capture them. Fishmen entering the sea could evade almost anyone, even a Navy admiral, unless the opposing force was capable of freezing the ocean, like Kazan. But what will you do? Act quickly. I will not let you succeed. Borsalino leapt into the sky, crossing his arms, harnessing the light in his hands, Yata no Kagami. Countless points of light rained down from the sky, bringing heat and explosions, scattering a group of fishmen. Diaz unfurled the jade shield, propelling himself outward and plunging into the sea, while the warship was utterly obliterated by the force of the strike. Fortunately, the mermen, upon entering the water, found themselves in a safe zone. Diaz held his breath, venturing into the depths of the ocean under Jinbei's guidance. Aladdin swam over, producing a segment of pink coral from which a bubble emerged, enveloping Diaz within. With a sigh, he came to life. The bubble contained no seawater, allowing Diaz to breathe normally. This was bubble coral, a treasure from Fishman Island, capable of generating bubbles that enabled humans to breathe freely underwater, as well as assisting mermaids in traversing land. With their lower bodies resembling fish tails, mermaids could not move freely on shore. In such instances, bubble coral could support their bodies, allowing them to hover slightly above the ground and swim as if they were in the ocean. How is Arlong? Jinbei inquired. Little 8 supported Arlong, replying, he is injured. But it should be nothing serious. The bleeding has stopped on its own. And Brother Tiger? I'm here, Tiger said, swimming over with a grim expression. The blow from Borsalino had not only devastated the warship but had also injured many fishmen and mermaids, resulting in several fatalities. On the surface, Borsalino stood atop the remnants of the warship, scratching his head. Well, this is quite troublesome. I haven't caught a single one of them. I hope Mr. Sengoku 1 dock my pay. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. I told you that fellow wouldn't be easy to deal with. Borsalino is a prospective admiral, although he had yet to attain the rank. There was no doubt that Borsalino possessed the strength of an admiral. He merely lacked the title. None of the future admirals in the Navy would be easy opponents. Now that our ship is destroyed, we have no choice but to swim, Aladdin lamented. Fortunately, being fishmen, they could breathe underwater and were even faster than boats. Though it would deplete their stamina, otherwise, they wouldn't have relied on a vessel. Living in the water was their norm. It's all right, let us take Diaz and leave. Make sure to secure the bodies of our fallen brothers. Tiger organized methodically as the group departed in a grand procession. Despite their disarray, Borsalino had indeed failed to capture them, yet they had gained a sobering understanding of the Navy's terror. Along the way, they were fortunate enough to seize a pirate ship, leaving the tied-up humans stranded on a small island to fend for themselves. As fellow pirates, their decision not to execute them was a mercy in itself. Diaz showed little interest in the matter at hand and instead engaged in revelry with Tiger and the others. Embracing the life of a pirate entails an acceptance of perils, particularly the potential for death at sea, a life he was not particularly fond of. The following day, Diaz awoke on the deck, his head clouded with fatigue. Despite abstaining from alcohol, the festivities had stretched into the early hours of the morning, leaving him feeling quite unwell. Surrounding him, the fishmen lay in disarray, with even Jinbei clutching a bottle, fast asleep. As a messenger gull soared overhead, Diaz waved it down, offering 50 berries in exchange for a newspaper. These gulls were rather astute. Any attempt to forcibly seize their papers would result in a permanent cessation of deliveries. The World Economic Journal, the globe's leading publication, operated on its own principles. Upon unfolding the newspaper, Diaz found the front page dominated by headlines about the recent conflict at Fuchsia Island. The Navy faced humiliation. Former Navy Lieutenant Brando Diaz had betrayed his comrades, allying himself with the merciless fishmen. The article condemned Diaz for betraying the high expectations of the Navy, labeling him a traitor and attributing the failure of the rescue operation for Fisher Tiger solely to him. Diaz scoffed at the absurdity of it all. even without his involvement. Stolo Berry would not have been able to retain Tiger. With Jinbei present, Tiger could have been rescued, yet he would ultimately perish from blood loss. The back of the newspaper contained several wanted posters, featuring Tiger, himself, and Jinbei. The bounties were staggering. Captain Fisher Tiger, 350 million berries. Jinbei, 130 million berries. Brando Diaz, 37 million berries. And Arlong, 30 million berries. Diaz regarded the poster depicting him in his Navy uniform, nodding in approval. Indeed. He looked dashing. Being wanted was but a minor inconvenience. In the treacherous world of piracy, not being hunted would be the true anomaly. However, 37 million was a paltry sum. He contemplated selling himself off. It appeared he could never return. Jinbei suddenly stirred, startling Diaz. Were you not asleep? Diaz inquired. I have a light sleep, Jinbei replied, rubbing his eyes. Is 37 million too low for you? Indeed, it feels somewhat inadequate. I expected a higher bounty. The Navy was never a fitting place for me. Diaz shook his head, disappointed that even after awakening his conqueror's haki, the reward was so meager. Though he could not fathom why he had awakened such power, it remained elusive to him. Was I particularly agitated at the time? He mused. Not excessively, I think. He scratched his head and asked Jinbei, how does one wield conqueror's haki? I cannot say. It is an exceedingly rare ability, manifesting in only one among millions. While conqueror's haki may be somewhat common in the New World, its potency remains undeniable. It can be wielded like armament haki, enveloping weapons and inflicting substantial harm on foes from a distance, even without direct contact. However, only the most elite warriors can achieve such feats. Initially, one may only manage area of effect damage, effective against weaker opponents. He knew a few who could master conqueror's haki, the late Roger, the still-living Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and perhaps Rayleigh. Among these, he believed Kaido, while not the strongest, was the finest teacher. With a swing of the stick, the cherry blossoms bloom. With a second swing, the haki entwines. With a third, awakening. Diaz lamented, Kaido truly moves me to tears. Temporarily at a loss regarding the use of conqueror's haki, he resolved to take things as they came. Meanwhile, the pirate ship drifted aimlessly across the vast sea, while the Don Quixote family was in disarray. After being besieged, the family had suffered grave losses, with only Pika remaining. Treble had succumbed to his injuries, and most of the others had been captured, leaving only a few straggling members behind. The Don Quixote family was a shadow of its former self, far from realizing its ambitions. Now, he resembled a stray dog, pursued relentlessly. In desperation, he sought refuge in the South Blue to seek new opportunities. Gazing at Diaz's wanted poster in his hand, Doflamingo erupted into a deranged laughter. This little brat is indeed restless, betraying once more, I see. But without the Navy's protection, I shall have my chance to eliminate you. He tore the wanted poster into pieces, discarding it on the ground. Virgo's connections were now rendered useless. Corazon was undoubtedly an undercover agent. Upon his return to the Navy, Virgo would find himself in dire peril, perhaps already ensnared. The meticulously crafted plans had been shredded, and aspirations of becoming a warlord and seizing the throne of Dress Rosa would have to be postponed or abandoned entirely. Corazon knew far too much. Oh, what a fine younger brother I have, mused the Navy Rear Admiral, Don Quixote Rosinante. Diaz, Rosinante, one day, I shall make you pay for your deeds. The most pressing matter at hand is to rebuild my family, the new Don Quixote family. Someone must rise to uphold it. As this thought crossed his mind, Doflamingo's heart bled. It took him over a decade to cultivate the Don Quixote family, only for it to be reduced to nothing overnight due to Corazon and Diaz. The current state of his life is not what he desires, yet he must endure. He has witnessed hell. How could he possibly be vanquished by such trivial setbacks? Don Quixote Doflamingo will undoubtedly not be subdued by the trials that lie before him. After Diaz procured a small boat from Tiger, he set sail alone, bidding farewell to the Sun Pirates. I must find a way to earn money, he thought, feeling despondent. The pirate ship had little treasure, and the Navy's salary was meager. Now, his only option was to resort to robbing pirates. The world was rife with crime, and indeed, some individuals engaged in such nefarious acts. The trade in the underworld was far more sordid than one could imagine. Human trafficking, organ smuggling, arms trade, and hallucinogenic drugs merely scratched the surface of this dark reality. The first half of the Grand Line could not prohibit such wickedness, let alone the more chaotic New World, a place beyond the reach of the Navy, filled with lawless zones that had become havens for depravity. This world felt increasingly rotten. Sitting helplessly in his boat, he clutched the log pose given by Jinbei. With no navigator aboard, he could only rely on luck, hoping to avoid inclement weather. His destination was Reverse Mountain, where he intended to seek fortune in the East Blue, known for its relatively weaker pirates, making it easier to engage in underhanded dealings. The East Blue earned its reputation as the weakest sea primarily due to the frequent visits of Garp. The accumulation of wealth was often bloody. But Diaz had no qualms about using pirate blood to fortify himself. Dead friends won't hinder my path, he mused. Everyone was flawed. It was merely a matter of who faltered more spectacularly. His spirits lifted a bit as his small vessel drifted toward Reverse Mountain, the journey thus far uneventful. However, One fateful night, as he slumbered, a cannonball shattered his boat, jolting him awake. Standing on the verge of sinking, he cast a cold gaze upon the raucous pirate ship ahead. Licking his lips, he coldly remarked, "You brought this upon yourselves." With a splash, he plunged into the sea, swiftly swimming towards the pirate ship. At that moment, two drunken pirates, oblivious to the gravity of their actions, reveled in their folly, having provoked an unwelcome adversary. "Ha! That little boat is gone," they guffawed. "A decrepit vessel daring to roam the Grand Line? Let us show it what the dark hand of fate feels like." The two pirates, still imbibing, ignited another cannon, obliterating the small boat and igniting laughter among their crew. Meanwhile, a drenched Diaz had already clambered aboard their ship, seizing a pirate by the neck and forcefully snapping it, carelessly discarding the lifeless body. "Enemy!" a drunken pirate shrieked. Diaz swiftly pierced his throat with a knife, twisting the blade as he reduced the foe's throat to a gory mess. "Who goes there?" someone shouted. And chaos erupted with cries of alarm and the clash of steel. Diaz dispatched the crew with ruthless efficiency, venturing into the ship's hold. He endured the stench of sweat and feet, searching for treasure. He scavenged approximately 3 million berries from the ship. With a huff, he located a rowboat at the stern. The small boat provided by Jean Bay had a cabin, but this one was merely a paddle boat, rendering the large ship useless for his single occupancy. After a long hiatus from drawing cards, he thought, "Let us give it a try. 3 draws. Perhaps I'll draw something miraculous." My turn. Draw. Electric clippers, useful for shearing sheep, but not for anything peculiar. Design diagram for Water X Paradise, Freedom, Heaven and Curse Binding, both a curse and a boon. The first two were dismissed, and Diaz's gaze fixated on Heaven and Curse Binding. This was a unique ability from the Jujutsu Kaisen universe, a forced constraint imposed upon certain individuals from birth, sacrificing a specific innate condition in exchange for immense power. This binding, imposed upon the body, varied in both the conditions sacrificed and the power gained. Generally categorized into 2 distinct types, exchanging physical condition for cursed energy, and exchanging cursed energy for physical strength. Such starkly different categories produced equally distinct powerhouses. For instance, due to Heaven and Cursed Binding, Fushiguro Megumi was born without cursed energy yet possessed incredible physical prowess, nearly defeating the top-tier sorcerer Gojo Satoru. The obtained Heaven and Cursed Binding allowed for a choice. Opting for cursed energy would cost Diaz a portion of his body, granting him formidable cursed energy and techniques. Choosing physical strength meant he would never acquire cursed energy. However, having never possessed cursed energy, he deemed it a worthy trade. With anticipation and trepidation, he chose physical strength. Diaz felt no immediate change. The system finally provided an explanation. Heaven and Cursed Binding has been activated. The host will gradually experience an enhancement in physical prowess. Note: upon selecting Heaven and Cursed Binding, the system will not extract curses or bindings from the Jujutsu world. Due to his lack of cursed energy, there was no sacrifice, akin to a cunning ploy. In exchange, Diaz would have no future access to powers related to the Jujutsu world, a price he accepted. "Ah, I see," he mused. This endeavor felt like a gain. The Jujutsu world attracted him solely for the fingers of Sukuna, Gojo's 6 eyes, and limitless techniques, along with a few other sorcerer's abilities. His mood significantly improved as he paddled with renewed vigor, feeling as if he had boundless energy. Perhaps this was transformation. He might even surpass Fushiguro Megumi and emerge as the new Heaven-S tyrant. With the log pose pointing toward the next island, Diaz could only row his small boat slowly in that direction, lacking even a sail. In a moment of frustration, he fashioned a small sail for himself, affixing it to the boat to steer and conserve energy. Thus, he drifted at sea for 3 days until fortuitously encountering a passenger ship bound for the East Blue. After paying a fare, Diaz boarded the vessel. Resting on the comfortable ship, savoring steaming meals, and enjoying a warm bath, he felt an immense sense of comfort. The captain seemingly failed to recognize him as a wanted fugitive, but it mattered little. Even if he were discovered, escape would be effortless. As he lay in bed, Diaz drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, the ship rocked violently, unsettling him. Outside, footsteps echoed, and voices cried out, "A storm is upon us. A great storm. Everyone, take cover. Do not venture outside. Especially avoid the deck." Diaz gazed out of the porthole, the pitch-black sea resembling a monstrous beast. Its surging waves akin to a gaping maw ready to engulf the solitary passenger ship, threatening to consign its occupants to a watery grave. The capricious weather in this grand maritime route posed the gravest peril. One moment the sun shone brightly, and the next, torrential rain would descend. Amidst an icy tempest, lightning crackled, and various weather phenomena could converge, rendering the conditions more unpredictable than a young girl's temperament. Even the most seasoned mariner could find themselves succumbing to the whims of nature. Indeed, while they possessed the ability to forecast weather, humanity often appeared insignificantly small before the forces of nature. At that moment, Diaz felt the very insignificance of mankind. A towering wave crashed over the ship, swallowing it whole in an instant. Debris scattered about as the water surged into the cabins. Diaz had already steeled himself, surrendering to the tumult. He resolutely declared, "I shall not perish here." A fierce instinct for survival propelled him, and he broke through the surface, expelling seawater from his lungs just as another wave approached. Recognizing the threat, he dove beneath the surface. Beneath the churning waves, the ocean floor exuded an eerie calm, yet treacherous undercurrents concealed lurking dangers. From his inventory, he extracted a bubble coral gifted by Aladdin, crafting a protective bubble around himself. He could only hope to avoid the hazards of drifting debris should his bubble burst. He would be met with the onslaught of waves. The bubble floated, propelled by the currents, its destination unknown. Time passed in an indeterminate blur. And as the oxygen within the bubble dwindled, Diaz inhaled deeply and emerged from his sanctuary, swimming towards the surface. With a splash, he broke free from the depths. Gasping for breath beneath the vast, starry sky, as if the recent storm had never occurred, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds. The radiant Milky Way whispering the beauty of the world to Diaz. He had survived. Yet, the fate of the others on the ship remained grim. In that instant of chaos, there had been no time to save anyone. It was a stark reminder of humanity's frailty before the might of nature. Clinging to a piece of driftwood, he lay upon it, that solitary remnant of hope. Sleep eluded him. While the surface appeared tranquil, dangers lurked below. The depths of the Grand Line were home to colossal sea creatures, and he had thus far been fortunate to evade them. Should he succumb to slumber, he could be devoured before he even realized it. Days passed, and Diaz drifted for 3 interminable days, guided by the compass needle pointing towards the next island. With a piece of wood as his paddle, he advanced slowly, uncertain of how much longer he must endure. Fortunately, his provisions were ample, and he dared to take brief naps, for rest was essential lest he perish on the open sea. Finally, after 2 more days, he beheld an island on the horizon. Summoning all his strength, he paddled towards the shore and collapsed onto the sandy beach, bursting into laughter. "I am alive. I have not perished. I will survive," he shouted joyously as he ventured into the island. This land was vast, with signs of habitation ahead. A quaint little town awaited him. He hurried into the settlement, seeking out a restaurant to satiate his ravenous appetite. He ordered an extravagant feast and placed a hefty stack of bills upon the table. The proprietor's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hastily summoned the chef to prepare Diaz's meal. Dish after dish arrived, and without hesitation, Diaz devoured them, soon leaving a table laden with empty plates. Patting his full belly, he leaned against the wall as the restaurant owner escorted him to the door as if he were a cherished guest. In the kitchen, the head chef sat weeping. "Boss, if the customer doesn't leave soon, I might just quit. Who eats like this? I feel as though I've cooked enough for a week." "Fear not. We've made a fortune today. I'll give you a raise and a day off," the owner declared grandly. "Excellent." The chef wiped his tears, elated. As for Diaz, he sought out a nearby inn, indulging in a warm bath before collapsing onto the soft bed, falling into a profound slumber that lasted until the 3rd morning. After days of unrest, he finally found solace in sleep. Awakening, he felt his body ache pleasantly, every joint creaking as he stretched. The compass still needed to record the magnetic fluctuations. The Grand Line's magnetic field was chaotic, rendering traditional navigation useless. The vastness of the sea made accurate charting impossible. Thus he relied solely on the recording needle to indicate the way forward. After a hearty meal, he set out to procure more food, water, fruits, and other necessities. However, upon completing his errands, he found his funds severely depleted. "I must acquire more money," he mused, inquiring about any unscrupulous individuals on the island who exploited the common folk. To his fortune, he discovered a factory owner named Philip Bander, notorious for delaying wages, oppressing workers, seizing land, abducting women, and other nefarious deeds. An idea sparked in Diaz's mind. This was his opportunity to earn some coin. Bander's residence was the most opulent villa in town, perched atop a hill outside of the settlement. The stone-paved path was meticulously maintained, and the surrounding trees had been groomed, creating an inviting atmosphere. The villa, designed by a professional architect and constructed from premium materials, featured a swimming pool where elegantly clad young women frolicked in the water. Diaz perched atop a tree, surveying the scene before him. He had come to gather intelligence for the sake of profit, unperturbed by the chill of the night. Guards were stationed at various points near the entrance, robust and imposing figures that deterred ordinary folk from approaching, especially with their weapons at the ready. This contingent of guards served as a bulwark for Bander, whose guilt-ridden conscience sought solace in a semblance of security. Yet, Diaz found himself pondering the true prowess of these sentinels. Turning away, he retreated to the town, and as darkness enveloped the land, he stealthily ascended the mountain. The path was straightforward, though swarming mosquitoes made the journey vexatious. Their bites were notorious for causing considerable swelling. To avoid becoming an unwitting feast for these pests, Diaz quickened his pace, reaching the railing where he nimbly vaulted over, eluding the guards, and climbed through a 3rd-floor window. Inside, he was nearly blinded by the ostentatious decor that screamed of nouveau riche excess. Crystal chandeliers and gilded trimmings offered a jarring aesthetic. What sort of taste was this? The garishness was almost dazzling, yet it also attested to the man's affluence. His objective was clear: locate the man and eliminate him. After incapacitating a servant and donning his attire, his height and physique permitting him to fill the role, Diaz brazenly commenced his search within the gaudy villa. However, his audacity soon drew the attention of the guards. "Hey, you look unfamiliar. One of the guards approached him, questioning his presence. I'm new. Just finished cleaning. Diaz replied with a smile. At this hour? No one cleans at night. Who are you? The guard's hefty hand clamped down on Diaz's shoulder, but in an instant, a bloody hole appeared in the man's arm, breaking through to the bone. The guard let out a horrified scream, and Diaz shook his hand, reflecting on how firearms paled in comparison to blades. With that thought, he seized the man's hair, yanking him down before delivering a knee strike. The impact rendered the man's face a gruesome mess. A swift kick to the gut sent him crashing into his companion, both collapsing into unconsciousness. It seemed a direct confrontation was inevitable. Striding through the corridor with purpose, he dispatched guards with powerful punches, their cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Bander, indulging in his hedonistic pleasures, furrowed his brow as a shiver coursed through him, rendering his world dull. Rising from his bed, he bellowed, "What is happening? Why the commotion? Do you wish to abandon your duties?" A cold blade pressed against his greasy nose, and the corpulent figure of the wealthy lord appeared to be an easy target. Diaz greeted with a smile, "Greetings, Mr. Bander. It's a pleasure to meet you. Who are you?" Bander inquired, perplexed. "A fugitive passing through, for the time being," Diaz replied. "Can you guess why I sought you out?" "My possessions." Bander was no fool. If he were, he would not have navigated his way to such heights. On the contrary, he was astute, realizing that Diaz was after wealth. He chuckled. "Ah, I see. I have 10 million Baileys here. Consider it a gift. I can also offer you the most exquisite girl on this island. What do you think?" A man driven by greed could be easily appeased with money. If he took the money and departed, today's encounter would be concluded. Yet, should he be avaricious, there were countless ways to eliminate the young man before him. As for the woman, I shall forego that, but I seek something else from you. What? Bander asked, still smiling, when suddenly, a rope tightened around his throat, causing him to choke. No amount of struggle could free him from its grip as Diaz dragged him toward the courtyard. Gazing at the illuminated street lamps, Diaz smiled faintly. What a delightful place this is. He then secured the rope to a lamppost, and Bander's face turned a deep shade of purple, his breath failing him as he struggled before succumbing to death. Capitalists ought to hang from lampposts, do they not? After completing this grim task, Diaz re-entered the villa, now in disarray. The women, either purchased or abducted by Bander, fled in terror, fearing for their lives at the hands of Diaz. Some, driven by greed, seized valuable antiques or baileys as they escaped the villa. In the blink of an eye, the villa lay deserted. Diaz paid no heed as he meticulously searched room after room within the villa for remnants left by Bander. Jewelry and adornments, he eagerly accepted them all, with the intent of selling them later. He even repacked the loose bailey from the safe. I took a glance around, seeking out any hidden mechanisms, twisting the lampshade. And as the wall shifted, it revealed a concealed door. Lighting a torch, I ventured inside. Gleaming treasures unfolded before my eyes, gold, gemstones, and a considerable amount of bailey. Diaz also stumbled upon several paintings and weapons. He drew a knife, exceptionally sharp, yet in terms of craftsmanship, it paled in comparison to the Murakumo. He decided to stow it away for the time being. He stuffed all these treasures into his pockets, but the sounds of chaos erupted from outside the villa. Upon reaching the balcony, he discovered a throng of villagers wielding torches, violently breaking through the villa's gates. Upon sighting Bander's lifeless body, they hurled stones, tossed their torches, and vented their fury upon the corpse, while some rushed into the villa to scavenge for valuables. Diaz shook his head, disappearing from the balcony. This evening could be deemed a resounding success, with Bailey amassing a staggering 110 million, alongside unsold golden jewels and ornaments. Thus, let the 100 consecutive draws commence. Mapo tofu, notoriously spicy, is a favored dish of a certain priest. Energy cubes, a delicacy from the realm of Pokemon, are also consumable by humans. Lake Toya, acquired through television shopping. Joker. When the world is left with but a single Joker, it shall face annihilation. The natural curl fruit, once consumed, transforms one's hair into natural curls. Hasegawa's strong stance. Ah, man, let us embrace the spirit of Madao. Ripple breathing technique. Accept this, for it is my final ripple. Brotherhood in arms. The kin among my kind share a bond, while I strike fiercely against them. Signal axe, it declares readiness. Blood bottle. Upon consumption, it restores any injury, though it cannot remedy poison. Curse blade. Do you wish to challenge your limits? Pokemon egg. Become a master Pokemon trainer. Thievery. There is a chance to acquire the most precious item from the target. The Flying Dutchman requires a captain. It must have a captain. Explosive magic. 1 cast per day. In summary, the items obtained through the minimum guarantee are indeed quite useful. However, is it truly wise to possess this Joker? The final boss in Kamen Rider Blade, the most formidable undead being, transcends all races. 53 undead beings engage in a fierce battle of extremes, and the victorious undead, becoming the progenitor of humankind, seals the remaining 52 within cards. Should Joker triumph in the undead war, the world will plunge into ruin, leaving only one remaining. The system provides cards that can unleash the sealed Joker, once released. The world is doomed. Good heavens, this is akin to delivering a nuclear warhead of annihilation into one's own hands. The ripple breathing technique requires no further discussion. Mastering it enhances strength and fortifies the body. Brotherhood in arms. Humanity inflicts 10% less damage on Diaz, while simultaneously increasing their attack power against their kin by 10%. However, this must be triggered by pure humans, as any trace of foreign blood renders it ineffective. The signal axe, a tool of filial piety, holds little utility for oneself and may be kept as a collectible. The blood bottle is a lifesaver. The more, the better. The cursed blade inflicts double damage upon foes, yet should the enemy retaliate, the wielder meets instant demise. One either remains unscathed or faces immediate death. It is a game of heart-pounding tension. Diaz was adamant about his reluctance to utilize Pokemon eggs, which randomly hatch into various Pokemon, leaving him in suspense about the outcome. Should he acquire a water-type Pokemon, it would grant him a significant advantage on the seas. The notion of thievery, intertwined with peculiar abilities, lingered in his mind, particularly the notion of pilfering from unsuspecting maidens. Was this truly indicative of his character? He resolved to withhold judgment for now. The Flying Dutchman, a vessel steeped in the lore of the Caribbean, granted immortality to its captain, enabling the transformation of humans into sea phantoms to serve his whims, while summoning the formidable Kraken. Yet, such power came at a grave cost. The heart would be excised, binding the captain as a ferryman of souls, permitted ashore only once every decade. The price was too steep for Diaz to contemplate. He would never assume the mantle of captain. For a mere 10-year confinement would be excruciating. The explosive magic he wielded was immensely destructive, depleting his strength with each casting, rendering him immobile. Yet the resultant alterations to the terrain were unparalleled. The potency of the magic was proportional to his own vitality. The stronger he became, the greater the devastation he could unleash. This power would remain a trump card in his arsenal. After several days on the island, following Bander's demise, the factory he once knew continued to thrive under new ownership, which appeared benevolent at first glance. However, Diaz perceived this as a mere fade, a gradual boiling of the frog, anticipating a return to the former oppressive regime. With his compass indicating the next destination, Diaz acquired a modest vessel and set sail, the small craft gliding serenely across the waves. He cast his fishing line, and a soccer ball-sized egg materialized beside him, its azure shell seemingly unremarkable. He gently caressed the Pokemon egg, hoping it would hatch into a water-type Pokemon, providing him with a tactical advantage in battles or aquatic escapades. The timing of its hatching remained a mystery, so he decided to let it bask in the sun. The system indicated that the hatching of Pokemon eggs did not require a specific environment. Once the moment was right, the Pokemon would emerge, leaving Diaz in suspense about what it might be. As he gazed skyward, a messenger seagull descended. These creatures were indifferent to the identities of their customers. They simply sought profit. Diaz purchased a newspaper, depositing 50 berries into the seagull's pouch before it took flight. Upon opening the newspaper, he was met with the headline announcing Jinbei's ascension as the second captain of the Sun Pirates and his acceptance of a position within the 7 warlords of the sea. This revelation did not surprise Diaz. He surmised that Tiger had likely departed the Sun Pirates to join the Revolutionary Army. The implications of Jinbei's alliance with the world government were profound, particularly concerning the fate of Arlong and his subsequent actions against the civilians of Fuchsia Island. As he continued reading, it became clear that Jinbei's acceptance of the warlord position was a strategic exchange for the liberation of enslaved fishmen and merfolk from Mariejois. However, the reality of this exchange was grim. The dragon nobles would not relinquish all their prized slaves, offering only a paltry fraction in return. Yet, Jinbei's actions were commendable, driven by a sense of duty towards his kin and a desire to protect his comrades in the Sun Pirates. The world government had invested considerable effort in this arrangement, securing a warlord in exchange for a semblance of balance among the Navy, the warlords, and the pirates of the New World. This arrangement, however, was a mockery of justice, allowing pirates to operate with impunity while simultaneously undermining the Navy's authority. Suddenly, Diaz's fishing rod was yanked with tremendous force, pulling his small craft forward. Gripping the rod tightly, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the creature on the line. Fortunately, the specialized fishing line held firm, preventing it from snapping. With a determined pull, Diaz landed a large fish adorned with vibrant red whiskers, roughly the size of a table. He swiftly subdued it with a punch. Consulting his culinary guide, he identified the fish as a red-whiskered variety, perfect for sashimi, its resilient whiskers suitable for use as makeshift rope. Observing the lengthy whiskers, he dismissed them as unnecessary. After dispatching the fish and meticulously cleaning it, he prepared a delightful sauce with soy and chili oil. The first bite of sashimi was exquisite, sweet, tender, and utterly devoid of any fishy odor. In a matter of moments, he devoured the fish, wiping his mouth contentedly as he cradled the Pokemon egg under the sun. "Little one, may you hatch soon," he whispered, hopeful for the future. The Pokemon egg swayed gently, seemingly responding to him. The journey of one person and one egg continued. After a considerable period of travel, Diaz finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. The currents from all directions surged upwards to the summit, converging into a single stream that flowed toward the Grand Line, with 5 waterways leading to different seas. Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land of Mariejois are the only 2 junctions between the Grand Line and the Red Line. To access the Grand Line, One must either traverse the calm belt or enter through Reverse Mountain, and vice versa. His last visit here was alongside Granny Crane, traveling from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters, and now he found himself back once more. Not seeing the island whale Laboon, it appeared he was absent today. And the Pirate King's crewmate, Crocus, was also nowhere to be found. He stowed away his small boat and began to scale the rocks alongside the waterway. His small vessel could not navigate upstream against the current, so he had to resort to this method. The calm belt was exceedingly perilous. Not only devoid of wind, but also inhabited by colossal sea kings. A moment's carelessness could lead to both man and vessel meeting their demise there, rendering it an area of extreme risk. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Mihawk, who can single-handedly traverse the calm belt with nothing but a sword and a small boat. It was likely that Mihawk's muscular physique was honed from rowing in the calm belt. The mere thought of Mihawk vigorously rowing in the calm belt conjured an image too delightful to contemplate. Clutching the Pokemon egg, he ascended the mountain, which proved to be far taller than he had anticipated. As he climbed higher, the air grew increasingly thin. If he continued onward, he would reach the end of the New World, yet to this day, no one had successfully scaled Reverse Mountain to locate Raftel. Towering into the clouds, Diaz climbed for a considerable duration before deciding to traverse horizontally, as approaching the East Sea waterway sufficed. The waters of the four seas converging at the mountain's peak could be searched for midway, using his map. He determined his direction and spent several days locating the waterway to the East Sea. Once found, he launched his small boat and leaped aboard, braving the current as he descended. The waters flowing into Reverse Mountain surged from below, primarily due to currents powerful enough to defy gravity and flow upwards. Diaz's downward navigation, however, was not swift. In fact, it was considerably slower, but as long as he could descend, that was sufficient. After a while, his small boat entered a safe maritime zone, which, compared to the tumultuous Grand Line, was significantly more secure. At this juncture, locating an island would necessitate the use of a compass and a sea chart. He possessed a compass, but as for the East Sea chart, he decided to procure one in Logtown. The crucial question was, where exactly was Logtown? This posed a rather awkward dilemma, as he was unfamiliar with the East Sea. What should he do? Contemplating this, he felt a headache coming on. Well, he resolved to find an island first, though the East Sea was often labeled the weakest sea. Primarily due to the frequent visits of the old man Garp, it also represented stability. This comparison was relative. The East Sea did indeed have pirates, but in comparison to the other three seas, they were relatively weak, with the formidable ones having already ventured forth. Among those who entered the New World, pirates hailing from the East Sea were exceedingly rare, most having been eliminated along the way due to insufficient strength. The weakness of the East Sea's pirates was precisely the reason it bore the title of the weakest sea. Nonetheless, pirates still existed, as Diaz soon encountered a crew preparing to venture into the Grand Line. "Captain, a small boat approaches. It appears to be lacking in riches," reported one of the pirates. "Looks poor, does it? Then let's sink it. Let those aboard learn that the sea is not an easy place." The captain waved dismissively, his demeanor akin to declaring a death sentence upon Diaz. "Fire the cannons." The pirates, filled with enthusiasm, ignited their artillery, eager to witness a scene painted in blood. Diaz gazed at the incoming cannonball, utterly speechless. Why do these pirates so relish attacking with artillery? Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity. Dragon Flash. He unleashed a chilling sword aura, effortlessly cleaving the cannonball in two. With a swift movement, he vanished from his ship and reappeared on the pirate vessel. "Since you have attacked me, surrender your heads." The dazzling light of his blade erupted aboard the pirate ship. Moments later, as he wiped the blood from his body and surveyed the corpses strewn across the deck, he remarked, "Indeed, the purity of the East Blue is lacking." In terms of strength, the pirates of the East Blue were indeed inferior. Their bounties hardly exceeded 20 million. With only the most formidable among them reaching such heights, he collected the valuable items from the ship, including the navigational charts. For traversing the seas necessitated accurate coordinates to alter course. Upon returning to his own vessel, he seized the charts and began his calculations. Having previously learned this skill from Don Quixote Doflamingo during his time with the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo placed great importance on the education of his subordinates. Buffalo, Baby, Five, Law, and Diaz were not only tasked with missions but also engaged in the pursuit of diverse knowledge. They honed their abilities in Rao-Ji's martial arts, Diamante's swordsmanship, Gladius's gunnery, and various intricate subjects, developing holistically. Doflamingo sought talents who excelled in both intellect and physical prowess. Regrettably, among his youthful subordinates, only Diaz and Law fulfilled this criterion. Doflamingo had intended to cultivate them as his future right-hand men, knowing that Rao-Ji and the others would inevitably age, necessitating successors. Although Law suffered from a rare illness, one could always hope for recovery. Alas, both of his promising prot-GS turned out to be traitors. After careful calculations, Diaz determined the course toward Logtown and navigated his small vessel steadily forward. The environment of the East Blue was significantly more favorable. The weather was clear, devoid of storms. The climatic conditions of the four seas were far superior to those of the Grand Line, lacking the capricious tempests and hail that were often unpredictable. Now, it was time for some underhanded dealings. He aimed to engage in a bloody accumulation of resources, preparing for the moment when he could take flight from this place. It was a pity that the Golden Emperor Tesalo had not yet risen to prominence. Otherwise, a direct partnership with him would have alleviated all financial worries in the future. With a sigh, he recalled that Tesalo had escaped from Mariejois years ago and was likely still not particularly wealthy. Perhaps he would revisit that prospect someday. Speaking of Tesalo, the man had recently disrupted Doflamingo's painstakingly organized auction. Doflamingo had anticipated rebounding from previous losses through this event, only for Tesalo to arrive and wreak havoc. Not only ruining the auction but also absconding with the highly sought-after Goto Gomu no Mi. This incited Doflamingo's wrath, yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the instigator. He lamented, "What has transpired these past 2 years? Why can I not succeed in anything? Where has my good fortune gone? Since encountering Diaz, it seems as though my luck has vanished. Could it be that Diaz is my nemesis? It is all Diaz's fault." Year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar. Diaz has matured another year in the East Sea. At the age of 14, he stands impressively at a height of 1.79 meters. With his hair styled in a manner befitting an adult, he is on the verge of surpassing the 180-centimeter mark, stretching lazily from the confines of his vessel. He purchases a newspaper, only to find that there are no significant headlines today. The articles merely recount tales of obscure pirates receiving bounties and the world government enacting yet more policies aimed at thwarting piracy. Diaz remains largely indifferent to such news, feeling that the 50 belly spent was a frivolous expenditure. Over the past year, he has mastered the moonwalk and paper drawing techniques, fully grasping the 6 styles, allowing him to traverse the East Sea with confidence. During this period, he managed to accumulate enough funds for another 100 consecutive draws. Out of these, only 3 abilities proved beneficial to Diaz: the superhuman strength that enables him to unleash power exceeding twice his own, the sadistic dagger, which inflicts double damage under conditions of poisoning or bleeding inflicted upon his foes, and the Sato's blade, along with a substantial block of carbonite alloy, which, if forged into a weapon, would undoubtedly produce a remarkable sword. However, to craft the carbonite alloy into a blade, he must seek out a skilled blacksmith. And that brings to mind the renowned swordsmith of Frostmoon Village. Diaz was aware that Shimatsuki Village was, in fact, the hometown of Roronoa Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. His mentor, Shimatsuki Koshiro, was the son of the renowned swordsmith Shimatsuki Kushiru of Wano Country. The latter was celebrated for forging 2 of the 21 great grade swords, Wado Ikamanji and Inma. While Wado Ikamanji is widely recognized, Inma is famed as the blade wielded by Kazuki Oden, reputed to have the power to even obliterate the underworld, leaving scars upon Kaido. However, it remains uncertain whether the swordsmith is still alive. Regardless, the immediate course of action is a visit to Shimatsuki Village. After determining the location, Diaz swiftly set sail toward Shimatsuki Village. Situated in the East Blue, Shimatsuki Village is merely an inconspicuous hamlet. Yet its architectural style stands in stark contrast to the typical East Blue aesthetics, imbued with a distinctly Japanese flair complete with ornate eaves, intricate brackets, and tatama mats, elements that the locals found entirely unremarkable. Upon stepping into this quaint village, Diaz initially believed he had entered the land of harmony, and indeed, it bore connections to it. It appears that Saba sh Getsu clandestinely fled from the land of harmony over 50 years ago and settled in the East Sea. At that time, sh Getsu village was not known by its current name. It was only later that it was renamed, possibly in relation to Saba sh Getsu himself. The Ishin Dojo, the sole dojo in sh Getsu village, is presided over by Shura sh Getsu, a mild-mannered middle-aged man sporting glasses and a warm smile. Draped in a kimono adorned with the sh Getsu family crest, he observes his disciples diligently practicing. Among them, one young boy with green hair, wielding 2 bamboo swords while awkwardly clutching a third in his mouth, causes him some concern. The 3-sword style is perhaps too advanced for the lad at this stage. He cannot help but nod when his daughter, Guena, walks in and announces, "Father, we have a guest." "Oh, I shall be right there," she replies, nodding as he joins his daughter and heading to the living room. Diaz knelt on the tatama mat, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. He was unaccustomed to such a posture and found it rather awkward. Observing this, Shiro chuckled, "If our guest is not at ease, please feel free to sit as you wish. There is no need for formality." "That would be quite rude," Diaz replied, adjusting himself into a cross-legged position and smiling. "Greetings, Master Isin. My name is Brant Diaz." "Diaz?" Shiro's slitted eyes opened briefly before closing again, a smile gracing his face. "I am aware of you. Guena, please prepare a pot of tea." "Certainly, father." "Are you not alarmed to meet the disgrace of the Navy?" "My reputation is rather poor," Diaz remarked with a smile. The gentle man before him seemed to have some connection to the Revolutionary Army, likely having sold the village's grain to Dorag and his associates, suggesting a friendship with them. "A month ago, a man mentioned you to me. He said you were quite a remarkable individual." "Oh, and what was his name?" "Fisher Tiger." "Has Tiger been here?" "It appears you indeed have ties to the Revolutionary Army," Diaz responded with a grin, surprised that Tiger had swiftly found his way to the revolution and joined their ranks. However, I merely found a buyer for the village's grain. That hardly constitutes a connection. Guena served the tea and glanced at the Muramesa beside Diaz. He inquired with a smile, "Are you interested in this?" "Yes. Are you a swordsman?" "No. This is merely a weapon. I do not confine myself to the sword. I can wield other arms as well, though I find this one to be the most comfortable." Guena hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, "I wish to challenge you. You give me a sense of strength greater than anyone I have ever faced." "Guena," Gungshiro admonished. "This is our guest. It is of no concern. Miss Guena is destined for greatness," Diaz remarked as he rose to his feet. "Though she is a girl, there are indeed female swordsmen upon the seas. Is that so? Are there any who hold the title of the world's greatest female swordsman?" Guena asked excitedly. Diaz scratched his face, reflecting on the current world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The only female swordsman he was aware of was Rear Admiral Tosaka, a remarkable figure who ascended to the rank of the youngest female Rear Admiral in the Navy without relying on the powers of a devil fruit. Her future undoubtedly holds the promise of a promotion to Vice Admiral, and she might even reach the esteemed position of Admiral. Her prowess is beyond question. I aspire to be like her. No, I shall become the strongest female swordsman in the world, Guena declared, clenching her small fist with determination. Thus, I wish to comprehend the gap between myself and others outside. Guena, do not be foolish. With a girl's physique, it is impossible to attain such a pinnacle, Yashiro implored. Not wanting his daughter to endure hardship, he understood that girls inherently possess less physical strength than boys, a disparity not easily bridged through mere effort. This was also the reason he was reluctant to let his daughter inherit the dojo. Diaz retorted, "You are mistaken, Mr. Gungshiro. You must understand that among the strongest individuals in the world today, there exists a remarkable woman, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the ruler of the Thailand Kingdom. Charlotte Linlin. Anything is possible." Upon hearing this, Guena's eyes sparkled with determination. Unable to withstand the conviction of the two, Gungshiro ultimately acquiesced, and, with a tone of earnestness, cautioned, "Guena, Mr. Diaz is not an ordinary man. He is exceptionally strong. I am aware that if I do not comprehend the extent of my own weaknesses, I cannot hope to grow stronger." Guena replied resolutely, "Haha, what a spirited girl you are. You would suit the Navy well, provided you can accept their notions of justice." Diaz laughed heartily as he joined the father and daughter at the dojo. Gripping a bamboo sword, Guena stood before Diaz, fully alert. "I am ready to begin. Here I come. Then let the match commence." With Gungshiro's declaration, Guena surged forward, wielding her bamboo sword with impressive speed. For an 11-year-old girl, her agility and strength were remarkable. Even an average adult would struggle to defeat her. Her attacks were fierce and rapid, yet Diaz, trained in the Ueno style, deftly anticipated and blocked each strike without flinching. Even the young Zoro was left astounded, witnessing how Diaz effortlessly deflected all of Guena's assaults, remembering that he himself had been bested by her 2001 times. What an infuriating enigma this man is. Is the disparity truly so vast? Guena felt a pang of bitterness within. Could it be that the gap between genders is indeed so pronounced? The voice of Diaz echoed, causing your breath to falter, an opening. A sword pressed against Guena's wrist, the pain forcing her bamboo sword from her grasp. By the time she regained her composure, Diaz's bamboo sword was already resting upon her shoulder. The match concluded, with Mr. Diaz emerging victorious. Guena lowered her head, her expression one of despondency. The gap in their skills was too vast. Diaz remarked, "You are quite strong, but your lack of combat experience is evident. Training is merely that, training. It is essential to remain composed during battle. Once the rhythm is disrupted, it can spell your end. A sword is a deadly weapon." "I understand," Guena replied, lifting her head with renewed determination. "I will not allow this to happen again." "Thank you, Mr. Diaz." "Wait," Zoro interjected, pointing at Diaz. "I want to challenge you too." The wild-haired Zoro had appeared. "Zoro, you cannot even defeat me, let alone Mr. Diaz," Guena admonished, urging Zoro to refrain from complicating matters. Zoro insisted, "I have grown stronger, and if I defeat him, it will prove I am stronger than you." Guena retorted, "You always lose whenever you say that." "That was a mistake," Zoro exclaimed. His face flushed. Diaz, intrigued, said, "Very well, let us see what you can do. It is quite amusing to challenge a younger Zoro. Let us proceed." "All right," Yagyu urged, recognizing Zoro's stubbornness and reluctantly agreeing to the challenge. The two began their match anew, with Zoro wielding dual swords, one clenched in his mouth. His three-sword style beginning to take shape. "Three-sword style? Foolish Zoro, how do you plan to execute that?" Guena called out. "I can do it," Zoro mumbled, launching his attack. Diaz shook his head. Compared to Guena, Zoro was full of openings, his body riddled with vulnerabilities. It was hard to believe this was the future pirate hunter. Yet, everyone has their childhood. Teasing a child like Zoro is rather entertaining, Diaz mused. The bamboo sword deflected the first strike, parrying another blade. And then the sword's tip touched Zoro's chest, sending him flying. Clutching his chest, a red mark appeared. "That hurt," he groaned, rising reluctantly. "How are you so strong?" "Practice more," Diaz replied with a smile. "With constant training, you will become strong one day." I have been working hard. Zoro protested. You are still young. I am several years your senior. There is a disparity in combat experience and strength, Diaz explained. One day, you will both become top-tier warriors of the world. There was no need to elaborate on Zoro, for Kuina's talent was formidable as well. If nothing unexpected occurred, she would undoubtedly become a powerful female swordsman. The match concluded, and Yagushiro escorted Diaz to the living room, where Diaz revealed his purpose. Producing a palm-sized piece of carbonite alloy, he stated. I am in search of an exceptional swordsmith who can forge this metal into a renowned blade. Yagushiro scrutinized the piece of alloy. Please excuse me for a moment. He rose and soon returned with a white-handled famous sword. The Great Blade, 19 forgings, and the wad, Ikamanji. Forgive my intrusion, he said, drawing the wad Ikamanji and striking forcefully. Clang. Sparks flew as the carbonite alloy was sent flying, landing nearby, without a single mark. Its hardness was astonishing. Even stronger than that of the wad Ikamanji, truly excellent material for crafting a renowned sword. His father was an excellent swordsmith, and Yagushiro had developed a discerning eye through his upbringing, quickly recognizing the extraordinary nature of the carbonite alloy. I understand your intention. My father is a swordsmith, but he has retired from public life. I cannot say if he would be willing to forge this blade. The good news was that Shimatsuki Village was still alive. It was uncertain, however, if he would be inclined to take on the task. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance. Please follow me, Yagushiro said, rising. Diaz secured the carbonite alloy and followed Yagushiro through the woods to a wooden cabin by the sea. Yagushiro knocked on the door. Father? Yagushiro? Aren't you at the dojo? What brings you here? The voice of an elderly man emerged from within. A disheveled figure with a bun and a furrowed brow stepped out, puffing on a pipe and exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Shimatsuki Village, the creator of the wad Ikamanji and the Inma, one of the finest swordsmiths in Wano. Yagushiro explained the situation and prompted Diaz to present the carbonite alloy. This metal is quite intriguing, Shimatsuki Village mused, stroking his chin. So, young man, what kind of sword do you desire? You may decide, Diaz replied. Shimatsuki Village chuckled. This is your material. I have never encountered such top-tier material before. It cannot go to waste. I can forge a sword for you, of course, according to your specifications. I want an unparalleled great blade. Such grand ambitions. The unparalleled great blade requires 12 forgeries, each one a top-tier renowned sword, and each is to be wielded by a master worthy of them. Do you truly believe you are deserving? The unparalleled great blade is not merely about the weapon. It also requires a worthy master. The sword shapes the wielder, and the wielder shapes the sword. They complement each other. The first-generation Kitetsu, forged by the legendary swordsmith Tengu Yamamoto, once belonged to one of Wano's greatest swordsmen, achieving fame comparable to Ryuma. The black blade, Yuru, was wielded by the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The Tsongyunshia was the great Naginata used by Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, throughout his life. Ace, the beloved sword of Gold, Roger, shares a commonality with these four unparalleled great blades. Each has a master renowned across the globe. They have cemented the reputation of the unparalleled great blade. This young man has quite the audacity, demanding an unparalleled great blade right from the outset. Diaz's gaze burned with intensity. If he were to pursue something, it must be done with utmost excellence. I demand the unparalleled great blade. I am worthy of it. I shall wield it to conquer the world. One day, my blade shall bring me renown. His laughter echoed with ambition. Ah, such spirit. This shall be my final masterpiece. Shuangyue Gungsan laughed heartily, admiring the audacious young man before him. With extraordinary materials and a remarkable individual, it was quite possible that the unparalleled great blade would indeed manifest under his guidance. He pondered whether the young scion of the Guangyue family was making proper use of his own blade. Observing the Muramesa at Diaz's waist, he drew it forth. Inspecting it closely, it was well maintained and could rival an exquisite blade. It was a splendid raw form. Father, what do you mean? Young man, are you a dual-wielding practitioner or a single-blade user? A single-blade user. Then let this blade serve as the foundation. With this material as support, it can undoubtedly become a great blade. Whether it transforms into the unparalleled great blade, however, depends on you. Shuangyue Gungsan proposed a plan, to which Diaz readily agreed, saying, That works for me. Very well, Gungshiro, prepare the materials. Young man, you shall remain here to assist for the next few days. Shuangyue Gungsan entered the wooden cabin with the Muramesa and the carbon alloy ingot. Gungshiro remarked, It appears father has consented. Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Gungshiro. Additionally, please refrain from allowing Miss Guena to climb ladders in the near future. Though it may seem absurd that someone of her caliber could perish from a fall, it is wise to exercise caution. Why is that? This is merely a suggestion. It would be best to heed it, lest you find yourself regretting it for a lifetime. Seeing Diaz's serious demeanor, Gungshiro acquiesced, I understand. Subsequently, Diaz and Shuangyue Gungsan began to forge the carbon alloy ingot. This substance, known for its high hardness, was also referred to as carbon steel. The dual blades of Deadpool were crafted from it. Outwardly ordinary, it was, in fact, forged from a toxic ore. Once embedded in a body, it could suppress cellular activity, easily extinguishing the life of an ordinary person, and even slaying those with extraordinary regenerative abilities, such as Wolverine and Deadpool himself. Though not as hard as vibranium or adamantium, it remained one of the most formidable metals known. Diaz and Shimatsuki Village spent an extensive period of time heating the metal until it glowed a vivid red. Each wielding a hammer, they struck the alloy block, remelting Murakumo and combining it with the carbon alloy. For an entire week, Diaz and Shimatsuki Village toiled almost without rest, their eyes bloodshot from fatigue. As Shimatsuki Village plunged the glowing blade into a specially prepared solution for quenching, he meticulously assembled the hilt and guard onto Murakumo, giving birth to a brand new sword. Now, give it a try, Shimatsuki Village urged, handing the newly forged Murakumo to Diaz. Grasping the sword firmly, Diaz gazed at its gleaming blade, which reflected his image, and plucked a strand of hair, exhaling gently upon the edge. In an instant, the hair was severed, a true testament to the blade's sharpness. Diaz ventured outdoors and effortlessly severed a large tree with a single swing, leaving a smooth and even cut. In terms of sharpness, it was truly formidable. Dragon Flash. The sword energy erupted, creating a chasm stretching over 20 to 30 meters, obliterating everything in its path. Shimatsuki Village stroked his beard and remarked, "You have yet to unleash the full potential of Murakumo. The carbon alloy in your hand is laced with toxins, which will prove invaluable if you injure your adversaries. Initially, I intended to forge a blade akin to Enma that could release the wielder's flowing spirit, but considering your physique, I feared you might be drained in the process. Enma has the tendency to autonomously unleash the user's armament haki, and if the wielder has not mastered it, they may soon find themselves drained to a husk. Given your physical condition, I refrained from such a design. However, with the carbon alloy combined with Murakumo and my forging techniques, we can replicate Enma's capabilities. Moreover, I preserved Murakumo's ability to exude droplets of water, which, when tainted with the carbon alloy's potent poison, will transform into toxic water. The carbon alloy and Murakumo's powers have been utilized to their utmost by me, rendering Murakumo a venomous blade. This knife is indeed coated in deadly poison. Fortunately, Diaz does not have a penchant for licking his blades. It seems the toxins of the carbon alloy, akin to snake venom, are only effective upon entering the bloodstream. Consuming them poses no threat. Thank you ever so much." Diaz sheathed his knife, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Ha ha ha, I shall not charge you for the forging. Let this blade become an unparalleled instrument of slaughter, young man. I have great faith in you." Shimatsuki Village patted Diaz on the shoulder, then stretched lazily. "Alas, my body cannot withstand such prolonged labor at my age. I shall retire for a while." With hands clasped behind his back, he entered his quarters, and shortly thereafter, the sound of thunderous snoring filled the air. Diaz, unable to suppress a yawn himself, realized he had not rested well these past few days. He settled beneath the eaves and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day, with gentle raindrops pattering against his face. Rubbing his eyes, he felt his stomach grumble. It was time to eat. Grabbing an umbrella, he made his way to Shimatsuki Village and enjoyed a meal at the Ichijendo dojo. As Diaz devoured an impressive spread, both Kana and Zoro were astounded by his voracity. How can he eat so much? They wondered. Gungsong chuckled. To eat well is a blessing. Drawing energy from food is a means of becoming stronger. I want to eat too, Zoro declared defiantly. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, determined to keep pace with Diaz, but after 3 bowls, he was left with a bloated belly, unable to consume another morsel. After their meal, he and Gungsong sat under the eaves sipping tea. Gungsong spoke earnestly, "Mr. Diaz, I am grateful for your previous guidance. My daughter nearly fell while climbing a ladder yesterday." The harrowing scene from the previous day had nearly frightened Gungsong to death. Kuina had climbed the rickety ladder to retrieve a whetstone, and had it not been for his timely arrival, she might have plummeted. The danger was intensified by a protruding nail on the floor beneath the ladder, the consequences of which could be dire. Though unsure how Diaz had come to know of the incident, Gungsong felt a deep sense of gratitude. "I understand. I will ensure she remains cautious," Diaz replied. "Mr. Gungsong, both Kuina and Zoro will undoubtedly grow into formidable swordsmen. You are fortunate to have such a daughter and disciple." Gungsong reflected on this. No longer troubled by Kuina's gender preventing her from becoming the strongest, all he wished was for her to grow up safely and healthily. Diaz rose and proclaimed, "They must ultimately witness the vastness of the world. Mr. Gung, the sword has been forged. Until we meet again." Until we meet again. Diaz bid farewell to Gung Saburo and the others, as Zoro shouted from behind, "Diaz, one day I shall defeat you. I await that day." Diaz waved his hand and departed from Frost Moon Village, drifting aimlessly in his small boat upon the East Sea. He touched the Pokemon egg that had remained unhatched for over half a year, wondering when it would finally break open. He had been waiting so long that the flowers of anticipation were nearly withering. The Pokemon egg wobbled slightly, seemingly responding to Diaz. Yet there were no signs of hatching. With no choice but to wait, Diaz pondered what kind of creature would emerge. He hoped for a legendary Pokemon, or at the very least, something akin to a bear, perhaps a Kapukakumo. After drifting for several days, Diaz anchored his vessel by a small island adorned with numerous orange trees, their branches heavy with ripe, golden fruit. He casually plucked one, peeled it, and popped it into his mouth. The sweet and tangy flavor was delightful. This is quite tasty. I should buy some, he mused. Acquiring fruit in the vast ocean was no simple feat, and typically, he would stockpile whatever he could find in his system's backpack, but oranges were a rare treat. Now, he had the opportunity to gather a bountiful supply. Hey, who are you? How dare you steal from my family's orchard, you little thief? Exclaimed a petite girl with short orange hair, clad in a white dress, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, appearing adorably fierce. I apologize, this orange looked delicious. Is this your orchard? I can pay for it, Diaz replied, bending down to offer a coin. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the currency. And with a satisfied grin, she said, well, you are quite perceptive. My family's oranges are the finest. How many would you like? I can have Belmir give you a discount. A whole bunch, please. By the way, what's your name, little miss? Nami. I'm called Nami. What do you think? Are you captivated by my beauty? Nami declared, striking a pose with her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. So this is Kokoyasi Village, thought Diaz. Nami appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old. Who would be enchanted by a flat-chested little girl of that age? You might be a stunning beauty in the future, with curves in all the right places. Until then, lead me to your guardian. I am quite the important customer. Diaz remarked, ruffling Nami's hair, appreciating its texture. Don't mess with my hair. It'll make me short. Nami retorted, and then, noticing the directional log on Diaz's wrist, she curiously asked, is that a compass? How intriguing. No, this is a log pose. It's an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. As Diaz strolled, he imparted nautical knowledge about the Grand Line to Nami, who had harbored a fascination for such subjects since her childhood and was quite the prodigy. She absorbed the information swiftly, posing numerous questions, some of which Diaz was unable to answer, as he was not a professional navigator. He produced a new log pointer from his system bag, a precaution he had taken after purchasing it on a nearby island to prevent the loss of his primary pointer. This was merely a backup, for he possessed several spares. Is this truly for me? Nami exclaimed, her eyes alight with enthusiasm for the log pointer, which, despite its current lack of utility for her, did not diminish her appreciation for it. Oh, it's nothing. I have more, Diaz replied. Nami, you exhibit considerable talent in meteorology, cartography, and navigation. You shall undoubtedly become a brilliant navigator in the future. I intend to chart the entire world, she declared. Given your perceptiveness, I might persuade Belmir to charge you a mere fraction less. Then I thank you, Miss Nami, he replied graciously. Upon arriving at Nami's residence, they found a woman with deep red hair, smoking while tending to her garden. Nami boasted, Belmir, I have found you a significant client. Upon seeing Diaz, Belmir's expression shifted momentarily before she smiled and beckoned him closer. Please wait a moment, she said, leading Nami inside. Diaz admired the vibrant flowers in the yard, appreciating the woman's zest for life. However, in an instant, Belmir emerged, aiming a gun at Diaz's head. Brando Diaz, you are the Navy's disgrace. Accused of betraying the Navy and obstructing the capture of the criminal fisher tiger, she declared softly, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Rather than intimidate Diaz, her sudden action startled the nearby neighbors, who, upon learning of Diaz's status as a wanted criminal, scurried into their homes, only to emerge wielding kitchen knives and hoes to support Belmir. It appears you hold considerable sway in this village. A weapon of standard Navy issue, a former Navy officer. I presume? Diaz remarked with a smile. Silence. Though I am retired, I will apprehend you and hand you over to the Navy, Belmir retorted. Once a formidable Navy officer, she had encountered a young Nojiko and the infant Nami during the conflict in the kingdom of Oikot. For their sake, she had left the Navy, returning home to raise them by cultivating oranges, leading a frugal life while striving to provide them with the best. Truly a decisive woman, Diaz mused, tilting his head and smiling at Nami. Brother, I am a good person, despite being wanted. A disgrace to the Navy, can one truly be a good person while aiding pirates? The East Blue is rather insular. While I am uncertain of how you acquired my wanted poster, have you not heard of Fisher Tiger? The hero who breached Mariejois and liberated thousands? I admire him. He does not deserve to perish at the hands of the Navy. Diaz was reluctant to engage in conflict with Belmir and the villagers of Kokoyasi. Is this your justification for betrayal? Is it insufficient? The Navy's righteousness appears rather narrow-minded to me. What do you know? A former Navy officer cannot endure such provocations. I find narrow-mindedness sufficient. Bang! The bullet flew and struck above Diaz's head with a resounding clang, as if it had collided with iron. Is that the 6 styles? Diaz pondered. Although Belmir had not mastered the 6 styles, she was somewhat familiar with them. I have mastered the iron body technique of the Navy's 6 styles. If all goes according to plan, they likely intend to groom me as a key asset. Diaz possessed a keen self-awareness, understanding from the attention bestowed upon him by Crane and others what they envisioned for him. Alas, their paths diverged. But you have betrayed them. Indeed. I find my current life quite comfortable. Though Belmir was formidable, raising 2 daughters had led to her long-term decline in training. Coupled with the struggles of poverty that often left her hungry, her strength had diminished, while she might have posed a challenge in her prime. She stood no chance against Diaz now. Diaz grasped the firearm firmly, exerting a forceful pull that bent the iron barrel, which he then casually discarded. Your oranges are quite remarkable. I wish to purchase some. If nurtured properly, this young girl Nami could become a genius navigator. Surely, you wouldn't want her to miss out on such an opportunity? I shall not sell them to you, Belmir retorted, assuming a defensive stance. If you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige. However, you stand no chance against me, and I harbor no desire to inflict harm upon you. Diaz shook his head. In his view, aside from pirates and despicable individuals who deserve punishment, ordinary people ought to be safeguarded. Do not harm Belmir. Take this back. I have no need for it. Nami interposed herself in front of Belmir, tossing the log pose back to Diaz. Utilizing the log pose, Diaz handed it back to Nami, grinning. You quite fancy this. Do you not? Nami, children are treasures of this world. I shall not harm them, nor any ordinary folk, including your mother. They engaged in a pinky swear. With Nami raising her little finger, Diaz extended his hand to join her in this vow. Pinky promise, sealed tight. For 100 years, it shall not change. A liar shall swallow 1,000 needles. With their pact established, the consequences for breaking it were dire. Just as Belmir was about to speak, a villager rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "This is terrible. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming." Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Diaz, who defended himself. Though I am wanted, I am not a pirate. It's all quite similar, Belmir remarked, perceiving that this young man bore no ill will. She recognized that she could not overpower him. Had it not been for her daughter, she might have fought him to the death. Now, however, she could only concede. Not even close. Diaz, filled with helplessness, heard gunshots in the distance. Shortly thereafter, a group of menacing pirates approached with a swagger that displayed their disregard for kinship. Ha ha ha, hand over all your valuables. I might spare your lives. Their arrogance was palpable. Diaz turned to Nami and remarked, "The ensuing scene is not suitable for children. Best not to look." Nami covered her eyes with her hands, leaving just a small gap between her fingers. Suddenly, Diaz vanished from her sight, and a chorus of anguish cries erupted. Within mere moments, several pirates lay lifeless on the ground, and the leader found himself ensnared by Diaz, who forcefully snapped his neck before discarding him on the earth. What a bunch of fools. With such feeble strength, they dare to call themselves pirates? They won't even make it into the Grand Line. How impressive, exclaimed Akane, the village security officer, who rushed over, astonished at Diaz's effortless dispatching of the pirates. He turned to Belmir and inquired, "Who is he?" "A wanted criminal," she replied. "What?" Akane gasped, taken aback. "A wanted criminal of such formidable prowess? How are we to confront him?" Trembling, he nonetheless summoned his courage. "Belmir, take Nami and Nojiko, and flee quickly. I will hold him off." "Thank you, Akane. But as it stands, he does not seem to be a villain. Everyone can disperse now. Akane, please gather a few people to bury these bodies." "Understood." Diaz turned his head and inquired, "By the way, who among you is willing to sell me some oranges? I am prepared to pay a handsome price." He brandished a wad of berries in his hand. Belmir's lips twitched as she responded, "You can't possibly be here merely to purchase oranges, can you?" "Of course. Your oranges are delectable," Diaz replied. Nami tugged at Belmir's sleeve and said, "He has tasted my family's oranges. I paid for them." Diaz added, "Indeed." Belmir let out a sigh and asked, "How many can you buy?" "All the oranges you have." "That would be excessive. You couldn't possibly consume them all. And I refuse to let you waste such exquisite fruit. Rest assured, I can eat them all. My appetite is substantial." Diaz patted his belly and declared, "Come on in." Upon sensing that Diaz posed no threat and acknowledging her inability to overpower him, she decided to shift her strategy and engage in business with Diaz. "My apologies for the intrusion." Stepping into the modest yet cozy abode, she noticed that Noki was seemingly absent, as her presence was nowhere to be found. As they settled on the sofa, Nami brought a glass of water. "Thank you," Diaz said as he took a sip, to which Nami chuckled and remarked, "That will be 50 berries. You little money grubber." 50 berries were tossed and landed in Nami's palm. "Profit made." "Thank you, generous big brother. Would you like a massage?" "No. Thank you. Your hands lack strength." Due to years of rigorous training, Diaz's muscles were quite firm, while this little girl struggled even to lift a small object. A self-massage would suffice, but perhaps a different kind of massage could be contemplated in the future. How stingy. Seeing that no tip would be forthcoming from Diaz, Nami began to inquire about nautical matters. Diaz generously unveiled a nautical chart and shared his knowledge with her. Observing the duo, Belmir sighed, uncertain whether engaging in this business was a boon or a bane. "Now, let us discuss the pricing." Diaz placed Bailey on the table, having acquired everything. It seemed sufficient. Whatever remained could serve as nourishment and educational expenses for Nami, along with a few suitable outfits. Diaz chuckled. "Nami is quite adorable." Belmir, holding Nami protectively, eyed him warily. "You don't have any peculiar preferences, do you?" "Firstly, I am not a pervert. Secondly, I am fond of voluptuous older women. And you do not fall within my considerations." "Ah, this man is truly insufferable. I am a remarkably charming mature woman. You're simply not my type." With a calm gaze, Diaz replied, "You, a 30-year-old matron." His words faltered as Belmare shot him a menacing look, as if she might devour him whole in the next moment. What about 30? A beautiful girl. In that instant, Diaz felt as if he might meet his end. Nami glanced at him sideways. "Humph, men. Where did you learn that?" "Don't mimic such phrases." Diaz playfully tugged at Nami's cheek. "That hurts." Nami slapped Diaz's face, leaving a red mark. The Straw Hat crew's first combat strength was beginning to take shape. "I'm going to pick oranges. Could you kindly look after Nami?" Belmare donned her sun hat, slung a basket over her shoulder, and left home, entirely unconcerned that Diaz would harm Nami. This man is a good person. While Belmare went to gather oranges, Diaz began to impart some nautical knowledge he possessed to Nami. True to her reputation as a genius navigator, Nami quickly grasped Diaz's teachings and applied them adeptly. "You're learning well. I have little more to teach you. You can continue your studies and expand your knowledge in the future." As he spoke, Diaz gently caressed his Pokemon egg. "Where did you get that?" Nami tilted her head curiously, gazing at the egg, which was larger than her own head. She mused that it might taste delightful if boiled, and inquired, "Are you planning to eat it?" Suddenly, the Pokemon egg seemed to sense danger and cracked open slightly. "Goodness, after so many months of inactivity, you emerged startled. Are you truly so timid?" With a series of cracks, more fissures appeared on the eggshell. Diaz's eyes widened as he carefully placed the egg on the sofa. Nami asked, "Is something hatching from inside? Is it a little bird?" "No. I'm unsure of what it is. I hope it's a cute little creature that can fight." They watched intently as the cracks multiplied, and inside, a small creature exerted itself to break free. Soon, a gray-green, blunt-horned little being emerged, flailing its tiny arms and presenting itself before Diaz and Nami. Upon seeing this little creature, Diaz was left utterly speechless. The creature possessed a skin of rock-like gray-green, topped with a long blunt horn, which it had used to crack the eggshell and emerge into the world. Its large red eyes sparkled like rubies, and its diminutive arms and feet each bore a single toe, appearing adorably clumsy. A diamond-shaped red scale adorned its belly, while 4 diamond-shaped black holes marked its waist. Its tail tapered to a point, surrounded by a ring of plate-like structures. This was a Larvitar, the juvenile form of the semi-legendary Tyranitar from the 2nd generation. Upon successfully evolving into Tyranitar, it would become the king of sandstorms. Seizing control of the weather is a mark of success. It is our duty to restore the glory of the sandstorm. While it is said to be easy to care for, with a diet of soil, Larvitar has a voracious appetite, having been known to consume entire mountains. Snorlax might be a glutton, but in comparison to Tyranitar, it pales. Ding. The Pokemon egg has hatched. The subsystem pet shop is now open. With the system S chime, 8 items sprang forth before Diaz's eyes. Cherry Berry, 1. 000 berries, cures paralysis. Applin Berry, 500 berries, resembles an apple, bursting with various flavors without a hint of bitterness. Golden Energy Cube, 5,000 berries, a premium energy cube. One of the finest foods for Pokemon, edible by humans as well. Standard Pokeball, 500 berries. I caught a Pokemon. Firestone, enables the evolution of certain fire-type Pokemon. Scanning through the offerings, he noted several products tailored for Larvitar, including energy cubes and berries, with some slots refreshing daily with different items, indicating the system had firmly set its sights on him. Larvitar would indeed become formidable upon evolution. But the reality was that this little creature could truly eat. Even if it only required soil, where would all that soil come from at sea? If he wished to avoid the prospect of this little one gnawing on him from hunger, spending money would be imperative. Yoji, Larvitar munched on its own eggshell, revealing its true gluttonous nature at such a tender age. Diaz cast a glance at the young Gyarados. Young Gyarados, attributes, rock ground, gender, male, ability, stamina, moves, tackle, leer, curse. Well, it shouldn't be able to harm me too much. With a stroke of luck, Diaz purchased an energy cube and placed it before the young Gyarados. Upon noticing the pile of energy cubes, the little creature sniffed, and its eyes sparkled with delight. Yoji. In mere moments, it devoured its eggshell, then dove into the energy cubes, its tiny feet wriggling with joy. What an adorable little creature. What is it? Nami inquired with curiosity. It is a young Gyarados, the offspring of the Sandstorm King, Diaz replied. Once it matures, it will become incredibly powerful. Really? It eats so quickly, it's finished. In a whirlwind. The heap of energy cubes was consumed, seemingly leaving the little one unsatisfied. It then took a bite out of Nami's floor, gnawing through it amidst her astonished exclamations, and began to munch on the very foundation of her home. Diaz swiftly lifted the small dinosaur overhead, declaring, "You cannot eat this." The young Gyarados appeared rather disheartened, its diminutive limbs patting its belly, which suggested it had not yet satiated its hunger. The rumors of it consuming an entire mountain seemed to hold some truth. However, everything the young Gyarados ingested would accumulate into energy. Once it had gathered sufficient nourishment in this form, it would evolve into its pupal stage, transforming into a Sand Gyarados. In this stage, it is incapable of consuming food until it evolves into a Banshee Gyarados. Nevertheless, the nourishment required by Gyarados in this form is substantial. The notion of consuming a mountain likely represents merely the minimum sustenance necessary for evolution, barely crossing the threshold for transformation. To cultivate an exceptional Banshee Gyarados, one must invest considerable resources. The appetite of a Snorlax pales in comparison to that of the elder Gyarados. Rest assured, you shall not go hungry. What I consume, you shall also partake, Diaz assured, thumping his chest confidently. He produced a red and white Pokeball and inquired, "Are you willing?" "Gyre, Gyre." The young Gyarados enthusiastically nodded. Pressing its tiny hand against the button of the Pokeball, its form enveloped in a crimson light as it was drawn inside. The Pokeball shook symbolically 3 times before coming to a halt. "I have captured the young Gyarados," he proclaimed, striking a classic pose reminiscent of the wise old sage. However, he was no fool. He had released or relocated numerous Pokemon. "You've put it in a ball," Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening. The events of the day had surpassed any grand spectacle she had witnessed in her memory. Diaz released the young Gyarados and brought it to a clearing. Pointing at the soil and instructing, "Eat." The young Gyarados eagerly dove into the ground, voraciously consuming the earth, swiftly burying itself. It had learned to bite and had acquired the ability to dig. Remarkably, it had mastered 2 skills in such a short time. However, upon reflection, both skills were related to feeding, which mitigated his surprise. After all, his old class had its specialists, making survival in this world a tad easier. If Gyarados pursued a special attack path, it could learn a plethora of moves from various types, thereby broadening its offensive capabilities: Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Water Tail, Ice Punch, Flamethrower, Blizzard, and more. Even though it was a Rock Dart type, this would not hinder its ability to learn such diverse techniques, making it formidable in battle. Once a sandstorm commenced, it would reign as the king of sandstorms. First, however, the young Gyarados needed to evolve, and it was imperative to maximize its nutritional intake. Only then could it evolve into a more powerful Gyarados. The Everstone could suppress the light of evolution in the Pokemon that bore it, preventing them from evolving. Diaz intended to acquire one, but upon discovering the price of 10 million berries, he felt it was an outrageous demand. "System, is there a quicker way to make money?" Gritting his teeth, he decided to wait and save up before proceeding. Just then, the ground beneath him became loose, and he suddenly fell into a large pit. He spotted the young Gyarados resting in the pit, patting its slightly rounded belly, appearing quite satisfied. In such a short span, it had consumed an amount of soil equivalent to the size of a room. Could he truly afford to care for this little creature? Diaz once again found himself questioning his financial situation. Suddenly, a small Kyurus, approached with its short legs, leaping into Diaz's embrace, clearly fond of its owner. Weighing 72 kilograms, the little creature was manageable for Diaz. Most individuals would struggle to lift such a hefty companion. In this world, the majority possessed the physique of extraordinary individuals, and not only Kyurus but even the diminutive Starcloud could be effortlessly cradled. Having satisfied its appetite for the moment, Diaz suggested they return. Clutching Kyurus, he bounded out of a large pit, which, after collecting some water, could potentially house fish. Nami stood by the edge of the pit, and Kyurus waved its tiny arms at her, exuding an adorable charm. Newly born, it bore none of the menacing traits of a Bangilas, instead appearing utterly delightful. "How charming," Nami mused, eager to hold it. However, Diaz promptly intervened, stating, "It's too heavy. You likely cannot lift it yet." "How is that possible? It's so small," Nami retorted, refusing to believe. Seeing her determination, Diaz placed Kyurus on the ground. Nami crouched down, extending her arms to lift the creature. 1, 2, 3. She counted again. 1, 2, 3. Her face reddened with effort, yet she still could not lift it. How is this possible? This little one is so tiny. I've mentioned before, Kyurus is quite heavy. Despite its size, its body density is considerable. He tapped on Kyurus' gray-green shell, producing a sound akin to metal. "Is this a joke? I feel this little one is heavier than I am. Not just a feeling, it's true." Diaz effortlessly cradled the small dinosaur, saying, "Now, let us wait for Miss Belmare to return, after which I shall take my leave." "Are you really leaving so soon?" "Indeed. I have no desire to be caught by the Navy, though they would struggle to apprehend me," Diaz replied. Before long, Belmare arrived with the assistance of several villagers, carrying baskets filled with oranges. "This should be enough for you," she announced. Previously, it was sufficient. Now well. Suddenly, Kyurus leaped from Diaz's arms into the basket, gleefully snatching an orange in each hand and devouring them without pause. "Fruit after a meal, my master is so kind to me. I must strive to grow stronger in order to repay him. Such is the nature of Pokemon. Kindness begets reciprocity. Is this your pet?" "Yes, just recently born." Diaz gazed at the little dinosaur, which had already polished off an entire basket of oranges, grinning back at him. "Ah, no cavities," he noted. "This Pokemon has a robust set of teeth, as it primarily consumes soil and minerals." Diaz lifted the large wooden crate filled with oranges with one hand, while young Corrales eagerly volunteered to help by taking a few oranges from Nami, wishing to lighten Diaz's burden. "How adorable." Nami felt a pang of reluctance as she watched Corrales, who swiftly devoured an orange and waved at Nami, exclaiming, "Yoji, Yoji, we shall meet again. By the way, Nami, if you ever encounter a little brat named Momonosuke, do not be deceived by his appearance. Throw him into the sea at the first opportunity. That fellow is no good. And you must be cautious of anyone named Momonosuke, even if they're just a child." Why? There is no reason. Anyone named Momonosuke cannot be trusted. With much caution and insistence, Diaz bid farewell to Nami and her family. As they walked along the path, Corrales struggled to keep pace with Diaz's long strides. Diaz slowed his pace, waiting for Corrales to catch up. Curiously, Corrales stopped frequently to explore their surroundings. Upon reaching the seaside, they spotted a group of Navy soldiers arriving at Kokoyasi Village. That's him, one villager exclaimed, pointing at Diaz. He's the wanted pirate. Ah. So it was a case of whistleblowing? Not everyone is fearless when it comes to wanted criminals, especially someone like Diaz, whose bounty was quite substantial. The Navy was led by a colonel wearing a rat hat, sporting a pair of small mustaches and a narrow, cunning gaze that exuded a sense of treachery. This must be the rat colonel. If he had not rescued Tiger, Arlong would eventually come to Kokoyasi Village, and this rat colonel would be bribed by Arlong. Turning a blind eye to the village's plight, a corrupt Navy officer conspiring to seize the 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly gathered. The rat colonel stroked his mustache with a sly grin, saying, "Hehehe, Diaz, you dare tread into my domain, heaven had a way for you. Yet you chose to enter hell without invitation. Since you are here, do not expect to leave alive. Who gave you the audacity?" Corrales glared defiantly. Yoji, the fierce little dinosaur, startled several Navy men, prompting a grunt from the rat colonel as he commanded an attack. All right, Corrales is not yet suited for battle. I shall take over. Diaz set down the oranges, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the sight of the Navy soldiers. The rat colonel only heard a series of screams as his men fell to the ground, some unconscious, others writhing in pain. Now, it's just you left, Colonel, Diaz said, gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. Quite bold of you to grow complacent in such a tranquil place of the East Sea. Neglecting your training while indulging in corruption. No one dares to confront you, but alas, you have crossed paths with me. Spare me. Spare me. The rat colonel trembled, attempting to pry Diaz's hand from his throat, but his strength was no match for Diaz. The grip tightened, and he felt death beckoning him. Crack. With a snap of his neck, Diaz discarded the colonel's lifeless body as if it were mere refuse, turning to the terrified villagers seated on the ground. Corrales. Bite him and toss him away. Yoji. Corrales scampered forward, sinking his teeth into a villager's leg, causing the unfortunate soul to scream and uncontrollably fly through the air. Corrales spat out the blood, finding the taste unsatisfactory, and quickly ate a couple of mouthfuls of dirt to cleanse his palate before looking expectantly at Diaz. Well done. Diaz praised. Tossin' with Diaz at the helm, he declared. Our next destination is the kingdom of Goya, where the nobility are affluent, yet many of them are scoundrels. Ukilas, somewhat puzzled and feeling a pang of hunger, rubbed his belly. Diaz, feeling somewhat helpless, purchased a large quantity of energy cubes and arranged them on the deck. Young Giratina, brimming with excitement, dove into the energy cubes and indulged heartily. Picking up a golden energy cube, Diaz popped it into his mouth. The taste was a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, and upon consuming it, he felt a surge of energy within him. Remarkably, this little creature seems to feast better than I do. These energy cubes are indeed consumable by humans, as they are crafted from fruits. Continuing their journey by ship, they arrived at Windmill Village in the kingdom of Goa, located in the East Sea. This quaint village is the hometown of the naval hero Garp, as well as Drago and Luffy. Not far away lies the kingdom of Goa, renowned as the most beautiful nation in the East Sea. Its interior impeccably pristine and extraordinarily lovely. In reality, however, it is merely a place where the nobility and royalty have meticulously eliminated unnecessary elements, casting refuse and some commoners beyond the city's uncertain boundaries. This nation stands as a successful exemplar of a segregated society. The decay of the aristocracy and the ignorance of the royal family make the continued existence of this kingdom nothing short of miraculous. Windmill Village, a serene and picturesque hamlet, imparted a sense of tranquility to Diaz, with young Giratina perched upon his shoulder, nodding earnestly. Gurgle. Hunger struck again. Apologetically clutching his stomach, Diaz remarked, "Let us go and dine." Yep. They ventured into the village's sole tavern, which was bustling with patrons. "Welcome. What may I serve you?" The homely beauty, Marcy, greeted Diaz and young Giratina with a warm smile. "This little one and I are quite famished, dear proprietress. Please bring us a generous assortment of dishes, for we have hearty appetites." Yep. Young Giratina raised its hand, affirming the statement. "Very well, please place your order." Marcy handed the menu to Diaz, who eagerly deliberated. This, and this. "Are these the three you desire?" Marcy inquired. "None of these. Please serve one of everything else." "Oh?" Marcy was taken aback. "With so many patrons, will you be able to finish all this?" "Fear not. I possess a robust appetite. And this little one can eat abundantly as well." Yep. Young Giratina posed with its hands on its hips, exuding confidence. Amused by its adorable demeanor, Diaz nodded and said, "All right, please allow a moment. I shall instruct the chef to prepare." Before long, dishes began to arrive one after another, and Diaz and young Giratina immersed themselves in their meal. Crunch, crunch. Young Giratina consumed even the plates themselves, startling both Marcy and the other guests. "Is it all right for it to eat like this?" one guest inquired. No worries, Diaz replied, cheeks full, swallowing his food. It is quite impressive. There is no cause for concern. Please, bring another table's worth of dishes. Ah, certainly. With only one chef in the kitchen, Marcy also went to assist. Diaz and Eukilis consumed their meals swiftly, leaving the chef and Marquino quite occupied. Satisfied, they patted their bellies. The dishes were simple home-cooked fare, yet delightful in flavor. Imbued with a sense of warmth reminiscent of home. Madam, the bill, please. Diaz, having finished his meal and paid the bill. Along with the cost of the plate devoured by his companion, the young Kiras, they both strolled out of the tavern, patting their bellies in satisfaction. Well, Kiras, now that we are well fed, it is time for us to get to work. Kiras nodded in agreement. After inquiring with a villager about the direction of the capital of the Goya kingdom, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they were approached by a robust elderly man clad in a floral shirt and flip-flops, his hair graying at the temples. It was none other than the naval hero, Iron Fist Garp. Good heavens, the old man is back from vacation. Garp exclaimed. Youngster, why do I feel you look somewhat familiar? He inquired, stroking the beard on his chin. Diaz was drenched in cold sweat. Clinging to a glimmer of hope as he exclaimed, we have never met. Garp scrutinized him closely and suddenly realized, isn't this Diaz? He had been recognized. Grabbing the young Kiras, he turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. With swift movements akin to a flash of light, he executed a technique with remarkable precision. Although his mastery of the 6 styles was commendable, it was still insufficient before the old man. Garp's feet struck the ground, causing the earth to sink beneath him, propelling him like a cannonball towards Diaz in the blink of an eye. Winky face, oh dear. Is this still a human? Allow me to witness the fruits of your training. A fist the size of a sandbag descended towards Diaz's head with tremendous force. Diaz's body seemed to lack bones. As pliable as a sheet of paper, propelled by Garp's powerful punch, he was hurled backward. Young Giratina, return. He commanded, retrieving the creature into its pock ball. The Muramesa unsheathed. With a clang it met Garp's fist, yet it felt perplexingly solid despite lacking any intimidating aura. Shocked, his mind raced for an escape. Against Garp, retreat was the only option. But did he truly have that chance? Do not look around during battle. Garp charged, and Diaz's jade shield unfurled. Garp's fist collided with it, shattering the shield as if it were mere tissue, and the force of the blow sent Diaz crashing into the ground. He coughed up blood. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Indeed, Garp was a naval hero. The sun warmed him, igniting a slow recovery through photosynthesis while he adjusted his breathing. The ripple energy also mending his wounds. Clambering out of the pit, he found Garp looming over him, lifting him as one might a chick. You've trained well. But what a pity, if only you were a Marine. Diaz chuckled resignedly, it's simply not feasible. The actions of the Marines do not align with my values. You have poor luck to encounter me, Garp remarked. As a Marine, I shall take you back to headquarters. He continued. Your betrayal has not sat well with Shaki and Zephyr. I apologize, Diaz responded, but I firmly believe that Tiger should not have died. Your opinion is irrelevant. And mine holds no weight either, Garp retorted, grasping Diaz's arm and pulling him along. The tides had turned. Now it was Diaz being dragged away. With no means to resist, he resigned himself to Garp's bullying. Under the watchful eyes of many, Garp ascended the mountain with Diaz in tow, chatting as they walked. I'll introduce you to my grandchildren. Let them witness the fate of a pirate. I am not a pirate. I am merely a wanted man, Diaz protested. Do not conflate me with them. Indeed, but do assist me. My 2 grandsons are rather unruly, ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily, seemingly struck by a thought. Diaz insisted. Please release me. I can walk on my own. That won't do. What if you run away? I could never outrun you, he conceded. Garp released him, and the 2 ascended the mountain together. Along the way, Garp inquired about Diaz's reasons for betrayal. Is it simply because you believe Tiger should not have perished? Of course. He saved so many lives, Diaz replied. He was a hero. Your words carry no weight, nor do mine, Garp stated. Those celestial dragons are a disgrace. They create messes and expect us Marines to clean them up. It's infuriating, a bunch of worthless fools. Suddenly, he seemed to recall that he shouldn't speak so openly and waved his hand dismissively. Forget what I just said. Consider it unspoken. Do you think information can be retracted? Diaz mused. Garp, a terrifying figure among those who could openly criticize the celestial dragons, decided to overlook Diaz's actions, noting, what is the situation with that warship at the harbor? He contemplated letting Diaz go. Although his betrayal stung, it was hard to deny the truth in his words. A pity that Tiger is gone. Oh, it was taken from a rogue Marine. He shared about Colonel Mouse's misdeeds. Garp spat disdainfully. Such complacency breeds corruption. It seems East Blue is in need of some reform. Upon reaching the summit, they arrived at a quaint wooden cabin where a middle-aged woman with yellow curls was hanging laundry, cursing as she smoked. Where have those 2 rascals, Ace and Luffy, run off to now? Big sis, they went hunting. The mountain bandits' lunch had been provided by Ace and Luffy's efforts. Hey, Dayton, Garp called out, startling her into sitting down abruptly. Mr. Garp? Where are my beloved grandchildren? They have gone hunting. I see. Yes, indeed. They must train diligently to become excellent Marines. Ha ha ha. Truly, they are my grandchildren. Garp crossed his arms and nodded sagely, clearly pleased with their pursuits. No, they aspire to become pirates. Dayton and her companions silently lamented. Diaz silently scoffed at the absurdity of training a band of mountain bandits to become the Navy, resulting in the emergence of pirates. It was utterly vexing. Ace and Luffy, one the son of the Pirate King, and the other the offspring of the world's most notorious criminal, both bore remarkable identities. Garp could only stand idly by. If the Navy were to discover their true lineage, they would undoubtedly face perilous circumstances, were it not for their significant backgrounds. Garp would have taken his grandsons to the military camp, where they would have been immersed in the naval life from a young age, making it peculiar if they did not become sailors. Mr. Garp, this lad is Diaz, Dayton thought anxiously, fearing that Garp might leave another child in her care. No, please. 2 mischievous brats are already enough to handle. Once a junior in the Navy, he now found himself confronted with unexpected challenges. Indeed, and they even gave me a good thrashing. My chest still aches. Though the injury was gradually healing, discomfort lingered. Dayton sighed in relief, thinking she was spared from yet another edition. Dayton, we're back. I want meat. 2 large wild boars were unceremoniously dropped at the doorstep as the 2 children leaped down from the tree, one sporting freckles and the other donning a signature straw hat. Upon seeing Garp, they were taken aback. Old man. Grandpa, what brings you here? Bang, bang. Ace, call me Grandpa. And you, Luffy, why shouldn't I be here? I've come to visit my beloved grandsons. Garp playfully thumped both boys, eliciting their cries of delight. Diaz gazed deeply at Luffy, who was writhing on the ground in pain. The rubber fruit. No, it is the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form. After shouting about the rubber fruit for over 1,000 episodes, it unexpectedly transformed into the Nika fruit. Only Chopper has ingested the original version of the human fruit. What a fall from grace, dear friends. Old man, who is he? Ace asked, clutching the bump on his head, sensing that this individual might be formidable. He is a wanted criminal pursued by the Navy, and you should address me as Grandpa, Garp remarked, digging at his nose with his pinky. A wanted criminal? Is he a pirate? Do you know Shanks? Luffy inquired excitedly. Diaz replied, I am not a pirate, nor do I know the red-haired one. Moreover, there is nothing commendable about being a pirate. Not at all. Pirates embody true freedom. I aspire to become the Pirate King, little Luffy declared, striking a heroic pose. And then, well, I will devour copious amounts of meat. Very well, it is only fitting that your thoughts revolve solely around the Pirate King and meat. The beauty of the Empress pales in comparison to 2 pieces of meat in his eyes. I have always believed that the Pirate King deserves to perish. Diaz's words made Ace clench his fists. Pirates pillage and plunder, committing heinous acts. Even if freedom obscures their crimes, it cannot hide their inherent brutality and bloodlust. Pirates? Merely a band of scoundrels. That is not true, Luffy retorted, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. I don't care. Pirates are the mightiest in this world. Just like Shanks. Bang. A sizable bump formed on Luffy's head as Garp fumed. You little rascal. Are you under Shanks' spell? You and Ace are destined to become formidable members of the Navy. You cannot become a pirate. Beware, or I shall cleanse the ranks. It hurts. It hurts. Why? Despite being made of rubber, can my grandpa's fist still cause me pain? Luffy cried out, Ace stepping protectively in front of his younger brother. You old coot. Do not bully Luffy. You want to even call me Grandpa? You little brat. Diaz, teach Ace a lesson. Show him the gap between the 2 of you. No, why should I be the one to discipline my grandson? Reluctantly, Diaz rolled up his sleeves and said, I will go easy on you. Aren't you a wanted criminal? I was once a member of the Navy, but due to certain circumstances, I was marked as a fugitive. However, I despise pirates and the Pirate King. Because of his final words, the people of this world have endured too much suffering. Ordinary individuals struggle to survive, while pirates exacerbate their hardships. Diaz's words rendered Ace silent, yet he still raised the pipe in his hand. I don't care what you think. Luffy and I will set sail to become pirates. I will become the Pirate King. No, it will be I who becomes the Pirate King, Luffy exclaimed, tears and snot flowing freely. Fool. Ace brandished the pipe and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike, but Diaz raised his hand to catch it effortlessly. What? I will make you aware of the disparity between us. Even if you're Garp's grandson, I will give you a thrashing. If you lose, you shall join the Navy. Absolutely not. Ace exerted force, attempting to wrench the pipe away, but it remained motionless. Garp, seated on the ground, remarked, Ace. Diaz was already braving the seas at Luffy's age. He has experienced countless battles. After joining the Navy's rookie camp, he mastered the 6 styles, graduated early, and became the youngest lieutenant in the Navy. The gap between you 2 is quite significant. Humph. Ace, unwilling to concede, relinquished the pipe and engaged Diaz in close combat. Too slow. There are openings everywhere. Diaz seized the water pipe, instantly discerning Ace's vulnerabilities, and struck Ace's abdomen with it. Boom. Ace was propelled backward, crashing into a tree, which swayed under the impact, shedding countless leaves. Coughing, he stood up while clutching his belly, and charged forward once more. Diaz discarded the water pipe and engaged Ace in close combat. One must say, as the son of the Pirate King, Ace possessed extraordinary talent. Coupled with the rigorous upbringing by Garp and the robust physique forged through battles against beasts in the mountains, Ace, at merely 12 or 13 years of age, was stronger than many pirates in the East Blue. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Diaz tilted his head, evading Ace's punch, and landed a cannon fist squarely on Ace's chest, sending him reeling backward once more. Damn, how can he be this strong? Diaz remarked. This is the disparity between us. Without systematically learning combat skills, relying solely on innate talent and a naturally gifted physique will ultimately lead you nowhere. You have lost. Again, Ace exclaimed. In an instant, Diaz was before Ace, his hand gripping his throat. He lifted Ace into the air, the sensation of suffocation pervading his entire being. Tell me, Diaz demanded. Do you aspire to become a pirate? Of course, Ace rasped. In that case, Diaz retorted, to prevent you from endangering ordinary people, it would be justifiable to eliminate you. Wouldn't it? I will, Ace choked out, become the Pirate King. Diaz's grip tightened, Ace's face flushed crimson, and his legs flailed in desperation as the shadow of death loomed over him. Let him go, Diaz, Garp interjected. That's enough. Humph, Diaz scoffed, releasing Ace. Pirate? Why become a pirate? For the sake of a chimerical grand treasure? Utterly laughable. You and your ideals strike me as ludicrous, just like the Pirate King himself. What gives you the right to deride the Pirate King? Ace retorted, harboring both animosity and admiration for his father. The Pirate King, Diaz sneered, accomplished an unattainable feat. Ushering in the Great Pirate Era, Diaz crouched down, grasping Ace's hair, and coldly remarked, a significant portion of today's pirates owe their existence to him. Have you witnessed the anguished cries of those who have lost loved ones to pirates? Have you seen the villages engulfed in flames? Have you encountered the grotesque remains of bodies, disemboweled and left to rot in the wilderness? Have you observed young girls, much like yourself, subjected to the vile indignities wrought by pirates? You have not. I have, and it resembles hell itself. The era of great pirates, ignited by Roger, was purportedly an opportunity for the world, waiting for Joy Boy and such notions, but Diaz held no interest in these reasons. All he understood was that, because of Roger, countless pirates flooded the seas, and it was the ordinary people who bore the agony. A band of marauders, devoid of productivity, resorting to theft when they lack funds. Indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, living on the edge, yet believing themselves to be invincible, it's utterly laughable. You care little for these matters. Your only concern is whether you can set sail and become a pirate. Diaz's words silenced Ace, who found himself bereft of any counter-arguments. Only that fool Luffy shouted. I don't care about any of this. I want to become the Pirate King. Luffy. Garp was infuriated, ready to unleash his fist of love, when Ace once again stepped in front of his brother. Old man, is what he said true? What? Is it wrong to want to be the Pirate King? From the perspective of ordinary people and the Navy, indeed it is. Garp scratched his head, growing solemn. Roger's actions were unforeseen by us. It was precisely due to his final words that the number of pirates flooding the seas in recent years has multiplied several times over. And the Navy has been busier than ever. And what is your view? Of course it's wrong. Had I known he would do this, I would have made sure to beat him to death while in prison. Garp snorted, acknowledging that regret was futile. But I still want to be a pirate. That goes without saying. I will take you down right here. Diaz sharpened his blade, while Luffy swung his tiny fists. As Luffy lunged forward, Diaz caught his punch and tossed him aside. Ace. Garp was on the brink of madness, wondering whose stubbornness this was. I am the son of the Pirate King. Is it not natural for me to become a pirate? The words fell, and the Dayton bandits turned pale with fear. Diaz drew his sword. The son of the Pirate King? Garp, you've truly prepared a grand surprise for the Navy. Ha ha. Garp awkwardly waved his hands. It's nothing, nothing at all. I wasn't complimenting you. This farce concluded with Garp's intervention. Ace remained dejected, while Luffy attempted to continue his tussle with Diaz. However, Diaz threw a piece of meat, and Luffy chased after it. Such a dim-witted spectacle. How did Garp produce a son as intelligent as Dragon? And how did Dragon father a fool like Luffy? Did the entire intelligence of the monkey family reside with Dragon? That night, a group gathered around a bonfire, feasting on roasted meat. Garp chewed thoughtfully while listening to Diaz recount his recent encounters with pirates. Ace, puzzled, asked, what if there are good people among pirates? Good people? Out of 10 pirates, 9 are undoubtedly guilty, and 1 might be wrongfully condemned. Ask Garp how many good people he has caught over the years. Diaz sneered. Ace glanced at Garp, who crushed the meat and bones between his teeth, replying, not many. You could count them on one hand. Pirates are all scum, though they can't compare to the celestial dragons. Just as Garp stated, pirates are indeed a wretched lot, and the principle of not letting the guilty go unpunished applies to them as well. Young Kira's and Luffy fought over the meat, with Luffy being sent flying by young Kira's, who gleefully gnawed on the morsel. That's mine. Yoji. Young Kira's employed a biting technique, proving remarkably effective. Luffy cried out in pain, but, driven by his hunger, endured the discomfort to snatch food from young Kira's mouth. But what if they kill the wrong person? The moment he raises a knife against you, he has already sealed his fate. If you choose this path, you must be prepared for death. Haha. Ace. This kid Diaz has a far greater awareness than you two. He possesses his own judgment. Is becoming a pirate truly that appealing? Garp posed the question to his grandson. Although he was the child of his rival, Ace remained his grandson, a fact that had never changed. It was absolutely not about taking advantage of Roger, not at all. Of course, being a pirate is wonderful. Freedom. I want freedom. Aren't you free now? Diaz replied, Garp, sir, aside from preventing you from becoming a pirate. He hasn't interfered with you. He hasn't altered your will. You can go wherever you please. To the world government. You are the child of a demon. Garp, sir, just wants you to be part of the Navy to protect you better. Can't you see his good intentions? Do you not realize the risks involved in having a Navy hero protect the child of the Pirate King? You wouldn't want to see Garp, sir, dismissed and dragged to the gallows, would you? It would be utterly ironic for a Navy hero who spent his life pursuing the Pirate King to perish because he raised the son of a pirate. Of course, that was impossible. Garp was a Navy hero, a pillar of the Navy. Neither the Celestial Dragons nor the Gorosei dared to touch him. Should they attempt it, the Navy would collapse, and it would not be easy to restore it. Ace clenched his fists, calling Garp an old fool, yet he was his grandfather. Ace, you are free. Your mother sacrificed her life for you to survive. I want you to join the Navy, to live openly in this world. The old man spoke with earnestness, wishing to steer his grandsons away from the path of piracy. How many good pirates could there be? If Ace and Luffy were to become pirates one day, he might indeed have to cleanse his own ranks. Scoundrels do not deserve sympathy, but family is different. If that day were to come, he would find it impossible to raise his fists against his own grandsons. Even a Navy hero has his vulnerabilities. Old man, he lowered his head, remorseful. If Sabo were still alive, I could entrust my dreams to him, but I will carry Sabo's wishes forward. Sabo. Garp remembered that boy, the sworn brother of Ace and Luffy, who also dreamed of setting sail, only to perish not long ago in the kingdom of Goa. Diaz cradled the small dinosaur that had been competing with Luffy for food, offering it a plate of energy cubes. Sabo? Is he the blonde boy clad in blue with goggles on his hat? He inquired. You know, I merely encountered a group of revolutionaries on the road, and among them was an injured, amnesiac boy from the East Blue who only remembered his name was Sabo. Diaz rambled, his words causing Ace's eyes to widen and even Luffy to pause his eating. Sabo, is he still alive? Perhaps, but I can't be certain. The revolutionaries? Garp scoffed, that ungrateful child. If that's the case, Sabo should be safe, alongside Luffy's father. Luffy's father? Huh? I have a father? Ace and Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Garp replied, your father is Monkey D. Dragon, a revolutionary. I heard that the tiger Diaz rescued is also involved with them. TCH, what a troublesome bunch gathered together. Hey, Diaz, didn't you rush in? I couldn't match their strength. What nonsense. Dragon's power is conservatively estimated to be on par with an admiral. After all, Garp trained him personally. How could he be weak? If you truly encountered him, you'd just end up being toyed with. Your strength is indeed a bit lacking compared to theirs. I heard you've awakened Conqueror's Haki? Yes, but I don't know how to use it. Diaz lamented. Conqueror's Haki is an enigmatic force. Though awakened, its application eludes me. Mr. Garp, could you teach me? Garp, regarding Roger, found it hard to believe he couldn't utilize Conqueror's Haki. Most top-tier fighters could wield it. Otherwise, he would be weaker than Roger in battle, making it impossible for him to chase Roger across the seas. Conqueror's Haki is guided by instinct. It is an extension of will, something like that. A formidable aura emanated from Garp, causing Ace's expression to change dramatically, while nearby. Dayton and her group succumbed to Garp's Haki. I don't particularly enjoy using Conqueror's Haki. I prefer the comfort of armament Haki, Garp stated. However, I can teach you how to use armament Haki. It was a universally acknowledged truth that Garp was the strongest in armament Haki, his iron fists having dealt Roger quite a beating, although their strengths were evenly matched. All right, Diaz eagerly agreed. How's your training with iron block? It's going well. I can block bullets without issue. Come on. Garp rose, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, the quickest way to master it is to take a beating. You'll get the hang of it as you go along. That's how I did it back in the day. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of wails echoed through the forest as Diaz lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Garp, striding away without a hint of compassion, remarked, you've got a long way to go. Come back tomorrow. Garp was on vacation, and his encounter with Diaz was serendipitous. Yet, whether it was one or two, he would train them both. Luffy, Ace, you two knuckleheads. Get up. He sent Diaz flying with a punch and shouted at his two bruised grandsons. Grandpa, it hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Luffy groaned, sporting a swollen head. Get up. As a Marine, you cannot lie down. The enemy won't give you a moment's respite. Old man, that's enough. Luffy was on the verge of collapse. Ace was gasping for breath, his stamina nearly depleted, while Diaz managed to rise, still full of energy, breathing rhythmically as if he had an inexhaustible supply of strength. Again, he shouted, charging at Garp barehanded, the two engaging in a fierce clash. The raw, manly battle stirred excitement in the onlookers as Garp laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Diaz. Precisely. Only a punch can bring such exhilaration. Flamboyant attacks are utterly meaningless. Crimson Wave burst. Energy surged around Garp's fist as he focused intently, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. The two fists collided mid-air, Garp's sleeve incinerated by the heat. Burn fruit? Not even a dog would eat that. Is that your idea of politeness? Diaz was sent flying by a punch from Garp. Over the past few days, even if he couldn't master the advanced armament haki, being subjected to Garp's training had greatly accelerated Diaz's growth. As Garp's vacation was drawing to a close, he bid farewell to his two grandsons, leaving Diaz behind. This lad was a good person, destined to remain unassociated with the Navy. He had no obligation to work during Garp's leave. After Garp departed from Windmill Village, Diaz also left and made his way to the Kingdom of Goa. Traversing through the dismal and polluted terminus of uncertainty, he encountered heaps of refuse discarded by the city, alongside a multitude of displaced civilians and beggars. In order to survive in this forsaken place, they banded together as thieves and gangs, preying upon the weak, subsisting daily on the detritus of the city. Many among them had once been part of the city, only to be cast out for the sake of its cleanliness and beauty. Upon entering the city, one could not help but notice its pristine environment, with the populace adorned with smiles of contentment. Yet, this happiness was built upon the suffering of those at the uncertain terminus. This nation was utterly rotten, and it was unclear whose foolish idea led to such a dire state. Diaz stood atop the rooftop, gazing down at the laughter of the crowd, feeling an unexpected irony. The opulent castle in the heart of the city served as the residence of the royal family, and Diaz's objective was precisely that royal lineage. He sought out a restaurant and indulged in a hearty meal with young Kiras, refraining from taking immediate action. After spending several days in the city, he diligently gathered incriminating evidence against the nobility. Their reputations were far from pristine. A simple investigation unearthed a trove of scandals. It was not that I wished to eliminate you. It was simply that you were truly corrupt. Assassination, poisoning, oppression of the populace, abduction of women, seizing of land, whatever could be done, they had committed, all in the name of profit. He waited until the depths of night. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a figure darted gracefully between the buildings, moving with remarkable speed. The city at night was bustling. The populace had driven away any elements of instability, resulting in an exceptionally safe environment where no patrols roamed and no one detected his shadow. Soon, he arrived at the periphery of the castle. Guards patrolled the vicinity, ensuring the safety of the royal family. Diaz let out a sigh and summoned his young Giratina, instructing, "Giratina, dig a tunnel, penetrate into that castle." "Leave it to me," replied Giratina with enthusiasm. In a matter of moments, within the depths of the woods, it swiftly gnawed its way to create a substantial burrow. Diaz leaped into the opening, while Giratina voraciously consumed the earth, excavating at an astonishing pace. Before long, they had breached the foundation, emerging into the dungeon below. Diaz was taken aback to discover the presence of a dungeon. A foul stench permeated the air, compelling him to cover his nose as he and Giratina surveyed the prisoners confined within. He inquired, "What is your predicament?" One of the less injured captives managed a wry smile and replied, "I spoke out of turn and inadvertently offended His Majesty. Can you aid us in our escape?" Diaz did not respond, instead casting his gaze toward others. The prisoner remarked, "This fellow's daughter has caught the eye of His Majesty the King. The girl is fiercely resolute, vowing to resist unto death. Consequently, His Majesty seized him, coercing the girl into submission. Most of these individuals are innocents, clandestinely imprisoned here for having offended the king or queen, enduring untold torment. It appears that the royal family is not devoid of corruption. In light of this revelation, Diaz felt an utter absence of moral burden. I shall return shortly to rescue you." Extending his hand through the bars, he produced a piece of wire to pick the lock, a skill he had learned from Doflamingo. "Brother, my superhero," striding confidently through the secret passage, which served as the king's and queen's hidden dungeon, he noted the absence of guards. They would occasionally arrive to torment these souls for their own sadistic pleasure. Diaz, a most peculiar individual, found himself bemused by his own eccentricity. Concealed in the shadows, he observed the guards stationed at the entrance, two sentinels dutifully watching over the gate. In a swift motion, he rendered them unconscious, dragging their limp forms aside before donning their uniforms with an air of confidence as he strolled through the castle corridors. After inquiring of a maid the location of the king's chamber, he made his way there unimpeded. With deftness, he incapacitated the two guards at the door, pushed it open, and entered, securing the door behind him with a click. Upon a sumptuous bed, the corpulent king lay entwined with the alluring queen, blissfully unaware of Diaz's intrusion. Snap! Seizing a piece of fruit from the nightstand, he took a bite, the crisp and delectable sound rousing the queen from her slumber. Upon seeing a figure seated at her bedside, terror surged through her, and she instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but a glinting knife was swiftly presented against her throat, silencing her in an instant. Should she dare to cry out, a dreadful fate awaited her. Paralyzed by fear, the queen refrained from uttering a word and gently prodded her husband, King Frank II of Nankinet, who merely mumbled in his sleep, turning over with a resounding snore. "What a wretched man!" Diaz chuckled, remarking on the apparent uselessness of her husband, urging, "Wake him up. Rise and shine, your majesty." The queen roused Frank II, who, abruptly awakened from a delightful dream, was initially irked. Diaz, aiming a gun at his head, chose silence. Speak. The two had no choice but to comply as Diaz tossed 2 chocolate beans into their mouths. Cough, cough. What did you just feed us? Frank too inquired. His voice raspy. Oh, nothing much, merely a bit of poison. What? Diaz placed down his weapons and nonchalantly remarked. The onset of this poison will manifest in 2 days. Without my antidote, you shall endure excruciating agony, ultimately succumbing to a gruesome demise. Oh, and during this period, the pain will drive you to claw at your own face and skin, leading to a most dreadful fate. The princess turned pale with fear, while Frank Two's lips quivered as he feigned composure. I refuse to believe in such a poison. He stammered. Is that so? You may choose to disbelieve. But I assure you, this poison has already been prepared by me, and no ordinary physician will discern its effects. However, in 2 days' time, the severity of the situation will become painfully clear. What do you want? Frank too realized that such individuals were merely driven by greed. He understood the adage that financial loss could avert disaster. Clever, Diaz snapped his fingers, recognizing their fear of death. Tomorrow, concoct some excuse to summon this group to the castle for a banquet. Any reason will suffice, as long as they come. Diaz handed Frank too a list of nobles, all of whom were morally questionable, essentially the entirety of the nobility in the royal city of Goya. What are your intentions? Frank too inquired. Merely to engage in a business transaction. I seek their wealth. Once the deed is done, I shall provide you with the antidote. And we will split the proceeds in 80-20 division. I take 80, you take 20. How does that sound? Upon hearing the prospect of profit, Frank too donned a greedy facade and declared, Sir, your words are misguided. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, and the queen and I are preparing a grand celebration for her. Is it not fortuitous? Indeed, it was fortuitous. Diaz and Frank too exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions deceptively harmonious. Cunning fox, little brat. Both secretly cursed each other while maintaining a facade of tranquility. Frank too, being equally avaricious, grasped that Diaz sought to profit handsomely by targeting the nobility, especially since the common folk had little wealth left to extract. The aristocracy held nearly 98% of the nation's riches, making them the prime targets for financial gain. Having encountered someone equally eager for profit, the two struck a harmonious accord. Even if complications arose, Frank too could easily shift the blame onto Diaz, exclaiming, This is not the fault of your king. It is this man who has taken the money. He harbored no fear of Diaz's potential recklessness, after all. He was the king of Goya, and the young man could not afford the fatal consequences of assassinating a monarch. Such an act would invite relentless pursuit from the world government. Were Diaz to glimpse into Frank too's mind, he would undoubtedly scoff at his naivete, for in Diaz's eyes, Frank too was already a dead man. With their ulterior motives in mind, the two commenced their scheme. The following day, Frank too initiated the banquet under the pretense of celebrating the princess's birthday. He not only invited those on the list, but also extended invitations to other affluent nobles. Essentially, anyone of wealth was summoned. The sudden banquet caught the nobles off guard, as it seemed premature for the princess's birthday celebration. They quickly surmised that the king was in need of funds. Some nobles scorned the king's greed while preparing gifts and devising excuses for declining to part with their money. The banquet proceeded as planned, unfolding into a lavish affair with an array of exquisite dishes gracing the tables. Dressed in finery, the nobles adhered to etiquette, their faces adorned with smiles as they engaged in discussions about business and family. Many brought their children, hoping to find a suitable match among the affluent, while others entertained thoughts of the young princess, despite her betrothal. After all, a mere child could easily meet an untimely end. As the guests began to arrive, Diaz turned to the nearby guards and commanded, "Commence." These individuals were the most loyal sycophants of Frank too, now aligned with Diaz's interests. Diaz strode confidently into the banquet hall, where a youth sporting a watermelon hairstyle approached. Clad in a ruffled shirt complemented by a bow tie and suspenders, he exuded an air of flamboyance, yet his grotesque visage was repulsive. What business does a peasant have here? Depart at once. This leniency is a courtesy bestowed upon you by the nobility. Guards, escort this ruffian away. Though he stood shorter than Diaz, he projected an air of arrogance and condescension. I remember you now, Otto Luke Straley, the adopted son of Otto Luke III, and the foster brother of Sabo. Upon hearing Sabo's name, Straley's expression shifted dramatically. I have reconsidered. Guards, eliminate him. Guards, guards. His cries went unanswered. Diaz raised his hand, and the grand doors of the banquet hall slammed shut. Grasping Straley by the hair, he yanked him closer, confirming his unattractiveness. He recalled reading an intriguing article about the nobility of the kingdom of Goya, which noted a peculiar phenomenon, when inner ugliness manifested. One's exterior became equally grotesque. A glance around revealed a multitude of unsightly faces. If that were the case, all present would surely deserve their fate. Let go, let go. Father, save me, father, Straley shouted desperately, as a male nobleman adorned with a top hat and a handlebar mustache emerged from the crowd, bellowing. Release my child. I command you in the name of Otto Luke III. Diaz scratched his ear, feeling quite pleased. He casually discarded Sterling, whose small body crashed against the wall, creating a significant dent. The castle was sturdy enough. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, followed by a chorus of terrified cries. Otluk 3 turned pale, trembling in fear. I have released him, Diaz teased, complying with Otluk 3's command. You. How dare you kneel and order you in the name of the world government's wanted criminal? Kneel down, Diaz bellowed, his fierce presence instilling fear among the pampered nobles. Some of the feeble-minded truly knelt in submission. Cowards. He raised his firearm and discharged a shot into the ceiling, commanding, kneel down. I shall count to 3. Bang. A bullet struck the thigh of the third Otluk, blood gushing forth as he screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. You have yet to reach 3. A noble could not restrain himself from exclaiming. A man only needs to remember one to survive. Do you have any objections? He questioned, aiming the weapon at the face of the grotesque noble. No, none at all, he stammered, lowering his gaze, fearful of becoming the next Otluk. Worthless. Diaz swiftly subdued the group of nobles, far more easily than anticipated. The king, queen, and princess sat in a corner, untouched by the chaos, quietly observing Diaz's performance. Upon witnessing her fiancé's demise, the princess displayed no outward emotion, merely feeling a sense of disgust. She held no affection for the man, and neither did Frank too, who believed it was a fitting end for Sterling, who had dared to provoke Diaz, an act of sheer folly. After all, he was merely the son of a nobleman. A daughter's fiancé could easily be replaced. Now, it was time for looting. Pulling up a chair, Diaz seated himself with an air of authority and proclaimed, state your worth and prepare to redeem yourselves. 20 million Bailey, 30 million Bailey, 25 million Bailey. Hearing that money could buy their lives, the nobles eagerly clamored to offer their sums, fearful of falling short and meeting a grim fate. All right, gather as families, Diaz commanded. The nobles complied, with couples presenting themselves together. Diaz retained the husbands, allowing the wives to return home for funds, and for families of 3, he kept the husband and child, permitting the mothers to fetch money. Diaz was acutely aware of the avarice and cowardice of these nobles. They cherished wealth and valued their lives even more. Nobility relied on male lineage, reducing women to mere possessions, even wives. Thus, he retained the males, ensuring the nobles could not abandon their spouses. He prioritized the women. Knowing they were powerless without their noble husbands, the outcome was predictable. Inheriting wealth? What if the husband was still alive? Now, how much will you offer? Diaz inquired. Addressing Otluk 3, I shall offer 30 million Bailey. Ah, quite affluent, indeed. I recognize this is not your entire fortune. I am indifferent to that. What I desire is the money. Diaz shrugged and continued. Therefore, those wishing to retrieve funds may leave. You have an hour and a half. Oh. And do not entertain thoughts of summoning the navy. This morning, I laced their provisions with laxatives in the kingdom of Goya, so they are unlikely to arrive. The castle guards are now in my employ, having replaced the king's loyalists. Thus, you have no choice but to comply and procure your funds. Some nobles, who intended to seek assistance from the navy, suddenly appeared crestfallen. They were genuinely reluctant to part with their wealth. They trudged home to collect the money while Diaz, growing weary, executed those attempting to flee. With the first to act eliminated, the remaining nobles could only await the willingness of their kin to rescue them. To Diaz's surprise, the nobles acted swiftly, returning with bags upon bags of Bailey, quickly forming a small mountain before him. Their greedy gazes began to overshadow their dire situation. After a rough count, he estimated around 2 billion Bailey, a lucrative profit. These nobles were indeed wealthy. He smiled as he collected the money, delaying their release. Why not let us go now that we've paid? They protested. Soon, Diaz replied with a grin, but there remains one individual yet to contribute. His gaze fell upon Frank II. What of your family's offering, your majesty? Frank II feigned resistance. 50 million Bailey. Very well. And what of the queen and princess? You are insatiable, he retorted. You must realize we are of royal blood in the kingdom of Goya, thus, a higher price is warranted. 150 million Bailey. Agreed, a fair deal. 150 million Bailey will be delivered promptly. Diaz departed with a smile, while Frank II appeared to be in anguish. Yet inwardly he reveled in delight. With 2 billion Bailey at stake, a mere 20% would yield him 400 million, a remarkable profit indeed. Well then, I apologize for disturbing your festivities. Until we meet again, fate willing. Diaz leapt from the window, departing the castle. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the nobles, as Frank II offered words of solace and expressed his apologies. Though the nobles inwardly cursed the king, they dared not voice their grievances. The banquet was rendered impossible, and they dispersed in haste. In the dead of night, Diaz made his way to the dungeon, liberating the imprisoned souls, proclaiming, "Let chaos ensue." The injured prisoners, fueled by rage, stormed forth from the dungeon, wreaking havoc within the castle walls. Meanwhile, Diaz entered the treasury, seizing every treasure within. The nation was on the brink of turmoil. 2 days later, Frank II belatedly realized he had been duped. The so-called poison was but a ruse. Yet, regret came too late. He now faced the pressing need to amass wealth. Coincidentally, the nobles shared this sentiment. The banquet had resulted in significant financial losses. and they were determined to recover their fortunes. From whom would they extract this wealth? Naturally, from the common folk. They began to drain the peasants' resources, seeking ways to replenish their coffers. In a flash, the prices within the kingdom of Goya skyrocketed, leaving the populace burdened and destitute. Their savings evaporated. They found themselves ensnared in debt, unable to sustain their lives, ultimately cast into an uncertain abyss. Increasing numbers gathered there, their resentment toward the nobility and royalty deepening, igniting the flames of rebellion. The commoners banded together to form an uprising, embarking on a war. Initially, the nobles dismissed this insurrection, viewing it as nothing more than a rabble of commoners. However, the unfolding events defied their expectations. Their once reliable army crumbled under the fury of the insurgents. How could a decayed force withstand the onslaught of those fueled by rage and vengeance? The noble class and royalty soon recognized their dire predicament. Their doom was imminent. In a frenzy, they sought escape, but the insurgents were already upon them. Nobles were captured, royalty faced judgment, and the family of Frank II was led to the guillotine. As the sharp blade descended, the reign of the Nandecanate family came to an abrupt end. The uprising, swift in its onset, was equally rapid in its conclusion. When the world government finally took notice, a new king had emerged. The former rulers were left with no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge their new identities. Concurrently, investigations unveiled a shadow lurking behind the insurrection, Brando Diaz. This naval disgrace had somehow arrived in the East Sea and plundered the former aristocrats of the Goya kingdom, positioning himself as a catalyst for the uprising. A criminal as fearsome as a dragon, Diaz's bounty surged dramatically to 215 million berries. Gazing at the newspaper's portrayal of himself, Diaz erupted into laughter. A gaggle of decaying nobles, their greed laid bare. I anticipated such a turn of events. The relentless oppression and exploitation of the populace would inevitably exact a toll, and by the time they realize it, it would be far too late. The fury of the masses shall consume them entirely, such is the price of avarice. Upon acquiring the 215 million, Diaz did not hastily squander it on frivolities, but first procured an Everstone for his young Curlis, ensuring it retained its current form to accumulate energy. Following this, he acquired a megastone for his future evolution into Banquilas, a necessary investment of 200 million berries, a grievous cost imposed by the system. He purchased an assortment of soil and minerals suitable for Curlis. While food and energy cubes would suffice, soil and minerals were the most appropriate sustenance for his young companion. One must not impose hardship upon the youth. Ding! A significant amount of berries detected. The system is available for an upgrade. Would you like to spend 1 billion berries on the upgrade? The system's sudden announcement startled Diaz. 1 billion berries? Are you jesting? What benefits does an upgrade entail? The system will unlock a marketplace with daily updates to the merchandise at fluctuating prices. Is that all? Is that worth 1 billion berries? Additionally, an achievement system will be initiated, rewarding users upon completion of various tasks. For example, please explore independently post-upgrade. You are updating, and the required time is 1 month. The system backpack will remain functional, so please await further developments. Fine, it is my own system. I shall not lose my temper. While Diaz fumed, the naval headquarters buzzed with commotion. Kapu, why did you not apprehend Diaz when you encountered him in the East Sea? Admiral Steelbone Kong seized Kapu, who had just returned to headquarters, spittle flying from his mouth. Kapu, wiping his face with a massive hand, replied, How was I to know he would engage in such antics? The lad is decent, and besides, what of Tager? Don't tell me you're unaware. Steelbone Kong snorted, releasing Kapu. I am well aware, but he is a pirate, a criminal wanted by the world government. I know, Kapu responded, digging at his nose. I was on leave. What could I do? Compared to Diaz, my 2 grandsons are far more captivating. He was a fool, but not a simpleton, and certainly would not disclose that he had trained with Diaz for several days. Furthermore, the nobles and royals of the Goya kingdom were no paragons of virtue. I understand this well, as evidenced by the dubious activities at that uncertain terminus. I simply chose to remain uninvolved. Diaz merely extorted a sum of money. The subsequent chaos was of their own making. He flicked a booger onto Sengoku, who promptly retaliated. You too, cease your bickering. The situation in the Goya kingdom has escalated tremendously. The world government seeks a significant event to quell the unrest. Steelbone Kong, resigned, crossed his arms and declared, Soon. I shall resign from the position of Admiral. What? Sengoku exclaimed, while Kapu joyfully remarked. So, you will soon no longer be my superior? Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's already dark complexion deepened. Hey, Kapu, I will become the supreme commander of the Tri-Military. The position of Admiral will be passed to Sengoku. The world government maintains 3 branches, Navy, Army, and Air Force, with the Navy boasting the largest and most formidable force, tasked with capturing pirates, maintaining maritime safety, and protecting citizens. The Air Force is the smallest and rarely seen, stationed on a particular sky island. The Army is responsible for safeguarding the celestial dragons. Typically, the position of Supreme Commander is held by the Admiral, though exceptions occasionally arise. Steelbone Kong was destined to become the Supreme Commander, and despite his advancing age, with his robust physique, he could serve for another decade or so. Sengoku, the only remaining Navy Admiral, was the most fitting candidate to succeed him. He possessed both strategy and strength, bolstered by allies like Kapu, Suru, and Zifa, ensuring Sengoku would swiftly stabilize the Navy's standing. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of this day, albeit sooner than anticipated. As for the position of Admiral, he glanced at Kapu, who would certainly not assume such a role. Upon promotion to Admiral, one becomes a direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons, subject to their whims. Kapu had no desire to serve as an enforcer for such scoundrels, potentially victimizing innocent civilians. Let them choose who among them would take that burden. Steelbone Kong wished for Kapu to become Admiral, but, after repeated refusals, relinquished the notion, instead naming 3 individuals, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. Each had reached the caliber of Admiral, fully capable in both fruit abilities and hockey. Thus, promote these 3 thereafter. I share the same sentiment. As a future Admiral, Sengoku had indeed observed these rising talents. Their strength and character were exceptional, even if Sakazuki was uncompromising. With a willingness to sacrifice civilians for the sake of eradicating pirates, he remained one of the best candidates. Kazan transformed from a passionate youth post-O'Hara incident into a laid-back elder, yet still embodied the justice of the Navy. As for Borsalino, his strength was adequate, though he was quite the seasoned veteran. In the forthcoming period, Steelbone Kong summoned these 3, preparing for the ceremony of his abdication. His retirement would coincide with Sengoku and Borsalino's promotions. The emergence of the new Admiral and the 3 Navy Admirals sent shockwaves throughout the world. The simultaneous ascension of the 3 Admirals signified the Navy's pinnacle of power, initiating a grand purge against pirates. Akainu Sakazuki would command the new world. Akiji Kazan patrolled the first half of the Grand Line. Kazara Borsalino remained at the Navy headquarters, safeguarding both the base and the Celestial Dragons. Diaz gazed at the newly appointed Admiral and the 3 Admirals on the news, remarking, "It seems the future will be challenging. I hope I do not encounter those 3 lunatics, particularly Akainu. Sakazuki is exceedingly extreme and not someone easy to deal with, while Kazan's disposition is rather unpredictable. My former superior, however, is quite amicable. It was evident during the last pursuit that he deliberately allowed my escape. With the 3 Admirals now in position, the life of a pirate is bound to become arduous. I have lingered long enough in this wretched East Blue. It is time to venture into the first half of the Grand Line." Without further ado, he set off, determining his course towards Reverse Mountain. Along the way, he stumbled upon a maritime restaurant and decided to pause. The Baratai, a quaint establishment run by the red-footed Zeph and Sanji, was indeed worth a visit. "Welcome," exclaimed the golden-haired youth with curled eyebrows, his spirits dampened upon realizing the visitor was a man. "Here you go, esteemed guest. This is the menu. Please feel free to order whatever you desire." Diaz raised an eyebrow as he witnessed a figure bursting forth from the kitchen, delivering a swift kick that sent Sanji tumbling into the sea. "You lecherous scoundrel. How dare you treat a guest in such a manner?" The figure, clad in a chef's attire with a wooden prosthetic leg, sported braided golden whiskers and exuded an intimidating presence as he berated Sanji, who was scrambling back from the water. "That hurts, you old coot. What are you doing?" Bang! Sanji received another kick. "Address me as chef." The once formidable pirate, Red-Leg Zeph, had now retired to become the chef of the floating restaurant Baratai, earning his livelihood upon the waves alongside his disciples. "My apologies, dear guest. This impolite lad is my responsibility," he said, bowing slightly. "Please, place your order, and as a gesture of goodwill, I shall treat you to a complimentary dish." "Oh, it's quite all right," Diaz replied, waving his hand dismissively. He picked up the thick menu and pondered for a moment before selecting a plethora of dishes. Zeph nodded in acknowledgement. "Is this your choice? Please hold on. You impertinent wretch, change into some proper attire and come assist me," he commanded Sanji. "Yes, chef." Sanji complied and soon entered the kitchen clad in clean garb. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air as Diaz carefully tied a napkin around young Kyrus. The little one, overwhelmed by the delightful scents, drooled as he eagerly clutched a glass from the table, attempting to consume it. Crunch, crunch. "Let us start with something to whet our appetites. If anything is broken, please charge it to my account," Diaz said resignedly to the server. The server, seasoned by the trials of life, nodded with composure. Before long, an array of delectable dishes was served. Diaz and Kyrus dug in, savoring the exquisite flavors, truly some of the finest cuisine they had ever tasted. Zeph smiled approvingly, knowing that the guest's hearty consumption was the greatest testament to his culinary prowess. "Boss, another round, please," Diaz called out with a mouthful. "Lay the belly on the table. Just a moment. We have a big client today. Everyone hustle." Zeph shouted to the kitchen staff, who sprang into action with fervor. After a flurry of dishes was prepared, Diaz and Kyrus finally nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to settle the bill. "Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 150,000 belly." After calculating the price, Diaz handed over the money, also requesting several takeout dishes before departing with the little dinosaur. They traversed the upside-down mountain, leaving the East Blue and entering the Grand Line. With neither compass nor sea chart functioning, they relied once more on the log posts. "Let me see, the next island lies in this direction." "Yes, we shall set sail here," Diaz determined. With their course charted, the small vessel glided forth, taking half a month to reach an island named Kuligana, home to the prosperous kingdom of Cycle. This nation, a member of the world government, enjoyed considerable wealth. The relations with the neighboring three kingdoms were strained. Fortunately, Cycle's formidable strength meant that even in the face of a combined assault from the three kingdoms, victory was not beyond the realm of possibility. Diaz arrived on the island, procuring supplies of food, water, and various daily necessities. He also purchased a considerable amount of minerals and soil for the young Kiras. The system is expected to take a little over a week to complete its update, while the magnetic energy will require half a month to replenish. For now, he decided to remain here. Unlike his previous experiences in the kingdom of Goya, where he sought wealth, this nation's nobility seemed relatively decent, and the king was not unkind. However, just a few days into his stay on the island, war erupted. In the dead of night, an unexpected barrage of artillery struck the kingdom, awakening Diaz from his slumber. Accompanied by the young dinosaur, he leaped from his room to the rooftop. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the sea illuminated with lights, bursts of brilliance erupting as cannonballs were unleashed from their chambers, raining down upon the city. Is it really war? Diaz exclaimed, slicing through an incoming shell with his blade. Just moments ago, he had dismissed the possibility of conflict, only to find himself under attack. He had no desire to be embroiled in this chaos. He needed to find a place to hide. Boom! A shell detonated nearby, the anguished cries of the populace ringing in his ears. Diaz clicked his tongue, dragon flash. The sword's energy cleaved through the approaching artillery, causing it to explode midair. This was not a sustainable situation. The soldiers of the kingdom of Psyche responded swiftly, organizing efforts to rescue the civilians while simultaneously launching a fleet to confront the invaders. Diaz arrived at the seaside, discerning the appearance of the invaders. A colossal pink snail bore a white castle upon its back, adorned with a black insignia of 66. A contingent of robust soldiers, clad in impeccable armor, subdued the forces of the kingdom of Sakare. Goodness, Germa 66? How could they possibly be here? Diaz recognized the place. Was this not Sanji's homeland? Sanji's origins were elusive, as the Germa kingdom, despite lacking a defined territory, was one of the nations affiliated with the world government. They were known for their mercenary activities across the globe, offering their services to assist employers in waging war against enemy nations. Hence, they had earned the titles of war house and war experts. Growing up in the North Sea, Diaz had often perused the popular comics of the region, particularly the tales of the maritime warrior Sola, although he harbored a fondness for Germa nonetheless. This comic series had also contributed to the North Sea becoming a primary source of military power for the world government. It appeared that someone had hired the Germa kingdom to launch an assault on the kingdom of Psychiel. The fees demanded by Germa were anything but modest. Yet once they seized Psychiel, remuneration would pale in comparison to the spoils of victory. The forces of the kingdom of Psychiel were already crumbling under pressure, hastily retreating to defend themselves, relying on their walls to withstand the onslaught of Germa 66. In the presence of these so-called war experts, even this formidable nation held little advantage. Suddenly, Diaz noticed 4 figures descending from the colossal snail of the Germa kingdom, each adorned in vibrant hues of red, blue, green, and pink, moving with remarkable speed toward him. Sparks of red, electric blue, verdant green, and toxic pink heralded the arrival of Germa 66's most potent warriors. Had this group already joined the fray? Vinsmoke Judge had augmented his children. Aside from Sanji, all were modified beings. His sister Reiju retained some semblance of human emotion, but the other 3 were devoid of fear, pain, or empathy, monsters born solely for warfare. Coupled with their battle suits made from shape memory alloys, their strength was significantly enhanced. I cannot linger here. I must find a place to conceal myself. A flash of electricity surged toward him, and Diaz swiftly countered with a slash of his sword. The clash resonated as Murakumo met the electrifying blade, clad in a blue battle suit and a black cloak inscribed with the number 2. The figure sported a wavy blue hairstyle and counterclockwise curled brows, complemented by black goggles and ear protectors. Upon witnessing Diaz fend off his attack, he erupted into a gleeful laugh, seemingly amused by the notion that this nation was not entirely composed of weaklings. TCH, what a nuisance, Diaz muttered, retracting his young Kiras while deflecting the electric blue strike. Vinsmoke Niji, the most irascible among his siblings, stood before him. Drawing a deep breath, Diaz felt the ripple of power surge through him, enhancing his capabilities. Initially reluctant to engage in conflict, it seemed that he would now have to deliver a severe beating to these insufferable Germa. Oh, you've recognized me? How intriguing, the youthful Niji remarked. Brandishing the lightning sword crafted by Germa, his interest peaked as he aimed to eliminate Diaz. The two clashed in rapid succession, their weapons colliding with a cacophony of sparks. Niji's speed was remarkable, yet Diaz's agility was equally formidable. His movement was akin to instantaneous teleportation over short distances. Let us create some space, Niji declared, unleashing a bolt of lightning from above. Diaz's expression shifted as he leaped into action, adopting a stance as Murakumo intercepted the descending lightning. With a swift motion, he returned the lightning strike, catching Niji off guard and sending him reeling from the impact. As long as Diaz intercepted the lightning, it would not harm him. Did the conductivity of metals truly need further elucidation? Fortunately, Niji's battle suit shielded him from injury, allowing him to rise swiftly. However, Diaz was already upon him. The tip of Mirakumo poised against Niji's throat. Modified as he was, Niji's skin bore an exoskeleton, making him resistant to ordinary attacks. Yet Mirakumo was no mere weapon. It was enhanced with carbonado alloy, rendering it far from ordinary. Diaz exerted himself forcefully against Nich, pushing him backward with a resounding crash that shattered through a building. A single drop of blood trickled from his throat. Was such immense effort expended for merely a drop of blood? Nich mocked. Diaz let out a grunt, his fist shimmering with the radiant energy of Ripple. With a forceful strike, he sent Niji hurtling through the air, crashing into 2 buildings before stabilizing himself with a device. Touching his face, he grimaced. The punch had dislocated his jaw. With a fierce determination, he shoved his bone back into place and seethed, "I will kill you." His body transformed into a flash of lightning as he charged straight at Diaz. Bringing his sword down in a fierce arc, Diaz met the attack with his own blade. Observing the continuous flow of blood from the wound on Niji's neck, the effects of the carbona alloy had commenced, stifling his regenerative abilities. While the toxins from the blade began to take hold, Niji instinctively sensed an unease within his body, yet could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. A spark erupted behind Diaz, prompting him to leap into the air, executing a gale kick. The vacuum slash was unleashed. But Vince Smoke Ichiji deftly waved his seemingly soft and light cloak, effortlessly deflecting the attack. "Niji, what are you doing? End this farce and kill him," Ichiji commanded. "Am I not doing just that?" Niji retorted, charging toward Diaz once more. The clash of blades rang out as the two engaged in combat once again. Despite being the pinnacle of Germa's scientific achievements, Niji found himself at a disadvantage, even being pressed by Diaz. Infuriating. Pathetic. Diaz mocked, lunging forward with a burst of speed. Locking onto Niji and pressing the blade against his neck, dragging it with force. A sickening sound echoed as sparks flew. And Niji felt a sharp pain as his skin was sliced, narrowly avoiding a severing of his artery and trachea. Otherwise, even Germa's advanced technology might not have been able to save him. In a moment of desperation, Niji unleashed a surge of electric energy, causing Diaz to convulse and plummet downwards. "Watch me as I end you," Niji shouted, blood staining his fingers as he charged at his opponent. The ripple energy swiftly dispelled the numbing sensation, and he crashed to the ground, rolling to evade Niji's assault. Springing back to his feet, he thrust the tip of his blade at Niji's dark goggles, shattering them and leaving shards perilously close to his eyes. Ichiji seized the blade's edge, frowning as he remarked, "You are far too careless, Niji." With a swift kick, Ichiji struck Diaz in the abdomen, contorting his expression in pain as he spat blood. "For brothers. This one is rather formidable," he mused, wiping the blood from his mouth before turning to flee. "I can face the ripple, but not the gale. You pave the way." And Germa's technology is beyond reason. He attempted to retreat, but it appeared that the two adversaries were unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Niji wiped the blood from his neck and pursued Diaz once more, engaging in a fierce struggle, with Ichiji close behind, intertwining electricity and fire, unleashing a conflagration of thunderous energy. As their combined assaults surged forth, Diaz's gaze sharpened, and with a hand gliding over the back of his blade, a dark sword aura erupted forth. Ultimate skill, Immortal Slash. The sword energy extended outwards, resembling dark ink stains on paper. As the brothers' attacks collided, they melted away like snowflakes. Their reflexes honed to perfection as they quickly raised their cloaks to absorb the blow. Had I wielded the true Immortal Slash, you would have met your demise. The Immortal Slash typically required one to possess one of the two legendary blades, by Liao or Kaimin, to execute. However, through Diaz's rigorous training, he had learned to manifest it, albeit significantly diminished in power. "I never anticipated the kingdom of Sakire would harbor such strength. However, we have received orders to annihilate your nation, and your power is but a trifling obstacle before Germa." Ichiji acknowledged Diaz's might, yet remained steadfast. Commands from their patriarch were absolute. Diaz was filled with fury, no longer inclined to offer explanations. "Now, let me witness the strength of you, Germa." His gaze turned fierce, determined to fight to the end. The true silver slash. The glimmering sword energy sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound, creating an impenetrable barrier that made both sides hesitate to approach. "What are you doing? Don't waste time on this." A pink figure dashed in, astonished to see the state of Niji's neck. "Is there someone here who can breach your exoskeleton?" "Humph. It's merely that his blade is exceptional," Niji begrudgingly conceded, feeling an uncomfortable itch on his neck. The venomous Vince Smoke Reiju glanced over and remarked, "You've been poisoned." She placed her hand on her brother's wound, extracting the toxin. Though she was quick to kiss, she preferred to avoid nightmares. As the toxin was removed, Niji's wound began to heal. "This is a toxin I've never encountered before. If it lingers, it will prevent your self-healing." "Humph, just a trick. Now finish him off." Niji was eager to engage, but Ichiji interjected, "Don't waste too much time on this guy. Reiju, we have more pressing matters at hand." They still needed to annihilate this nation and had little time to squander on Diaz. However, Niji was still intent on taking down Diaz. Ichiji reminded him, "Father's command is to destroy this country swiftly. Don't forget, we have another mission." "Humph. I leave him to you," Niji grumbled, departing with Ichiji, leaving Reiju to contend with Diaz. "What a handsome man. Just to my taste," Reiju chuckled softly, causing Diaz's fighting spirit to wane. As one of the only two good souls in the Vince Smoke family, Diaz found little desire to engage in battle, though he acknowledged her compliment. "Your curled brows. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before." "Haha, such a clitch line. If we were elsewhere, I might have sat down for a drink with you," Reiju replied leisurely, recognizing this young man. "You are the disgrace of the Navy, Brando Diaz. My two foolish brothers have mistaken you for an enemy, despite having seen your wanted poster. So, this is a misunderstanding." Reiju, the most astute of the Vince Smoke family, retained her emotions and understood the art of timing, unlike her three foolish brothers who only knew brute force. "You say it's a misunderstanding. Yet I nearly met my end. Didn't you almost kill Niji?" Reiju smirked. "From my perspective, even Ichiji wouldn't necessarily succeed against you here." Suddenly, Diaz remarked, "I recall now, the one resembling you is a curly-haired blonde boy working at a seaside restaurant, named Sanji." Upon hearing her beloved brother's name after so many years, Reiju's pupils constricted, yet she maintained her composure. "I don't know that child." "Oh, still pretending, are we? Is that so?" "Ichiji, Niji, Sanji, 1, 2, 3, how fitting. All with curled brows, yet not a soul from your family, how curious. He seems to have a different story, unlike those two. He appears to enjoy his life at the seaside restaurant, and his culinary skills are commendable, with a caring uncle chef." Hearing of her brother's well-being brought a soft smile to Reiju's lips. "Thank you. I hope you keep this confidential." "No problem, but I find your Germa quite intriguing." He gazed towards the grand white castle atop the largest snail in the sea, smiling. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving Reiju momentarily stunned before she swiftly pursued him. Tap, tap, tap. Diaz soared through the air, rapidly approaching the castle of the Germa kingdom. The bullets that flew towards him were cleaved in twain by his sword aura, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Behind him, Reiju unleashed arrows composed of a lethal venom, which he similarly shattered with his sword energy. Upon reaching the castle, he accelerated fiercely, crashing through the castle walls and into the grand hall, where he beheld a tall man with a profusion of hair, adorned with a golden mask. A smile spread across his face as he charged forward. Vince Smoke Judge, the ruler of the Germa kingdom and the father of Sanji and Reiju, was no stranger to combat. He brandished a massive spear, thrusting it forward with sudden force. However, the spear slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. In an instant, the blade of Shigeru was poised against Judge's neck, its sharp edge slicing through skin and drawing blood. Judge's children had been genetically enhanced from the womb with bloodline factors. Yet he himself remained merely human. Lacking exoskeletal protection, his skin was vulnerable. The battle attire offered no safeguard for his exposed neck. At that moment, victory appeared to be in my grasp. Reiju burst into the room, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld her father in captivity. "Father, don't move. It could be fatal." Diaz's smile was radiant, though Gargi found it exceedingly malevolent. "Brando Diaz, how dare you appear here?" Gargi demanded angrily. He could not fathom why Diaz, the disgrace of the Navy, would be in the kingdom of Sikkur and how he had come into conflict with their Germa. "It is simply because I happened to pass through, and you ignited a war. Your two foolish sons even attacked me. Tell me, how should I repay you?" Diaz's tone was light, yet it reverberated thunderously in Gargi's ears. Although Gargi was not afraid of Diaz, the sensation of having his life held in another's hands was unsettling, especially knowing that his adversary could end him at any moment. Gargi valued his life. He feared death and the possibility of failing to restore the glory of the Vince Smoke family. Why so fearful? Noticing Gargi's trepidation, Diaz taunted. "I had thought the king of the illustrious Germa kingdom would be formidable, yet here we are. Enough. Withdraw your troops. Your invasion ends here." "Withdraw? Impossible." Gargi screamed as a small dagger pierced through his battle attire, embedding itself in the crevice of his collarbone, blood gushing forth. "I command you, not negotiate." Diaz's sinister words made Gargi tremble. How could a youth, scarcely older than his daughter, instill such fear? "I said withdraw. Do you not understand my words? Command your sons to return and kneel before me." "Why you?" The dagger twisted, and Gargi felt excruciating pain. "If you do not heed my command, then prepare for death. You surely do not wish to perish at my hands, do you, your majesty?" The dread of death compelled Gargi to comply with Diaz's orders. His outward bravado and dominance could not disguise his inner cowardice. A naive dreamer was how Diaz assessed Gargi. In his quest to revive the Vince Smoke family's former glory, he was willing to use his own children as experiments. How could he expect Big Mom to engage in negotiations with them? Eliminating them would leave all of Germa's possessions to him. To think he could elevate his status through an alliance with the four emperors, what a farce. Which of them would be easily dealt with? Blood continued to flow from Gargi's wound, and under his orders, the soldiers of Germa 66 and the three princes retreated into the kingdom. The three brothers were astonished to see Diaz, and Gargi commanded them to kneel before him. "What nonsense is this? Why must we kneel to this scoundrel?" Both Yanji and Niji, with their verdant hair, were unwilling, and Ichiji crossed his arms, equally resistant. I said, "Kneel, you three ungrateful wretches." For the first time, Gargi chastised his beloved sons. Ultimately, the modified brothers could not defy their father's command and humiliatedly knelt before Diaz. Oh, how amusing. The lofty princes of the wicked Germa kneeling before this nameless wretch. Alas, if only there were a Din Din Mushi to capture this moment, I would love to record this scene. Someone, fetch me a Din Din Mushi, he directed to Reiju, who glanced at Gargi. Gargi cried out again as the dagger pressed deeper. Hurry, bring it to him. What a disgrace. Father, Reiju suddenly felt a thrill of satisfaction. Perhaps this was karma. With that thought, she swiftly retrieved a Din Din Mushi. Capture this. Click. Reiju recorded the brothers' humiliation and then heard Diaz command, now capture us. This is a historic moment. If the people of the North Blue knew, I might just become a household name. Don't cry. A grown man should not behave like a child. How disgusting. You're even sniveling. Come on, if you wish to live, give me a peace sign and smile. The threat of death forced Gargi to comply with Diaz's orders, and through tears and laughter, he formed a peace sign, having just been the proud king of Germa. Now reduced to the demeanor of a child. Truly pitiful. The Din Din Mushi spat out the photograph. And Diaz gazed at the grinning image of himself alongside Gargi's contorted face, laughing heartily. Tell me, how much could I sell this to the World Economic News? I've already thought of a headline. The Evil Legion gains notoriety, the Weeping King of Germa. What do you think? I find it rather fitting. Please, no? Not this. If those people discover my disgrace, my reign as king will be over. Gargi wailed, never having felt so humiliated in his life, not even when captured alongside Vegapunk. This calamitous situation was entirely due to his foolish sons attacking this devil. Let us strip them of their Germa battle attire. Gargi now obeyed Diaz without question. And soon the battle garments of the three brothers, as well as his own, were removed, leaving only Reiju's untouched. Without your battle attire, I can truly torment you now. What a fool you are. Just moments ago, I had to be cautious around your neck, but now, I am free to do as I please. Monster. This man is truly a monster. Pucci. The Murakumo plunged into Gargi's thigh, eliciting a scream of agony as the poison coursed through him. Simultaneously, Diaz produced a C4 bomb obtained from the system lottery and strapped it to Gargi's body, interrupting his arm. With the switch in hand, he brazenly descended, stating, "You see, this is a bomb. Once I press it, your father will be blown to bits. His body is not as resilient as yours." He stepped on Niji's head, pushing it deep into the floor. Niji struggled, but Gargi, terrified of death, commanded him to remain still. As modified beings, Reiju and her brothers could not defy their father's orders and dared not make a move. You claim to be quite the fighter? What good is that? I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you are merely a coward, Diaz mocked, Niji's expression twisting with rage. His teeth gritting as he wished to tear Diaz apart, yet he could not retaliate. Retrieving Murakumo, he forcefully pierced Niji's waist. Blood stained the fine fabric of his shirt. And Diaz turned away, bored. Tell me, Your Majesty, what do you think will happen to this kingdom once I detonate you? No, please. I beg you, spare us. I will give you anything you desire. Gargi pleaded, entirely devoid of regal dignity. Boring. Do you have sea prism stone handcuffs? Yes. Bring them here. No. Let us change them for a cage. Soon, an iron cage infused with sea prism stone was brought forth. The sea prism stone was exceptionally hard, effective against devil fruit users and capable of containing ordinary people effectively. A mere smattering of sea prism stone mixed with regular material would create a sturdy prison, perfect for containing these three fools. Tossing the key in his hand, the soul key, Diaz remarked, "You are remarkably obedient. Are you truly a king? What sort of king fears death so much that he endangers his own children? This is quite the spectacle." You, Gargi, infuriated, fainted. This is all it takes to make you faint. Truly weak, your father is a waste. I think so too. Leggio shrugged her shoulders. In the absence of Gargi's command, she found herself momentarily liberated. She yearned for Diaz to bring an end to this nefarious family, yet regrettably, he might not take such action. Hey, Leggio. What are you doing? Hurry up and defeat this guy to save us. Yongji shouted mindlessly. Leggio retorted, "You fool, the master is in his hands." Yongji fell silent, as the three brothers had never felt so helpless, ensnared by a single adversary. Someone, bring the dishes. Diaz clapped his hands, and upon seeing no one move, he raised the remote control in his hand. Leggio, with a sense of resignation, remarked that they should temporarily heed his command. Only then did the clone soldiers of Germa spring into action. A war arrives swiftly and departs just as rapidly. Germa retreated in haste, leaving the bewildered populace of the kingdom of Sikkur in their wake. Naturally, those who had narrowly escaped had little time to ponder the reasons for their survival. Few were aware that it was Diaz who had inadvertently saved them. The three brothers lay abandoned on the rooftop, and the unconscious Gaji sat upon the throne, resembling a beggar adorned with a crown. Diaz and Reija sat on either side, reveling in their exquisite meal. I am uncertain of your thoughts, as I too belong to the Germa lineage. With grace, Reija sliced her steak, while Diaz voraciously devoured his meat and imbibed wine, exclaiming, Because you were different. Meanwhile, the little dinosaur was utterly delighted, gnawing on a sea prism stone handcuff as if it were a mere snack, its texture akin to that of a delightful crunch. This spectacle caught Mariejois' attention. It was her first encounter with a creature capable of consuming a sea prism stone. Even if the purity was insufficient, one would hardly expect it to be devoured so readily. The energy contained within the sea prism stone was also nourishing the little dinosaur's body, as it savored such a rare delicacy for the first time. Ding! The young Giratina has learned the move crunch. Truly impressive, young Giratina, even while indulging. You managed to acquire new skills. Diaz and his companions were indulging in a feast, while the three brothers remained suspended in a cage, unable to escape. The blood from Judge had ceased flowing. It would be far too unworthy of his stature to perish so easily. Your father is akin to a jest, Diaz remarked, savoring his meat. Liju merely took a sip of exquisite red wine, smiling in silence. Given the dire state of her father, she had already done well by not poisoning him. However, she found herself powerless to defy his commands or inflict harm upon him. Within the family, only Sanji could stand against their father. He was an ordinary man born of their mother as sacrifice, and he was the only relative she cherished in this household. After a yawn, Diaz set down his knife and fork, calling out, "Bring forth all of Germa's funds." He commanded compliance. Liju placed her wine glass down. She held little concern for anything related to Germa. If Judge were to inquire later, she could easily deflect with the pretense of safeguarding their father's life, especially since it was an undeniable truth that he lacked the capability to avoid capture by their enemies, which had left them in such a helpless predicament. The clone soldiers delivered several crates of money, prompting Diaz to raise an eyebrow. Is this all? How can the illustrious Germa kingdom be so impoverished? Liju explained. Do you think research is without cost? Germa thrives on technology, and our daily expenditures on research are substantial. Each mission we undertake merely sustains this nation at a subsistence level. As a war machine, Germa was capable of securing numerous lucrative contracts on the black market. Yet their operational costs, predominantly research-related, remained high. Germa's soldiers required no salaries as they were clones. However, the materials and associated expenses for cloning, coupled with Judge's efforts to maintain the royal family's dignity, incurred significant costs. This nation was incapable of levying taxes. Even with contracts, their wealth was not considerable. And given Judge's aversion to commercial ventures, viewing them as a slight against royal dignity, they were left reliant on mission profits. This rigidity and obstinacy, paired with naivety and cowardice, were Diaz's assessments of the man. After counting, they had approximately 10 billion, barely sufficient to cover system updates. Storing away the money, Diaz stroked his chin and mused. Tell me, if I were to eliminate your father, would you not be free? Liju remained silent, her eyes betraying a longing for freedom. What a remarkable gaze. She truly was a devoted daughter. Hey, Liju, did you not hear what he said? Stop him. Iji interjected. Liju replied, he merely needs to press a button. And our father will be obliterated. Do you think I can act faster than him? Useless. Just watch me. Yuji exclaimed, grasping the sea prism stone cage with great force. Yet it remained immovable. If you can pry apart this cage made of sea prism stone, I shall set you free. Diaz chuckled, remarking that not everyone possesses the unique dental structure of a juvenile cuirass, for it is indeed exceptional. The sea prism stone, renowned for its indomitable strength and its ability to suppress the powers of those gifted, commands a high price. Casting a glance at the unconscious Gaji, he clicked his tongue in disdain. How pitiful it was that a king, once exalted, had now fallen to such depths. Bring forth another sea prism stone cage and confine your king within, he commanded. The clone soldiers hesitated. Yet the realization that their sovereign's life lay in Diaz's hands compelled them to comply. Gaji was unceremoniously cast into the sea prism stone cage, suspended from the ceiling. Now, you are the de facto ruler of the Germain kingdom, Queen Reiju, he stated. Queen, you say? I appreciate the sentiment, but I have no desire for the throne. Reiju replied, shaking her head in refusal. This wretched nation deserves to be obliterated. Who would wish to be its ruler? Is that so? Then I shall take on the responsibility myself, he responded. Diaz sat upon the throne, surveying the multitude below, and remarked, it feels rather mundane, to be honest. I truly fail to comprehend the allure of kingship. Resting his elbow upon the armrest of the royal seat, he supported his head in a languid posture. In truth, his other hand clutched the remote control tightly, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Legio and the clone soldiers felt as if they were being scrutinized by a beast, one that could pounce and sink its teeth into them at any time. What is it that you truly desire? Legio finally inquired. Diaz, struck by a sudden whim, posed the question, do you think I could become the king of Germa? Before Legio could respond, Niji interjected with scorn, you? Don't be absurd. Aside from our father, no one can ascend to the throne. Diaz remarked, he is deceased, and so are you. Only Reiju remains. Let her be crowned as queen, and then abdicate to me, thus establishing legitimacy. Niji gritted his teeth. If you have the capability, face me one-on-one. I shall tear you to shreds. Huh. With your lack of battle attire, you're doomed. But first, extricate yourself from that sea stone prison, Diaz retorted. Without their combat suits, the fighting prowess of this group would diminish significantly. Their physiques could only realize their true potential when equipped with the battle suits, devoid of such attire. Their strength paled in comparison to many pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million. After all, their bodies had yet to reach their zenith, and even with genetic modifications, they could not defy the natural course of physical development. Only after maturing, when paired with the Germa battle suits, could the genetically altered bodies unleash their genuine power. However, with their current physical condition, donning the battle suits would suffice for them to navigate the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Reiju, are you merely going to watch? Have you betrayed the family? Niji's attempt to incite Reiju into action backfired, leading to a scolding. Are you foolish? Father's life is in his hands. Do you lack intelligence? How dare you insult me? Is there a problem? Diaz waved the remote control, stating, if I press this button, your father will perish. I can suspend you here for months, and I am confident that without food or water, you will meet your end. I am indifferent to such a wait. Silence, Niji. Iji, displaying some sense, advised Niji not to provoke Diaz. The priority was to safeguard their father's life. They were utterly loyal to their father, consumed with thoughts of ensuring his survival. Reiju, though retaining her emotions, was unable to defy Judge's commands, despite her inner reluctance. Her body had no choice but to comply. They were merely tools for Judge's ambition to restore the Vinsmoke family. Familial bonds? After their mother's demise and Sanji's departure, the essence of kinship had evaporated from the family. The Vinsmoke clan had no need for such fragility. You amuse me. Resembling monkeys, Diaz mused, observing their stagnation. He remained unfazed by Judge's fate, focusing instead on how to seize control of Germa. Germa's combat capabilities were commendable, rivaling those of the Yonko's pirate crews, yet they stood out in the vast seas, bolstered by their scientific prowess and elite clone soldiers. Diaz settled into the luxurious room of Germa, where Gaji was also brought in, preventing him from being released. Upon awakening, Gaji was once again rendered unconscious by Diaz. And thus several days passed. Ding. The system update was completed, and the marketplace was now open. The achievement system was activated. Ding. Each card draw now costs 10 million berries. Damn it, you greedy bastard. Diaz exclaimed in anger. Is there no end to this? Isn't this bullying the honest folk? The system remained silent. After all, it was merely a mechanical construct devoid of intellect. Frustrated by his silent defeat, Diaz had no choice but to comply. System. I'm going for 100 consecutive draws. Now, a billion could only afford a mere 10 draws. By the heavens. Pineapple phone. Arrival to Apple. Nightstone. It glows at night. Master of 8 Extremes Fist. Come on, let us spar. Youth. White King S outfit. What style? It's simply exquisite. Double jump? Let me see who else can't perform a double jump. Seed of Spirit, control life and death. Lock of Heaven, a divine bane. Holy Grail, the omnipotent explosive device. Heavenly Fire, sacred judgment. The pure love, great sword. Eagle Eye Vision, enemies within attack range cannot hide. Kryptonite, the weakness of the great. Arc Reactor, I am Iron Man. Mouse Talisman, darling, your figurine wife can now come to life. Sunshine Gun, the miracle of the initial Salary King, Gwen. Undying Slash, bow and weep. Advised to be drawn only after attaining immortality. Items guaranteed to appear manifested before Diaz's eyes. The Seed of Spirit, when implanted in a person, could lead to a swift demise with merely a thought. The Lock of Heaven, an incarnation of Enkidu from the moonlit world, could imprison the creator god Tiamat for an hour when wielded with power. Without divinity, it merely transforms into unyielding iron chains. The Holy Grail, a discarded cup, could indeed grant wishes, but one must know the method. Without it, one cannot leap from beginning to end. Heavenly Fire, sacred judgment. One of the divine keys from the game, crafted from the core of the law of fire by the 7th ruler of the ancient civilization, exists in the forms of a great sword and dual pistols. The title Pure Love Great Sword stems from its usage, always wielded for the sake of a beloved. Kevin, Siegfried, and Otto, the pure love war god, Otto Apocalypse. For those I cherish, I shall unleash a magnificent assault. Strong indeed. Yet this device is powered by the very energy it seeks to combat. Strangely, it consumes more than anyone else. Eagle Eye Vision, Kryptonite, and Arc Reactor need no elaboration. While the Mouse Talisman requires a figurine, the Sunshine Gun boasts considerable offensive power, a skill of the protagonist Gwen from Dark Souls, best utilized in close range. Undying Slash, bow and weep. One of the two undying slashes cannot be drawn without the power of immortality, yet it can serve as a means of treachery. Diaz stroked his chin thoughtfully, then produced a golden chalice, which could be succinctly described as a reservoir of magic. I wish to become the strongest person in the world. The chalice emitted a faint glow, yet nothing materialized. Well, that was unsuccessful. I then wished for the chalice's magic to be transformed into ruin energy. Ding. The magical transformation was successful. The chalice's power has now been converted into ruin energy and has established a connection with the Heavenly Fire Saint's judgment. Is this truly possible? Diaz was utterly astonished. How is this possible? As for the system, host, there's no need to be overly informed. Are you perhaps of the Bitesong lineage? Ding. Congratulations. Host, on achieving the accomplishment of the God of Guarantees. The host's luck has been enhanced by 1%. What use is a mere 1% increase? Diaz drew forth two exquisite, gilded pistols resembling flintlock firearms, their bodies adorned with a striking contrast of black and white, while the golden barrels gleamed with elegance. At the safety lock, a crimson core known as the Flame Arbiter was enshrined, bestowing the weapons with an aura of opulence. The pistols radiated intense heat, and upon contact, purple patterns manifested upon Diaz's skin, a sign of his susceptibility to the corrupted energy. Lacking any adaptability to this energy, he risked transforming into a corrupted beast if he did not act swiftly. He relinquished his grip immediately. Ding. Host has achieved an accomplishment. Every endeavor has its first time. Host has attained 100% adaptability to corrupted energy. The purple markings on his hand vanished. And Diaz felt a newfound mastery over the heavenly fire divine judgment in his grasp, enabling him to modulate its energy output. The muzzle erupted in a torrent of searing flames, igniting the bed within the room. Extinguish. Extinguish. He splashed a basin of water, quelling the inferno. The output capability of the heavenly fire divine judgment was unparalleled. Upon reaching 150% energy, it would transform into a colossal sword, unleashing a catastrophic obliteration. However, once unleashed, the wielder faced a high probability of demise due to the extreme temperatures. Only a being transcending mortal limitations could withstand such boundless destructive power. Truly, only Kevin could harness this strength. Otto wielded the heavenly fire greatsword, replicated from the Void's myriad treasures. A weapon born of love, and thus dubbed the pure love greatsword. Give me a Cassandra-style gun combat technique, he mused. Nevertheless, practicality reigned supreme. He holstered the twin pistols and approached Vince Smoke Gaji. System, plant a mental seed in Vince Smoke Gaji. Ding. Seed planted. Shall the target be eliminated? No. Diaz splashed water, awakening Gaji. Upon seeing Diaz, Gaji's eyes brimmed with fear. He was immensely terrified of him. I have implanted a mechanism within your mind that allows me to control you. With merely a thought, you shall meet your demise. He silently commanded the system to allow the psychic seed to gradually take effect. Suddenly, Gaji was struck with excruciating headaches, blood streaming from his nose. The intense pain was unbearable. Let me go? Please, I beg you. I am willing to become your subordinate. Upon uttering these words, Gaji felt a sudden release. Yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Was this truly the end for the Vinsmoke family? He could not accept it. He refused to resign to such fate. Good boy. Diaz responded. What I have planted in your mind is called the psychic seed, and only I possess the ability to remove it. It is bound to me. If I were to perish, your head would explode in an instant. Gaji's gaze was filled with terror. The man before him resembled a devil. Yet, he found himself with no choice. The pain he had just endured warned him that if his adversary truly wished him harm, he would indeed perish. He had no desire to die. Better to live, even in misery. He must revitalize the Vinsmoke family. Yes, for the sake of his family, he absolutely could not die. Diaz was greatly satisfied with Gaji's actions, finally allowing someone to tend to Gaji's wounds. He declared, from this moment forth, refer to me as your master. All of you in the Germa must heed my commands. Do you comprehend? Gaji, filled with reluctance, realized that his very life was in the hands of the other and could only acquiesce. In front of his son, daughter, and numerous Germa soldiers, he proclaimed that henceforth Brando Diaz would hold a status equal to his own within the Germa kingdom, and all must obey his orders without question. A dictatorship is effortlessly manageable. Once the cowardly leader is under control, one effectively becomes the sovereign of the nation. The might of the Germa kingdom is indispensable for his future endeavors. Diaz sat upon the throne, gazing down at the kneeling figures of Iji, Niji, and others. I must confess, I rather prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. This current disposition is truly tiresome to behold. Reiju, appointed as his secretary by Judge, retorted, you are indeed a dreadful individual. To deal with this lot. Such is the method. You are now free, my beautiful princess. Upon hearing of her newfound freedom, Reiju paused, incredulity washing over her as she asked, free? Indeed. You may go wherever you wish now. I shall not intervene, nor will Judge, correct? Judge's heart bled internally as he forced a smile. The boss speaks true, Reiju. You are at liberty to do as you please. You are no longer bound to my commands. With these words, Reiju felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The commands had been absolute, signifying that she could indeed leave this realm. Yet, what would she do once she departed? Perhaps she would visit Sanji, to see her brother. Thank you, Reiju murmured softly, turning away without a trace of longing. Clad in Germa's battle attire, she soared into the sky, leaving behind a long, vanishing trail of white. Diaz remarked, well, it is now your turn, Gaji. Your task is to generate profits for me while ensuring the smooth operation of the Germa kingdom. Save the remaining funds for my future use. He was indifferent to how Germa would earn money in the future. His only concern was securing wealth for himself. Yes, boss. Gaji silently screamed in anguish over his finances, yet felt powerless. He began upgrading the weapons used by the soldiers, as their current efficiency still left much to be desired. The flintlocks in the world of One Piece had remained unchanged for countless years, and Diaz felt it was time to instigate an industrial revolution. The existing weaponry could easily meet the combat needs of Germa's soldiers. Furrowing his brow, Gaji stated, "If we update now, it will require a substantial sum and considerable time and effort for research and development." "Foolish," Diaz retorted. "Revamping the weaponry and developing more powerful arms could swiftly conclude the war for Germa. Furthermore, selling these weapons would enrich Germa, transforming it from a mercenary force into an arms dealer, allowing us to profit while resting at home. Isn't that appealing?" Gaji opened his mouth, realizing the validity of Diaz's points. Diaz continued, "Let us proceed in this direction. I can allocate 500 million berries for research and development. If that proves insufficient, you may undertake missions to earn more." "Understood. Additionally, construct for me a vessel capable of swift movement on the sea, independent of wind. That will require an energy supply. If you possess the powers of a natural-type devil fruit user, this issue could be easily resolved. However," he implied, "a small vessel cannot accommodate a massive engine and energy processor, rendering it impractical. I can address the energy issue. You need only focus on shipbuilding." "Certainly," Gaji acquiesced. And the scientists of Germa commenced the construction of an iron vessel with a captain's quarters, in accordance with Diaz's requirements. The energy source would be the arc reactor, which could provide a substantial amount of energy. This new elemental clean reactor astounded Gaji and the scientists, as the energy output defied their understanding of physics. The vessel, built upon the foundation of the arc reactor, could achieve speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, albeit limited by technological constraints, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. It featured several rooms, independent bathrooms, and a kitchen. They also equipped the vessel with a small seawater desalination system to meet daily needs. Diaz had not anticipated the presence of a desalination system within the Germa kingdom, but upon reflection, it made sense. These individuals were either engaged in battle or en route to combat, with a large population making resupply efforts time-consuming. Moreover, water is difficult to preserve at sea. Thus, the installation of a desalination system would effectively resolve this issue. Germa's scientific and technological prowess was indeed commendable. Diaz did not linger in the kingdom of Germa. Gaji's life was now firmly in his own hands, and he dared not just with his own fate. The plague god had finally departed. Gaji gazed at the receding vessel, exhaling a sigh of relief. The sensation of being governed by Diaz was far from pleasant. He was engulfed in despair, devoid of hope for the future, compelled to obey Diaz's commands for the sake of his own survival. He wished for this man to live. Should he perish, Gaji's own life would be forfeit. Though skepticism lingered, what if? He still wished to endure, for Germa, for Vinsmoke. The ship, aptly named the Wave Crusher by Diaz, soared across the ocean, far outpacing ordinary sailing vessels. Within merely a week, it reached the next island. After spending nearly a month there, replenishing its magnetic energy reserves, it set sail once more, destined for the Sabati archipelago before entering the New World. Though the New World was fraught with peril, it was also rife with opportunities. On this day, the Wave Crusher darted swiftly across the sea, its arc reactor providing ample energy, even generating more power than the vessel consumed during its regular operations. Suddenly, in the distance, thick black smoke billowed ominously, suggesting trouble was afoot. Such occurrences on the ocean were often attributed to the presence of pirates. Whether it was a clash between pirates, a raid, or an encounter between the Navy and pirates, these were the usual scenarios, and Diaz relished the chaos, adjusting the course and accelerating. The Wave Crusher surged toward the site of the disturbance. The Navy warship, engulfed in smoke, bore witness to the loss of numerous recruits. Their lifeless forms strewn across the deck, felled in an instant. The Navy's chief instructor, the former Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, endured the pain in his heart as he battled against a formidable pirate, a colossal figure nearly 7 meters tall, grotesque in appearance. One single pirate had led to the annihilation of his crew, and under his protection, he could not allow this to continue. The pirate's white mustache and the large naginata in his hand reminded Zephyr of the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, evoking memories of the heavy power that resonated from him in his youth. A thunderous clash ensued as their fists and weapons collided, both warriors recoiling from the impact. Edward Weevil gasped, turning to the petite, leopard-print cloaked figure behind him, pleading, "Mother, this man is incredibly strong. I fear I cannot defeat him." Miss Backen's shrill voice scolded her foolish son, "You imbecile, pull yourself together. Who told you to confront this man? After all the Navy you've already killed. You must eliminate him." Now, there was no choice but to engage directly. The likelihood of escape alongside Zephyr was slim. "I shall not let you escape. Never." Zephyr panted, his breath growing labored. Why now? With age came a myriad of ailments, asthma being one of them. In the absence of combat, it posed little issue. But under the strain of fierce confrontation, especially against an adversary of this caliber, his physical ailments began to hinder him. No, he must protect the children. The battle raged on, Edward Weevil utilizing his extraordinary physical strength and brute force to engage Zephyr. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, defeat was not imminent. As his breath quickened, he realized that medication was not an option in this fight. Age had diminished his physical prowess. If only he were 5 years younger, he could. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Behind Edward Weevil, Miss Backen warned, "Fool, don't chase after him. There are 2 survivors behind you." "Understood, mother." With a sweeping strike, the Naginata repelled Zephyr and lunged toward the newly arrived Navy personnel, a man and a woman. "Ein, Bins," Zephyr exclaimed, rushing forward, arm raised. With a sickening slice, Zephyr's arm, renowned as Black Arm, was severed by the blade, blood gushing forth as excruciating pain contorted his expression. "Teacher!" Ein and Bins cried out in anguish, just as a sharp sword aura separated Edward Weevil from Zephyr. Diaz soared through the air with remarkable speed, his sword slicing through the atmosphere as it aimed for Edward Weevil's head. "A sneak attack? You are utterly despicable." Edward Weevil managed to repel Diaz, rolling across the deck before seizing Zephyr's arm. He retrieved a vial of blood and, with determination, affixed the severed limb back into place, pouring the contents of the vial over the wound. A hissing sound emerged as white smoke billowed from the injury, and soon Zephyr felt no more pain. "Diaz, what are you doing here?" This rebellious disciple had once caused him great anguish, yet now, in this moment of reunion, he had come to his aid. "Greetings, master," Diaz remarked, discarding the now empty vial. "It has been a while. You seem to be faring poorly." He twirled his blade with grace, adding, "I believe we can join forces to vanquish our adversaries." With a dismissive scoff, Edward Weevil moved his arm, finding no significant injury, as if the earlier blow had never occurred. The dark aura enveloped his arm once more. That mysterious force had alleviated his wheezing. He pondered the nature of the substance he had consumed, incredulous that he had managed to reattach his severed limb. How was this possible? "Son, eliminate them," Miss Backen cried out. "Understood, mother." Edward Weevil charged forward once again, and Zephyr deftly evaded, ready for the impending clash of battle. Diaz's intentions were unequivocal as he charged towards the foolish Miss Backen. "You insolent wretch." Miss Backen raised her cane, her haki enveloping it, and swung it fiercely at Diaz. It seemed this elderly woman wielded formidable power. The clash produced a shower of sparks. The force transmitted through her cane surprised Diaz, revealing it was not beneath his own. With a sudden surge of strength, Diaz's overwhelming might caused Miss Backen to recoil, her cane forcibly deflected. Their weapons momentarily misaligned, leaving Miss Backen vulnerable. In a flash, a gilded flintlock appeared in Diaz's hand, the barrel of the heavenly fire judgment exhaling a torrent of flames that struck Miss Backen squarely in the face. "Ah!" she screamed, her body igniting in flames. Weevil swiftly turned. "Mother, you dare to glance away while battling me?" Zephyr raised an eyebrow and delivered a powerful punch to Weevil's abdomen, forcing him to stumble backward, clutching his belly. "Ouch, you old coot," he exclaimed, sniffling, his monstrous physique allowing him to withstand the blow. Diaz kicked Miss Backen down, extinguishing the flames, and held the heavenly fire judgment against her head, declaring, "Surrender, your mother is now in my grasp." He relished in the thrill of hostage-taking, achieving his goals with minimal exertion. Suddenly, a silver chain, adorned with variously shaped wedges, materialized in the air, piercing Weevil's collarbone and thoroughly restraining him. This was no mere treasure, but an authentic divine weapon, boasting unparalleled durability. Even if severed, it would mend itself after a time. If only his opponent possessed divinity. For once bound, he would wreak havoc. It is well known that divine entities generally suffer from debuffs, such as the simplicity of it. "Capture him, Zephyr," Diaz commanded. "What is this?" Weevil protested, straining against his bonds. "If you dare move, your mother will meet her end," Diaz warned. "Mother, if you harm her in any way, I will kill you," Weevil shouted defiantly. "As long as you remain still, your mother will be safe." "Really? Indeed. Then I shall remain motionless." He appeared rather dim-witted. Zephyr cast a long, contemplative glance at his former disciple, instructing Ein and Bins to fetch sea-stone handcuffs to bind Weevil's arms and legs, encasing his entire body in heavy chains. Edward Weevil and Miss Backen were effectively captured. Zephyr gazed mournfully at the corpses of the Navy recruits on the deck, grief enveloping him. They were meant to gain experience. Yet fate had dealt an unforgiving hand. "Take heart, Zephyr. Death is irreversible. Such is life. Whether one becomes a Navy officer or a pirate, one must accept the possibility of losing their life at sea." Diaz's gaze deepened as he, along with Ein and Bins, began to collect the bodies. "It is not your place to lecture me, you impudent child," Zephyr scoffed, trembling as he closed the eyes of a fallen recruit. "You must be my junior disciples," he remarked. Ein and Bins fell silent, having heard of Diaz's notorious reputation, even regarded as a cautionary tale within the Navy. Yet, it was this very figure of infamy who had just saved their lives. "Relax, I do not consume human flesh," Zephyr approached, his tone grave. "Diaz, what are you truly contemplating? Why betray the Navy?" "Zephyr, I have stated numerous times that I only wish to save lives, even if it leads to my being hunted." Diaz locked eyes with his mentor and declared, "Perhaps I am wanted by the world government and pursued by the Navy. Yet I remain eternally grateful for the guidance bestowed upon me by you and Admiral Crane. I am not one to forget a kindness. Furthermore, I still harbor a deep disdain for pirates." He expressed his gratitude towards Granny Crane and Zifa, acknowledging that a significant portion of his skills had been cultivated by their teachings, albeit their paths diverged. For the sake of Tiger? What is it that makes him so compelling? Diaz pondered. It is his defiance. He stood against those accursed celestial dragons. A world should not be ruled by individuals lesser than mere parasites. As a former admiral, you must understand the nature of such beings. Zifa did not dispute the abhorrent nature of the celestial dragons, yet he maintained that as a member of the Navy, one must protect them. Ayn and Binz turned pale with fear. Was there truly someone bold enough to vocally condemn the celestial dragons? If word of this reached others, it would spell doom for him. Look at your disciples, frightened merely by my utterances. Ordinary citizens would react even more intensely upon hearing the name of the celestial dragons. They are nothing more than fortunate souls in the lottery of life, undeserving of hoarding over 50% of the world's wealth. Nor should they trample upon the laws of the world government. In comparison to pirates, they evoke a greater loathing within me. How many nations have been reduced to poverty and ruin due to the gold from above? How many have been annihilated because of it? And how many individuals have been enslaved at their hands? Because of them, the laws of the world government appear farcical. Human trafficking can commence right under the noses of the Navy. You are aware of this, yet you choose not to speak of it, nor dare to confront it. In the shadow of these wretches, your sense of justice seems utterly laughable. Diaz laid bare the wounds of the Navy, exposing their shame. The young beauty opened her mouth, eager to defend her teacher, yet found herself at a loss for words, as Diaz spoke nothing but the truth. There must be a better solution. Such thoughts eluded Zephyr, who was surprisingly at a loss for a response from his own disciple. He could not muster a counterargument. I hold great admiration for Tiger's actions. A person like him should not meet a premature end. Teacher, the Navy's justice cannot accommodate my own. We are drifting further apart. Diaz shook his head and approached the ship's railing, declaring, Teacher, should you ever find yourself in need, I shall come to your aid. This is my promise. With a graceful stride, he returned to the Mistral, which glided past the warship. Zephyr gazed at the receding vessel and sighed. Diaz was exceptionally gifted among his disciples. Perhaps only slightly less formidable than Kazan and others. Could it be that the Navy's justice truly could not embrace him? The answer was affirmative. His disdain for the celestial dragons would inevitably lead to conflict. Ultimately, it could transcend mere defection. An unsettling intuition warned him that Diaz would engage in even more harrowing actions, defiance, violence, perhaps even the slaying of celestial dragons. Brother Diaz, Ayn ventured. Is that the reason he defected from the Navy? In response to Ayn's address of Diaz as brother, Zephyr refrained from correcting her and remarked, Stalaberry has said as much. And he awakened his conqueror's hockey for this very reason, indicating the irreconcilable rift between him and the celestial dragons. The world's nobility would never permit someone like him to continue living. But he is a good person. Indeed, a good person. Zephyr tightened his fist. Realizing that the Navy's justice felt rather constricted to him, he instructed his two disciples to keep the events of the day regarding Diaz a secret, ensuring no exposure. This was a protective measure from teacher to disciple. Diaz regarded him as a mentor, yet he, in turn, considered Diaz a disciple. A lamentable loss. Had he remained, he might have become another great admiral, the scourge of the celestial dragons. He sighed, his gaze, sharp with animosity, fell upon Weevil and Miss Backen. Advancing. His fist pierced their forms. To allow them to persist would be to deny his disciples their eternal rest. Pirates are, in the end, merely pirates. His disciples, his wife, his son, the comrades who perished at the hands of pirates. They demonstrated, through their sacrifice, the folly of his former principle of nonviolence. Diaz, can you bring a semblance of change to this world? The sea stone handcuffs from Weibel and Miss Bakken were retrieved and subsequently cast into the ocean. He suddenly found himself anticipating the future achievements of this rebellious disciple. Do you aspire to be a hero, Diaz? My teacher. The very moment one desires to become a hero, they forfeit that qualification. Therefore, I shall not be a hero, nor will I embody heroism. You are indeed a hero, Diaz, albeit a rebellious one, distinct in your individuality. An unworthy disciple. The warship gradually departed, the recent sacrifices weighing heavily on Zephyr's heart. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, he reported this unprecedented loss, a rarity in the annals of naval history. Zephyr resolved to establish a naval guerrilla unit. A proposal swiftly approved by the higher echelons of the Navy. The position of Chief Instructor Zephyr was temporarily vacated, as many naval personnel joined the guerrilla unit, including Ayn and Benji, embarking on the hunt for pirates across the seas. They would spare no pirate. Any leniency would be a disservice to their fallen comrades. Ayn and Benji came to comprehend why no pirate had survived once in Diaz's grasp. These scoundrels do not merit the gift of life. Scum. A wretched lot. Their demise is of little consequence. The war in the Psycheer Kingdom persists. The front page headline today reports on the conflict in the Psycheer Kingdom. Although Germa withdrew from the war against Psycheer due to Diaz's influence, nearby kingdoms remain undeterred, hoping to seize this bountiful and beautiful realm. While Germa poses no resistance against Psycheer, they still hold their ground against other nations, albeit with slim chances of victory. Diaz set aside the newspaper, contemplating the imminent demise of the kingdom of Sakaya. In the aftermath, its ruins would serve as a stronghold for the formidable Mihawk. accompanied by a troop of highly intelligent baboons, a sight Diaz had yet to encounter. With the paper laid down, he moored the ship, the wave breaker, alongside the island, which would soon lead him to the Shambodi archipelago. The island was expansive, with towering trees and lush greenery, teeming with life. Releasing the young Giratina, he declared, "Let us explore this island." Yoji, the young Giratina, with its short legs, joyfully trailed behind Diaz. As they ventured into the forest, a foul wind greeted them, and a massive python, over 20 meters in length, lunged from the treetops, aiming to strike. Giratina, leap and use your headbutt. Yoji, with fierce determination in its eyes. The young Giratina sprang into action, joining Diaz in a leap to the python's head, delivering a powerful headbutt. With a resounding thud, the python staggered, dazed. Diaz shouted, "Destruction Ray." The young Giratina unleashed a concentrated beam of golden light, aimed directly at the serpent, radiating sheer destructive power. Destruction Ray. Diaz would not allow Yolkiras to learn on its own. Instead, he invested 30 million berries to acquire a destructive beam learning device for Yolkiras, enabling it to master the technique. Otherwise, it would have to evolve first to attain such knowledge. To help Yolkiras gather energy, he equipped it with an Everstone, leaving one to ponder when it might evolve. The destructive beam pierced through the serpent's head, causing its body to convulse before it fell lifeless. A splendid performance indeed. Yolkiras, hands on hips, reveled in its newfound prowess, munching on a stone with delight. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Diaz refrained from engaging with the colossal beasts they encountered, opting instead to let Yolkiras battle. Remarkably, Yolkiras displayed impressive combat abilities, even in its initial stage. Diaz ensured it received the finest nourishment and provided various learning devices for illegal moves. Was it permissible for Yolkiras to learn such techniques? Not in the slightest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Pokemon Training Master. Pokemon's strength increased by 1%. Ding. Yolkiras has learned the move Screech. A series of notifications took Diaz by surprise as he dragged a bull the size of a house onto the beach. Yolkiras sat on the sand, nibbling on grains, while Diaz began to dissect the bull, clearing its entrails before commencing a barbecue. After a hearty lunch, he turned to training, determined to master both armament hockey and observation hockey before entering the New World. These two forms of hockey are essential in the New World, commonplace among its inhabitants, while few possess such skills in the first half of the Grand Line. Without experiencing a thorough beating, one remains oblivious to the existence of hockey. Some natural-type devil fruit users, relying on their ability to elementalize, often consider themselves invincible. In truth, there are always stronger beings beyond one's comprehension. He donned the heavy iron armor purchased from the system's shop, which weighed 5 tons, an ideal challenge for his training. As he sweated profusely, Yolkiras perched atop him, gnawing on energy cubes, adding to his burden. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. He craved a battle to catalyze his breakthrough. But where could he find a worthy opponent to push him to that limit? Should he provoke the Navy? With such thoughts, he continued his regimen, lifting a 3-ton barbell to build his arm strength. His physical training did not wane. He was resolute in his pursuit of greater power. After spending a month and a half on the island, Diaz finally departed for the center of the Grand Line, the Sabaody archipelago. This island, composed of Yarlman mangroves, had roots that exuded liquid, forming bubbles that floated in the air. These bubbles were uniquely suited to the climate of the archipelago. Any attempt to leave the island would cause them to explode. Bubble culture permeated everyday life here, with many daily necessities crafted from bubbles. The Sabaody archipelago also served as a transit point to Fishman Island, attracting numerous pirates and bounty hunters. They congregated in lawless regions, where the Navy's reach was limited. As long as they kept a low profile, the Navy would turn a blind eye. After all, the Sabaody archipelago was the domain of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons ruled here, and the archipelago did not belong to the world government. It was solely under their jurisdiction. The presence of the Navy was merely to safeguard the Celestial Dragons during their leisure visits, not to capture pirates. The Celestial Dragons were indifferent to crime. They sought only that which pleased them, such as slaves. Their existence allowed slave markets to operate brazenly beneath the Navy's gaze. Wealthy merchants gathered here to lavishly bid for slaves they desired, transforming the area into a vast den of debauchery. Upon arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, Diaz immediately made his way to the bar beneath the 13th mangrove tree, Shachi's extortion bar. The proprietress, Shachi, had once sailed alongside the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and the legendary Whitebeard over 30 years ago, having been pursued by Garp. After retiring, she established this bar on the Sabaody archipelago, primarily engaging in the intelligence trade. Pirates who mistook this establishment for an ordinary bar would find themselves subject to her extortion. Diaz naturally could not do such a thing. As he pushed open the door, the proprietress, lounging behind the bar with a cigarette in hand, smiled and said, a charming young gentleman has arrived. What can I get for you? Information. Oh? Xiachi raised an eyebrow, responding, I wonder what Mr. Brando desires. Diaz was not surprised that Xiachi recognized his identity. His handsome face was quite distinctive, evoking a strong sense of familiarity. Moreover, if an information broker did not recognize him, he would certainly question her capabilities. Is it possible to obtain the training methods for both armament hockey and observation hockey? The proprietress? Indeed, the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey. Xiachi raised her eyebrows slightly and replied, "You have arrived at a fortuitous moment. I happen to possess a copy, detailing the training techniques from Amazon Lily. The inhabitants of Amazon Lily are predominantly skilled in hockey, and this nation, composed entirely of women, boasts formidable combat prowess. Isolated in a windless zone, the island lacks many resources, compelling its residents to resort to plundering to compensate for their deficiencies. This has fostered a fierce national character, with membership in the Kuja Pirates regarded as a point of pride. Thus, the availability of widely applicable hockey training methods is exceedingly rare and valuable." Diaz, invigorated by a surge of spirit, inquired, "Madam, do you offer this cultivation method for sale? As an intelligence agent, would I ever peddle counterfeit goods? Just tell me whether you are interested." "Yes, of course," he replied eagerly. Diaz pressed on, "How much?" "Not expensive, 80 million berries." "Are you robbing me?" Diaz exclaimed, astonished by the exorbitant price set by this woman. "Lower it a bit, 40 million. Huh, young man, your haggling is rather ruthless," she chuckled. Xiachi shook her head. "In my line of work, I have never encountered someone as youthful as you. We do not negotiate prices. If you decline, I can certainly sell it to someone else." "Very well." Having been somewhat fleeced, Diaz acquired the cultivation method he desired. Xiachi indeed did not deal in fakes. Considering her connections with Hancock and the old woman, it was entirely reasonable for her to possess such knowledge. As he delved into the cultivation techniques, clarity dawned upon him, illuminating previously perplexing concepts. He settled in the bar, engrossed in the book, and by the time he finished reading, it was already time for a meal. He tucked the book away and exited the establishment. Was this young man truly one who would betray the Navy to rescue Tiger? There was something intriguing about him. Xiachi observed the young man's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she extinguished her cigarette. Diaz wandered through the bustling streets, on a quest to find a reliable coating craftsman to apply a protective layer on his vessel. In truth, coating artisans rarely receive negative reviews, should any mishap occur. The individual in question would vanish, rendering the possibility of a poor rating moot. Hence, he sought someone of more advanced years, a figure of greater dependability. In hindsight, he mused, he should have opted for a submarine. He had no intention of crossing paths with the elusive Rayleigh. Who could fathom where that enigmatic figure might be lurking in some obscure corner of the world? As he continued his journey, he found himself in a lawless district, neglecting to conceal his visage. Those who encountered him cast sidelong glances, and a few bounty hunters exhibited a keen interest, stealthily trailing behind. After all, he was a veritable treasure trove of berries, and they believed that a swarm of them could easily overwhelm this mere teenager before them. Their confidence was palpable. Diaz arrived at a desolate location and addressed his pursuers behind him. "Brando Diaz, you truly possess remarkable skills. However, it is not guaranteed that you will eliminate us all before your strength wanes," sneered a bounty hunter, licking his blade. "Moreover, it is not just us bounty hunters who have set our sights on you. Surrender your possessions, for I am well aware of your substantial wealth." A group of pirates also encircled him, their leaders grinned grotesque. Diaz ran his fingers through his hair and remarked, "In that case, you must also be prepared to meet your demise here." Diaz clasped one hand in a gesture of anticipation as golden lightning surged from all directions, converging at the center of his palm. What was this? Was he a wielder of extraordinary powers? What? Run! The lightning coalesced into a golden spear, crackling ominously in his grip, as he stood there, resembling a deity of thunder. The sunlight spear. He hurled it with great force into the heart of the crowd, where it detonated, scattering bolts of electricity and ensuing explosions that sent countless individuals flying, leaving an unknown number dead beneath the might of the sunlight spear. A monster! Flee! That singular strike had utterly shattered their courage. The pirates and bounty hunters scattered in a panic, igniting chaos, while Diaz strode confidently into the slave auction venue. If memory served, this place was backed by the investments of Don Quixote Doflamingo, making him one of its shareholders. Seated in the audience, he listened intently as the auctioneer passionately extolled the virtues of a beautiful slave, a princess from the kingdom of Cole in the New World. She had been raised in the court's etiquette, exuding grace and elegance, embodying the essence of nobility. This princess, with her exaggerated hourglass figure, conformed to the world's typical standards of beauty, yet her lovely visage was marred by sorrow. Even a seasoned observer of beauty like Diaz was momentarily captivated by her. Her golden waves cascaded down, resting enticingly upon her rounded posterior. Ah, this figure, these legs, I could indulge in this for a year. How infuriating. I could buy her and strip her of her beauty to keep as a trophy. Severus Olivia's eyes were devoid of light. Her nation had been destroyed for failing to pay tribute to the heavens, and though she possessed the powers of a fruit user, her abilities were limited to reading minds, leaving her devoid of combat prowess. Following her nation's downfall, this princess had been reduced to slavery, destined to be toyed with by these loathsome individuals. Who would save me? Perhaps I should seize this place. After all, none here are virtuous. Release the slaves, and then, what shall we dine on? Huh, Wait. Shouldn't I ponder such a grand act as storming a slave auction? Why am I contemplating lunch? Below, the bidding for Olivia was intensifying, and she caught sight of Diaz, the very one whose thoughts had expressed a desire to seize the auction house. Noticing her gaze, Diaz furrowed his brow. Is she looking at me? Never mind. 18 million berries, once. 18 million berries, twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, excitement palpable as he prepared to finalize the transaction. Diaz raised his hand, and the auctioneer, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "What will our guest bid?" "I offer 2 pistols." The twin firestorm pistols materialized in his hands as he bellowed, "Don't move. This is a robbery. Pirates. Help. Run." The wealthy patrons, clad in opulent attire, turned pale, their faces drained of color as they attempted to flee. The flames erupting from the barrels formed a fiery barricade, blocking their escape. Diaz commanded, "Drop all your money here, or you shall not leave alive. You're robbing us. Beware the navy." Bang. A bullet of condensed flame pierced the forehead of the one who spoke, and his body crumpled to the ground, eliciting screams of terror from the crowd. Diaz declared, "Now, who dares to object?" He suddenly raised his pistol, shooting the auctioneer who had attempted to escape. "None here are innocent," he proclaimed. "Place all valuable items here, and you may leave. Will you comply?" "Of course we will." The merchants, gripped by fear, scrambled to comply, each eager to relinquish their riches and jewels, quickly amassing a small mountain of wealth. Diaz smiled as he collected the bounty, allowing them to depart before leisurely approaching Olivia. He retrieved the key from the auctioneer's waist and unlocked the bindings around her neck and wrists, stating, "You are free now. You may go." Olivia flexed her wrists, sorrow evident in her voice. "I have no home left. The kingdom of coal has been obliterated, and my subjects are gone." Heartbroken, Diaz pondered, "Damn. Will this girl cling to me? I'm not yet of age. Why does she have so many thoughts?" As Olivia's face flushed crimson, a rush of confusion engulfed her mind. What is this? What thoughts occupy this man's mind? In that instant, she matured. "What's wrong? Don't touch me." Her legs weakened, prompting her to retreat hastily, evading him as if he were a viper. Diaz's hand hovered in the air, hesitant. "Fine. If you don't want to be touched, then I shall respect your wishes. I have no intentions of imposing upon you. Just a reminder, the Navy will be arriving shortly, so you might want to depart. I still have matters to attend to. Eliminate those who deserve it, and release those who do not." Huh? Is he attempting to save someone? Wait for me. Olivia hurried to catch up, and Diaz furrowed his brow. What was wrong with this woman? Was she not concerned about being captured? Becoming a slave once more is hardly a favorable fate, as capture would lead to unspeakable consequences. Despite his harsh words, he was quite a decent person, albeit with a mind cluttered with lewd thoughts. Wait, what is this? Why is my mind racing so rapidly? Moments ago, Diaz was contemplating rescue and lascivious notions, yet now his thoughts had leaped to the decor of a human auction house and its proprietor. The pace of his thoughts was overwhelming. Olivia struggled to keep up, bombarded by an array of irrelevant information. She quickly shut off her ability. As Diaz's presence felt like a multitude of individuals standing before her, their thoughts available for her perusal, yet her mind could scarcely process them. How could this be? Is there anyone whose thoughts are so chaotic? The modern mind's propensity for divergent thinking, compounded by Diaz's penchant for fanciful musings, rendered his brain exceedingly active. Olivia was inundated with information, unable to process it all in that moment, and she hesitated to delve too deeply into his psyche. "What do you intend to do?" Diaz inquired. "I possess the ability of the mind-reading fruit. I can assist you in discerning who is virtuous and who is malevolent. You wouldn't want to release the wrong individuals, would you?" Olivia replied. "Oh, a mind-reading fruit user? You can ascertain my thoughts? If this woman truly possesses such an ability, then my previous musings." Olivia's expression remained impassive as she echoed his thoughts. Diaz felt as though he stood before this woman in a state of utter undress. An overwhelming sense of shame enveloping him. Olivia swiftly waved her hand, declaring, "I shall no longer delve into your thoughts. They are far too chaotic for me to comprehend. And frankly, your mind is filled with nothing but trivialities devoid of any real value." Her cheeks flushed, and as Diaz contemplated something, he cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, "My thoughts tend to be rather erratic. It would be prudent for you not to pry." "Indeed, I assure you I shall never intrude again. There shall be no future for that." Diaz insisted. "Very well, may I accompany you then? I have no need for companions." Diaz perceived this woman as an encumbrance. Her beauty masked her role as a mere ornament, and he found little merit in her telepathic abilities unless she could wield control over others' minds like Professor X. "I can assist you with numerous tasks," Olivia asserted. "Typically, I am either engaged in robbery or battling pirates. I believe you require a clever aid, and I possess valuable intelligence regarding the New World. I can acquire it through information trading, and rest assured, it is quite accurate. I can also serve as a combatant. I have studied martial arts and once defeated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Yet you were still captured?" Diaz inquired. At this, Olivia's heart brimmed with indignation. "Our nation's duke betrayed us, allowing the enemy to infiltrate our city. Both my father and mother were slain. I narrowly escaped, only to fall into the clutches of human traffickers. Do you possess the courage to consort with demons?" Diaz remarked, Following me puts your life in constant peril. As I have a knack for attracting trouble, I fear not death. You have saved my life, and my upbringing instills in me the value of gratitude. Olivia proclaimed loudly. You are worthy of my allegiance. This man holds his own principles, although aligning with him may jeopardize her innocence. It is certainly preferable to falling into the clutches of those vile individuals. Very well, stay close. Should you perish, I shall ensure your remains are recovered, he said. Olivia trailed behind Diaz as they arrived at the place of enslaved captives. The dark, damp dungeon elicited a frown from him as he stated, Let us commence. Understood. She replied. Utilizing her telepathic abilities, Olivia delved into the minds of others and pointed out several individuals, declaring they were once pirates, responsible for the deaths of many innocent civilians. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out. Proceed, Diaz urged. Very well. After identifying the pirates and criminals, Diaz personally dealt with them before releasing the remaining captives. Noticing the absence of the traitorous Rayleigh, he shrugged. A merman, loosening his wrists, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for freeing me. I had come to believe that all humans were malevolent. Diaz replied, I am not a virtuous man myself. Now go. And do not allow yourself to be captured again. Diaz proclaimed as he shattered the wall with a single blow, allowing the liberated slaves to escape. The commotion he created had already drawn the attention of the surrounding navy. Diaz remarked, Behold, this is the price of following me. You are superior to them. I can read their thoughts and offer you assistance. No need, he replied, twisting his neck with a resounding crack. Let me see if these fellows have indeed trained well. In an instant, his body vanished, darting swiftly among the navy, leaving behind a series of bloody holes in their wake. Pointing spear. Are you all right? Pull yourself together. It's the 6 Styles. He is Diaz. Retreat at once. We are no match for him. Requesting backup. Let us go. Diaz seized Olivia, advancing through the air as she hurriedly exclaimed, They are notifying the Admiral to come. Diaz shattered the speaking telephone bug with a single shot and remarked, This will suffice. Diaz brought Olivia to a secluded spot and inquired, What is the extent of your telepathic abilities? Within a radius of 100 meters, she replied. That is rather limited. He remarked, If it were any broader, I would be overwhelmed by the deluge of thoughts flooding my mind. Olivia, with a lingering sense of trepidation, gazed at Diaz. Given the chaotic turmoil of emotions swirling within him, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the consequences. Diaz embodies the essence of a modern individual, capable of engaging in tasks while his thoughts drift into the ether. Alas, the habits cultivated during his school years seem inalterable throughout his lifetime. Resigned, he relinquishes his expectations. Initially, he had hoped to alert Olivia to those who harbored hostility towards them, yet a distance of 100 meters now feels inconsequential. Gazing outside for his naval forces, he declares, You have one final opportunity. Depart from this place now. Should you choose to follow me, peril awaits, and I cannot assure your safety. He adds, I am no weakling myself. Olivia clenches her fist, her resolve pulsating through her hand. To think this individual possesses such audacity. How are you captured? He replies, Betrayal. Very well, I comprehend your answer. I shall follow you. Then welcome, my friend. I am Brando D. Diaz. Very well, boss. I am Service Olivia, the last princess of the Coal Kingdom. Boss? I rather fancy that title. Now, let us proceed to find a skilled craftsman to coat our vessel. And then we shall set sail for Fishman Island. Having eluded the Navy's pursuit, they located a resting craftsman and negotiated a fair price before commencing the coating process. The wavebreaker was modest in size, and the craftsman assured them that the task would be completed within 2 days, with the final payment due upon completion. Very well. I shall procure some provisions, and I will also acquire some daily necessities for you, Diaz remarked, observing Olivia's somewhat tattered attire. Thank you, boss. Consider it an employee benefit. I shall cover the expenses. The duo ventured into the commercial district, where the Shambadi archipelago had grown accustomed to the presence of criminals. The interactions between pirates and bounty hunters had become a vital economic resource, and there was no inclination to report the criminals' whereabouts to the Navy. Diaz underestimated a woman's ability to shop. Olivia purchased a plethora of clothing and food items, all of which were carefully stowed away by Diaz, who would later organize them in her room. Fortunately, the room was equipped with a bed and a wardrobe. They did not immediately move to the wavebreaker, as the coding specialist was busy at work, leaving no space on the ship for them to settle. The two sought refuge in a hotel for the night, and the naval forces that had pursued them seemed to have vanished, appearing to have abandoned their chase. With safety now at hand, all they needed to do was wait for the successful completion of the coding process. As Diaz and Olivia strolled through the bustling commercial street, they inadvertently wandered into a forbidden area. What brings us here? Olivia inquired, sensing the malevolent gazes surrounding them. Of course, it's a matter of black market dealings. Are you truly a good person? She questioned. Certainly not. This illicit zone, aside from being a hub for human trafficking, harbored various illegal enterprises. Smuggling was merely a minor offense compared to the rampant human trafficking and organ trade that plagued this place. Diaz could not possibly escape so easily. He brought Olivia to a place that dealt in the illicit trade of organs. Inside, several individuals were bound. their bodies marked with the locations of organs and their respective prices, available for immediate slaughter and sale, clearly displayed like wares in a marketplace. Upon seeing Diaz, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests. What may I offer you today? We have everything you desire. There is nothing we do not sell, and our prices are quite negotiable." Diaz scrutinized him, regarding the sales pitch with a chilling sense of foreboding. Ah, the heart. A negotiable matter, wouldn't you say? Look at this fellow, a pirate captain, with a bounty of 56 million belly. He is robust, and I assure you, his heart is undoubtedly strong. The salesman continued his enthusiastic pitch, akin to hawking an ordinary commodity. If you desire it, I can have it extracted for you immediately, complete with a complimentary box to ensure its freshness, he chuckled. In response, Diaz extended his hand, inserting a finger into the salesman's chest. Instantly, blood gushed forth, and the salesman stared in shock at his own wound, letting out a scream as he staggered back, blood pouring from him. Diaz pulled Olivia back a step to avoid the splatter. All right, let the robbery commence. Diaz drew his blade. Olivia. Understood. Olivia immediately commenced her mind reading. As Diaz ruthlessly eliminated all the staff within the establishment, for those who toiled here were equally tainted. Moreover, he swiftly severed the throat of the pirate captain. Once Olivia confirmed the absence of any innocence, she declared, this one, and this one. These are the only three. The rest were not spared by Diaz, as he dispatched them one by one, declaring, let us proceed to the dungeon. It was evident that the establishment harbored goods, prompting their search for such wares. The commotion merely attracted the attention of a few passers-by. This was a lawless zone, and the Navy would not venture here lightly. The prior day's influx of wealthy merchants at the human auction necessitated their protection. Before long, Diaz emerged from the chaos, flanked by a group and accompanied by Olivia, instructing her to escort them to safety. Meanwhile, he continued to cleanse the area of its inhabitants, plunging the lawless zone into turmoil. Some individuals launched an assault on Diaz, but their efforts were in vain as they failed to breach his jade shield, only to meet their demise at his hands. The ruckus soon attracted a contingent of Navy officers, who, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of the establishment's employees, were left pale with terror. Diaz wiped the blood from his face and declared, I have accomplished what your Navy dares not. I have told you, your sense of justice is far too narrow. The Admiral, trembling as he pointed at Diaz, exclaimed, You madman Diaz. He had never encountered such a person, such a lunatic. Isn't it your pursuit of absolute justice? Diaz mocked. If we speak of absolute justice, then there can be no evil in one's sight. Look around you. This lawless zone lies right beneath the Navy's nose. Can you truly achieve absolute justice? Is this your version of justice? It's utterly laughable. At his words, a silence fell over the group of Navy officers, with some newcomers beginning to question the very notion of naval justice. Is this truly justice? Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The Admiral retorted. Diaz countered, what use is delayed justice? If civilians are slain, will your quest for justice bring the dead back to life? How utterly shallow. Diaz's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it, as he wiped the blood from his blade. Turning away, he commanded, fire. Get lost. A mere glance, imbued with lethal intent, made the sailors tremble as they envisioned their own demise. They touched their necks, finding themselves unscathed. Such terrifying malice. The Rear Admiral, still haunted by dread, murmured, how many lives has this man taken? It seems the rumors are indeed true. In the years since Diaz had departed from the Navy, he had mercilessly slaughtered every pirate he encountered, exhibiting a butcher's ruthlessness with zero tolerance for the transgressions of those who dared to commit crimes, while wreaking havoc in the kingdom of Goya. Admiral, what shall we do? A frightened sailor inquired. Report to the higher-ups. Let them handle it, he replied, resigned to the fact that he lacked the prowess to subdue this formidable figure and deemed it best left to those above. After Diaz departed from the forbidden zone, he sought a place to don a fresh set of attire before searching for Olivia, uncertain of where she had taken the others. Upon locating Olivia, he found her enjoying her lunch in a quaint establishment, much to his chagrin. Olivia, feeling a sudden chill, activated her telepathic abilities. This woman was indulging herself here alone, and he would surely have her wages docked upon their return. Turning awkwardly, she caught sight of Diaz, who was gazing at her with a warm smile. Gulp. The morsel she had been chewing went down with difficulty. Boss, is it delicious? She inquired tentatively. Yes, very much so. Would you care for a taste? Diaz suggested, taking a seat beside her. Olivia felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, clearing her throat as she donned a polite smile for the server. Could you please bring 10 more servings of this lunch? Certainly, the server acknowledged, relaying the order to the kitchen. Diaz picked up his knife and fork, stating, we can leave tomorrow. Today's events have escalated quite a bit, so let us maintain a low profile. Oh? Olivia retorted, aren't you the one stirring up trouble? As she continued to eat her lunch silently, Diaz inquired, are you criticizing me in your thoughts? Absolutely not. I would never. Olivia quickly protested, that's slander, boss. You're slandering me. Very well then. Once their lunch arrived, Diaz devoured it with fervor, and shortly thereafter, he patted his stomach contentedly as they settled the bill and departed from the restaurant. As the two walked along the path, suddenly, people around them began kneeling. Olivia, perplexed, asked why are they kneeling. Diaz sensed impending danger and urgently pulled Olivia into an alley. Behind them, a low voice commanded, "Halt. Why do you not pay your respects before Lord Charlemagne?" A man clad in a black suit, exuding the demeanor of a bodyguard, called out to them. Diaz came to a halt, turning his gaze toward a gathering of individuals surrounding an ugly man adorned with a square glass helmet, clad in a white spacesuit. His bizarre hairstyle accentuating his grotesque appearance. Beneath him, a slave crawled forward, his body marred with scars, his expression vacant, seemingly stripped of his will through relentless torment. The world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons, a cadre of privileged individuals, sustained by the vast wealth of the world, living off the toil of others. Upon witnessing Olivia, Charlemagne shook his head, but his eyes brightened at the sight of Diaz. The attention directed at him sent a chill down Diaz's spine as Olivia whispered, "He desires to take you to his bed." At this moment, Diaz was still a youth, standing at 6 feet 6 inches, his stature imposing. Adorned with an 8-pack of abs, his countenance remarkably handsome, with red lips and white teeth. Olivia occasionally found herself blushing and her heart racing at the sight of him. Draped in luxurious attire, he could easily launch a career as an idol, enchanting all who beheld him. Charlemagne, upon first laying eyes on him, was captivated by his beauty, his mind swaying under its spell. "Capture him. I wish for him to become my 17th male consort. The previous 12 have grown tiresome and can be disposed of." Charlemagne's seemingly mundane declaration sealed the fates of several individuals, as if announcing a trivial matter. His subordinates sprang into action, rushing toward Diaz. "You seek death." In a flash, Diaz's blade gleamed, and the heads of the assailants tumbled to the ground. Blood gushed forth, startling the onlookers. With a swift motion, he darted past, seizing Charlemagne's attire, and delivered a powerful blow that shattered the square glass helmet atop his head, sneering, "Greetings, celestial dragon." "Charlemagne! Lord Charlemagne!" the guards exclaimed in shock, while those who had knelt in reverence gazed at Diaz in disbelief. "Do not question why I am kneeling." Olivia looked on in astonishment at Diaz. Her employer was audacious beyond measure, for he stood against the world's nobility, an entity that towered over all of humanity. "Do you wish for death? If not, kindly release me. I am a celestial dragon." Smack! Diaz delivered a powerful blow, leaving half of Charlemartin's face swollen, with several bloody teeth flying from his mouth. This shocking act rendered everyone speechless. He struck a celestial dragon? How dare he? How could he possess such audacity? "You actually hit me? My father has never laid a hand on me." Charlemartin, tears streaming down his face, spoke incoherently. "Lord Charlemartin, quickly, notify the Navy." "Yes. Let me see who dares to act." Diaz retorted, "If you dare to inform the Navy, I shall feed this scoundrel to the dogs. You are Diaz, the disgrace of the Navy. How dare you?" "This is a world noble, the great Charlemartin." The head of the guards feigned calmness, while fear gripped his heart. If Charlemartin was injured, their entire family could face dire consequences. So what if he was a celestial dragon? Diaz indifferently approached with Charlemartin in tow, saying, "Look at this pathetic creature. Why are you all so terrified?" "Olivier, I'm here." Olivier responded promptly as Diaz tossed her the camera snail he had acquired. "You know what to do, right?" "Yes." Olivier's excitement surged. She too harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. If it weren't for these individuals siphoning wealth from the heavens, perhaps her nation would not have perished and would have thrived instead. All the celestial dragons, gazing upon Charlemartin's dismal state in Diaz's grasp, Olivier felt a sense of satisfaction. "Stop that woman! Dragon flash!" A wave of sword energy swept through, sending the guards sprawling to the ground. Snap! Snap! The camera snail's flash continued to illuminate, spitting out photo after photo. Diaz took the camera and remarked, "Your photography skills are quite impressive, Olivia." "Of course," she replied, "I have indeed pursued further studies in photography. Were it not for my current position, I might have considered a career as a journalist." The two exchanged playful banter, seemingly oblivious to the guards surrounding them. When Olivia suddenly exclaimed, "Behind us, an ambush!" Diaz turned swiftly, his blade colliding with the dagger of the approaching shadow, sparks igniting like fireworks upon impact. He locked eyes with a pair of piercing gazes, revealing a disdainful smile. "What is this? CP? CP0? I'm not worthy of that yet." As he spoke, the figure retreated from Diaz, creating distance, and cast a glance at Olivia, pondering whether the previous encounter had merely been a coincidence. Diaz gripped Charlemagne's neck and said, "Come on, let us converse. How would you like to discuss this?" The other party inquired, "What is the worth of a celestial dragon? If the price is insufficient, I shall toss him into the sea to feed the fish." What is this man saying? Is he extorting the world government? How dare he? How audacious! Such brazen individuals have never been witnessed. This fellow is trampling upon the very face of the world government. Do you even comprehend what you are uttering? Bang! A bullet whizzed past the other's cheek, the searing heat scorching half of his face black, causing sweat to pour from his brow. The muzzle of Diaz's divine fire sanctity gun was poised to conjure a second bullet. "Do not make me repeat myself. You do not possess a second life. You scoundrel!" A CP agent, clutching his face, gritted his teeth and replied, "I need to consult my superiors. I lack the authority to decide. Suit yourself, given enough time. I cannot ascertain whether this fool can endure until then." As Diaz spoke, he wrapped Charlemagne's skull with the divine fire sanctity, asserting, "Celestial dragons are not so formidable after all." The news of Diaz's abduction of a celestial dragon was impossible to conceal. It spread with the swiftness of wings. Journalists flocked to the scene like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, surrounding the area with an impenetrable crowd. Yet, none dared to take photographs. Fully aware of the significance of the individual in Diaz's grasp, a member of the world's aristocracy. At that moment, Diaz and Olivia leaned against a red tree, wary of potential ambushes from behind. Diaz, seated upon the unconscious Charlemagne, remarked, "Doesn't this feel utterly insane?" "Perhaps a bit," Olivia replied, "but I find it rather liberating. Since I became your subordinate, I've already been placed on the world government's blacklist." "Ah, you seem quite self-aware. Yet, this is merely a coincidence." As they conversed, the Navy and numerous CP agents encircled them. Diaz scanned the scene and said, "It appears today will not be an easy escape. Indeed, many harbor murderous intent towards you." "The more simply astonished," Olivia noted, sensing the thoughts of those around them. "The journalists are torn between whether to take photos and how to write their forthcoming articles. They have a major scoop but fear reporting it, which is quite distressing for them." The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Diaz had kidnapped a celestial dragon. Had it been any other member of the world government, they would have reported it without hesitation, but the target was a world noble. But there will always be those audacious enough to act. Diaz's gaze caught the sudden flash of a camera in the crowd, indicating that someone bold had taken the plunge. He chuckled, harboring no great hopes for the news to break. Should it become public, it would severely tarnish the prestige of the world government and the celestial dragons. Their credibility might wane, and one could only speculate whether some daring souls might openly defy the world government's orders, perhaps even refuse to pay the heavenly tribute. "The fleet admiral wishes to speak with you." A CP agent approached, holding a transponder snail, his tone grave. "Oh." Diaz took the device with one hand while the other pressed the holy judgment against Charlemagne's neck. Moses, is this the fleet admiral?" "Diaz, what are you attempting to achieve?" "You are courting death." It was clear that the fleet admiral's side was in turmoil. Diaz's usual antics could be overlooked, as he typically dealt with the corrupt and unscrupulous, but today he had created an immense dilemma for both the Navy and the world government. He had the audacity to kidnap a world noble and extort the world government. Is the admiral already on his way? I suspect that Admiral Kazar won't arrive. If he could, he would have been here already. It must be Admiral Akiji. Diaz remained unfazed. "But I, above all, fear not death. Let them come." As he ended the call, Diaz declared, "Everyone, align with me. I have an announcement." All eyes turned towards him as he continued, "As you can see, beneath me lies a world noble, a revered celestial dragon. Do you not think I am mad? So audacious as to dare attack a celestial dragon?" Some nodded instinctively. And Diaz elaborated, "In truth, I merely wish to see if these beings bleed red like us, if they scream when wounded, if they possess limbs and a head." He spoke softly, and the audience listened intently, some journalists furiously jotting down notes. Though it pained them to acknowledge it, these pig-like entities were indeed human, begrudgingly. They could be considered as such. Yet, why should this individual be permitted to trample upon the dignity of all people? Why should they elevate themselves above humanity, treating the masses as mere refuse? Why should he be a world noble? Merely due to his fortunate lineage? Because his ancestors were founders of the world government? Birth is a matter of chance, something enviable yet unattainable, but I believe that those who relish power must also shoulder responsibility. Just as the Navy enjoys high salaries and benefits because they deserve it, risking their lives in battles where they may not return. His words resonated with many within the Navy and others present, who secretly pondered, why should this individual enjoy such privileges? We risk our lives. Yet what we earn in a lifetime pales in comparison to his ordinary day. Why should such a person disregard the law? Why should he have the liberty to kill indiscriminately, to trade in slaves? Why should the illegal zones of Sabaody Archipelago operate openly under the Navy's watchful gaze? Is the Navy, complicit in this, truly just? What he aimed to do was shatter the rigid class structures that had become entrenched. It may not be possible now, but he could awaken a few. Just a spark is all it takes. With time, it can ignite a fire that engulfs the world. Before dawn arrives, someone must illuminate the darkness. Diaz's words plunged many into silence and reflection. Of course, this did not include the CP faction, who served the celestial dragons and had been indoctrinated with unwavering loyalty to the world government since childhood. Their sole desire now was to rescue their master. What purpose do Diaz's ramblings serve? The Marine Admiral is already on his way. With an admiral's backing, their words carry a certain weight. An admiral? How terrifying. Diaz was unfazed by the imminent arrival of Akiji. Indeed, he could not defeat him, but that did not mean he could not escape. Rising, he patted Charlemagne on the shoulder and declared, "Well, since you show no intention of paying, I shall return this fellow to you. The big one is coming." Grasping Charlemagne by the collar, he forcefully hurled him away. "Lord Charlemagne! Quickly! Catch Lord Charlemagne!" The crowd exclaimed, reaching out to catch him. only to hear a series of beeping sounds. Diaz raised the remote control in his hand and chuckled. I told you, the big one is coming. Boom. Click. With the press of a button, an explosion ensued. Diaz swiftly lifted Olivia in a princess carry and dashed outside. Where are we going now? She inquired. To the ship. We must leave, he replied. He ran with great speed, leaving chaos in his wake. The explosion had not claimed many lives, but it had left numerous individuals grievously injured or near death. Charlemagne had been reduced to a mere pulp, his body parts scattered everywhere. If they lingered any longer, they would not escape the impending arrival of Aokiji. Among the three admirals, while Akainu epitomized destruction and Kizuru represented speed, Aokiji signified control. If he were present, fleeing would prove exceedingly challenging. Although Akainu and Kizara could not pursue them once they plunged into the sea, Aokiji was different. He could freeze the ocean. As they traversed the island of Sabaody, a shadow trailed behind them. They located their vessel, interrupted the captain's coding work, left a sum of money, and sped away. The Navy vessels would never catch up to them. But then came the chilling command, Ice Age. A sharp gust of cold enveloped the sea, transforming the surroundings into a winter wonderland. The Thousand Sunny was frozen amid the waves, while Diaz, cradling Olivia, floated above the ground. He heard a voice gliding across the icy expanse. Ah, just a tad late. I didn't expect you to have slain a celestial dragon. The youth of today certainly possess a fiery spirit. The ominous tone of the voice sent a shiver down Diaz's spine. The figure wore a signature dark green eye patch on his forehead, his trademark wild hairstyle in full display. Half of his face was coated in frost due to his powers. He stood tall, donned in a white vest and deep blue shirt, his justice cloak billowing with his movements. He raised his head and addressed Diaz. You possess quite the audacity, young man, to strike against the celestial dragons. Admiral. Olivia gasped, her fear palpable. Diaz landed on the ice and stated, if we cannot reach an agreement, then we must resort to coercion. I didn't anticipate your swift arrival. I was prepared to delay, but upon hearing you had dispatched a celestial dragon, I hastened my pace. The predicament you have caused is truly formidable. This news will not remain concealed, and soon, your name shall echo throughout the world. Aokiji was taken aback. He had never encountered such a troublesome young individual who would leap to threats without negotiation, despite his willingness to offer a bribe. He was unaware that Diaz sought not money, but the death of a celestial dragon. The demise of such a figure would undoubtedly draw the ire of the world government. Yet it would also grant him recognition worldwide. He intended to use the death of a celestial dragon to convey to all that they were merely human and susceptible to mortality. They were not untouchable. Is that so? I feel as though I cannot escape, he mused as he approached the Thousand Sunny. With a few powerful punches, he shattered the thick ice clinging to it. Admiral Aokiji. This is a person I rescued from the auction house. She holds no criminal record, thus she is innocent. Aokiji stroked his chin, contemplating. Wait, what are you doing? Olivia exclaimed, only to be tossed onto the ship by Diaz. With a surge of strength, he lifted the Thousand Sunny from the water, the sheer force propelling it and Olivia onto the surface of the sea. With a splash, the ship plunged into the water before resurfacing. Breathless, Olivia felt the ocean's chill as her clothes clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring figure. Boss, she called out, but Diaz waved her off, gazing at the approaching Navy ships. It seems trouble is on the horizon. Truly, I despise complications. With twin pistols in hand, he addressed Aokiji as a former Navy officer. I wish to experience your strength firsthand. Oh? Akiji's body was once again enveloped in frost. Using dual pistols? Aren't you skilled in swordsmanship? You should know that bullets are ineffective against me. That may not be the case, Diaz retorted, his voice firm. Flame of heaven. Drawl. The magic from the Holy Grail transformed into destructive energy, continuously surging forth. Diaz aligned the core of the dual pistols, which morphed into the hilt of a sword. Flames that could melt stone soaring into the sky, coalescing into a crimson blade. Diaz's body was relentlessly eroded by the searing heat. Having spent a staggering 100,000 berries to acquire the frigid core from the system marketplace, which he pressed against the great flame sword. The icy essence of the frigid core momentarily mitigated the damage inflicted upon him by the state of the great flame sword. And this was his sole strategy against Admiral Kazan. He was unable to employ his obliteration technique, for a single strike with it would lead to his own instant vaporization. Admiral Kazan, for the sake of my life, I shall unleash a formidable assault. With a fervent declaration, he cried, Flame of heaven, unsheath, merely swinging the colossal sword. A wave of fiery blade light surged forth, carrying an unimaginable intensity, signifying the manifestation of the seventh key of destruction in this realm. In the face of such terrifying heat, Kazan erected a formidable ice wall, reverting his form back to flesh. Without this transformation, his icy body would not withstand the onslaught. Kazan, the Iceman who had consumed the ice fruit, had become an embodiment of ice. If he were to evaporate in an instant, he too would be consumed by vapor. This scorching heat even surpassed that of Admiral Akainu's magma fruit. His ice wall was rapidly melting, and Kazan continuously activated his powers to withstand the impact. How could such an assault exist? Is it that sword? ice surged forth, only to be relentlessly melted. Before it could even take a liquid form, it was evaporated. The intense heat transformed the water into steam, hastening the demise of the ice. After a while, Diaz's assault finally ceased, and the surrounding steam, under the influence of the ice fruit, crystallized into icy fragments that fell upon the frosty surface. Kazan emerged, exclaiming, "Oh dear. What a terrifying blow." However, you cannot rely on such an attack indefinitely, can you? Gazing at Diaz's burned arm, Kazan felt even more assured of this truth. Diaz consumed several tree fruits, and the wounds on his arms were healing rapidly. These fruits were not solely for Pokemon, they could also be utilized by him. Albeit their healing effects were not as potent as those for Pokemon. He then ingested a blue berry, specifically designed to treat burns, along with a fruit that mitigated freezing effects and another that healed frostbite. Wiping his mouth, he noticed that the burns on his arms were recovering quickly. The extreme cold core he had just purchased had shattered. It was merely a one-time item to withstand the searing heat of the heavenly fire. Yet he had plenty of them at his disposal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment. Initiate a remarkable attack. Fire resistance has been enhanced. At this rate, I could fight all day. Filled with confidence, Diaz purchased another extreme cold core to wear and declared, "Admiral Aokiji, something significant is about to happen." "What?" "Heavenly fire, drawl." He unleashed another fiery slash, causing the ice surface and seawater to evaporate simultaneously. Diaz turned and fled, while behind him, with a thunderous roar, an iceberg suddenly emerged from the ocean, colliding with the fiery onslaught, and a plume of white vapor surged upward. In the distance, the Navy and Olivia gaped in astonishment. Was such an attack truly within the capabilities of a human? Diaz had become astonishingly powerful. Hadn't he once been part of the Navy? Diaz leapt aboard the wavebreaker, disregarding the pain in his arm, and accelerated the vessel to its maximum speed, carving a white streak across the surface of the sea. He turned to Olivia, instructing her to maintain the course. "Understood, Captain," she replied, gripping the helm tightly. As Diaz moved to the rear of the ship, he noticed a white line emerging in the distance, rapidly approaching them. Aokiji skated upon an icy path, conjuring a trail of ice beneath his feet as he glided swiftly. "Admiral Aokiji, there is no need to pursue any further." The flames of the Holy Judgment transformed into dual firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunpowder bullets. However, such attacks bore no effect on Aokiji. As long as he wasn't subjected to a sudden melt, he remained unfazed. What incredible speed, he mused, as the distance between him and the wavebreaker widened. The vessel's velocity was astonishing, rendering Aokiji unable to catch up in the short term. Once the gap increased, closing it would prove challenging. Shave was suitable only for short-distance movement, and Moonwalk lacked the necessary swiftness in the air. If only Kizaru were here, Aokiji thought. He acknowledged the situation. "This is Aokiji. The speed of Diaz's ship is too great for me to keep pace." He activated the transponder snail to contact Sengoku. "What? You can't keep up? I'll reach out to Kizaru immediately." "Understood." The call ended, and moments later, Aokiji observed a radiant light descending beside him. "Has that young man truly grown to such an extent that I cannot catch him?" "Alas, I am not adept at pursuit," Aokiji remarked, lowering his eye patch. "The remainder is in your hands." "Very well, I comprehend." Kizaru's form transformed into particles of light and hastened towards Diaz. Diaz gazed at the brilliant light racing toward them from the distance, swiftly grasping Olivia and leaping into the sea aboard the wavebreaker. Once again plunging into the ocean presented a predicament, yet he decided to act without hesitation, unleashing a spell, 8-foot Shungoyu. Countless luminous orbs cascaded down like a torrential rain, plummeting into the depths of the sea. Diaz observed as these radiant projectiles whizzed past them. Indeed, this peculiar device seemed only effective against Master Zifa. He summoned a bubble coral, crafting a protective sphere that enveloped them both. Olivia took a deep breath and remarked, "Boss, you truly have the singular honor of being pursued by 2 admirals. No one else in the world enjoys such distinction." Diaz is an audacious individual, exhibiting a reckless disregard for life. He dares to confront even the celestial dragons, and with remarkable defiance, he has managed to escape their clutches. The recent events he has experienced far surpass the excitement of his life over a decade ago. With a hearty laugh, Diaz, leaning against a bubble, declared, "For the time being, we shall postpone our entry into the new world. I must first seek refuge to evade the storm." Having eliminated a celestial dragon, it would be unwise to be overly brazen, for it is likely that the Navy and CP will embark on a global hunt for him. Thus, a hiding place is essential. "Where shall we go?" inquired Olivia. "The Calm Belt," he replied. The Calm Belt is a desolate region, rarely trodden by human feet, rendering it inaccessible to the current Navy fleet. Hence it offers absolute safety. But our vessel does not rely on wind for propulsion. Did you not witness its capabilities moments ago? The specially crafted wavebreaker, designed by Gaji, allows us to navigate the Calm Belt, enabling us not only to evade the Navy's pursuit but also to traverse the Grand Line swiftly, entering the 4 seas without the need to navigate the reverse mountain. "Boss, the act of slaying a celestial dragon has certainly stirred a tempest." "Indeed, but I am indifferent. A life taken is inconsequential, Diaz responded nonchalantly. He held no regard for the celestial dragons, those societal leeches. The death of one would hardly make a significant impact. Oh, but they are likely to be trembling in fear now, for I am the first to have slain one of their kind. The celestial dragons, accustomed to their privileged existence, have seldom faced death at the hands of others. This may very well be the first incident in decades. As for the Don Quixote family, they have renounced their celestial dragon status and no longer belong to that echelon. He intends to envelop the celestial dragons in terror. I understand. Shall we remain in hiding for a while longer? The yellow monkey has already departed, Olivia remarked, her observation haki allowing her to sense the absence of the yellow monkey. Diaz remarked, let us depart. Once Akiji arrives and freezes the sea, our escape will be impossible. With a decisive motion, Diaz pierced the bubble and guided the weakened Olivia to the surface of the ocean. The ship, the wave breaker, reappeared as the two boarded, swiftly departing the scene and sailing towards the doldrums. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Akiji and Kizaru encountered an anxious Sengoku, who bore a troubled expression. The ramifications of Diaz's actions were profoundly significant. The demise of a celestial dragon was a matter of great consequence for the entire world. Diaz struck the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons with a resounding slap, leaving them in a daze. The Gorosei were summoned to provide an explanation. Alas, why must I encounter such troublesome matters? In Mariejois, the pinnacle of worldly power, the Gorosei convened. They are the highest leaders of the world government and its steadfast pillars. A mere thought from them can determine the fate of a nation. Sengoku was called forth, and among the assembly stood a bald Gorosei, clad in a pristine kimono and wielding a long blade, who proclaimed in fury, why has the Admiral failed to protect the celestial dragons? This is clearly the duty of the Navy. Brant Diaz, a traitor who emerged from your ranks. This is your dereliction of duty. In light of the assassination of the celestial dragon, the Gorosei were incensed, and the celestial dragons demanded a satisfactory resolution. The death of St. Charles Martin was indeed a failure on the part of the Navy. Sengoku could only concede begrudgingly. As for why Diaz chose betrayal, was it not due to your tacit approval of the celestial dragon slave trading and your pursuit of Fisher Tiger? Would Diaz have betrayed otherwise? Within a few short years, Diaz had ascended to a position of strength where he could contend with a marine admiral. With proper guidance, he could undoubtedly become the next admiral, perhaps even succeed the fleet admiral. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt a pang of regret, lamenting the loss of such a prodigious talent. He concurred with Diaz's assertion that the presence of the celestial dragons rendered the Navy's justice perpetually illusory, a mere self-deceptive slogan. One of the five elders, adorned in a black suit, with a shock of white hair and a voluminous white beard reminiscent of Father Christmas, his left cheek marred by a scar, declared, the paramount concern remains the apprehension of Diaz, irrespective of culpability. Another elder, draped in a deep blue suit, his long, flowing white hair and beard exuding an air of elegance, continued, the Navy and CP shall scour the globe for Diaz. No effort shall be spared in his capture, exceeding even the pursuit of the Pirate King's progeny. A balding elder with a walrus mustache interjected, furthermore, the bounty on Diaz's head shall be adjusted. The world government alone cannot locate Diaz expeditiously. His family resides in the North Blue, if memory serves. Sengoku recoiled inwardly, suppressing his apprehension as he confirmed, indeed, in a small kingdom within the North Blue. Then it shall be obliterated. Such is the requisite price. The world government's reputation is sacrosanct, pronounced the youngest-looking elder, his tone chilling as he delivered a nation's death sentence. No, absolutely not. Sengoku exclaimed, the civilians are innocent. Diaz is the transgressor, not the populace of that nation. The elder wielding a katana slammed the sheathed blade against the floor, shattering the exquisite tiles. We are informing you, Sengoku. Remember your station. This is imperative. Even so, those innocent people have committed no wrong. Sengoku retorted, disregarding the fact that he was addressing his superiors. He argued vehemently against their decision, asserting that the Navy drew many of its ranks from the North Blue and that such an act would shatter their faith in the Navy, amounting to self-sabotage. The North Blue had long been a fertile recruiting ground for the Navy, having produced two admirals, Akainu and Kizaru. Such a decision would undoubtedly alienate many. While Akainu would execute the order without hesitation, Kizaru would never comply. The Navy risked internal dissent, potentially leading to mutiny and disintegration. Sengoku employed this argument to dissuade the obstinate and ruthless elders. The long-bearded elder pondered the situation. Indeed, the Navy must remain intact. Very well, Diaz's village may be expunged, and the news disseminated worldwide, so that all may witness the consequences of Diaz's recklessness. To kill, and then to denigrate? Sengoku exclaimed, realizing he had fallen prey to the elders' machinations. Had they initially proposed the destruction of the village, he would have resisted. However, by first suggesting the annihilation of an entire nation, they had created room for negotiation. He no longer possessed the leverage to bargain. Let the nation's monarch handle it, suggested the elder with curled whiskers, leaning back on the sofa, his hand resting on a walking stick. It is best to leave such matters to the king. To absolve themselves of all responsibility, Sengoku thought. Then why summon me? Merely to inform you. You are not entitled to challenge us, Sengoku. Remember, the Navy is the face of the world government. You have gravely disgraced the world government. The elders unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Sengoku, who, for a fleeting moment, entertained the notion of striking them down. However, reason prevailed, and he suppressed his fury. He was concerned about the fate of the village. He departed Pangaea Castle, returning to his office at headquarters, utterly dejected. Fleet Admiral, what troubles you? Asked Rosinante. Rosinante, covertly lead a group to Diaz's homeland. Rescue as many as you can. Without detection. Why? What has occurred? The 5 elders intend to obliterate the village. What? Those individuals are innocent. Rosinante exclaimed in disbelief. Are they not concerned about alienating the Navy? They are unconcerned. Even at such a cost, they must preserve the world government's reputation. Furthermore, Diaz has caused a cataclysmic event. Sengoku gnashed his teeth. That scoundrel. Must I clean up his mess? I understand. I shall depart immediately, Rosinante replied, departing from naval headquarters. Unsure if time remained on their side. The bounty for Diaz was promptly issued, amounting to a staggering 800 million berries. Furthermore, the stipulation of dead or alive was amended to capture alive only. The reverse side of the wanted poster detailed his alleged crimes: assassination of a celestial dragon, betrayal of the Navy, aiding the escape of a world government fugitive, murder, robbery, theft, and the destruction of a nation, among others. Diaz's wanted poster was unique, attesting to his madness and malevolence. He was branded as the world's most deranged man. The world's most deranged man, is it? Guruariariare. It has been ages since I have encountered such a troublemaking whelp, remarked Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, a towering figure with a crescent-shaped white mustache, aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, a man resembling a pineapple, donned in a light purple suit, gazed at the wanted poster in his hand. Indeed, he is a madman. Oyaji, Jinbe reports that he despises the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are nothing but refuse, Whitebeard declared to his sons. Should this lad venture into our territory, leave him be. Does Oyaji intend to adopt him as a son? Marco jested. Who knows? Gurare. Lads, let the festivities commence. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in their customary revelry. The red hair pirates. This young man possesses great courage, haha. He is an intriguing character. I would like to meet him. Shanks, the red-haired, raised his glass, carousing with his comrades. The Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates remained indifferent. Voltigo, the White Earth Island, served as the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, an anti-government organization. Monkey D, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his comrades marveled at Diaz's audacity. Fisher Tiger, a recent recruit to the Revolutionary Army, wept openly. He has actually accomplished it. For those who had once been enslaved, the celestial dragons represented an inescapable shadow. A lifetime could not erase the painful memories of their past suffering, which remained indelibly etched in their minds. Diaz's strike was akin to a proclamation, revealing that the celestial dragons are not invincible. They are not deities. They too can perish. Merely the detritus of society. We have come to understand Diaz's actions in the kingdom of Goa, and furthermore, his astonishing blow on Sabaody Archipelago has unequivocally positioned him in opposition to the world government. Yet, in a certain sense, he stands as our ally. The world's most notorious criminal, the son of the Navy hero Garp, Monkey D, Dragon, set aside his newspaper and inquired of Mr. Tiger, is it possible to draw him into our ranks? Tiger wiped away his tears and replied, I joined the Revolutionary Army guided by Diaz. Perhaps it is worth a try, though he possesses his own convictions, and I am uncertain of our success. It is worth attempting, for he is not our enemy. I implore you. The Kuja Pirates, an all-female crew led by the Pirate Empress, the world's epitome of beauty. Boa Hancock comprises elite warriors meticulously chosen from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. They relentlessly pillage the seas, acquiring supplies for their homeland. Isolated in a windless zone and struggling to communicate with the outside world, making piracy a reluctant choice. Twin serpents propel their pirate ship across the ocean. And aided by the wind, their vessel travels significantly faster than conventional ships. A messenger seagull descended onto the ship's railing, where Boa Sandasonia, one of the Gorgon sisters, procured a newspaper for their elder, Granny knew. The old woman frequently requested them to bring her news, and this time was no exception. With nothing else to do, she opened it, only to be astonished by the headline. The newspaper fell to the ground, and her sister, Boa Marigold, curiously asked, Sister, what is it? Picking up the paper, her gaze fixed on the news, her pupils dilated, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she stifled a gasp. Someone actually dares to slay that group of fiends? The sisters exchanged looks, recognizing the astonishment and fear mirrored in each other's eyes. The shock stemmed from the news of Diaz, while the fear was directed towards the celestial dragons. Sister! The two rushed into their elder sister's quarters, clutching the newspaper and the wanted poster. What is the matter? Why such haste? The voice of the woman speaking was sweet yet authoritative. Her hair styled in an elegant fashion, her skin smooth and fair. Her deep blue eyes sparkled like the most exquisite sapphires, exuding an air of aloofness. complemented by a high-bridged nose and soft lips, flawless and radiant. Her beauty was indescribable, causing ordinary men to falter in their hearts, some even turning to stone at a mere glance. Noticing her younger sister's agitation, her finely arched brows furrowed in displeasure. "Sister, look at this. Someone has killed a celestial dragon." "What?" At this revelation, even the pirate empress could no longer remain composed. She snatched the newspaper from her sister's hands, scrutinizing the words one by one, her pupils quaking and her pristine teeth biting down on her lower lip. "Is it true? Has someone truly accomplished this? It seems those wretches are not invulnerable after all." The three sisters embraced, weeping together, for the celestial dragons had left an indelible mark on their lives, casting a long shadow. The pain from the heavenly dragon's hoof throbbed in the background as Hancock gazed at Diaz's wanted poster, noting his charges. Not only had he slain a celestial dragon, but he had also rescued her benefactor. Wiping her tears, she regained her regal composure and issued a command. "If you encounter Mr. Diaz, the Kuja pirates shall treat him with the utmost respect, extending the courtesy befitting my station. He shall be regarded as a benefactor of the Kuja and, indeed, all of Amazon Lily." "Yes, sister." The two sisters hastened to relay her orders, leaving Hancock with her pet snake, Salome. "Mr. Diaz, you have demonstrated to us that the celestial dragons are not gods." Hancock felt a ray of light pierce through the shadow that had engulfed her. "Sister, there's a ship ahead," Marigold announced as she entered. Hancock frowned. "Sink it." "Understood." The Kuja warriors readied their pet snakes, which tensed like bows, stringing arrows infused with haki, launching them towards the swiftly gliding iron ship across the surface of the sea, their power rivaling that of cannonballs. On the ship, Olivia shouted, "Boss, the Kuja pirates have launched an attack against us." "What?" "Get inside." Diaz leaped into the air, treading upon the very essence of the atmosphere. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, leaving behind a trail of sweeping slashes in his wake. Mastery of the technique, floating fairy. He intercepted every arrow that came his way, propelling himself forward with fervor towards the nine snake pirates. This group of formidable women would undoubtedly not relent easily. Caution was imperative against Hancock's sweet fruit. A troublesome force indeed. He approaches. Prepare for counterattack. He draws near. Diaz moved with remarkable speed, unleashing a swift, slicing strike that shattered a multitude of arrows. Aboard the ship, a woman hoisted a rocket launcher and fired a projectile in his direction. With a single stroke, the explosion's aftermath sent several individuals staggering. Sandersonia advanced, weapon raised, poised to strike Diaz, but upon glimpsing his face, she abruptly halted. "Cease," she commanded. The combatants of the nine snake pirates paused in confusion, as did Diaz, with Murakumo's blade mere centimeters from a female warrior. "My apologies for our abruptness, Mr. Diaz," Sandersonia said, lowering her weapon in a gesture of respect. In the world of pirates, encounters at sea often lead to conflict. Most pirates would attack ships at first sight, especially a vessel like the Puffing Tom, which bore no flag. Pirates identify their foes through their Jolly Roger. If they are deemed conquerable, they would attack, sinking the ship and plundering its cargo. Indifferent to the fates of those aboard, if uncertain, they might recklessly engage, just in case their opponents were weaker. The demeanor of Sandersonia and Marigold left Diaz perplexed. However, Murakumo remained unsheathed, as several nine-snake warriors still aimed their bows at him, clearly harboring hostility. Yet, soon after, under the reprimands of Sandersonia and Marigold, the nine-snake female warriors lowered their weapons. "This is Mr. Diaz, as I mentioned. He must be treated with the utmost respect, as befits our esteemed elder sister." "Is he truly Lord Diaz?" "How peculiar. His chest is quite flat." A remark arose among the women. "Most men with chests like yours are merely portly." "My apologies. We were unaware this was your ship, and we seek your pardon," Sandersonia said, her attitude deferential. Only then did Diaz lower his weapon. He nodded, refraining from a rash attack. Hancock was undoubtedly aboard the ship, and the consequences of petrification would be dire. Although he despised pirates, he typically only killed them when victory was assured. If not, retreat was the only option. After all, strength dictated the rules of this world. Sheathing Murakumo, he turned to depart when Sandersonia called out, "Mr. Diaz, please stay as our guest. My sister and I wish to converse with you." "Converse? Indeed, you saved Mr. Tiger. Thus you are our friend," Sandersonia replied. "Oh," Diaz nodded, waving to Olivia in the distance. "Olivia, bring the ship closer." Aren't you supposed to fight them?" Olivia queried, perplexed by the sudden shift towards dialogue. Nevertheless, she obediently maneuvered the Puffing Tom near the vessel of the nine snake pirates. With their assistance, Diaz boarded the ship. "Where's the boss?" Olivia scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Diaz, and inquired. "Lord Diaz is visiting." "Fret not," a female warrior replied, intrigued by the man yet cautious, while warmly welcoming the beautiful Olivia. At that moment, under the guidance of the two sisters, Diaz entered Hancock's quarters and encountered the pirate empress. Truly, Hancock was stunning, remarkably beautiful, undeniably deserving of the title of the world's most beautiful woman, exuding an air of openness and confidence. She greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Diaz. Your rescue of Mr. Tiger earns our utmost respect. Hancock did not display her usual haughty demeanor. To her, Diaz was akin to Tiger and Rayleigh, individuals worthy of reverence. Naturally, they refrained from disclosing their past as slaves. Such information was not for just anyone to hear. Not at all. Mr. Tiger is deserving of my respect, Diaz replied, shaking his head as Marigold offered him a chair. Thank you. Once seated, he continued, Mr. Tiger is a true hero. Even with a bounty on his head by the world government, I have no regrets. He had never second-guessed his actions in this world. One must be accountable for their choices. Is it true that you killed a celestial dragon? Hancock could not help but ask, fully aware yet seeking confirmation. Oh, that? Yes. I dealt with that scum. I set off fireworks. Fireworks? Yes, I strapped a bomb to him, and then boom. Diaz exclaimed, mimicking an explosion with a carefree laugh. That kind of trash can be disposed of. The only hassle is the bounty hunters that follow, but they will never catch me. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke as if discussing trivial matters, yet his words reverberated with intensity, causing the three sisters to tremble. The legacy of the celestial dragons was a painful chapter in their lives. They could hardly believe someone had the audacity to challenge such power. Celestial dragons? They do not merit such a title, Diaz asserted with seriousness. No one is above another. We are all born equal. If someone stands over me, I shall drag them down from their pedestal and give them a swift kick. For me, it is a trial, and that trial is to conquer and eliminate them. He rose, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair, rendering him strikingly handsome in the eyes of the sisters. You are truly unlike anyone else. Hancock finally remarked after a moment of contemplation. From this day forth, you shall be a perpetual friend of the 9 snake pirates and Amazon Lily. Hancock declared. I shall grant you one wish, provided it is within our means. One wish? Diaz glanced over and candidly admitted that Hancock's physique and charm truly captivated him. Although he was a lecher, he was not governed by his lower instincts. He said, in that case, please teach me the art of hockey. You still do not know hockey? Sandersonia asked in surprise, as she assumed that with Diaz's prowess, he would have mastered it long ago. Diaz, rendered speechless, remarked, not everyone can possess the domineering presence of you Amazon lilies, which permeates the common folk. I have yet to master it. I have only employed the Conqueror's hockey once. Do you also possess the Conqueror's hockey, akin to that of the esteemed elder sister? The Conqueror's hockey symbolizes the qualities of a true ruler. And reflecting upon Diaz's earlier words, they comprehended its significance. It was hardly surprising for a man of such caliber to wield the Conqueror's hockey. Is that all? Hancock inquired. Indeed, that is all, Diaz affirmed. Hancock consented to assist Diaz in mastering hockey, and both Diaz and Olivia were to accompany her to the windless zone of Amazon Lily. The confined space aboard the ship made it challenging to practice. The Kuja pirates promptly set sail back, warmly welcoming Diaz and Olivia. A sumptuous array of delicacies was presented, as Diaz and young Kyrus feasted on meat. Many of the girls aboard expressed great interest in Diaz, although they frequently interacted with men at sea. Such close and harmonious coexistence was a novel experience for them. Diaz was besieged by a throng of young girls, much like an animal on display in a zoo. The adorable young Giratina also garnered affection from numerous admirers, receiving all manner of treats. The young Giratina, ever accommodating, relished the offerings with great delight, accompanying his master. He remained blissfully unaware of the pangs of hunger. After satisfying their appetites, Diaz returned to the ship, the wave breaker, seeking respite. He wished to avoid the discomfort of being observed by girls even in slumber. Days passed, and they arrived at the land of Amazon Lilies, a realm dominated by females. He did not venture into this territory, as the ship itself was overwhelming enough, let alone the notion of entering a place where one might be regarded as a rare specimen. Consequently, he disembarked onto a nearby island to practice alongside his young Giratina, while Olivia ventured into the heart of Amazon Lilies to reside for a time. The ones imparting wisdom to Diaz were the 3 Hancock sisters. Diaz felt as though his manual for mastering the Conqueror's hockey was a futile investment, especially after being extorted by Shaki. The training for Conqueror's hockey was rather cumbersome. Thus it was momentarily set aside, allowing him to focus primarily on the observation hockey and armament hockey. Under Hancock's guidance, with his eyes covered, Sandersonia and Marigold picked up the prepared stones and hurled them towards Diaz. Bang! A stone struck Diaz squarely on the head. Following that, an unending barrage of stones rained down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Diaz was suddenly struck and left with a head full of bumps. Young Kyrus glanced over, lifted a hefty stone beside him, and hurled it forward. Bang! Diaz was overwhelmed by the weight of the enormous stone. Rising to his feet in indignation, he exclaimed, "What an outrageous size for a rock!" Young Kyrus, in a moment of panic, hastily concealed himself behind Salome, fearing Diaz's wrath. Young Kyrus, just use smaller stones. Diaz, grappling with the complexities of observation and perception, found the training of Kinbunchaku to be a formidable challenge. He needed to discern the trajectory of each flying stone and evade them accordingly. Currently, he could only rely on sound to determine their direction, resulting in a rather clumsy escape. Before long, his head was adorned with a multitude of bumps, indicating that he still had a considerable way to go in his adaptation. "You are just as clumsy as we were in our youth," Sandra Sonia remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, came the reply. Diaz remarked, come again, do not mind me. Beneath the sun, the swelling on his head rapidly subsided. The training was monotonous. In the morning, he engaged in the cultivation of observation hockey, while the afternoon was devoted to the mastery of armament hockey, personally instructed by Hancock. Initially, armament hockey served as a means of defense, but as one's prowess strengthened, it could transform into formidable offensive capabilities. It is said that the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the iron block, can expedite the cultivation of the hockey. Hancock patiently elucidated the intricacies of the technique. Diaz remarked, I am proficient in the iron block technique. I mastered all 6 forms during my time in the Navy. Hancock, understanding his words, replied, in that case, you may engage in combat with me using the iron block. While employing this technique, you will be unable to move freely. Thus, you must learn to wield the iron block while simultaneously maintaining your mobility. This approach will expedite your mastery of the iron block. Very well, he responded. Diaz assumed a stance, inhaling deeply, while Hancock, without uttering a word, unleashed a powerful kick with her long legs. Iron block. Her entire body hardened like steel. And with that strike, she sent Diaz flying, crashing into several large trees. However, Diaz's body remained resilient, brushing off the dust and rising to his feet. Hancock refrained from utilizing her devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, that kick could have left her petrified, her body shattered upon impact. Continue. Hancock executed a series of kicks, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. Indeed, the fighting prowess of the 7 warlords of the sea was formidable. Even without employing her devil fruit powers, her martial skills alone were remarkable. Strength, speed, and technique were all impeccable. Iron block. With arms crossed and stances firm, he braced against the torrential assault, yearning to mobilize. Yet, as his skin hardened, Hancock's onslaught became increasingly painful. Cut. Frustrated, he persisted with iron block, but any slight movement diminished the hardness, making it unstable to maintain. This sensation was undeniably vexing. Such is the nature of training, one must continually hone the body and will to advance further. Each day, drenched in sweat and bruised from combat, he found solace in the effective medicinal remedies of Amazon lily. A single night's rest, coupled with photosynthesis the following day, allowed for swift recovery of his injuries. A structured routine commenced, observing Kinbunchika hockey in the morning and practicing Busashoka hockey in the afternoon. Hancock could offer limited guidance on mastering Haushika hockey, stating that it stemmed from one's own will and that true mastery depended on oneself. All she could do was assist in honing the dual hockey skills. That evening, the expressions of Hancock and her sisters were grim. Diaz inquired, what troubles you? Is it a special time? Here, take a look at this newspaper. Sandra Sonia hesitated before handing him a paper. Upon receiving the newspaper, Diaz's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. How dare they? How dare they? Rage surged within him, a terrifying aura emanating as a tempest engulfed the surroundings, causing Sandra Sonia and Marigold to lose consciousness. Hancock too radiated a fierce presence, countering Diaz's wrath. The newspaper in his hands was torn to shreds. The village of his birth had been annihilated. The perpetrator was the king of that nation, yet Diaz recognized the shadow of the world government lurking behind this atrocity. He had assumed that even a corrupt world government would refrain from striking against ordinary people. They still had a semblance of honor. To his dismay, in a bid to intimidate him and the world, they had directly attacked the innocent. It was his fault. He had implicated them. Ah! Diaz roared, his heart tormented. He had never intended to involve the innocent. Yet this time, celestial dragons. You seek death. His eyes blazed crimson, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. Since you show no shame, I shall indulge you in this game. The conqueror's hockey surged around him, trees swayed, and the animals concealed nearby fell unconscious to the ground. Rage and anguish filled Diaz's heart, his eyes aflame. Village elder, little Jack, and Joel. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to regain composure. Rising to his feet, he locked eyes with Hancock. I must master all forms of hockey swiftly, I implore you. Very well, I shall assist you without delay. Hancock spoke no further. She perceived the pain within him, recognizing it akin to her own past with her sisters. This suffering would forge his strength. The haunting memories of a painful past were a nightmare for them and fueled their hatred for the celestial dragons, empowering them. Hancock would fulfill her promise. The hellish training commenced, no longer gradual. Diaz engaged in combat daily with Hancock, striving to master the use of all hockey. The conqueror's hockey no longer fluctuated. He could now unleash it at will. Yet this ease was not the satisfaction he sought. It was a price paid with the lives of others. Months passed, and the year became 1516 in the sea circle calendar. Diaz was now 17 years old, standing at a height of 198 meters, on the verge of crossing the 2-meter threshold, likely to achieve it within a month or two. In this world, even a height of 2 meters could be considered short, as many towered above, including Hancock at 191 meters, while her 2 sisters reached heights of 3 to 4 meters. His bronze skin glistened healthily under the sun, and the baby fat on his face had vanished, replaced by a resolute and handsome visage, his long hair tied back in a stylish manner. Over this half year, Diaz had mastered the use of armament and observation hockey. Hancock could not defeat him without her devil fruit powers. Thank you for your care during this time. Diaz stood aboard the Straw Hat ship, bidding farewell to Hancock and the others. Olivia chose not to board, opting to remain with the Kuja pirates as one of their own. She cherished the atmosphere of Amazon Lily, and Hancock and her sisters treated her well. Perhaps due to her shared history as a former slave. It's nothing. This is merely my promise to you. Hancock brushed her hair back. A simple gesture that exuded an enchanting charm. Her beauty as the world's foremost beauty was no jest. Even after months of acquaintance, Diaz's heart raced. At 17, he was at the peak of youthful vigor. He turned his head, clearing his throat. Sonda Sonia smiled and inquired, Mr. Diaz, what are your plans next? I shall journey to Mariejois, then return to the North Sea, and finally venture to the New World. Mariejois? The others widened their eyes as Diaz displayed a maniacal grin. They say I am the most insane person in the world. If that is the case, I shall fulfill their expectations and take down as many as I can. Madness. This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of the three sisters, followed by a profound admiration. Not everyone dares to confront the celestial dragons. Even long-established pirates on the seas often harbor fear towards them. Even those who are unafraid would not provoke them unnecessarily. Such individuals as Diaz are seldom found upon the vast ocean. Exercise utmost caution, Hancock advised. Mr. Diaz, I fervently hope for your safe return. Indeed, I yearn to witness the downfall of the world government. Who ascends to power in this world henceforth matters not to me, provided they are not celestial dragons. The wave breaker cleaved through the sea, leaving a trail of white froth in its wake. Gazing at the receding silhouette of the vessel, Hancock pressed a hand to her chest. Her crimson lips parting softly. Wishing you a prosperous journey, Mr. Diaz. For no apparent reason, her heart raced slightly, yet Hancock, unfazed, returned to her palace alongside her sisters. System, initiate 20 consecutive draws. A sum of 200 million was promptly wagered, and the lottery commenced. Handsome card stinky tofu, foul in scent, repugnant in taste. Strawberry mapo tofu. You dare to declare this as Chinese cuisine? Sky scroll, toilet paper valued at 180,000. Return scroll, my dear. It is time to return home. Secret sword, with my weakest, I shall vanquish your strongest. Philosopher's Stone Transmutation Array, what price would you pay for immortality? Armstrong Jet Acceleration Rotating Cannon. The completion level is truly remarkable. Triangle Pants. The general's lineage has always been of the Triangle Pants faction. Starburst Airflow / Starburst Healing / Some trivialities were overlooked by Diaz, and this time luck favored him as he obtained several commendable items. The Return Scroll. A one-time use artifact, required the user to record a return location before being torn apart to facilitate their return to the designated spot. The Secret Sword is a technique devised by the character Black Iron Aki in the heroic legend of Arslan. Rhino Strike, Armor Break, Circle, Mirage Wolf, Mad Cherry Blossom. Poison Moth Blade, Thunderlight, and the ultimate secret sword, Shadow Chase. Shadow Chase necessitates the collaboration with a particular technique known as One Katajura, which he currently cannot utilize. The Philosopher's Stone Transmutation Array, once inscribed, allows for the transformation of life within the array into a Philosopher's Stone. Disregarding the principle of equivalent exchange, serving as a magical amplifier capable of transmuting any substance, and also acting as a toll for the practitioner to access the gate of truth. Diaz would never make use of this. Not only is he incapable of alchemy, but even if he were, he would refrain from engaging with it. The Starburst Stream / necessitates the wielding of an additional blade, enabling him to execute a 16-hit combo in the briefest of moments, categorizing it as an X skill among dual-wielding techniques within the realm of Sword Art Online. However, what truly preoccupies Diaz's thoughts are not these skills, but rather the return scroll. With it, he could venture deep into Mariejois. He must ensure that those individuals pay the price. The wave breaker sailed through the calm belt, when suddenly, a colossal sea king emerged from the depths. Diaz, gripping the thunderlance, struck fiercely at the creature's eye. Get away, he roared. The colossal sea king, in agony and bleeding profusely, caught sight of the sunlight spear coalescing in Diaz's hand and instinctively recoiled in fear, retreating into the depths of the ocean. Its blood stained the waters, attracting a swarm of bloodthirsty fish, which, upon recognizing the sea king, hastily fled. The sea king reigns at the pinnacle of the food chain in this world. Not every creature dares to challenge it. Regardless of the tumultuous events occurring at sea, Diaz propelled the ship at full speed, gliding across the surface of the water. The only impediment to his progress was the cursed magnetic force. He had to await the completion of the magnetic charge before he could venture to the next island. After more than a month, he once again set foot on Sabaody Archipelago. Next in line was Mariejois. Following the previous incident involving the demise of the celestial dragons, Sabaody Archipelago remained largely unaffected. The place thrived as usual, with bustling streets teeming with people. The underworld had once again rekindled its activities. The malevolence of human nature is insatiable. This time, Diaz chose not to venture into that realm, as he could not afford to expose his whereabouts. Adorning sunglasses and a mask to conceal his identity, He made his way directly to the 13th red tree. Upon entering and shedding his disguise, the proprietress, Shaki, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that not young Diaz? What a delightful surprise to see you visiting my humble establishment once more." Diaz cast a glance at the elderly man in the corner, slumbering with a bottle of liquor in his embrace. Without further ado, he inquired, "Madam, you have connections to contact the Revolutionary Army, do you not?" Xiachi squinted her eyes, inhaled a puff of smoke, and exhaled languidly before shaking her head. "The Revolutionary Army maintains stringent confidentiality. I am unaware of their means of communication. Do you wish to join them?" "No, I merely seek their assistance." "What of Jinbei or the octopus, Shachi, from the Fishman Pirates?" He recalled that Raijin and Xiachi were good friends with Shachi, who had once rescued Rayleigh. "That is indeed possible," Xiachi replied, "but it will not come cheaply." Slap. Diaz placed a generous handful of bills on the table. "Sure. Please be patient for a few days." "No problem. I will be staying here for the time being, and I shall cover the lodging and meal expenses." "All right." Diaz picked up a bottle of wine from the table and poured himself a glass, simultaneously reaching for a cigarette resting on the surface. Sipping his drink, he lit the cigarette and took a drag. Shaki smiled softly and departed from the bar, heading to the back to manage her intelligence network and reach out to the members of the Fishman Pirates. "Young man, do you have something in mind?" inquired the elderly gentleman on the sofa, having opened his eyes at some point, a smile gracing his face. Diaz turned his head, his gaze sharp, fixed upon the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh, and said, "There are matters I must attend to, requiring Jinbei and the others to assist in making contact." Rayleigh settled beside him, pouring a glass of wine for himself, inquiring, "Celestial dragons?" "Indeed," Diaz replied candidly. "I must seek vengeance, after all." "Indeed." "For the life of a village," Rayleigh remarked, observing the youth before him, whose eyes concealed the ferocity of a lion, poised to reveal its fangs and claws at any moment. "You possess a formidable conqueror's spirit," Rayleigh noted. "It was forced out of me." Diaz extinguished his cigarette, stating, "To live a life devoid of gratitude is akin to being a beast. The villagers raised me, they are my benefactors. Yet I have become their burden. This is my lifelong error. I do not regret slaying the celestial dragons, but I lament my belief that the world government would refrain from harming innocents. The world government is far more corrupt than one could imagine. Do they really think I cannot see through it? A king would not casually annihilate a village. Even a tyrant would not act so indiscriminately. Destruction always has its rationale. And the king of our land is a ruler of propriety. Such actions would not align with his character. Hence, there can be but one reason, an order from the world government. To the fallen, they clinked their glasses together. Shortly thereafter, Shaki emerged, smiling. Jinbei and the others are recuperating at Fishman Island. They should arrive shortly. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Not far from Sabaody Archipelago, merely a matter of several dozen kilometers. With the speed of fishmen, a notification in the morning would see them arrive by noon. Jinbei and his companions might very well be swifter. As Diaz anticipated, around lunchtime, Jinbei and Chopper entered through the door. "Once again, Mr. Diaz. I have heard of the events in your hometown. Please accept my condolences." Jinbei expressed his customary politeness. Chopper greeted Shaki and Rayleigh, as they were old friends. "Are you able to reach Mr. Tiger?" "Yes, what is your request?" "I wish to communicate with the Revolutionary Army. I hope they can assist me with certain tasks, for which I shall provide appropriate compensation." "Understood." Jinbei retrieved a larger transponder snail, equipped with a dial and microphone, which possessed a broader range of communication. He placed a white transponder snail beside it to prevent eavesdropping, for the Revolutionary Army is not an ordinary contact. Exposure could lead to considerable complications. Upon dialing, the transponder snail emitted a series of blaring sounds before connecting, its visage turning red. "What is it, Jinbei? Is there trouble?" "Not at all, Mr. Tiger. Mr. Diaz wishes to speak with you." "Mr. Diaz?" Tiger paused, his surprise evident, before exclaiming, "Let him take the call." Diaz took the microphone from Jinbei's hand and said, "It's been a long time, Mr. Tiger." "Hello, Mr. Diaz. Since our last meeting, I have joined the Revolutionary Army. We are all fighting for the same cause. I appreciate your guidance. May I inquire about your reason for seeking me?" "I intend to go to Mariejois." All present, Tiger, Jinbei, and Chopper, were taken aback by Diaz's declaration. "Why? That is not a place for leisure. It is hell. Do not act foolishly," Tiger exclaimed, deeply concerned for Diaz's safety. He himself had nearly perished during his last venture there, a hell he wished never to revisit. "I am to blow Mariejois to smithereens." The astonishment on everyone's faces was palpable, their minds echoing a singular thought. Madman. An unequivocal lunatic, intending to annihilate Mariejois? Such an endeavor seemed utterly impossible to them. "I understand your anger stemming from your homeland. But, Mr. Tiger," Diaz interrupted Tiger's counsel, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I hope the Revolutionary Army can rescue the slaves. I do not wish to involve the innocent. They should not perish alongside the celestial dragons. However, there is no however. Please assist me, Mr. Tiger. As a means of repaying the debt of saving your life, I must act. The villagers' voices still resonate in my mind. They are my benefactors. If I do not act, I shall never forgive myself." After a brief silence, the Din Mushi transformed, displaying a grid-like red tattoo. Hello, Mr. Diaz. I am Monkey D, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. We can assist you in rescuing the slaves, but it is an exceedingly perilous undertaking. To us. You appear to be a like-minded ally. Such a risky venture requires careful consideration. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Dragon. I shall await you at the 13th Red Tree on Sabaody Archipelago. Very well, we shall arrive as swiftly as possible. Upon hanging up, Diaz lit another cigarette. Rayleigh remarked, What an extraordinary young man. This is no trivial matter, Mr. Rayleigh. Jinbe interjected. Mr. Diaz, please reconsider. Mariejois is far too dangerous. Indeed, Chopper added. Fully aware that after Tiger's last assault on Mariejois, security measures would have intensified. Once inside, the certainty of exiting was almost nil. I understand. Thank you, Jinbe, Chopper. Diaz smiled, saying, There are things one must do. If Tiger were to die before you, surely you would seek vengeance, would you not? What I desire is to inflict suffering upon the celestial dragons. Someone once said that bestowing appropriate despair prevents humanity from becoming arrogant and conceited. This is the truth. And I am the harbinger of that truth. Let them feel pain. Let them realize they are not gods. They too will die and suffer. No one can defile my existence, and I am the one who administers pain. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence, but the seasoned Rayleigh burst into laughter. If Roger were to see you, he would surely take a keen interest. I am not fond of that man. Why? Because he ushered in the era of pirates. Elaborate. In my view, while the world government is corrupt, a chaotic order is far better than no order at all. Without him igniting the pirate era, the Navy could have subdued numerous pirates, allowing for relative peace in the first half of the Grand Line, subsequently allocating sufficient forces to confront the pirates of the New World, though it may come at a great cost. It would ultimately restore a semblance of peace to the seas. I do not know what you found on Raftel, but Roger's words before his death have brought immense suffering to this world. Countless individuals have taken to the sea, pursuing an elusive treasure, forsaking productivity, plundering, and committing atrocities, leaving only the innocent harmed. Pirates often act on impulse, disregarding everything. I will not interfere with your intentions, but I know this. Roger is nothing but a farce. He bears at least half the responsibility for those who perished at the hands of pirates. His actions were purely about destruction, without concern for consequence. What Diaz knew about Raftel mattered little to him. He had no desire to know. Because of Roger's final words, too many people have recklessly set sail, becoming pirates. No money? Steal. No food? Steal. No women? Steal. Pirates do not engage in production. How do they acquire wealth? Of course, through theft. They rob merchants, they rob civilians. And the ones who suffer are merely ordinary people. The taxes imposed by the world government already burden the common folk. The emergence of pirates only exacerbates their suffering. Rayleigh swirled his drink, laughing. It has been a long time since I have heard someone dare to criticize Roger. In the past, I might have taught you a lesson. But now that he is deceased, there is little to discuss. However, I must tell you, Roger's actions must have had a deeper purpose. Roger's actions must have stemmed from a profound madness. A possibility? Preposterous. Yet I cannot deny that his actions have intensified conflict. Conflict? The discord between the common people and the nobility. Diaz softly replied. The heavenly gold siphons away the majority of the common people's income for a year. When pirates come to plunder, the moment people can no longer endure, that is when rebellion brews. Without the heavenly gold, the world government would undoubtedly be more stable than it is now. One could say that if the world government continues down this path, the celestial dragons are a significant reason for their downfall. For these matters, Diaz wished to speak no further. He had myriad endeavors awaiting him and would not pause here. Do you truly intend to proceed with this, Mr. Diaz? Jinbe could not help but inquire, seeking to clarify Diaz's true intentions. Have I not expressed myself clearly? I only wish to annihilate Mariejois. There is no issue whatsoever. Mr. Jinbe, I implore you and your son pirates to quietly rescue your persecuted brethren. I do not wish to involve them. Diaz is not one to direct his weapon at the innocent. The weak wield blades against those even weaker, while the strong raise their swords against their equals. Very well, I understand. The Sun Pirates shall lend their utmost assistance to you, Mr. Diaz. Jinbe bowed deeply to Diaz, paying his respects. Undoubtedly, this man is worthy of his admiration, deserving of the reverence of the Sun Pirates. Then I shall entrust this to you. The following morning, within the confines of Shaki's bar, a gust of wind heralded the silent arrival of a figure, clad in a deep green cloak, adorned with a red tattoo upon his face. His stern demeanor unmistakably revealed his identity. Monkey D, Dragon, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army. The most notorious criminal in the world. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Diaz. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D, Dragon. Greetings, I am Brando D. Diaz. As their hands clasped, a historic meeting unfolded between the world's most formidable and deranged criminals. Utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, Dragon traversed the seas with remarkable speed to reach Sabaody Archipelago, intent on directly discerning Diaz's plans and assessing the potential for collaboration. Diaz's thoughts are perilous. The Revolutionary Army is still in a period of concealment, and it is utterly impossible to gamble recklessly alongside Diaz. Should we lose, we would all perish in Mariejois, rendering a lifetime of effort futile, and any notion of overthrowing the world government and the aristocracy would be mere folly. The plan is quite straightforward. I am aware that your revolutionary army possesses a user of the push-push fruit, correct? Dragon nodded, acknowledging this revelation. That individual is the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army, a member of the giant race named Mori, a paramecia-type push-push fruit user, capable of pushing various objects without destruction. He can also burrow underground and excavate tunnels. Over a century ago, he was a fearsome pirate. However, he concealed his abilities. After being captured by the Navy and imprisoned and impelled down, he utilized his powers to escape the prison undetected. In truth, Shiki the Golden Lion was not the first to escape from Impel Down. Mori's escape was simply executed with remarkable discretion. Furthermore, Impel Down has left behind rumors of its fifth level, claiming it devours prisoners. After joining the Revolutionary Army, he found common interests with the Okama King, Ivankov, and shared with Ivankov the secret passage he had discovered, subsequently becoming a valuable asset within the new Kamabaka Queendom. Diaz's intention was to discreetly leverage Mori's abilities to liberate the slaves, minimizing harm in the process. He has never considered himself a good person. Rather, he is someone who acts according to his own convictions. Neither wholly virtuous nor entirely wicked, he pursues his desires with determination. The values instilled in him over 2 decades have profoundly shaped his perspective. His objective was straightforward, to have Mori utilize the powers of the push-push fruit to create tunnels beneath Mariejois, thereby facilitating the escape of the enslaved individuals. Among these captives are countless innocents, ensnared by pirates and traffickers, and sold to the celestial dragons. They have endured immense suffering, and one should not expect any moral compass from these individuals. To them, slaves are not considered human, while only the celestial dragons are regarded as true beings, descendants of the divine. In their eyes, there exists but one kind of person, the celestial dragons. Diaz would never admit it. Hatred is the greatest driving force behind his battles. The plan is not complicated. One might even say it is simplistic. Diaz creates chaos while Mori and the other revolutionary officers take advantage of the turmoil. It's that straightforward, devoid of any sophisticated tactics. Yet, it is often the simplest plans that encounter the fewest errors. The more intricate the plan, the more calculations it requires, which inevitably leads to an increase in potential issues. Dragon said little more and extended his hand to Diaz, stating, in that case, the Revolutionary Army will assist you. Furthermore, Mr. Diaz, would you be inclined to join our ranks? He believed that Diaz was their comrade, someone who wished to collectively oppose the world government. In response to Dragon's invitation, Diaz shook his head and replied, I appreciate your kind offer, but I am accustomed to my freedom and do not intend to join any organization. However, should I survive this encounter, I will unconditionally aid you. We are comrades, are we not? Dragon paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. I understand. We are indeed comrades. I will inform Mori and have him come over. Very well, Diaz replied. Dragon handed him 2 den mushi, one for long-distance communication and the other for secure, encrypted conversations. Then, like a whisper of wind, he vanished from Diaz's sight, leaving behind a gentle breeze as if he had never been there at all. Diaz took a sip of his drink, gazing at the towering red earth continent that loomed ahead, with Mariejois perched atop its peak. Your good days are soon to be over. He drained his glass in one swift motion. A day later, news arrived from the dragon, informing Diaz that Mori would embark from the red earth continent of the New World, setting his course for Mariejois. A journey that would likely take approximately half a month to reach the depths of Mariejois. Diaz is patient enough to wait for this moment, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the naval fleet venturing into the New World. To access this realm, aside from traversing the Calm Belt, there are only 2 methods available. One is to submerge to a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, passing through Fishman Island before entering the New World. The other involves submitting a request to the world government to relinquish one's vessel and directly traverse the holy land of Mariejois. However, this process is laborious and costly, typically reserved for the Navy and officials of the world government. After all, Fishman Island lies beyond the jurisdiction of the world government. Were the world government to gain control over Fishman Island, they could establish checkpoints to prevent passing pirates from entering, thereby eliminating the emergence of notorious supernovas in the New World. Yet, due to the island's unique position, coupled with the formidable combat prowess of the fishmen and merfolk in the ocean, the world government finds it impossible to conquer Fishman Island through force. Consequently, they can only watch helplessly as pirates depart from Sabaody Archipelago, entering the New World to wreak havoc or become formidable subordinates to the great pirates. Diaz concealed himself among the fleet, donning once more the guise of a dogskin. This contingent of naval officers was destined to enter the G3 branch, where they would subsequently serve under one of the 3 admirals, Akainu. Diaz effortlessly blended in, engaging in cheerful conversation with those around him, completely undetected as a wanted criminal. Perhaps, one might speculate, they suffered from prosopagnosia? In the world of pirates, many seem to be afflicted by this condition. As he rode the bubble elevator, ascending slowly towards the red land, the surrounding mist thickened, Numerous other bubble elevators were in operation, occupied by Navy personnel. Although it was said to provide direct access to Mariejois, the reality was that a considerable distance still lay between them and the true holy land of Mariejois. The celestial dragons would not permit their underlings to enter their abodes so casually. The bubble elevator soon reached its summit, a designated docking area for those passing through. After taking a special vehicle to traverse Mariejois, one could then board the bubble elevator to enter the new world. Was that the fabled Mariejois? In the distance, shrouded in clouds, the resplendent palatial complex could be faintly discerned, perched upon the red land. This was the dwelling place of the celestial dragons, their sanctum. It was a realm craved by countless nobles, yet only during the convening of the World Conference did Mariejois open its gates to welcome guests. At all other times, access was solely granted to the celestial dragons, who moved freely without obstruction. Diaz excused himself to the restroom, and upon entering, he muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting the fact that even the lavatory was constructed with top-notch materials, adorned with gold. He lifted the floorboards and summoned his Yogiras, instructing it to dig a hole for their entry. With a swift bite, Yogiras penetrated the foundation, skillfully avoiding the plumbing, revealing a substantial opening. Diaz leaped inside, replaced the floor, and filled the space with stones and soil. He then activated his flashlight and directed his excavation toward the predetermined location of Mariejois. After a brief pause, primarily due to Yogiras being sated and unable to consume more, the creature patted its round belly, releasing a contented burp. Diaz, seated beside it, replenished his own supplies of water and food, stating that, according to calculations, they would require another 2 to 3 hours of digging to reach Mariejois. Following that, they would face the dilemma of concealment. The danger would escalate exponentially upon entering Mariejois, necessitating a secure hiding place. Remaining underground was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Once Yogiras had sufficiently rested, it resumed its labor, intermittently pausing to eat, which extended their time frame beyond expectations. Diaz exerted effort to lift the opulent floor, the material of which he could not identify, but he was certain of its exorbitant value. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found himself in a lavishly decorated chamber, replete with antiques, renowned paintings, and jewels. Cautiously ascending, accompanied by Yogiras, he replaced the floorboards, stored the creature in its pockball, and slowly opened the door without making a sound. The expansive corridor was adorned with masterpieces and trodden upon rare flowers, imbued with direction. A few stunningly beautiful women, dressed lightly, bent low to clean, each marked with the emblem of the celestial dragon, their identity symbolized by the celestial dragon's hoof. This insignia, etched upon a person, transformed its meaning. It denoted slavery. If inscribed on a person, it signified that individual as a slave to the celestial dragons, a mark that could never be erased, representing their subservience. Only the emblem of the Sun Pirates could serve as a fade for such a stigma. Diaz did not disturb them as he gently closed the door behind him. He concealed himself once more within the underground passage, ensuring that no one was alerted. It was only under the cloak of night that he re-emerged. The room, despite the darkness outside, remained brilliantly illuminated, the opulent crystal chandelier above casting a dazzling brilliance. The atmosphere was serene, devoid of any presence, and impeccably clean, as if the chamber had never been inhabited. Upon reopening the door, he stepped out cautiously. The corridor was silent, void of any surveillance or patrolling devices, perhaps due to the notion that, given the location in Mariejois, no one could penetrate the sanctum, rendering the guard strength relatively inadequate. As he walked unobtrusively, the resonant sound of clashing armor echoed nearby, indicating the presence of patrolling sentinels. Clad in robust white armor, adorned with pointed helmets and wielding long spears, they moved with assured steps, 2 by 2, totaling 8 in an orderly formation, making it quite a challenge to engage one individually. Leaping onto the beam, he realized that the palace towered far above his initial expectations, and he concealed himself behind a statue. One could only lament the immense wealth of the celestial dragons, their residences adorned with sculptures, and the eyes and various parts of these statues embedded with jewels and gold, epitomizing extravagance. It is indeed fitting to say that they are a reckless bunch. However, their wealth could be squandered over generations without depletion, as each year, the member states of the world government surrender the majority of their annual tax revenues to the world government, a phenomenon known as the gold from above. This system essentially nourishes a parasitic elite with the economic output of nearly the entire world. Suddenly, a thought struck him, the treasury of the celestial dragons. Diaz's eyes sparkled with a golden glimmer, a reflection of his yearning for Bailey. Rather than allowing everything to be obliterated, he found it more prudent to benefit himself. After all, no amount of wealth could be fully spent, and he could also provide support to the revolutionary army. This wealth, accumulated over 8 centuries by the celestial dragons, despite its depletion, could still easily arm tens of thousands, possibly even less than 1% of the total. It is essential to recognize that the world government boasts over 170 member nations, contributing astronomical sums of gold annually. The allocations to each celestial dragon are not insignificant. In contrast to the world, these parasites seem rather insignificant. A substantial portion of the world government's operational funds indeed originates from the celestial dragons, who are not all foolish. Some among them are astute enough to understand that only through the steady development of the world government can they maintain their positions, thus they provide unwavering support. Without hesitation, Diaz, having evaded the guards, commenced his search for the treasury. However, he soon realized that the security measures were alarmingly effective. He initially assumed the guards were insufficiently prepared, only to discover a formidable presence with sentinels stationed every 5 paces. Clearly, the recent events concerning Tiger had instilled a sense of vigilance in them. As dawn approached, Diaz decided to retreat into the underground passage for some respite, only to find himself unexpectedly lost. He, who could navigate the vast ocean without a hint of disorientation, had somehow become disoriented within this colossal palace. Resigning himself, he opted to select a random room, ensuring the corridor was clear, and leaped through a window crafted from crystal. With a swift motion, he entered an upper window. Inside, the room was cloaked in darkness, the air filled with a delicate fragrance. Plush toys surrounded him. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Diaz. Without a moment to ponder, he dove into the warm bed, only to encounter a soft figure. Instantly alert, he heard sweet murmurs. Mother can no longer eat. Was it a girl? Abruptly, she opened her eyes, startled by his presence, her large, shimmering eyes wide with fear. Just as she was about to scream, Diaz swiftly covered her mouth, growling, "Do not utter a sound, or I shall end you. Lady Neofili remains at rest. Do not disturb her. Let us depart," a voice resembling that of a maid suggested, as the door gently closed. Diaz then sat up, acutely aware that he could not expose himself, nor could he eliminate this woman. He had to bide his time. "Do not scream. If you do, you shall perish here." He pulled Neofili from the bed, and with the sunlight streaming through the curtains, he caught a glimpse of her exquisite features and curvaceous form. It seemed not all celestial dragons were unattractive. Many appeared to be products of incestuous unions, dull-witted and foolish. Yet, within this diverse population, there existed individuals of questionable moral standards. One could only speculate on their transgressions. Incestuous marriages yield a low probability of intelligent offspring, with a higher likelihood of producing individuals of limited intellect. However, the truth of their lineage remained shrouded in mystery. After 8 centuries, royal intermarriages had likely resulted in a complex web of relationships, possibly even among distant relatives. Neofili, terrified, dared not speak and nodded, tears brimming in her eyes as fear took root in her heart. Diaz finally released her. "Who are you?" she stammered. "That is of no concern to you," he replied. Glaring at her, Neofili resembled a frightened doe, huddled at the head of the bed, hands protectively covering herself. "Do not approach me. Be careful, I might scream." "I have no interest in you, especially not in those 2 lumps on your chest," Diaz retorted disdainfully, provoking Neofili's indignation. "My figure is quite commendable." She wished to argue, but Diaz's gaze silenced her protests. Indeed, Neofili would be deemed a beauty upon the high seas, yet having encountered Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, Neofili paled in comparison, her allure barely piquing his interest. "Very well, Lady Neofili, I must solemnly inform you that you have been kidnapped." With a swift motion, he struck her neck with a precise chop, and the door swung open once more. Diaz swiftly pulled the blanket over them, exposing only Neofili's head. The maid glanced in, confirming that Lady Neofili was still asleep. "We must have misheard. Let us leave," she suggested. "Indeed," came the response as the figure departed. Diaz seized a life-size doll, extracted some of the cotton within, and then concealed Neafri inside. He placed another doll onto the bed and, after completing this task, rolled beneath the bed with Neafri. As Diaz had anticipated, the maid let out a scream upon discovering Neafri's inexplicable disappearance from her chamber. The unaccounted absence of a celestial dragon sent ripples of anxiety throughout the palace. Neafri's parents, awakened by the guard's report, were horrified upon learning of their beloved daughter's vanishing. The corpulent middle-aged man fainted directly, while Neafri's mother, pale with rage, yelled, "You shall perish. How could you lose my daughter? I will have your lives." The guards and maid were dragged away to face execution, plunging the palace into a state of martial law. The incident surrounding the missing celestial dragon even prompted the intervention of CP0, the elite unit directly under the celestial dragons, to conduct an investigation. However, upon entering, CP0 overlooked the doll hidden beneath the bed, but they did discover Diaz's footprints on the windowsill, confirming that the palace had been infiltrated by an unknown assailant. Could it be another Fisher Tiger? Gloria Pallas, Neafri's mother, inquired with trepidation, recalling the devastation wrought by Tiger's flames upon Mariejois, a memory that lingered painfully in their minds. Consequently, the celestial dragons intensified their control over slaves, implementing explosive collars that would detonate if a slave attempted to flee Mariejois. They also employed tranquilizers to subdue the slaves, ensuring that they lacked the vitality to rebel and posed no threat to themselves. "My Lady Gloria Pallas, please rest assured, we are CP0, the most proficient guardians, and we shall safely return Neafri." A member of CP0 humbly knelt, affirming their capabilities. "Then make haste. I demand to see my daughter by noon." The member of CP0 cursed inwardly, yet could not defy the command, for serving the celestial dragons required unwavering obedience. Failure would not result in death, but they would certainly endure punishment. Cultivating a CP0 agent was an arduous endeavor, consuming vast resources. The Gorosei would not easily part with their lives, as each CP0 represented formidable combat prowess. Though they would not die, a beating was inevitable. CP0 commenced their investigation, while Diaz, seizing this opportunity, disguised himself as a slave, clutching several dolls as an excuse to take them to the laundry, effortlessly escaping the perilous vicinity. He successfully infiltrated the ranks of the slaves and arrived at their living quarters. In stark contrast to the opulence of the celestial dragon's abodes, the slaves resided in a dismal communal setting, albeit clean and orderly, with shared bathrooms and bathing facilities. Yet, a pervasive atmosphere of despair and oppression pervaded their surroundings, devoid of any semblance of vitality, rendering Diaz utterly uncomfortable. Neafri was concealed in a tunnel beneath her former room, where young Kiras had excavated a hiding place for her. The resilience of those in the pirate world was notable. A few days of hunger would not lead to death. As night fell, numerous slaves lay silently in their beds, enveloped in an oppressive stillness that weighed heavily on Diaz. Furthermore, the quarters were co-ed, with no separation. However, the individuals present lacked any such desires. Even in the presence of handsome men and beautiful women, the prevailing atmosphere rendered any spark of passion utterly impossible. Diaz sat up on the rigid bed, noticing the surveillance snail patrolling above. While there were none in the palace, this place was teeming with them, a reflection of the heightened vigilance the celestial dragons had towards their slaves following the incident with the tiger. To liberate these slaves, one must first deal with these creatures. Each surveillance snail was accompanied by a larger receiver snail, necessitating the identification of the location of the monitoring room. Rising, he made his way to the public restroom, crawling out through the ventilation shaft. First, he needed to neutralize the guards. With his presence already exposed, it was imperative to address the guards, as Neafili's disappearance had significantly increased their numbers. Diaz concealed himself among the branches of a tree, and as a squad of guards passed beneath him, he swiftly incapacitated them all in an instant. Stripping them of their armor, he stowed it away, then concealed the unconscious figures within the thicket. Donning the armor himself, he boldly commenced his patrol. Individual guards were easily discernible, so Diaz consciously evaded the patrolling members, re-entering the palace once more. After an hour of fruitless searching, impatience overcame him, and he seized a guard, demanding, "Where is the monitoring room? Speak up." Diaz covered the opponent's mouth, severing a finger, and continued to demand, "Speak." Crack. Another finger met the same fate. Only after all 10 fingers were broken did he extract the desired location. Subsequently, he twisted the man's neck, following the guard's directions. He entered the surveillance room, gently pushing the door open before closing it behind him. Seizing the moment while the occupants were engrossed in the footage, he swiftly rendered them unconscious. The room housed a large projection of a telephone bug, its enormous eyes displaying video captured from the surveillance device. The telephone bug transmitted through biological electromagnetic waves, each individual bug possessing its distinct frequency. However, there existed a channel dedicated to public information transmission, allowing for the reception of signals from multiple bugs. This facilitated a one-to-many communication system, as exemplified by the current scenario. Diaz cast a glance before refraining from immediate action. Instead, he retreated to the restroom of the monitoring room, allowing the young Giratina to excavate a subterranean tunnel for his future endeavors. Mori had yet to arrive, and Diaz had numerous tasks at hand. He would not be confined to a single household. Rather, he commenced operations throughout the entirety of Mariejois. Giratina had unearthed a multitude of tunnels beneath Mariejois, indulging in considerable sustenance during these days. One night, while engaged in excavation, Giratina abruptly halted. Diaz, taken aback, inquired, "What is the matter?" Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the ever-stable stone that Diaz had placed behind Giratina's neck. Diaz, filled with anticipation, observed as the stone shattered completely, enveloping Giratina in a dazzling white light. This was the light of evolution. The evolution of a Pokemon is a remarkable phenomenon, transforming one form into another, accompanied by substantial changes in size. The radiant glow enveloped Giratina, reshaping its distant outline, elongating its stature, until the light dissipated, revealing a gray iron chrysalis. Its body was encased in a bluish-gray shell, with red eyes peering through 2 holes in the shell, and 2 triangular openings above the eyes. The upper body was adorned with a mask-like shell, flanked by 4 sharp protrusions, with 3 small horns gracing its forehead. Giratina had evolved into its new form. Sandshrew. Type: Rock Ground. Gender: Male. Ability: Stamina moves, Destruction Beam, Spike Attack, Dark Pulse, Iron Defense. Sandshrew vibrantly shook its body, as within its ironclad exterior, a new form took shape. Upon further evolution, it would emerge as the true Sandstorm Monarch, Tyranitar. However, due to its considerable weight, Sandshrew would rely on expelling compressed gas from within to achieve flight, though it could not learn any flying-type moves. Its destructive capabilities were far superior to those of Giratina, with rumors suggesting that in a fit of rage, Sandshrew could even cause a mountain to collapse. Elated, Sandshrew lunged toward Diaz, knocking him over. Eager to lick his face with its tongue, only to discover it had no mouth. Sandshrew? Sandshrew, how can I eat without a mouth? This is a matter of life and death. The little gourmand felt as though its world had crumbled, rolling on the ground in distress. I can't go on living. If I can't eat, what joy remains in my life? Woe is me. Wasn't it promised that I wouldn't evolve? My master has deceived me. Wah! Fear not. This form is merely a transitional state. You have accumulated a vast amount of energy in your Giratina form, allowing for a swift evolution into Tyranitar. At which point you shall be able to feast once more, Diaz reassured, gently patting Sandshrew's head. The stone had shattered primarily because Giratina had amassed an overwhelming amount of energy, so much so that even the stone could not contain its evolution. The greater the energy Giratina had stored, the mightier Tyranitar would be upon evolution. Surely, my Tyranitar shall not suffer from malnutrition. Such a notion is unfathomable. Upon hearing that it could still indulge in food, Sandshrew was invigorated with determination. It spun its body and resumed digging. After evolving, its speed in tunneling had significantly increased. Ding! Giratina's evolution was successful. Congratulations, host, you have achieved evolution. Sandshrew's evolution speed increased by 1%. 1%? What good is that? Oh well. Even a mosquito is meat. In the ensuing days, Sandshrew excavated an intricate network of tunnels beneath Mariejois. Diaz had no intention of letting it dig merely for amusement. Within these tunnels, he placed a substantial quantity of C4, enough to obliterate Mariejois. Bloop bloop bloop. While feeding Nayafiri, Diaz answered a call. This is Diaz. Wahaha, this is Mori speaking. The voice, rugged yet effeminate, caused Diaz's expression to stiffen. He recalled Mori's amicable relationship with the cross-dressing king, Ivankov, implying, Ahem, greetings, Mr. Mori. Have you arrived? Indeed, Mr. Diaz. I wonder where we shall meet. I am underground. Underground? Yes, beneath Mariejois. How about we convene 20 meters directly below the main entrance of Mariejois? Diaz proposed. That sounds splendid. Diaz stuffed the bread into Nayafari's mouth and then hoisted her up to flee. Shakilas, let us depart. He commanded. Shaji. The jet nozzles behind Shakilas expelled powerful gusts of air, propelling it forward with remarkable speed, as Diaz kept pace with rapid strides. Beneath the earth. Shakilas would not lose its way, so it followed closely. This seems to be the spot. Shakilas, dig. Shaji. Shakilas spun its body like a drill, penetrating the barriers of soil and rock, and with a resounding thud, they emerged into a spacious cavern illuminated by the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, where two imposing figures stood. One was a giant, robust and hairy, resembling a sentient potato, adorned with 2 strands of catfish-like whiskers and a full beard. He bore a weapon pack on his back, his torso bare, and he donned a short plaid skirt. In his hand, he wielded a massive trident, modified to possess formidable power. The other figure surprised Diaz, a tall, burly man wearing a spotted bear ear hat, beneath which cascaded a mane of black curls, his paw-like hands cradling a book. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, also known as Tyrant Kuma, an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army embedded within the world government. He had willingly undergone modifications by the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. Diaz couldn't fathom that Kuma was also affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. This is a secret. Dragon specifically entrusted me to assist you. I implore you, Mr. Diaz. Do not divulge this information. Kuma spoke softly and courteously, evoking a sense of warmth. Of course. Haha, Mr. Diaz, you are quite the handsome fellow. Oh dear. Do not gaze at him like that. Even if you do, he would not be inclined to reciprocate your affections. Damn it. Brushing aside such trivialities, Diaz took a deep breath and said, Mr. Mori, this is not the time for jesting. Over the past few days, I have strategically placed explosives beneath Mariejois, ready to detonate at any moment. It is time to send those slaves away. I require you to create a passage to the New World or the Grand Line, allowing them to escape from here. As for Kuma's words, you must not reveal them, but you can assist in the transfer. Your abilities allow for such, correct? The pawpaw fruit can absorb and redirect various attacks, as well as transfer injuries and fatigue from the afflicted, rejuvenating them, and it can also unleash shockwaves, an exceptionally useful power. However, Diaz found it. Diaz pondered for a moment and stated, in that case, we need to re-establish our plans and discuss a comprehensive set of regulations. Additionally, allow me to introduce you to my captive, the Celestial Dragon, Neaphili Palace. Celestial Dragon? Oh my, what a lovely little sister, Mori exclaimed as he leaned in, startling Neaphili into unconsciousness. Not very charming, Mori remarked, his enthusiasm waning. Diaz set Neaphili aside and continued, I have planted explosives in the tunnels I unearthed in Shakiras, capable of leveling Mariejois without harming the slaves. We must wait for their evacuation first. As Diaz articulated, he did not wish to involve the innocent. Perhaps among the celestial dragons, there were good souls, yet he had chosen to disregard them. Someone must atone for the sins committed, sacrificing a few for the many. Life cannot be measured merely by quantity. However, at times, it is the most pragmatic approach. He was no hero, far from being a champion of justice. Is Shakiras this little fellow? Mori inquired, lowering his gaze at the diminutive creature barely the size of his finger. "Indeed, treacherous, my dearest companion," exclaimed Shaggy, bouncing with delight. Diaz produced a hand-drawn map and said, "This is the map I created over the past few days. Aside from certain restricted areas, I have uncovered much of Mariejois. However, there resides a certain Sama within Mariejois, and Diaz dared not expose himself to this individual lightly, hence he avoided some seldom-trodden paths. Nevertheless, the residences of the celestial dragons had been largely mapped out, and he had procured numerous items. Currently, CP0 and the guards were frantically searching for Diaz's whereabouts in Mariejois, but he was adept at evasion, and the excavation sites were exceedingly discreet, places where the common folk would never think to look. Thus, he had yet to be discovered. "Remarkable. Truly impressive, my friend. I am nearly enamored with you," Mori remarked. "Please refrain from addressing me thus," Diaz replied, clearing his throat, and continued. "I have marked the locations of the slaves with red dots. Each of them bears explosive collars, and their quarters are monitored by transponder snails, making rescue exceedingly challenging. Indeed, the difficulty is immense," Bear acknowledged. The transponder snails were not the problem. The explosive collars posed a significant threat. If these collars were removed from their designated positions, they would detonate, a common method of subjugation initiated by the celestial dragons. The collars available on the market were mass-produced by craftsmen who had created too many of these devices and sold them off. The keys are in my possession, fortunately. These keys are universal, and I have pilfered a considerable number. He produced a large set of keys, displaying them with a pained expression. However, we are severely understaffed, making it impossible to disarm all the explosive collars. Mori scratched his head, unable to devise a solution. Transferring them one by one would be too time-consuming. "We may need additional manpower. We can rescue some and enlist their assistance," Bear suggested. Diaz was reluctant to reveal too much too soon. Yet this was the only method available. "Very well, for the time being, I shall excavate a passage. I will go rescue some individuals," he declared. "What are you planning to do with this woman?" asked Xiong. "I'm uncertain. If your revolutionary army desires her, you may take her," Diaz shrugged in response. Capturing Naya was merely an unintentional act, deemed potentially useful. Thus, he felt indifferent about handing her over to the revolutionaries. Xiong nodded in agreement, clapping his hands. And Naya was enveloped in a translucent sphere, propelled through the passage created by Mori. The celestial dragons held significant value for the revolutionary army, their mere status being of considerable utility. Mori then sealed off the passage, stating, "This route must be abandoned. Otherwise, the location of the revolutionary army may be compromised. I must now commence my work." The modified trident emitted a low hum as it activated the power of the push-push fruit, effortlessly clearing rocks and soil as if sweeping away debris, thereby creating a vast passage wide enough for a dozen individuals to walk side by side. The speed was remarkable, several times swifter than that of Shakira's, as the strength, velocity, and longevity of the giants far surpassed those of humans. Diaz rose and spoke. "Mr. Bear, Mr. Mori, how long do you anticipate it will take to forge a passage? If we exert ourselves fully and proceed in a straight line, it will only require 3 days. Then we shall commence our operation 3 days hence. In the meantime, I shall endeavor to acquire some living expenses." "Living expenses?" Bear paused, and Diaz continued, "Of course. I refer to the treasures of the celestial dragons. To date, I have only uncovered the fortunes of 2 families. Families, not clans. The lineage of the celestial dragons is vast, being the descendants of 19 kings, with 8 centuries of extensive proliferation resulting in numerous branches. They safeguard their wealth remarkably well. Few are aware of the locations of their vaults. The 2 I discovered were mere accidents, yet their vaults are ingeniously constructed, impervious to ordinary methods." And Diaz did not wish to raise alarms by acting hastily. Nevertheless, while their wealth remains untouched, antiquities, renowned paintings, sculptures, and various priceless treasures are ripe for the taking. And this is not limited to just 1 or 2 families. The celestial dragons possess immense wealth. The absence of a few items would go unnoticed. Selling them later would yield a substantial fortune. Without further ado, he set his plan into motion, embarking on his endeavor of acquiring goods at no cost. This left Bear alone in the cave, quietly perusing books. His large stature rendered him unable to pass through the tunnel excavated by Shakilas, and he could not assist Mori. He could only wait. He felt no urgency. For now, his presence was not required at Vegapunk's location, as the physical modifications were progressing slowly, not instantaneously. The doctor was indeed an impressive individual, yet persuading him to join the revolutionary army would prove to be quite a challenge. The world government possesses Vegapunk's life papers. No matter where he might flee, both the Navy and the world government would have means to retrieve him. The likelihood of success for this plan was minuscule. Yet as long as a glimmer of hope remained, he wished to take a chance. Meanwhile, while Diaz engaged in his zero-cost acquisition, he secretly brought down a dozen slaves, using keys to unlock the explosive collars around their necks, and their yearning for freedom brought them to tears. "Will you assist me? I aim to rescue more souls from this wretched place. Of course, if you choose not to, I shall still ensure your escape." "I'm sorry, I wish to return," a girl cried out. So do I, several others echoed, raising their hands. Diaz remained silent, nodding, as the remaining individuals declared, "We shall aid you. Yes. Let us all depart together. Indeed. You saved my life. It is yours to command from this day forth." The others quickly agreed, deciding to support Diaz in his endeavor. On the day Mori broke through the tunnel, Diaz and the individuals he had gathered sprang into action. Mori first transported Diaz and some capable individuals to various monitoring rooms to deal with the surveillance personnel. Others infiltrated the slave resting area to distribute keys. Upon seeing the keys, the lifeless eyes of the slaves sparkled with the light of hope, and Diaz cautioned, "Be quiet. Do you understand? No noise." The group held their breath, and Diaz handed the keys to them, allowing them to remove the explosive collars from their necks. Somewhat for joy, freedom beckoning them. As the suffering of years finally glimpsed the dawn, "To the passage," he instructed, "jump down and proceed straight ahead. Once you enter a vast corridor, guidance will be provided." One by one, they leaped into the passage, while Diaz made his way to another location, prompting Shaquila's to breach the foundation, resulting in a cascade of gold and gems. Fortunately, Diaz reacted swiftly, collecting the treasures into his system backpack. Upon emerging from the hole, he beheld a mountain of gold, an array of gems, and valuable items glimmering in the light. "All of this is mine," he exclaimed, exhilarated as he gathered everything, leaving the once resplendent vault utterly barren. Next, although there were only 2 vaults, they sufficed for his current indulgence. The second vault was equally impressive. Diaz even discovered 3 devil fruits, though their abilities remained unknown. "All right. Now it is my turn to act." He revealed himself before the guards without hesitation. "Who goes there?" "Your grandfather." The sacred flame of judgment appeared in his hand, unleashing a barrage of fiery bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots struck the chest, 1 struck the head, leaving them with no chance of survival. Mozambique shooting technique. The commotion drew the guards' attention, and Diaz aimed to divert their focus, buying time for the slaves in the underground space to expedite matters. The cloaked bear concealed his identity, preventing any slave from revealing him, while he carried away those grievously injured by the celestial dragons. He could only select a few. The throng fled in a panic, fearing they would again be dragged back into their former hell. A trampling incident was inevitable. Yet Bear and Mori were powerless to prevent it. Everyone sought to survive, to attain freedom, and the lives lost could not be reclaimed. Boom. An explosion obliterated a corner of the palace as Diaz hurled an explosive device into the throng of guards, resulting in a resounding blast that annihilated many. Seeking death. A figure clad in white robes and a fox mask rushed towards Diaz, launching vacuum bullets with a flick of his fingers. Flying finger gun. Clink, clink, clink. Under the moonlight, the village rain was drawn, like a tranquil pool, deflecting the vacuum bullets. Celestial Dragon's dog. Brando Diaz. "You audacious scoundrel. How dare you appear here?" The fox-masked man coldly retorted. "What do you intend to do? Is it true that the esteemed Lady Nephthys has been abducted by you?" Astute. Diaz snapped his fingers, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Care to guess where your beloved Lady Nephthys might be? What fate has befallen her? Is she alive? You. Release Lady Nephthys." The fox-masked man demanded. Shadows emerged from all directions, surrounding Diaz. 10 CP0 members encircled him, leaving no room for escape. "I shall not be so easily captured. I am here for vengeance," Diaz declared. "My homeland, my friends, my neighbors were slain, yet you attribute the blame to them. I shall not accept this. Had it not been for your slaughter of the world's nobility, they would still be alive. They perished because of you." One derided. "Is that so? This world is truly terrifying. The lives of ordinary people hold no value before the celestial dragons. You were once ordinary yourselves, merely fortunate enough to possess formidable abilities, becoming the dogs of the celestial dragons. But they differ from you. They only yearn to live, and they bear no fault. Today, I shall wreak havoc upon Mariejois. With you?" The fox-masked man's arm darkened, revealing the sheen of armament hockey. "With me." Diaz twisted his neck, his palm transformed into an obsidian hue, which then spread over the Muramesa. The dark blade effortlessly shattered the nearby marble pillar, leaving behind a smooth incision. "Let me witness the bite of your Tenryubido's hound. Prepare to meet your demise." The foxman struck first, his fist colliding with the edge of the blade, producing a crisp sound. In the blink of an eye, Diaz exchanged several blows with the foxman, who possessed immense strength, exceeding his own by more than double. Second secret sword, armor cleaving. With a surge of power from his lower body, the Muramesa swept horizontally. In a short distance, a formidable force erupted, leaving the foxman astonished. Pain surged through his fist. Blood gushed forth as the Muramesa pierced through his domineering defense, embedding itself into his finger bones. The agony radiated throughout his body, compelling him to kick Diaz away, creating distance between them. "How can your swordsmanship, such a technique, possibly breach the protective barrier I have honed day and night? This is utterly incomprehensible. Secret art, dragon flash." Diaz will not grant him a moment's respite. A surge of sword energy surged forth, and before the foxman stood a formidable figure clad in heavy armor. The fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. Diaz executed high-speed maneuvers, alternating between rapid bursts and moments of slowdown, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Utilizing his observation haki, he managed to perceive several fleeting figures, his speed rendering them nearly invisible. Where was he? Sixth secret sword, Mad Sakura. In an instant, he arrived before the imposing figure, his blade vibrating at an almost imperceptible frequency. Although the blade failed to breach the opponent's armor, it penetrated their flesh, with the high-frequency vibrations wreaking havoc on their internal organs. A torrent of blood spewed forth as pain gripped his heart. How could one possibly damage armor of such formidable hardness, akin to sea stone? The last thought lingered in bewilderment as Diaz seized his thigh and hurled him away. The Foxman and two other figures charged forward. Secret technique, single-minded. Dozens of sword energies swirled around him, shielding him from the onslaught and forcing the three adversaries to retreat. Is this the best you can do, celestial dragons? The taunt ignited the fury of these prodigies. Each member of CP0 was a meticulously selected elite of the world government, all heralded as geniuses in their youth. Even amongst their own, rivalry simmered. They had never endured such humiliation. A wanted criminal of the world government, a traitor to the Navy, was mocking them, trampling the dignity of CP0 underfoot. Humph, Diaz. Even if you're strong, this is Mariejois, the Holy Land. Victory is beyond your reach. Look around. You are already encircled. Beneath the frog mask, a sweet voice emerged. Charming yet unsettling. Surveying his surroundings, the guards of Mariejois had encircled him, brandishing their spears, committed to protecting the celestial dragons. Their duty was to safeguard this sacred ground, a lesson ingrained in them since childhood, willing to lay down their lives for its defense. Kill him! Kill him! An unharmonious voice shouted, drawing attention to a peculiar, portly man with an odd hairstyle and a face full of blemishes, clearly a celestial dragon. I remember now, Diaz mused. It appears this fellow has a penchant for, shall we say, flamboyant company. With CP0 and the guards providing protection, Diaz abandoned the notion of hostage-taking. His objective was now to carve a path to freedom and sow chaos. Fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. Seventh secret sword, Thunderbolt. The two techniques were executed in rapid succession, their speed rendering them nearly imperceptible. Even the battle-hardened CP0 could not track his movements, unable to discern the flash of his blade. In a heartbeat, the blade sliced through the frogwoman's neck as he propelled himself forward, defying gravity. The frogwoman turned, still shouting, when her words were abruptly silenced. All gazes fell upon her in horror. Her head tumbled away, yet her body stood upright, blood gushing forth in a delayed reaction as her decapitated form remained unaware of its own demise, her mask falling away to reveal a visage frozen in shock. Celestial flame, 20% power. From a distance, two blazing fireballs hurtled toward them, rapidly approaching, revealing themselves as robust pillars of flame. Run! A cry pierced the air, prompting the remaining CP0 members to scatter. A throng of bewildered guards was engulfed by the flames, while a celestial dragon was whisked away by a CP0 member, still oblivious to the chaos, shouting, "Kill him! Hurry, kill him! How could he escape? You worthless fools!" The fate of the fallen guards and CP0 members mattered little to him. Only the life of the celestial dragon held significance. The rest deemed lesser than swine in their eyes. CP0 remained silent, enduring the insults. Had anyone else dared to speak thus, they would have been met with severe retribution. But this was different. He was a celestial dragon, their master, with one hand firmly grasping the heavenly fire holy judgment and the other wielding the village reign. Diaz ruthlessly harvested the lives of the guards, his sword energy and flames wreaking havoc. The opulent palace lay in ruins, its artistic sculptures shattered into mere fragments of stone. Bursting into the palace, he seized a celestial dragon, and amidst their terrified gazes and furious curses, he directed his blade at them, without a hint of hesitation, cold steel entering, warm blood spilling forth. A hearty laugh erupted from his lips, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He had long been pent up with frustration. "Diaz, you truly are a madman," exclaimed the pursuing foxman, his hands and feet growing cold. How could he explain to the higher-ups that several of the exalted celestial dragons had perished? "Nay, I am the most deranged criminal in the world. This is merely retribution," he declared, spreading his arms wide as he gazed upon the encircling guards, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. A terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, instantly toppling numerous guards. "Conqueror's Haki, you indeed possess such potential. You must not be allowed to escape. Is that so? We shall see if you possess the capability to prevent my departure." With a resounding crash, combat was once again unavoidable. The foot soldiers were swiftly dispatched, and Diaz showed no fear of being besieged. Though several CP0 agents could certainly end his life, he was not one to await his fate passively. Seizing the arm of one CP0 agent, he slammed his body against him. The impact shattered multiple bones with a satisfying crunch, demonstrating the effectiveness of surprise attacks. "True Silver Slash," he proclaimed, unleashing a sword energy that rippled like water, preventing the CP0 agents from approaching. They were not foolish enough to absorb such lethal strikes with their bodies. The impenetrable onslaught compelled them to evade his lethal edge. Diaz suddenly turned, and the sacred judgment of heavenly fire discharged a bullet, which exploded mid-air. Attempting a sneak attack? I am, after all, someone who has trained in observation haki. In the distance, atop a skyscraper, a CP0 agent reloaded his firearm, but Diaz was swifter. The bullet from the sacred judgment of heavenly fire hurtled towards him, prompting him to leap from the high-rise in a panic. With a thunderous roar, a large portion of the rooftop tiles was sent flying. Is this man a monster? They couldn't help but exclaim. This is dire. Someone has relocated a substantial number of slaves. Suddenly, a voice cried out, and only after a prolonged struggle did they realize that the slaves had vanished without a trace. Impossible. How could so many people just disappear? How could such a multitude be moved without anyone noticing? Absolutely inconceivable. It must be through tunnels. Someone has excavated tunnels. Every slave camp has tunnels. What? They simultaneously glanced at Diaz, who was engaged in fierce combat with 3 CP0 agents. Indeed, it must be me. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? That is the property of the nobles. Huh? What does that have to do with me? I simply wish to vex the celestial dragons. If they perish, wouldn't that simplify matters for everyone? The world government will no longer have someone riding on their backs. The Navy 1T need to allocate vast forces to protect the celestial dragons, and the allied nations 1T have to pay tribute to the heavens. I am merely doing a good deed. He chuckled and remarked, I am thoroughly enjoying myself tonight. Suddenly, the ringing of a telephone interrupted the gathering. Diaz answered, Success. Oh Diaz, my brother, came Mori's voice. All right, you two should relocate. Now it is my turn to perform. You have accomplices? How novel. Who doesn't he have accomplices? He produced a return scroll and a detonator, saying, Then, I wish you all the best. What does he intend to do? In the next moment, as Diaz tore the return scroll, he pressed the detonator. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the night sky. Today, Mariejois is also obliterated. Boom! Even from the distant Sabaody archipelago, the deafening sound of the explosion could be heard, the noise reminiscent of thunder on a rainy night, palpable and clear. The light from the explosion was so brilliant it nearly illuminated the starry sky. In an instant, the targeted demolition of Mariejois was complete. Diaz had planted a substantial quantity of C4. Approximately 5 kilograms of the explosive could obliterate a small, 2-story edifice. The C4 he procured from the marketplace amounted to dozens of tons. Even if it couldn't entirely obliterate Mariejois, it would certainly decimate the celestial dragons. Had he been able to acquire a Dongfeng missile, he would have shown them a spectacle akin to 1,000 trees blooming with flowers on a Dongfeng night, and stars falling like rain. The explosion was sudden and indiscriminate, catching even the 5 elders off guard. However, these 5 venerable figures reacted swiftly, employing hockey to shield themselves and utilizing stone shields concealed within their office to deflect the blast and falling debris, thus averting immediate demise, though not without consequence. The long-bearded elder's prized beard was gone, and one of his arms was obliterated. The blade-wielding elder sustained a head injury and was undergoing critical care. The bald elder suffered severe spinal trauma, likely confining him to a wheelchair. The blonde elder sustained the least damage, merely suffering facial disfigurement but remaining mobile. The final elder was nearly killed, joining the blade-wielding elder in the Navy's surgical ward. Why the Navy's surgical ward? Because Mariejois' premier hospital had been obliterated, and none of the physicians serving the celestial dragons had escaped. Kizaru, with his exceptional speed, was the first to arrive, promptly evacuating 2 of the elders. Any delay would have been fatal. The casualties among the celestial dragons were still being tallied, and the situation was dire. CP0 and the soldiers guarding the celestial dragons also suffered significant losses. Diaz's audacious strike had dealt a grievous blow to the celestial dragons. Such an event could not be concealed from the world's foremost journalist, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. Upon receiving the intelligence, he was aghast. In his extensive career, he had never encountered such a story. Mariejois, utterly devastated? Diaz, a youthful offender, had truly lost his mind. This had to be reported, even at the risk of being hunted by the world government. Morgans foresaw his newspapers selling out completely the following morning. He exclaimed to his staff to clear the front page for his personal writing. He was as excited as a child, his typewriter keys flying, leaving blurry trails. Within half an hour, the completed report was sent for urgent printing, ensuring that the world would receive news of this earth-shattering attack the next morning. Amidst the ruins of Mariejois, in the Pangaea Castle's Chamber of Flowers, even with Mariejois reduced to rubble and the celestial dragons suffering heavy casualties, the area remained as beautiful as ever. Cloaked in black robes and wearing a tall crown, listened to the 5 elders' report with an expression of serene impassivity. Your Excellency, we have suffered a setback. We never anticipated that the audacious Diaz would attack the Holy Land in such a manner, the blonde elder said, kneeling before him, head bowed, avoiding eye contact. It is of no consequence. The androgynous voice was as unwavering as ever. It is merely a disaster. How many descendants of the 19 kings remain? The blonde elder reported the extent of the fatalities among the noble families. Fortunately, each royal lineage retained a remnant of its bloodline, except for the Dakihote family, which had suffered complete annihilation. Is that so? Questioned, still composed. The entire Dakihote family is deceased? That is unfortunate. Your Excellency, there is one Dakihote bloodline that remains outside. The blonde elder hesitated. Dakihote Doflamingo, the pirate, and Dakihote Rosanandi, the marine. They were once celestial dragons. but their parents renounced their status. Later, the family was attacked by commoners. The mother died from illness. And Doflamingo murdered his father in an attempt to reclaim their celestial dragon status, but he was rejected. Subsequently, one became a pirate and the other a marine. The brothers being bitter enemies. Which of them is more useful? Im inquired. Doflamingo is a formidable schemer, with profound cunning. He even plotted to seize Dress Rosa. Rosinante is more conventional, having infiltrated his brother's ranks and exposed Doflamingo's schemes. He is now a marine rear admiral. Reinstate Rosinante as a celestial dragon to continue the bloodline. If he refuses, observe whether Doflamingo can become the king of Dress Rosa. Provide him with assistance and see if he can fulfill his ancestor's grand ambition. I'm decreed. Understood. The blonde elder lowered his head. Diaz perished in the explosion, choosing to destroy Mariejois along with himself. Indeed, Im remarked. It has been a long time since I have seen such a zealous youth. Intriguing. You may withdraw. Yes. The blonde elder departed. Im picked up Diaz's wanted poster. A descendant of the D clan, as expected. The D are our natural enemies. Had it been 800 years ago, you might have been a valuable asset to that man. A dagger pierced Diaz's wanted poster, and Im sat there, as still as a statue, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Diaz, having used a return scroll to reach the Sabaody archipelago, wasted no time in commandeering a bubble-coated pirate ship. Guided by Jinbe and his crew, he entered Fishman Island. A massive bubble enveloped the entire island. Even underwater, there were skies and clouds. The sunlight tree Eve absorbed sunlight from the surface and transmitted it to Fishman Island, allowing the fishmen to bask in the sun's rays, even in the depths of the ocean. The architecture of Fishman Island was unique, with houses constructed from coral and rock. The colorful coral formations were unexpectedly beautiful. However, Diaz did not linger. After replenishing his supplies, he purchased a new log post to guide his journey. The magnetic fields of the New World were even more erratic than those of the first half of the Grand Line. The log post used in the first half was prone to losing direction in the New World, necessitating the use of a special compass with 3 needles. It would point to 3 islands, allowing the user to select the most stable direction, greatly reducing the likelihood of entering dangerous islands. It was an extraordinary day. As the morning's news shook the world, the holy land of Mariejois had been attacked, the perpetrator being the world's most audacious criminal, Brandon Diaz. The newspapers extensively covered Diaz's attack on Mariejois, though somewhat vaguely, relying heavily on Morgan's embellishments. Even with access to intelligence, the only reliable information was that Mariejois had been bombed and that Diaz was the attacker. However, this did not deter Morgans from crafting a sensational story. Start with a picture and make up the rest. Morgans was indeed skilled, and the content was chilling. The world was in shock, with many viewing Diaz as an even more terrifying figure than the Pirate King, Roger. Compared to Diaz's actions, Roger's deeds were insignificant. Even the Rocks Pirates' assault on God Valley paled in comparison to Diaz's madness. Diaz was truly insane. At the conclusion of the report, Morgans employed the phrase life or death, leaving the world in uncertainty regarding Diaz's fate. A shadow named Diaz loomed over the hearts of people globally. They were filled with trepidation, pondering what dreadful actions a rogue like him might undertake, indifferent even to the celestial dragons. He was a far more terrifying demon than Roger. Meanwhile, Diaz, unaware of the demonic label affixed to him, sailed across the ocean on a vessel he had acquired alongside a log pose at Fishman Island. The ship had been refurbished, and the previous pirate ship he had commandeered was traded in for this new one with an additional payment. The ship trading industry at Fishman Island thrived, for not every vessel could safely navigate to its shores. Some ships, due to their positions, inadvertently collided with the bubbles surrounding Fishman Island, causing their hulls to merge with the bubble film and ultimately fall into the sea forest. Those fortunate enough to survive would need to purchase a new ship. Thus, while the residents of Fishman Island did not require ships, they still crafted them for sale. The ocean currents propelled the sailboat forward, shrouded in a hazy atmosphere. Even the fervent sunlight could not penetrate the ocean's profound depths. Surrounded by a multitude of fish, Diaz could only silently pray that no colossal sea kings would launch a surprise attack, or it would spell disaster for him. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without peril, and he exited the ocean unscathed. As the ship broke through the waves, Diaz released the wave breaker and then stowed it away. With the engine roaring to life, the wave breaker raced across the sea, heading towards the North Sea. He needed to traverse a windless zone, and after leaving Fishman Island, he maintained a straight course, with the North Sea to his right, negating the need for the log pose. It took him 2 months to traverse the New World and the windless zone. Finally entering the North Sea, Diaz retrieved the North Sea map and compass he had previously used, the waters here returning to a state of normalcy, no longer as unpredictable and fearsome as the New World and the Grand Line. Upon returning to the North Sea, he felt a sense of homecoming, albeit with a slight heaviness in his heart. After confirming the location and direction of his homeland, he pressed forward, free from concerns about energy, food, or water. The winds of the North Sea were significantly colder than those of other waters, the brisk air invigorating him. After days of sailing, his homeland, the Arya Kingdom, was finally within sight. The Arya Kingdom was a vast island nation, neither affluent nor destitute. Its king was neither a wise ruler nor a tyrant. He would not hold the king accountable for the destruction of his hometown, as it was the world government's decree that led to the demise of his people. The Wavebreaker circumnavigated the Arya kingdom, docking on the opposite side and allowing him to disembark and head towards the forest, traversing familiar paths. He approached the route he once took to set sail, a route the village chief had personally escorted him along. The chief, a temperamental elder, had opposed his seafaring ambitions, yet begrudgingly brought him here. He had once remarked, "I cannot stop your pursuit of freedom, but if you become a pirate, do not return to bring shame upon us." He felt he had brought calamity upon them. Closing his eyes in anguish, he reached the village entrance. The village was eerily quiet, overgrown with weeds, and devoid of signs of life. Small creatures like squirrels scurried to their homes upon noticing his presence. The village was abandoned, the houses transformed into sanctuaries for wildlife. Bloodstains and bullet holes adorning the doors, causing Diaz to halt in his tracks, rendered speechless. Years away from home had led to this desolation. Arriving at his childhood abode, a dilapidated wooden cabin, he extended his hand, hesitated briefly, then pushed the door open. Inside, the room remained orderly, untouched by chaos due to its vacancy. He opened his mouth, sat on a dust-covered chair, and remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, he rose and exited his home, standing at the village entrance, declaring, "Come out, I know you're here." Several men clad in black suits emerged from the underbrush. Diaz inquired, "How long have you been watching?" The leader, trembling with fear, replied, One year. These individuals were not CP0, their strength was feeble, and Diaz had detected their presence upon entering the village, refraining from exposing them immediately. "Are you from CP?" "CP8. They quivered, afraid to act, fearing death at the hands of the demon before them. "Oh, I see. Did you relay news of my survival to the Navy?" Yes. "Very well, you may leave." "Huh? You won't kill us?" Sensing their apprehension, Diaz responded, "You were merely following orders. I am not so brutal as to resort to that. Wrongs have their proper avengers. Depart, for my mood is quite foul." Yes. The group, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away. Diaz shook his head, gazing back at the village as he lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke momentarily revealed the village's serene visage and the gentle faces of its inhabitants. Aunt Maria often cooked for him, and Uncle Frank would sometimes bring him fish from his sea excursions. The village chief would sit at the entrance, a stern expression on his face as if someone owed him a fortune. "Damn, this smoke is suffocating." Wiping his eyes, he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, igniting the village in flames, consuming everything in a conflagration. He returned to the place where he once set sail. A flock of seagulls perched upon the wave-breaker, squawking incessantly. "Cease your cries, seagulls. From this day forth, I too am a man without a home." The village was reduced to ashes by his own hand, and Diaz felt no ties remaining as he forged ahead without hesitation. News of his actions in the North Sea reached the Navy, and upon learning of Diaz's survival, Sengoku was astounded. How could it be? How did that man survive such an explosion? He pondered, struggling to comprehend how Diaz, caught in the blast radius, could possibly have lived. Yet, inexplicably, he had survived and thrived. Unable to fathom it further, he promptly dispatched forces to capture Diaz. Upon confirming his continued existence, Sengoku immediately reported to the Gorosei, who were equally astonished by the revelation of Diaz's survival, subsequently raising his bounty to an astonishing 1.83 billion berries. Diaz may be the youngest individual in history to surpass the notorious bounty of 1.5 billion on the infamous pirate, Bartholomew Blackbeard Diaz. Simultaneously, the wanted poster has been altered to reflect his full name, Brand Diaz. The world government has uncovered his true identity, mistakenly believing him to be deceased, thus refraining from making the information public. Once again, a troublesome member of the D family has emerged. The Gorosei remain ever vigilant towards the D clan, as they are known for inciting chaos, even posing significant challenges to the likes of Marine Admiral Garp. After Diaz detonated Mariejois, the five elders frantically considered him the nemesis of the divine. After all, he had obliterated the very residence of the gods. They dispatched the nearest admiral, Sakazuki, believing that with Diaz's current strength, not a single admiral could pose a challenge. The pirates of the New World could be apprehended gradually, after all. The realm of pirates is inexhaustible, yet Diaz prioritized his own matters. However, the response from Akainu indicated a shortage of personnel he could only pursue with a single ship. The mysterious disappearance of celestial dragon slaves was tied to Diaz, and now the Navy had sent a substantial force to recover the captives. Upon learning of this, Diaz found their sense of justice utterly laughable. The slaves had already been arranged for departure by the Revolutionary Army. After being branded by the Sun Pirates, the fishmen concealed their identities and returned to Fishman Island. Some slaves yearning for freedom joined the Revolutionary Army, significantly bolstering their ranks. Those filled with hatred for the world government would be at the forefront of the resistance against the world government and the celestial dragons. Additionally, the Revolutionary Army sought to facilitate the return of others wishing to go home. However, the sheer number made it a daunting task. For now, they could only find a few suitable islands for temporary residents and arrange personnel to manage them. The Navy faced tremendous difficulty in tracking Diaz. With the wave breaker in his possession, he could traverse the calm belt unhindered, entering the New World, without regard for a specific destination. The speed of Navy warships was simply insufficient to catch up with him. He did not depart the North Blue immediately. Instead, he arrived at a kingdom to rest briefly, allowing himself to unwind and dispel the fatigue accumulated over recent days. After sleeping for an entire day, Diaz finally awoke, rubbing his eyes to find that evening had already descended. The sunset painted the sea in hues of orange and red, shimmering beautifully, and Diaz lit a cigarette. Half a year ago, he had gradually developed a smoking habit, occasionally furrowing his brows, no longer the sunny boy he once was. People inevitably grow. Yet the cost of such growth can be overwhelmingly heavy. Stepping out of the inn, he intended to find something to eat, mingling within the crowd. Yet he sensed a gaze fixating on him from behind. With a disdainful smile, he turned into a narrow alleyway. The pursuer followed, drawing a dagger, only to find nothing. Frustrated, he cursed, "Damn it, where is he? I saw he was quite wealthy. I was hoping to make a profit." Diaz emerged from the shadows, gripping one hand firmly around a man's wrist, causing a dagger to clatter to the ground. With his other hand, he seized the man's throat, lifting him and pinning him against the wall. "Where's your gang's headquarters?" he demanded. "It's at 13 Baker Street," the man stammered. "Good." With a swift motion, Diaz snapped his neck. He then proceeded to 13 Baker Street, which stood as a dilapidated building. Pushing open the creaking door, he strode inside, drawn by the sound of voices. "Can you believe the Don Quixote clan is still squeezing us dry? Damn it, I refuse to pay any more protection money." One man raged. "Why hasn't the Navy captured them?" "Who knows? The Navy has never been reliable. They can't even catch a single person. Pathetic. That guy has been extorting more and more lately. I hear he's even shaken down the king. Isn't anyone going to do something about it? If the Navy won't take action, who will? If I were Diaz, I would blow up their entire world government." The others nodded in agreement, their anger palpable. Just then, Diaz burst in, startling them into drawing their guns. Bang, 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 clink, clink. His fingers turned coal-black as he effortlessly deflected the incoming bullets. The group, initially shocked, continued to fire in disbelief, but Diaz caught every bullet and tossed them to the ground. "Now, let us discuss the topic you were just speaking of. I'm quite intrigued." "What? The Don Quixote clan?" The group seemed oblivious to his identity, as not everyone bothered to read newspapers or wanted posters. "Why should we tell you anything?" Diaz seized the ashtray from the table and struck the head of the man speaking, who promptly collapsed. Discarding the bloodied ashtray, Diaz commanded, "Speak." The man, trembling, recounted the recent activities of the Don Quixote family. It appeared that Doflamingo had become increasingly brazen, extorting protection fees from nearby kingdoms' gangs and even blackmailing a king. The Navy, however, remained indifferent, only emboldening Doflamingo's audacity. "Well, it seems I must eliminate that scoundrel. Do you know where Doflamingo is?" Diaz inquired. "No. But tomorrow is the day for collecting protection fees. The Don Quixote family will send someone." "Ah, understood. Hand over the protection fees." "Huh? Give it to me, or you shall meet a fate akin to his." "Why, yes." From beneath the table, they produced a chest of money. Knowing the time and place for the next day, they bound the group and delivered them to the local sheriff's office. 2,000,000 berries, quite a lucrative sum for a small gang. Doflamingo's methods are rather ruthless. One wonders what schemes he is concocting. After last time, I heard he fled to the South Sea for a while and his forces have dwindled. I wonder if he has regained his strength over the years. Perhaps it is time to ensnare him once more. The following morning, adorned with sunglasses and a mask, Diaz arrived at the designated location. He settled upon a crate in an alley, time slipping by until two figures approached from the opposite end. Clad in a red-maid outfit, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, the striking baby, 5 exuded an imposing presence, accompanied by her partner, Buffalo. "Ah, old acquaintances," Diaz mused. "Hey, today is the day for the rendezvous, right? Hand over the protection fees." Without further ado, baby, 5 demanded the money. Diaz rose, casting a glance at Buffalo behind her, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing Buffalo to lose consciousness and collapse. "Buffalo, baby," 5 cried out, "are you all right?" "He merely fainted. It is of no consequence," Diaz reassured her. "Did you do this?" "Indeed." Baby, 5 transformed her arm into a gun, aiming it at Diaz. "You seek death. I require you to lower that weapon." Baby, 5 immediately complied, covering her face in embarrassment. "Ah, was I needed? Very well. Ah, still the same." "Baby, 5, Diaz remarked, removing his glasses and mask, a smile gracing his lips. "I hope your nature of wanting to be needed never changes. You are the easiest among the Don Quixote family to deal with." "Diaz." "Baby," 5 exclaimed, recognizing him. Panic setting in as they had been monitoring Diaz closely, aware of his betrayal. She instinctively stepped back, noticing Buffalo stabilizing himself. He transformed his hands into blades. "Don't come any closer. Do not make me seem like the villain here." "Baby, 5. We are old friends," Diaz replied. "In the family, you are considered a good person." "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing," Diaz said. "Now, tell me where Doflamingo is. Are you in need of me?" "Certainly." "All right. The young master has gone to the New World. When needed, baby, 5 would acquiesce to any request." "The New World? What business does he have there?" He aims to become a warlord of the sea. Become a warlord? The world government would never allow that, Diaz pondered, incredulous at Doflamingo's ambitions. Especially after Rosanani had revealed his plans. I do not know, but the young master mentioned that someone would assist him. I see. It appeared that someone within the world government had struck a deal with Doflamingo, perhaps one of the 5 elders. If Doflamingo were to become a warlord, neither Sengoku nor Granny Tsuru would consent, nor would Admiral Sengoku. Yet if the 5 elders approved, their power would overshadow any dissent from Sengoku and Steelbone. They were, after all, the highest authorities of the world government. Why haven't they eliminated him? Diaz mused, vexed. He then inquired further about the current state of the Don Quixote family. Under Doflamingo's leadership, the family retained members such as Baby, 5, Buffalo, Dellinger, Jorah, and Pika, who had escaped during a previous encirclement. Unfortunately, Torpol succumbed to his injuries. 2 new members had joined, Sugar, a user of the Hobby fruit, and Monet, the snow woman. Doflamingo had now ventured to the New World, accompanied by Monet, Sugar, Pika, and others, while leaving Baby, 5, and Buffalo to collect the remaining protection fees for transport to the New World. With the backing of the 5 elders, their ambitions might very well target Dress Rosa. Doflamingo's aspirations remained unchanged. He sought to reclaim his throne as the king of Dress Rosa and gradually realize his grand designs. Diaz is well aware of the plan, as he was present during the meeting when it was discussed. The plan is undeniably meticulous, unfolding with careful precision. I see. I understand now. Diaz smiled faintly, stepping over Baby, 5, and crushed Buffalo's head beneath his foot. Buffalo. Baby, 5 screamed as she swung her 2 long blades directly at Diaz. Diaz evaded and said, Baby, 5, I need you. Upon hearing this, Baby, 5 abruptly halted. Diaz shook his head, realizing that unless she overcame this hurdle, Baby, 5 would forever remain a mere tool for others' exploitation, forever ensnared by the shadows of her childhood. He felt a deep sense of compassion for her, delivering a swift blow that rendered Baby, 5 unconscious before dragging her aboard the Thousand Sunny. Next, he intended to venture into the New World to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, your nightmare has returned. With the journey ahead devoid of immediate concerns, he decided to indulge in a series of 10 draws. Anti-gravity system blueprint. Take that, Newton. Vibranium shield. No matter how you throw it, it always returns to your hand. Village's finest sword. The best sword in the village. Compass. Guiding you towards your heart's deepest desires. Transformation trigger. Either you or the belt must perish. Complete Freeze driver set. The loosest belt around. Diaz invigorated his spirit, disregarding the vibranium shield, and focused intently on the transformation known as Henshin one-shot along with the complete Freeze driver set. The transformation mechanism of the Freeze belt necessitated the presence of an Orphnok or an individual bearing the Orphnok mark. Those lacking the mark or possessing a feeble one would be repelled. However, consuming the Henshin one-shot allowed one to bypass this stipulation and successfully transform. Yet, this one-shot transformation came with the peril of sacrificing one's very life. After consuming it, Kitaro successfully transformed into Kamen Rider Kaiza and subsequently managed to vanquish the Kaiza belt. Upon scrutinizing the description of the Henshin one-shot, which indeed confirmed that it required the sacrifice of the belt, Diaz felt a sense of relief. The Freeze, also known as Kamen Rider 555, was not particularly formidable. Its fundamental stats were low, even inferior to those of the motorcycle riding machine Pegasus. Nevertheless, the charm of the character was undeniable, and 555 did not rely on data to inflict damage, but rather on photon blood to deliver penetrating strikes. As a disposable item, it must be utilized to its fullest potential. Of course, it could also serve as a mere toy. He retrieved a suitcase filled with belts and various equipment, a mobile phone, a camera, a laser pointer, a digital wristwatch, and a detonator, all nestled within, alongside the motorcycle machine W. Regrettably, without the Eagle satellite, he could not assume the explosive form and wield the Crimson Cannon. As long as it was functional, he was content. Regarding the compass, it was Captain Jack's compass, capable of guiding its holder to their innermost desires. Upon opening the palm-sized compass, the needle spun incessantly before finally orienting towards a specific direction, which happened to be the location of Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the compass in hand, Diaz no longer needed to employ the record pointer, rendering that expenditure futile. As long as one's thoughts were potent enough, one could even reach Laugh-Tale. However, he held little interest in Laugh-Tale, the blank century, the colossal kingdom, and the D lineage were of no utility to him. What purpose did knowing serve? The world government was still far from being toppled. There was no resistance, making it impossible to dismantle such a gargantuan entity. They had developed over 8 centuries, deeply entrenched. How could they be so easily dismantled? Progress must be made step by step. Diaz harbored profound dissatisfaction towards the world government, perceiving it as irrevocably corrupt, deeply rotten to its core. Aside from the Navy, the rest of its members showed little interest in fostering a better world. The governance of the world did not concern them. It was the prerogative of the sovereigns of the kingdoms. If such thoughts persisted, how could one still consider themselves a leader? This discontent compelled Diaz to contemplate overthrowing the current regime, if only to elevate someone who genuinely endeavored to serve the populace. First, he needed to establish a nation, a realm over which he could exert his rule. Dress Rosa, however, was unsuitable as a member of the world government. Even if he found a way to usurp King Riku, the world government would never allow him to ascend the throne. Furthermore, Dress Rosa's proximity to the Navy's G5 base posed a significant risk. A careless move could invite naval intervention, resulting in his own troubles and jeopardizing the ordinary citizens. Typically, nations not affiliated with the world government were impoverished. Yet, poverty was not an insurmountable obstacle. He resolved to focus first on seizing control of a state. A plan began to take shape within the recesses of his mind, and he recognized the need to refine this strategy further. Diaz pressed onward, his mind racing with thoughts. Along the way, he was captivated by a piece of news. Don Quixote Doflamingo had been appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The newspaper proclaimed that the world government had officially designated Doflamingo as one of the warlords, ceasing all bounties against him and absolving him of his past transgressions, thus permitting him to plunder legally. The article was replete with bureaucratic jargon, unmistakably the work of Morgans and his ilk. Just a few years prior, the same publication had denounced Doflamingo, wishing for his demise and exposing his misdeeds. Yet now it had pivoted to elevate him to the ranks of the warlords, glossing over his crimes. How absurd. Why would they elevate Doflamingo to the status of a warlord? Had the world government lost its mind? Within the marine headquarters, Rosinante slammed his hand on the table, shouting in fury, while Sengoku and Granny Tsuru remained silent, their expressions grave. Only Garp continued to munch on senbei, seemingly unconcerned. Their opinions held no weight with the 5 elders, who would not entertain any dissent. Sengoku had even been reprimanded, being told that this was their decision and he had no authority to interfere. The hierarchy was oppressive, especially when faced with the 5 elders. For the first time, Sengoku felt utterly powerless. Those 5 old men had truly lost their sanity. They were willing to do anything to maintain their grip on power. Sengoku sighed deeply. Granny Tsuru remarked that the pursuit of Doflamingo had also been halted, and it was likely that he would now set his sights on Dress Rosa. From Rosinante, it was revealed that the Don Quixote family had been the kings of Dress Rosa 8 centuries ago, before they entered Mariejois, at which point the throne was granted to the Riku family, who served as the chancellors. Doflamingo, ambitious as ever, desired far more than just that title. He aspired to the position of a celestial dragon. Rosinante gritted his teeth. Previously, CP0 had covertly approached him, offering him the role of head of the Don Quixote family. He had rejected the idea of becoming a celestial dragon, and even refused to go to Mariejois, but now he found himself regretting that decision. Doflamingo's actions were clearly backed by the world government, and his recent conduct had been nothing short of brazen. If he had known this, Rosinante would have been compelled to accept the role of a celestial dragon, determined not to allow Doflamingo to run rampant. But now, the events of that fateful night weighed heavily on Diaz. Too many celestial dragons had been slain, and the possibility of Doflamingo ascending to their ranks loomed ominously. The mere thought of having to protect Doflamingo in the future made Sengoku feel nauseated. That child, Granny Tsuru hesitated, for in her eyes, Diaz had never strayed from the path of justice. Even in his betrayal of the Marines, he remained at the forefront of the battle against pirates. Diaz's act of slaying a celestial dragon did not come as a surprise to her. His sense of justice rendered him incapable of accepting the existence of such beings, leading him to massacre in the lawless territories. I have accomplished what you yearned to do, but lacked the courage to undertake. Upon receiving this report from her subordinates, Granny Crane felt a sense of solace, relieved that this child had not strayed onto the path of wickedness. However, in the end, his homeland was annihilated. Diaz vanished for over half a year, only to re-emerge in the public eye with a sensational announcement. He had detonated Mariejois. This was an unimaginable feat for them all. Yet, this young man achieved the unthinkable. Diaz did not descend into madness. Indeed, he did obliterate Mariejois. Yet prior to that, he had already evacuated the slaves. The scales of justice in his heart remained unwavering. He was unwilling to involve the innocent in his quest for vengeance. In contrast to him, their sense of justice appeared exceedingly narrow. Cackling, Garp munched on the snacks hidden away by Sengoku, exclaiming, "Why so glum? Is it not splendid that those celestial beings have been eradicated? We no longer need to pay protection fees." To Garp, the heavenly gold bore no distinction from extortion. The member nations of the world government were obliged to remit heavenly gold. In return, the world government would offer them protection. Although they might overlook conflicts among member nations, they would swiftly intervene in cases of pirate attacks or invasions by non-member nations. However, should a nation fail to remit the heavenly gold, the world government would expel them, leaving them vulnerable to invasion, and might even incite neighboring nations to strike. Their methods were indeed unsightly. Thus, in Garp's mind, heavenly gold equated to protection fees, celestial beings trash. The equation was established. Garp continued to collect heavenly gold as usual. This was the Admiral's office, surrounded by comrades. Speaking freely held no consequence. Yet, it was disappointing that the collection of heavenly gold had already commenced this year. TCH, that kid Diaz didn't use enough explosives. If all the celestial beings were gone, life would be simpler, Garp grumbled, his hands ceaselessly shoveling senbei into his mouth. Hey, Sengoku, I'm out of senbei. Fetch me some more. Get lost. Those are my senbei. Who are we to each other? Hurry up. Garp. The Admiral's office was filled with raucous banter, while Granny Tsuru looked on at the two old men, feeling exasperated. Only before the erratic Garp did the typically calm and wise Sengoku reveal his playful side. Rosinante was now in a state of urgency, uncertain of his next steps. No, at the very least, he must journey to Dress Rosa, for Don Quixote Doflamingo was surely there. He requested to mobilize, and after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku replied, proceed with caution. First, head to the G5 branch and bring some reinforcements. Rosinante was not adept in combat, neither in his fruit abilities nor in his own physicality. Clumsy and prone to stumbling, Sengoku was reluctant to send him into danger. But upon witnessing the determination in Rosinante's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Rosinante swiftly departed, preparing to venture into the new world. Meanwhile, Diaz pressed onward, arriving at Dress Rosa. Navigating the Grand Line necessitated detours. Each time they passed an island, they had to pause to allow the log poles to gather magnetic strength, directing them to the next destination. With Captain Jack's compass in hand, he could reach his desired location at will. Baby, 5 was bound aboard a ship, her hands shackled with sea stone cuffs. Such was the plight of those with abilities. Once submerged in water or constrained by sea stone, their combat prowess diminished significantly, making their subjugation often quite straightforward. Remain here quietly. Shakira's will take care of you. Shaji. Shakira's leaped in response to Diaz's words. Hey, Diaz, don't leave. Don't make me stay with this hideous creature. Bang. Shakira's bumped into her, leaving her in pain. Do you dare defy your master's orders? How dare you call me ugly? This is but a temporary state. My master has proclaimed that I shall become the king of sandstorms. You ugly. Shaji. Bang. Another blow sent baby, 5 into unconsciousness. A troublesome woman indeed. His gaze fell upon the sea stone cuffs. Ah, how he longed to consume them, yet he lacked a mouth. Shaji. I must evolve. I must evolve quickly. Diaz ascended to Dress Rosa, where the current ruler remains King Riku, a benevolent sovereign beloved by his people. He is known for his generosity, frequently extending aid to nations embroiled in conflict, earning him a reputation of noble virtue. Under his governance, while Dress Rosa may not be affluent, the happiness of its citizens is remarkably high. The Riku family has enjoyed the unwavering trust of the populace for 8 centuries. Diaz walked down the street, observing the smiles adorning the faces of the people around him. They seemed genuinely happy. After many years away, it was the first time Diaz had encountered such a nation. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Pirates!" Instinctively, Diaz lowered the brim of his hat, fearful of being recognized, for his reputation had become notorious, and he wished not to trouble the inhabitants here. However, upon turning, he realized the commotion was not about him. A group of burly pirates had landed, each displaying menacing grins, brandishing weapons. One of them fired a shot into the sky, announcing, "Robbery. Boys, get to work." The populace scattered in terror, and Diaz, looking around, noticed no soldiers had come to confront the pirates. TSK? Too slow, aren't they? In a flash, he appeared before the marauding band, delivering a swift kick that sent their captain crashing to the ground. "Who are you?" the first mate shouted, drawing a gun. Diaz swiftly snatched the firearm from his grasp and fired, hitting the assailant squarely in the head. He maneuvered through the pirates with remarkable speed, leaving no shadow in his wake. His blade danced, and blossoms of blood erupted among the pirates. "With such meager strength, you dare to roam these lands? Truly laughable." Diaz scoffed, discarding his weapon. The onlookers erupted in cheers, a young girl even presenting him with a flower. "Thank you," he said, accepting the bloom, lowering his hood as he turned to depart. He is truly a good person. Indeed, there are still many good souls around. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. The royal guards under King Riku arrived for support. "What of the pirates? Is anyone injured?" No, someone saved us, haha. Yes, such a kind-hearted individual. But it seems he was shy and left immediately. Ah, as long as all is well." The royal guards breathed a sigh of relief, seeking out the hero to offer their gratitude. "Yes, please help us look for him." "No problem, haha." The faces of the crowd glowed with joy, and their interaction with the royal guards was harmonious. Diaz perched on a tree, observing the scene. Under King Riku's reign, there was no oppression of the citizens. He was indeed a good king. The king's reputation alone could command 100 billion berries from the people without needing to explain. Such a feat was not achievable by just any monarch. It was the culmination of 8 centuries of the Riku family's legacy, combined with King Riku's wisdom, that fostered unconditional trust among the populace. However, when faced with Doflamingo, they found themselves powerless to resist, forced to trust that villain for the sake of their people. A truly lamentable situation. As night fell, Diaz arrived at the window of King Riku's chamber in Dress Rosa. Pushing it open, the king, clad in his nightclothes, awoke with a start. "Hello, King Riku." The king's eyes widened as he recognized Diaz's face in the moonlight, his pupils dilating in fear. He tightened his grip on the covers, maintaining his composure born of years of kingship. "What brings you here, Mr. Diaz?" "Rest assured, I have no intention of blowing up Dress Rosa, Diaz waved dismissively, allowing the king to relax. If this madman were to destroy the nation, the citizens would have no escape. Then you're here because you know Don Quixote Doflamingo? I know of him. He's the newly appointed warlord of the sea, King Rica replied. Is there a problem? The surname Don Quixote may be unknown to many, but you certainly know its origins. 8 centuries ago, the royal family of Dress Rosa. Your Rica clan's king, do not ask how I know. I just do. What do you wish to accomplish? I merely wish to warn you that Doflamingo has set his sights on this nation. When he comes seeking you, use this to contact me. I am here to eliminate him. He left behind a sleeping Din Din Mushi, capable of facilitating communication within the kingdom. King Rica gazed silently at the Din Din Mushi. Diaz continued, whether you choose to believe is entirely up to you. Oh, and one more thing. You are governing this country quite well. Do not die. A person like you would be a great loss. He leaped down from the windowsill, disappearing in the blink of an eye. King Riku, wide awake, could not fathom sleeping after hearing the news of Doflamingo's interest in Dress Rosa. Temporarily returning to the Thousand Sunny, Diaz set aboard the ship. Baby. 5 remained unconscious, but with 2 new bumps on her head, suggesting Shaquila's had not been gentle with her. This woman should be sent to the G5 base, he mused. No. The G5 base is filled with ruffians. Perhaps I should find a familiar face to take her there instead. Yes, that will do. With this thought, Diaz's mind cleared significantly. In the ensuing days, Doflamingo made no appearance, allowing Diaz to enjoy a period of leisure under the attentive care of the maid. Whenever he asked for assistance, Baby 5 would readily oblige. Otherwise, she would likely seize the opportunity to contact Doflamingo, and he could not keep her bound indefinitely. Among the Don Quixote family, the one he least wished to harm was Baby 5. I used to think of you as a brother when we were kids. Baby 5 murmured while preparing a sumptuous meal in the cramped kitchen. Have you ever considered leaving the Don Quixote family? Diaz inquired without looking up from his notebook. What are you joking about? Baby 5 turned to him, spatula in hand. I will never betray my master. Why? He pressed. Is that man truly worth your unwavering loyalty? Does he merely need you? Of course. You have no idea how wonderful it feels to be needed. Baby 5 replied, lost in her thoughts. Is that so? Is it because your mother abandoned you, making you feel unwanted? The word struck Baby 5 hard, her head drooping as painful memories surged forth. Of course. I don't want to be abandoned again. If I am needed, I still have value. As long as I prove my worth, I will never be cast aside. I wish to die surrounded by everyone. At the very least, let my death have meaning. She broke down in tears, prompting Diaz to sigh heavily and cease writing. Value as a person is not defined by self-sacrifice. Baby 5. Then tell me what to do. I have been unwanted since birth. I have no value. Are you saying you exist solely to be needed? That makes you a tool. Baby 5. You'll be used until your last breath. No matter how reluctant you are, I can still command you with a single word. You are a human being, not a mere instrument. Diaz exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. You ought to have your own thoughts, to enjoy your own life, rather than being exploited by Doflamingo and turned into his weapon. I want to. Mind your own business. You're beyond saving. Leave. Are you abandoning me? Please, no. I'll try harder. Baby 5 pleaded, her desperate demeanor leaving Diaz at a loss. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. Opening his mouth, he hesitated for words, witnessing Baby 5 crouch down in tears. He helplessly patted her head, saying, I will never abandon you, you foolish girl. Is it truly so fulfilling to be treated as a tool? Yes, it is. A radiant smile graced Baby 5's face. Yet Diaz felt a profound sorrow. Cursed be the world. Had it not been for its cruelty, Baby 5 might not have been abandoned by her mother. With a resolute gaze, he declared, continue cooking, Baby 5. I shall exploit you to the utmost. Really? Baby 5's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Diaz found himself at a loss for words. Should he perhaps consult the old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army? Truly, Diaz was unsure of what to say. Baby 5's distorted values seemed immutable. She should have been taken away during her childhood, kept close at hand. Perhaps her worldview could have been corrected, or at the very least, not so grotesque. Now, her values had solidified. Baby 5. As Baby 5 wiped away her tears, she hurriedly responded, the food is burnt. Ah. With a startled exclamation, Baby 5 dashed to the kitchen, where the meat had indeed been scorched. Watching the bustling Baby 5, Diaz felt a headache brewing. What am I even doing? He himself could not discern whether retaining Baby 5 was right or wrong. Alas, he resolved to leave it to fate. Diaz settled down to smoke a cigarette and regain his composure. Suddenly, he spotted a ship, though the vessel itself was of little significance. It was the captain that piqued his interest. With golden hair and a visage reminiscent of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the man exuded a melancholic aura as he puffed on a cigarette. Rosinante. Baby 5, my old friend has arrived. Old friend? You mean that guy, Ro? No, it can't be. He should be dead by now. Not him, but Corazon. What? Mister? Corazon is still alive? No, but my master said he has betrayed us. Now I'm your boss. You must address me as such and betray Doflamingo. Yes, boss. Well, This woman is exceptionally difficult to manipulate. Lao Kai is quite a formidable character to have managed her. The ship, the Breaker, set sail and intercepted Rosinante's small boat. Well, isn't this Rear Admiral Rosinante? It has been quite a while. Diaz, what are you doing here? Rosinante exclaimed, startled and reaching for his gun, only to slip and tumble into the sea. Bubbles surfaced in the water, prompting Diaz to jump in and rescue Rosinante. Cough, cough. I almost met my end, Rosinante wheezed. Sprawled on the deck of the Breaker as Baby 5 handed him a towel. Thank you, Mr. Corazon, it has been a long time. Who are you? Rosinante queried, growing wary. Knowing that few recognized his codename, he scrutinized Baby 5, who appeared familiar, realizing she was from the Don Quixote family. You are Baby 5. Women do change remarkably. I hardly recognized you. Wait, why are you with Diaz? I am. Baby 5 began. She is currently with me, Diaz interjected, offering Rosinante a cigarette. Here to investigate Doflamingo? You can't be serious, can you? You crossed the North Sea just to find Doflamingo? Indeed, I am here to eliminate him, Diaz replied with a smile. Previously lacking the strength, I now seek to see if I can finish that scoundrel off. If possible, I shall eradicate him entirely. Hiss. Rosinante inhaled deeply, analyzing the situation. You truly know how to stir up trouble? Are you not concerned about the Navy pursuing you? Boss, you cannot kill the master. Baby 5. I need you to prepare a meal. Understood. After dismissing the maid, Diaz remarked, this woman is someone I encountered in the North Sea, and it is through her that I learned about Doflamingo. I assumed you would eliminate her. No, Diaz replied. I despise pirates, yet I pity Baby 5. True. That child has endured much, Rosinante noted as he took a seat. Do you have any news on Doflamingo? No, I have yet to acquire any information regarding him. Nor has he contacted Baby 5, Diaz responded. We can only wait for him to appear in Dress Rosa. There are numerous reasons for their certainty that Doflamingo would reappear in Dress Rosa. Once a territory of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo retained his claim to it, despite the current ruler being of the Riku family. Dress Rosa is situated along several trade routes in the New World, boasting a developed transport system. While not affluent, its geographical advantages remain significant. Furthermore, the Riku family is easily manageable. A ruler who empathizes with his people possesses a vulnerability, his subjects. By leveraging the populace, one can effectively achieve their goals. Many kingdoms in the New World are neither affiliated with the world government nor prosperous, rendering them troublesome to manipulate. Only Dress Rosa aligns with Doflamingo's psychological expectations. Years ago, he had set his sights on this place. Now, with the backing of the world government, which secretly supports him outside of the 7 warlords, he can realize plans he once considered abandoned. Had you not bombed Mariejois, there would be far fewer complications. What do you mean by that? Diaz inquired, surprised. Rosinante, without reservation, disclosed his dealings with CP0 to Diaz. It appears they require your assistance. Perhaps there is something special at play. Otherwise, based on my deductions, with so many celestial dragons eliminated, the world government would be unable to continue collecting heavenly gold. Is there something unique about the celestial dragon bloodline? No. They would still collect heavenly gold, Rosinante replied solemnly. Even if just one celestial dragon remains, they will continue to receive it. TSK, I miscalculated the explosive yield back then. Diaz let out a low hiss and uttered a chilling statement with an impassive expression. Rosinante coughed, evidently not from the smoke. What you have done is truly terrifying. My homeland is gone. Why not endure a little longer? To endure would mean I am no longer myself. I simply did not anticipate that the world government would truly turn against innocent civilians. Diaz's gaze was as profound as the ocean as he flicked the cigarette but into the sea. Enough of this talk. Doflamingo has yet to make a move. But I suspect it will be soon. Indeed, Rosinante had not secretly revealed Diaz's whereabouts. In his view, Diaz should not be hunted. Everyone possesses their own judgment. And Rosinante was no exception. Throughout his years in the Navy, he had witnessed various interpretations of justice. Yet there seemed constrained in comparison to Diaz's. The world government was the one limiting them, entangling many matters with its influence, complicating resolution. Rosinante refrained from immediately entering Dress Rosa for investigation, opting instead to remain aboard the Moby Dick. In the deep of night, Diaz was awakened by the clamoring of a snail phone. Mr. Diaz, Doflamingo has appeared. He demands 1 billion berries, or he will execute my citizens. Did you acquiesce? I had no choice but to comply. Very well, I understand. I will take care of it, and the Navy will arrive shortly. The Navy? Aren't you a wanted criminal? Why involve yourself with them? The King of Liquor wished to inquire, but Rosinante's voice came through the snail phone. Please, refrain from speaking recklessly. I am here on an investigation, and currently, Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea. The Navy cannot act on a whim. His words cast a shadow over the King of Liquor. Must he truly choose Diaz? Truthfully, he was reluctant to do so. However, the thought of being toyed with by Doflamingo instilled a profound sense of helplessness, compelling him to submit to reality. I shall search for him. He should be nearby. Doflamingo's ship ought not to be far from Dress Rosa. He needed to seek him out. If I do not respond by tomorrow morning, do not wait. Seek the Navy immediately. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The call was abruptly terminated, and the King of Liquor despondently set down the snail phone. I seek assistance from a fugitive. The royal family's honor is tarnished, yet for the sake of my people, I shall endure the shame. Nonetheless, he resolved to prepare for both outcomes, refusing to place all his hopes upon Diaz. The King of Liquor was a shrewd politician. Aware that one should not place all eggs in a single basket, diversifying his bets was imperative. He immediately contacted allies to prepare for fundraising efforts for the nation. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Diaz inquired, "What is your perspective?" Rocinante pondered before responding. Doflamingo's objective is not wealth. It is the trust of the people in the King of Liquor, Diaz remarked. He aims to systematically erode the citizens' faith in their ruler and the liquor lineage, leading them to utter disillusionment and despair. In their darkest hour, a hero must emerge. Doflamingo does not deserve to be a hero. Both Rocinante and Diaz comprehended what a scoundrel Doflamingo truly was. He was a born villain. Should he ascend as the king of Dress Rosa? It would spell disaster for both the island and the world. The underground world knew the name Joker well, and this Joker was none other than Doflamingo. His enterprises extended beyond the North Sea, penetrating the New World. It was not the world government that ruled the New World, but the emperors of the underworld and formidable pirates like Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Doflamingo had forged connections with these figures, engaging in trade, with Dress Rosa merely a crucial component of his future plans. Once his territories expanded, he would seize power and dominate the world, provided, of course, that no unforeseen occurrences intervened. Yet, in reality, unforeseen events were all but guaranteed. Diaz took out the transformation device and frees his briefcase, declaring, "Now it is my turn to perform. What do you wish to do?" Naturally, the goal was to eliminate him, yet I am eager to experiment with my new toy. Diaz opened Freeze's suitcase, carefully placing the cursor, camera, wristwatch, and other props within. He retrieved a transformation device and took a swift drink from it, savoring its slightly sweet flavor. He then activated Freeze's mobile phone, pressing the number 5, which resonated with a powerful sound effect. After 2 more presses, he finally hit the enter key. Standing by. The phone was closed, and he raised it high, exclaiming, "Henshin." He inserted the device into the driver at his waist and pressed down. Complete. With that proclamation, crimson photon veins extended from the belt, illuminating the dim room with a brilliant glow. The photon blood began to flow through the veins, culminating in the attachment of armor and a black combat suit onto Diaz's form. A robust silver chest plate adorned his torso, while glaring yellow compound eyes dominated his visage. Flanked by shark-like dental embellishments, the red photon veins glimmered in the darkness, embodying a futuristic aesthetic. Thus, Kamen Rider Freeze made his official debut, leaving Rocinante in a state of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Diaz remarked, "Pay it no mind. This is merely a disposable contrivance I've acquired. Its utility is finite, so I must exploit it while I can." Augmented by the Freeze armor, his senses sharpened, and his strength amplified. His punching force reached 2.5 tons, his kicking force 5 tons, his leaping ability extended to 35 meters, and his velocity attained 1,005.8 meters per second. Indeed, Diaz's inherent power already surpassed that of the armor, yet donning it still granted him a certain degree of augmentation. Very well, let us commence. He ascended into the firmament, advancing via Jeppo, scouring the vast ocean for Doflamingo's flamingo emblazoned vessel. However, Doflamingo remained elusive, though he did espy some of the crew, Jorah, Dellinger, Monet, and Sugar. That Sugar. Despite her diminutive stature, resembling a girl of merely 7 or 8 years, Diaz recognized her as a legitimate loli. As a possessor of the Hobi no Mi, upon ingesting the fruit, her corporeal form ceased its development, eternally preserving the visage of that precise moment, thus bestowing a form of immortality. Should the user touch another living being, that entity would transform into a toy and be expunged from the memories of all others, consigned to oblivion. Even upon beholding their likeness in portraits or photographs, recollection would fail. Therefore, Diaz would prioritize neutralizing Sugar. Saru. With near instantaneous velocity, he materialized before Sugar, and before she could react, sea-stone handcuffs clasped her legs. Why not her wrists? They were too slender, the cuffs would simply slide off, overwhelmed by sudden weakness. Sugar collapsed backward. Sugar. Monet, the snow woman, noticing Diaz's sudden arrival, acted swiftly, concerned for her sister. The ambient temperature plummeted abruptly as snowflakes descended. The Yuki no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit, a derivative of the Hi no Mi, while its powers were not as formidable as its progenitor. Snowflakes cascaded around them as Monet melded into the swirling flurry. Dellinger, a hybrid of human and fishman, possessing fighting fish lineage, revealed his ferocious nature, his mouth agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth, lunging towards Diaz. Diaz rose swiftly, evading the assault, and delivered a powerful punch to Dellinger's face, causing him to crash against the mast of the pirate ship, rendering him unconscious. He shook his hand, removed the camera, and donned it on his hand, transforming it into a fist gun, adorned with the armor of hockey. He extracted the Fui's directive chip from his phone and inserted it into the Fui's camera. Ready. He flipped open his phone and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. Photon blood coursed through the photon veins, filling the fist gun. While observation haki captured the silhouette of Monet. A white shadow emerged behind him, its icy fangs glistening as it lunged towards the nape of Diaz's neck. Instantly, he pivoted and struck Monet in the abdomen with a punch. Monet froze, immobilized, as a crimson emblem manifested upon her body. Ag. The excruciating pain compelled Monet to scream. As the photon blood infiltrating her body relentlessly ravaged her internal organs, ultimately leading to her demise amidst the torment. Diaz cast a glance at Jorah, the middle-aged woman with a frizzy hairstyle, who was equally formidable. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Jorah unleashed a relentless barrage from her machine gun directed at Diaz. The bullets struck the armor, generating sparks that illuminated its surface. What destructive art! Realizing the futility of her bullets, Jorah resorted to her fruit ability. She had consumed the art fruit, granting her the power to transform her targets into abstract art pieces at her whim. A multitude of colorful orbs emanated from her hands as Diaz leaped onto the mast, surveying the scene from above, while positioning the gauntlet at his waist. Defui's directive chip was placed over the cursor and subsequently affixed to the exterior of his right shin armor. Ready. He pressed the enter key once more. Exceed charge. His body lowered gradually, photonic blood coursing to his leg, and with a powerful kick towards Mara, the cursor shot forth a crimson drill-shaped pointer, locking onto Jorah, rendering her immobile. Rider kick. Diaz was engulfed by the drill, spinning continuously, and vanished upon Jorah, only to reappear behind him. A deep crimson drill. A similarly red knightly emblem manifested upon Jorah, who then let out a tortured wail before collapsing. The power was formidable, the strength derived from photon blood was paramount. Though Fui's data was low, slightly surpassing that of the Kamen Rider, both did not rely on data to inflict damage. Fui's drew upon photon blood, while Kamen Rider depended on dimensional transformation and atomic disruption. It seemed operational, so he decided to continue its use. He approached Derringer and fired another shot. Then turned his gaze to the stunned Sugar, retrieving the telephone bug from Jorah's body and dialing a number. Jorah, what is the matter? The telephone bug's eyes morphed into the shape of sunglasses, donning them at night. Wasn't he concerned about visibility? Internally scoffing, he cleared his throat, after his developmental phase. His voice had changed, and there was no need to lower it. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo could not discern it. Mr. Doflamingo, good evening. Who are you? Where's Jorah? Oh, me? You may call me Shafurin. As for that old woman, she is dead. I killed her. You seek death. No one shall harm my family, Doflamingo bellowed. And Diaz turned his head, spotting a figure rapidly approaching from the distant sky. The iconic sunglasses and flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, paired with cropped pants and loafers, along with golden hair, had replaced the usual arrogant smile with a visage of fury. He had only these family members left. No one would dare to touch them. However, as he discerned the situation aboard the ship, his hands grew cold. Jorah, Derringer, and Monet were all dead, while Sugar sat on the deck, her face a mask of terror, alongside a peculiar armored individual claiming to be Shafurin. Shafurin, you seek death. Bullet line. Doflamingo roared, clenching his fist, extending his index finger, and unleashing a fine line that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, moving at an astonishing speed capable of piercing human bone with ease. Clang. Clang, clang. The armor's defensive capability exceeded Diaz's expectations, proving to be only slightly weaker than that of a machine gun bullet. Diaz seized Sugar and soared high into the air, racing towards a clearing in Dress Rosa. You shall not escape. Release her. Doflamingo altered his trajectory mid-flight, pursuing Diaz with fervor. Raging Gale, air slash. As he spun in the air, unleashing a series of vacuum slashes, Doflamingo deftly intercepted the onslaught with fine threads, yet Diaz, propelled by his recent kick, accelerated further. Landing in the clearing and discarding Sugar aside, Diaz raised his hand and declared, Now, Doflamingo, let us engage in battle. You bastard. What do you intend to do? Why are you acting this way? Doflamingo, harboring murderous intent towards Diaz, sought to discern his adversary's motives. Why? I too am in search of answers, Diaz replied nonchalantly, echoing a famous saying of a certain Magenta demon. To put it simply, I wish to eliminate you. You, scoundrel. You have slain my people. You shall not leave this place. Suddenly, a burst of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the area. Diaz scoffed, Conqueror's Haki? Who among us lacks it? Both combatants unleashed their Conqueror's Haki, clashing mid-air, as the red and black energies intertwined, flaring with electric intensity, neither yielding to the other. Ultimately, they concluded their prolonged contest nearly simultaneously. With such Conqueror's Haki, you cannot possibly be a mere nobody. Who can say? Diaz retorted, I shall strip away your mask, torment you thoroughly, and make you understand the price of harming my family. Doflamingo's fingers twitched as if possessed, signaling the onset of his assault. Bring it on, Diaz exclaimed, retrieving his phone, pressing 103, and then hitting enter, twisting the flip phone to resemble a firearm. Fui's phone, burst gun mode. He pressed a button on the side, firing a crimson beam. Doflamingo immediately dodged, leaving a small hole in the ground where he had stood, smoke rising ominously. I must not be struck. Diaz altered his shooting mode and pressed 106, transforming it into a more powerful three-shot explosive mode. He unleashed a barrage of 3 intensified crimson beams, prompting Doflamingo to leap away once more, while the thin line in his hand coalesced into a long whip. Its hardness rivaling that of steel, capable of effortlessly cleaving skyscrapers in twain. Ultimate whip of devastation. Diaz retreated, distancing himself from the attack range of the super strike whip. The whip adjusted its trajectory in midair, ensnaring the bewildered Sugar and drawing it closer. Diaz, upon witnessing the scene, refrained from intervening and instead secured his phone back onto his belt. Sugar, are you all right? Young master. Sugar, having shielded Doflamingo's leg, burst into tears. Sister. Dillinger and the others are dead. Doflamingo's expression darkened. I know. Stay back. I will kill him next. Understood. Wiping her tears, Sugar hurried outside. Diaz remarked. Is this your final display of tenderness? Doflamingo is indeed a paradox. While he is deemed ruthless, he treats his subordinates with kindness. Yet, on the other hand, he has mercilessly slain his own father. A natural-born villain. Perhaps family is the last remnant of compassion within him. No one shall harm my family. Doflamingo raised a hand, releasing countless fine threads that swiftly intertwined, forming another identical Doflamingo. Shadow riding threads. With this technique, Doflamingo could conjure a doppelganger indistinguishable in power and appearance, effectively allowing 2 Doflamingos to engage in battle. Intriguing, yet utterly futile. Diaz shook his head as a motorcycle materialized beside him, with a series of mechanical clicks. The motorcycle transformed into a towering 2-meter mechanical being, known as the Mobile Demon. In terms of standard data, it exceeded the height of the armor worn by Diaz. Clearly a product developed by a corporation. I too have companions, Diaz remarked with a smile, patting the Mobile Demon. The entity grasped its front wheel, which morphed into a Gatling gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage at Doflamingo and his shadowy line. The gun spat flames as countless bullets surged forth. In unison, the shadow line and Doflamingo waved their hands, summoning thin lines that pierced the ground, lifting a rock to deflect all incoming projectiles. Super Strike Whip. 2 elongated whips lashed out, slicing through the air with a piercing wind. Diaz executed a backflip, landing behind the Mobile Demon just as the whips ensnared it, pulling it towards Doflamingo. A powerful kick followed, yet 8 nearly invisible lines, razor-sharp and unyielding, failed to breach the Mobile Demon's body, which boasted a hardness comparable to diamond. What? Even Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback. A crimson beam flickered in his observation, revealing Diaz positioned at a distance, preparing to fire. That man must be dealt with. The shadow line surged toward Diaz under his command, but he remained unfazed, removing the instruction chip and replacing it with an acceleration chip. Complete. The photon veins on his body erupted with silver light as his chest armor retracted to reveal a core. The photon blood shifted from red to silver, and his eyes transformed from yellow to red. In an instant, his speed and strength soared. For his accelerated form, this state could only be sustained for 35 seconds. Exceeding that would lead to collapse, and after activating acceleration, it could only last for 10 seconds. Yet within that brief interval, he would move at a staggering speed. 1,000 times the norm. Let us play for a while, but only for 10 seconds. He pressed the acceleration button. Start up. An invisible pressure wave burst forth from his body as he crouched low before propelling himself forward, so swiftly that even observation could not keep pace. The concept of 3 seconds to defeat an enemy and 7 seconds of bravado came to life. In acceleration mode, Diaz could not perceive the enemy's location. His observation could not match that terrifying velocity. He could only ascertain the opponent's position before launching a direct assault. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow line faced relentless strikes. Once captured, the assault would not cease. His fists moved like lightning, each blow fracturing the shadow line's body. The photon blood within wreaking havoc upon the delicate threads composing it. With a slight tremor in his hand, Diaz's onslaught continued until the shadow line shattered into fragments, scattering to the ground. Doflamingo could not grasp Diaz's fleeting presence and quickly enveloped himself in a multitude of thin lines. In the next moment, a figure clad in black and silver materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Bang! After rolling several times on the ground, he braced himself and half knelt, only for Diaz to charge at him once more, sending him flying. Anticipating Doflamingo's landing, Diaz relentlessly kicked, preventing him from descending. 3, 2, 1, timeout. The time was up. Acceleration ceased. Reformation. Status reset. He reverted to his normal form. Continuing to accelerate would cause the photon veins to rupture. Error. Suddenly, the driver emitted a mournful cry. The belt around his waist disintegrated, scattering to the ground, and the armor fell away, revealing Diaz's true visage. Well, that was excessive. I didn't expect the transformation limit to expire at this moment, he thought, watching the belt crumble and merge with the sand beneath. Diaz. Doflamingo. Bruised and battered, growled, "It's you." Though the voice was unfamiliar, that face was all too recognizable, one he had yearned to obliterate countless times over the years. The hatred ran deep, making it unforgettable. "Ah, young master, it's been so many years, have you missed me?" Diaz greeted Doflamingo with a cheerful smile, as if nothing had occurred. "Miss? I wish you dead." Bullet line. Without the protection of armor, Diaz could not withstand the onslaught with mere flesh. In an instant, he drew his blade, deflecting the incoming lines with a few deft movements. With a flourish of his weapon, he declared that armor was merely my plaything. I am no weakling. Die. Doflamingo lunged forward, obscured lines appearing near Diaz. He swung his blade, slicing through, but Diaz raised his foot, enveloped in armed color haki. To counter the strike, both legs, entwined in armed color, collided, sending a gust that stirred the sandy ground. In the already murky darkness, visibility diminished further. Diaz's hand suddenly slipped from his control, and Doflamingo's fingers twitched with a sinister grin. You are bound to lose, Diaz. I shall toy with you mercilessly. The parasitic threads began to swirl, as Doflamingo's strings turned those ensnared into mere puppets. Once attached, it became an unbearable ordeal. Bang! The pockball at his waist sprang open automatically, summoning Treacherous. Treacherous, unleashed the destruction beam upon my adversary. With a flourish, the horn-atop Treacherous glowed brightly, sending forth a beam that severed the parasitic strings. With a resounding crash, Treacherous's jet ports expelled a torrent of gas, colliding with Doflamingo, sending him hurtling backward. What? Stone spike attack. Treacherous escaped, its weight crashing into the sandy ground, sending a barrage of stones flying towards Doflamingo. Do not underestimate me. Spider's nest. A multitude of threads wove together to form a vast web, intercepting the stones. Now, destruction beam. A yellow beam sliced through the air, radiating unimaginable heat, piercing the web. Doflamingo, unwilling to confront it head-on, sprang into the air with a moonwalk, while Diaz appeared behind him, blade drawn. Ultimate technique, undying slash. A dark red blade of energy cleaved through Doflamingo's flamingo coat, striking his back with a resonant clang. In that critical moment, Doflamingo enveloped his spine in armament haki for protection. With a swift kick, he propelled himself off Doflamingo's body, executing a flawless backflip. Treacherous unleashed another destruction beam, targeting Doflamingo as he landed. Doflamingo rolled away, barely evading the attack. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Diaz transformed into a streak of lightning, closing the distance. Seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. Thrusting his sword, he pierced Doflamingo's chest, though he narrowly missed the heart. Blood gushed from Doflamingo's mouth as he grasped the blade. Strands of silk ensnaring Diaz, causing another spray of blood to splatter across Diaz's eyes. How about a little blood to obscure your vision? The threads bound Diaz tightly, while Doflamingo withdrew his blade, stitching the gun's muzzle with silk. Not bad, but merely adequate. Struggling against the discomfort in his eyes, Diaz managed to distance himself from Doflamingo, his body immobilized and vision impaired. As he activated his observation haki, Doflamingo snapped his fingers, sending the threads flying once more. Earth-shattering. The jade shield protected him. As Diaz vigorously shook his blade, slicing through the threads, he reversed his grip on Murakumo, severing the strands just as Doflamingo lunged at him. Delivering a powerful kick to the jade shield, causing cracks to appear, yet it remained intact. Channeling his immense strength, Diaz tore apart the remaining threads, regaining his freedom. He quickly fetched water to cleanse his eyes and restore his sight. Doflamingo, I must say, you have become quite despicable. Who is truly despicable here? You, old man. In comparison to Diaz, Doflamingo felt a pang of inadequacy. Though his wounds throbbed painfully, they were stitched and would not bleed excessively. He could continue to fight. You could have killed me before, yet your arrogance has cost you dearly. Doflamingo's words made Diaz feel a twinge of embarrassment. He had indeed gone too far. Initially, he had planned to finish him off with a knight's kick after the acceleration form ended, but the transformation's duration had elapsed, and the belt had turned to ash. I admit, that was my folly. Without that armor, I can still defeat you. Prepare yourself, Doflamingo. The posture struck by Diaz bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a legendary swordsman sheathing his blade. The exquisite technique known as the Wano cross/cleave through the air, its velocity so astonishing that even Doflamingo nearly failed to react. Delicate threads interwove before him, parrying the dark blade of Murakumo. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed the fallen rogue line. As his arm descended, Doflamingo conjured nearly transparent, slender threads from the tips of his 5 fingers, cascading downwards at an angle. Upon witnessing this, Diaz promptly extended his haki to encompass his chest and abdomen, narrowly averting the peril of being impaled. The sound of 2 metallic clangs resonated as the fallen rogue line was deflected. Doflamingo's combat style was characterized by its insidious intricacy, with nearly imperceptible threads emerging from unexpected angles, demanding unwavering vigilance and 100% focus during battle, lest one fall victim to his cunning. Diaz, undeterred, remained vigilant as the agile Morin and Treacherous flanked him, bullets and destructive beams whizzing past, causing immense frustration for Doflamingo. However, the duo possessed commendable defensive capabilities, with Treacherous even burrowing into the ground to evade danger. Their clash lacked grandeur, devoid of any earth-shattering spectacle, merely punctuated by sporadic sounds of collision. On a distant hilltop, 3 members of CP0, clad in white, observed the confrontation from afar. Shouldn't we assist Doflamingo? Inquired the man with the white mask. The one with the lion mask replied, No, we are no match for Diaz. That madman nearly obliterated the previous CP0 generation. Our presence would only lead to our demise. Our duty is to ensure Doflamingo remains alive. If he manages to kill Diaz, splendid. If he falters, we must devise a means to rescue him. Let us alert the Navy. The numbers of CP0 were indeed limited. The previous generation had been handpicked by the world government, tasked with executing missions and safeguarding the celestial dragons. However, Diaz's bombings in Mariejois had nearly annihilated them, prompting the recall of some operatives for a selective recruitment of elite members, these three being among the chosen. They harbored no confidence in defeating Diaz. The world government had assigned them the responsibility of supervising Doflamingo's ascent as the king of Dress Rosa. Should he succeed, he would be elevated to the status of a celestial dragon. If he failed, their priority was to ensure his survival. This was the mandate bestowed upon them by the five elders. Doflamingo was indeed well-suited to be the world government's clandestine operative. The underground world was intricate, and with his Joker persona, he navigated it with ease. The government required certain transactions to be conducted within the underworld, yet they were reluctant to expose their identities. Hence the need for a discreet intermediary. Doflamingo was that individual. Thus, the world government would never permit Doflamingo to perish easily. Finding a replacement intermediary was no simple task. As the battle intensified, with blades clashing, Doflamingo felt an acute sense of dread while Diaz displayed boundless stamina, growing ever stronger as the fight progressed. Unlike Doflamingo, who was hindered by his injuries. What is the matter? Can't you keep up with me, young master? Diaz taunted. Doflamingo, incensed, chuckled darkly. You wretched traitor. You self-righteous scoundrel. You're more of a pirate than I am, cold and ruthless, embodying the classic traits of treachery. Have you lost your mind? Diaz retorted. I am a traitor who frequently dives into the depths. During my time with you, I was indeed a pirate. Within the Navy, I am a Navy man. My flexible moral compass affords me multiple identities. Yet, identity matters not. What I desire, I shall achieve. If I say I want to slay you, then slay you I shall. That madman. Doflamingo cursed inwardly, realizing that Diaz was far more deranged than he had anticipated, a singular-minded lunatic. Let us see who shall kill whom. Doflamingo sneered, as threads clashed with blades. Suddenly, Diaz drew a gun and shot at Doflamingo. You despicable fiend. Fortunately, Doflamingo evaded just in time, suffering only a graze on his waist, the pain searing, with blisters forming around the wound, a clear indication of a burn. What an audacious move. He resorts to firearms in a melee. How is he more unscrupulous than I? This was the essence of the Wano combat technique, renowned as American-style Aikido. Times have changed, Diaz declared. Now, let us commence the second round. He sheathed his sword, wielding dual firearms, then merged them, proclaiming, Behold my pure love greatsword. The twin guns transformed into a grand flaming sword, each draw representing his love for himself, and indeed, the pure love greatsword was flawless. Flame scorched his body yet gradually healed, a testament to the enhancements bestowed upon him through years of development and the binding of heaven. Rendering his physique nearly perfect, an 8-pack abdomen, a sculpted form surpassing even that of ancient Greek statues, augmented by the ripple force, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities, rivaling those under the sun. Sunlight Spear. Just as Doflamingo anticipated Diaz to charge with his great sword, Diaz feigned a grip with his right hand, conjuring thunder into a long spear and hurling it with force. Boom. The thunder erupted, and although it missed its target, the resulting explosion sent tingling sensations throughout Doflamingo's body. Diaz, enveloped in flames, resembled a divine being, delivering a strike of sheer force without any technical finesse. What? Doflamingo had no time to retreat. He crossed his arms, channeling his haki to withstand Diaz's blow. Yet the flames from the great sword advanced towards him like a relentless parasite, igniting his coat, which was torn asunder, cascading to the ground. Utilizing his threads, he ensnared the clouds above, levitating in the air. With a flick of his fingers, he lifted a multitude of stones, noticing Diaz pursuing him with moonwalk steps. As the rocks descended, Diaz sliced through them, employing the shave technique for swift movement, his speed rendering Doflamingo's scalp prickling with anxiety. In mere moments, Diaz stood before him. The great sword descended, flames surging, searing Doflamingo's body, causing him to sweat profusely. The sweat seeped into his wounds, amplifying the agony. Ripple technique. Rapid advance. Get down. With the ripple force coiling around his leg, he delivered a kick that sent Doflamingo tumbling down into the sand, where he rolled over, spitting blood, the ripple's power still coursing through him, inducing great discomfort. This cannot continue. I might very well lose. Now is not the time to engage him further. If this persists, my plans for Dress Rosa will be thwarted. He needed to find Sugar and then locate Baby, 5, and Buffalo, his last remaining family. He must reach Sugar. The place must be attained. Sensing Doflamingo's intent to retreat, Diaz brandished the great sword, the flames morphing into a sentient wall of fire, encircling them, the orange glow illuminating their faces, radiating heat. I told you, I am here to eliminate you, and I cannot allow your escape. Diaz gripped his sword tightly, a gust of wind swirling at his feet, his swift and fierce demeanor sending a chill through Doflamingo. This madman was intent on ending his life. Then let it be your life, Diaz. Doflamingo unleashed a torrent of fine white threads, surging forth like a tidal wave. Skyfire, unsheathed, with a powerful swing. The orange glow of the sword severed the oncoming threads. Diaz leaped over, but more threads rushed towards him, flames consuming them, filling the air with an acrid scent. The battle raged on, both warriors growing increasingly ruthless, targeting each other's vital points, their eyes clouded with bloodlust as they roared and fought until one would succumb. Their clash continued until dawn, the first light of day illuminating Diaz, whose wounds began to heal and strength to replenish, growing ever more formidable, while Doflamingo appeared weary. Is this man a monster? He pondered. Kill. Awakening. Doflamingo made a decisive choice, realizing that if this continued, Diaz would surely drag him to his demise. Placing his palm on the ground, the scorching sand transformed into threads. Upon awakening his paramecia devil fruit, he could manipulate the environment around him. Doflamingo had mastered the string fruit over the years. Its awakening was but a natural progression. Were he to possess a more powerful fruit, he might have ascended even further. Yet he was bound to the string fruit. In the hands of others, it might seem weak, but in Doflamingo's grasp, it flourished. Raging white threads. The strands on the ground morphed into a long white serpent, slithering upwards to attack. Wildfire spreading. Flames surged like a wave, engulfing the raging white threads. Diaz drew another sword, Murakumo, executing his ultimate technique, Immortal Slash. With a swift strike, he severed the remaining threads and propelled himself forward like a bullet. Rapidly closing in on Doflamingo. Doflamingo retreated at lightning speed, his hands weaving through the air as thousands of threads rose from the ground, each enveloped in haki. Resembling flamingo wings unfurling to assault the enemy. 1,000 arrows through the heart, feather strike, strings. 4th secret sword, Mirage Wolf. 7th secret sword, Lightning. The two secret swords alternated in their execution, the threads piercing through Diaz's afterimages, converging upon Doflamingo. Starburst Airflow Slash. The great sword and the blade whirled in a relentless assault, strikes coming in rapid succession, faster than Doflamingo could react. In an instant, 16 blows landed upon Doflamingo's body, his face, chest, thigh, abdomen, and back. With a forceful impact, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. His fate hanging in the balance. Diaz approached him, and, upon seeing his frail state, declared, "It is over, Doflamingo." He raised his blade and, with a swift motion, turned and struck downward, the blade landing upon a figure clad in white. The opponent, struggling, knelt as he parried the blow with both arms, gasping, "CP0? Here to kill me? I thought you had been wiped out." "We have no such intention, but please spare his life," the other party implored. Clearly aware that he was no match for Diaz and thus resorted to pleading. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Diaz raised an eyebrow, exerting pressure with his arm, forcing the opponent's body deeper into the sandy ground. "I dare not, but I have bought myself some time," he replied. Diaz abruptly turned around, only to find that Doflamingo had been carried away by two individuals. With a swift kick, he sent one of them flying, determined not to let them escape. He pursued the two, unleashing a barrage of meteoric flames. Fiery meteors descended from the heavens as Diaz looked up to behold a figure clad in a crimson cloak of justice, arms continuously spewing forth molten rock. TCH, Akainu. He has finally arrived. CP0 breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how formidable Diaz was, he could not surpass Akainu. Yet, this attack also posed a threat to himself, for he too was a madman. Diaz wielded his blade, cleaving through the molten rock, casting a reluctant glance at Doflamingo. Realizing he could no longer pursue him, the great sword of heavenly fire transformed into dual pistols, unleashing a flurry of bullets towards several individuals. Yet all were intercepted by CP0. In the distance, the agile motorized steed transformed into a motorcycle, and Diaz mounted it, whisking away Shakiris. Revving the throttle, the vehicle surged forth at a staggering speed of 350 kilometers per hour. "Do not think you can escape, Diaz. You shall meet your demise here today." Akainu had pursued Diaz for an extended period, only to find no trace of him upon reaching the North Sea, necessitating a return to the New World. The previous night, he had received a report from CP0, prompting him to arrive with reinforcements. Upon witnessing the signs of battle in Dress Rosa, he charged in single-handedly, immediately spotting Diaz poised to eliminate Doflamingo, with CP0 intervening as well. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, indifferent to the identities within. He intended to eradicate them all. After all, CP0 was hardly virtuous, having spoken to him with an air of authority the night prior, as if he lacked temperament. Observing Diaz's attempt to flee, Akainu would not allow it, hastily pursuing him. Yet, how could his speed rival that of the motorized steed? Had it been Kizaru, the scenario would be different. But Akainu was not known for swiftness. Even as an admiral, he could not reach a velocity of 350 kilometers per hour. While the shave technique could achieve short bursts of acceleration, it lacked endurance. After a brief chase, he realized the distance only widened. Great fire behind him erupted like a volcanic explosion as the motorized steed ascended a steep incline, leaping forth, its silhouette fading into the distance. "Do not pursue any further, Brother Sakazuki." Diaz waved his hand defiantly. "Damn it. Akainu ignited everything around him in a fit of rage, furious at this traitor who dared to call himself a senior brother. What were the CP0 agents doing? Unable to restrain Diaz, and why did they rescue Don Quixote Doflamingo? While it was true that Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords, it was inconceivable that the world government would go so far as to save a pirate. The warlords were formidable pirates, and the world government would rather eliminate them than extend a hand. The rescue of Doflamingo was utterly anomalous. He could not fathom it, and needed to confront Admiral Sengoku for answers. Damn CP0 and Diaz, treating me like a fool. Meanwhile, Diaz rode his motorcycle to the seaside and spotted Sugar hiding among the coconut trees. His spirits lifted as he rushed to her side, scooping her up. After stowing his Pegasus, he leapt onto his ship and urged the astonished Rocinante and Baby 5, hurry, we must flee. The Navy Admiral is coming. Baby 5, wide-eyed with terror, exclaimed. Run, Mr. Corzone, we must escape. Rocinante quietly remarked, but I am part of the Navy. Oh right, Baby 5 suddenly realized. Diaz added, Doflamingo has been rescued by CP0. Keep an eye out for his whereabouts. If you find anything, contact me. He handed a large transponder snail to Rocinante and then kicked him onto the beach. Ouch, this little brat. Rocinante groaned, sitting up on the sand and watching the ship, the wave breaker, sail away. He stared at the transponder snail, feeling helpless. On board the wave breaker, Diaz piloted the ship as Baby 5 cradled Sugar, attempting to unlock her sea stone handcuffs. However, she foolishly forgot that she was also a devil fruit user. Upon touching the sea stone, her strength dwindled. Sugar had spent the better part of the night reaching the coconut grove, fortunate not to have been discovered by CP0, otherwise, her fate would have been dire. Save your strength. You are a devil fruit user too. What are you thinking? Wah, you villain. The young master will never let you go. Sugar cried out, and Diaz, with an air of indifference, replied, though Doflamingo has been rescued. I severely injured him and nearly killed him. Had it not been for the arrival of CP0 and Akainu, he would have perished, even if he recovers. He won't have the courage to face me again. Wah, the young master will absolutely not be defeated. Indeed, I will kill you. Baby 5 regained her composure, her right hand transforming into a rocket launcher. Diaz, with a light-hearted tone, said, Baby 5, I need you to put down the weapon. All right. Sugar lamented, it's over. There is not a reliable person among us. This man is hopeless. Diaz gazed at Sugar, squinting his eyes, and remarked, you are a perilous individual. Your abilities compel me to contemplate how to deal with you. Well, perhaps eliminating you would be the most definitive solution. Sugar's body tensed, trembling as she concealed herself behind Baby 5, the recent aura of menace making her acutely aware of her mortality. Never mind, I cannot bring myself to harm a child. Diaz waved his hand and said, Baby 5, please take good care of Sugar and ensure she doesn't wander off. Oh, Baby 5 felt a renewed sense of purpose, her spirits lifting. However, the thought of Doflamingo's uncertain fate filled her with concern. Doflamingo had always treated them with great kindness. Diaz was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in their minds. What he sought was a nation, one that he could command. He craved intelligence. As he stepped out of the cabin, a messenger gull soared through the sky. Diaz waved his hand, and the gull descended. He purchased a newspaper, remarking, You should recognize me, correct? The gull nodded, for it was not merely a subordinate of Morgan's newspaper operation, it served as his eyes. Having consumed the bird fruit, taking on the form of an albatross, he could comprehend the language of birds, thus gleaning news from the messenger gull about events occurring around the globe. Beyond the intelligence network and reporters, this was a vital source of information for Morgan's. Certain matters would be recorded by the gull, only to be relayed to Morgan's by night, who would then extract valuable insights to craft the following day's news. This was one of the reasons the World Economic Journal consistently boasted superior intelligence, adept at capturing significant headlines. Journalists from around the world were insufficient. There were perilous locales they could not traverse. In such instances, the messenger gulls became indispensable. They would traverse the globe, even reaching the realm of the transgender kingdom, where specific avian beings delivered newspapers. Of course, it was also conceivable that the ordinary messenger gulls were influenced by that peculiar group. Now, please deliver this to your esteemed employer, he said, handing a slip of paper and a wad of Bailey notes to the gull's satchel. The gull flapped its wings in acknowledgement and took to the skies in the direction from whence it came. It abandoned the newspapers. After all, what worth did they hold? The currency Diaz offered was far more substantial than the pittance those papers could yield. Diaz is someone I am acquainted with. He may have some significant news to share with the big boss. If the task is executed well, there might even be a chance for an extra meal tonight. What did you give him? Baby 5 inquired. My phone number. Diaz smiled as he spoke. The telephone bug, equipped with a microphone and a keypad, could indeed dial and make calls, boasting an impressive transmission range for long-distance communication. Stretching his limbs, he retrieved a compass and silently envisioned a safe island for respite. The compass needle spun, pointing towards the northeast. The wave breaker roared to life, charting its course toward the destination. In merely half a day's time, a picturesque island emerged before them. Docking the vessel by the shore, he, along with Baby 5 and Sugar stepped onto the island. Baby, 5 remarked. How did you manage to find such a splendid island? It was merely instinct. That little imp is now in your hands. Diaz waved his hand, allowing the two individuals to amuse themselves while he lifted the boat from the sea. Beneath the vessel clung an abundance of barnacles, which he intended to meticulously remove. It was astonishing that such a rapid pace could still allow for the presence of barnacles, along with some unfamiliar parasitic creatures. Grasping a shovel, he commenced the cleaning process. In this world, one could hardly progress without a vessel, and the wave breaker required diligent maintenance. Meanwhile, Baby 5 took Sugar aside to kindle a fire for cooking. With a heavy heart, Sugar lamented, Baby 5, sister, Derringer, and the others have all been slain by him. Baby 5, enveloped in sorrow, pondered the fate of their young master. However, she reflected that despite Diaz's ferocity and penchant for violence, he could not be denied as a fundamentally good person. Why do you defend him? She asked. Because I once regarded him as a brother. Baby 5 gazed at the distant figure engaged in the task of boat cleaning and remarked, he may be fierce, yet he cares for me. When Buffalo bullied me, he was the one who dealt Buffalo a beating. Although my relationship with Buffalo improved thereafter, he did not take my life, and he was the first to encourage me to live for myself. I am at a loss. I yearn to be needed. Sugar, I apologize. I wish to harm him. Yet I am unable to raise a hand against the brother I hold dear. In her heart, she still considered Diaz family. As night fell, Diaz received a telephone call from the president of the World Economic News Agency, the renowned newsman Morgans. Mr. Diaz, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The telephone insect mimicked Morgan's visage. Greetings, Mr. Morgans, Diaz replied, lifting the receiver. I did not anticipate that, Mr. Diaz would reach out to me in such a creative manner. Morgans chuckled, taken aback by the unusual medium of contact. He was intrigued to learn what Diaz desired from him, and thus proceeded to dial the number. He was aware that the news hawks were the eyes of the news king. Ha ha, Morgans laughed, neither confirming nor denying the assertion, and inquired. What is it you wish for me to do? If there is significant news, I am not one to withhold funds. With substantial news, the World Economic News could sell more copies, allowing him to quickly recoup his costs, an effective means of generating profit. No, I seek to purchase information. I am aware that your intelligence network is unparalleled in the world, and I require a specific piece of information. In his office, Morgans replied with excitement. I am curious to know what type of information you seek. The price is negotiable. Diaz spoke directly, referring to a nation that was not a member of the world government, known for its fierce people, and not among the notorious pirates, ruled by a king who engaged in nefarious deeds. Oh, are you suggesting that I desire that country? Oh, how intriguing. Do you wish to become a king? Morgans inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, I am in need of a nation, a stronghold. You should be able to procure this information for me, correct? Please hold on. A series of sounds emanated from the other end, and soon Morgans announced, I have found it, the Kingdom of Sorel. It boasts a substantial territory, located in the New World, near the Calm Belt. The populace is formidable, almost entirely military, and ordinary pirates dare not provoke them. The king is Drake III, who possesses the animal type bat fruit, taking the form of a vampire bat. Is it not a mythical beast type? Mythical beast types are not as common as cabbages, Mr. Diaz, Morgans retorted. Currently, there are only 3 known users of mythical beast fruits in the vast ocean. Oh, the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the immortal Marco, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, correct? Yes, it appears your information is quite up to date. I initially thought it was the bat fruit, mythical beast type, vampire form. Turns out it is merely an ordinary vampire bat? Thank you. As for the reward, well, I have information and berries. Which would you prefer? Either will suffice, but if it pertains to breaking news, I would prefer that since I am a journalist. Morgans chuckled. All right, last night I severely injured Don Quixote Doflamingo, but he was rescued by CP0 shortly thereafter. Oh, that is indeed significant intelligence, Mr. Diaz. You are merely 18 years old, aren't you? Close enough. My birthday is in a few months. Truly remarkable for one so young, Morgans remarked. I wonder if there are any photographs? None. Akainu arrived, and I had no time to take any. You mean to say that an admiral of the Navy has arrived as well? Morgans exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This is truly monumental news. Who would have thought that the 7 warlords, pirates, and the Navy would all converge last night, yet Diaz managed to escape unscathed. This is indeed major news, though it still does not surpass the astonishing events from last year. Yes, it took place in Dress Rosa, where Doflamingo aspired to become king. King? Why? Why do 2 individuals wish to become rulers? That comes at a different price. To think that Mr. Diaz is also a person of character. Let us consider this an exchange. When you require information, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. How does that sound? Morgans proposed. Very well. He's a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. Impossible. Wait, Don Quixote. Aren't they the same surname? Morgans exclaimed, his mind racing with various pieces of information. Could it be that he is the son of the former celestial dragon, Saint Homing, who voluntarily renounced his status, and his brother Rosinante as well? The news of Saint Homing's renunciation caused quite a stir back in the day. I received first-hand information and reported it, which propelled the World Economic Journal to far greater heights than it had known before. Indeed, Mr. Diaz, you continue to surprise me. Very well, I understand. Thank you for this significant news. You may contact me at any time, and please do inform me promptly of any major developments. A journalist will never overlook a scoop. Morgans declared. Certainly. Diaz agreed, recognizing that both he and his counterpart were leveraging each other to acquire valuable intelligence, each fulfilling their own needs. The Ciliar Empire, Drake 3? It was time to embark on a new agrarian lifestyle. He required a nation as his foundation, for a confrontation with the world government was inevitable. After bombing Mariejois, how could he expect to escape their wrath? It was sheer luck that him had not emerged. Upon reflection, the explosives he buried primarily annihilated the celestial dragons. Some formidable individuals, including him, likely remained unharmed. The extent of M's power was unknown, but the ability to command the five elders indicated a singular status. In hindsight, his evasion of capture was indeed fortuitous. He contemplated that was most probably unscathed and indifferent, merely intent on restoring the celestial dragons. Otherwise, he would not have permitted Rosinante or Doflamingo to return among them. What advantage lay in rehabilitating a horde of parasites? Doflamingo might possess insights. Having once been a celestial dragon and potentially the heir of a prominent family, undoubtedly privy to significant knowledge. Should he capture him again? The information he harbored must be extracted. Otherwise, death would not come easily. A single nation was far from sufficient. His ambition involved swiftly seizing control of a country, followed by annexation to forge a grand alliance, ultimately allying with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. The strategy was straightforward. Yet the execution was fraught with challenges. Time was of the essence. He desperately needed time for development. Thus, the announcement regarding Laughter must not come too soon, lest him or the world government take action. The Pirate King? Absurd. The following morning, Diaz departed the island accompanied by Baby, Five and Sugar, steering towards the Ciliar Kingdom as indicated by the compass. En route, a news seagull delivered intelligence about the kingdom, with Morgans adding a cheeky note, reminding him not to forget about him in future significant events. Such a personable touch. After 3 days of sailing, Diaz and his companions arrived at the Ciliar Kingdom. The initial impression of this nation was one of poverty. As they entered, an array of hostile gazes met them. Baby, Five drew closer to Diaz, uncomfortable under the scrutiny, tightening her grip on Sugar's small hand. Before they could proceed far, a burly man confronted them, boasting, "Kid, I've taken a liking to this woman. She's mine now." Did he require assistance? Was this a proposal? Baby Five's eyes sparkled, her words casting a shadow over Diaz's expression, while Sugar muttered, "Another episode. Step aside." What? Bang. Before the man could utter another word, Diaz's fist shattered his facial bones, leaving him unconscious. How dare they bully them? They were seeking death. This act stirred a hornet's nest as a throng surged forward. Diaz simply shook his head. It was unnecessary. The crowd suddenly vanished, as if they had never existed. What? Bang, 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 bang. With a few muted thuds, Diaz reappeared, and the assailants lay defeated. A sweeping gaze silenced the surrounding onlookers, who dared not cast their disapproving stares any longer. The local demeanor was fierce. They were akin to bandits. Morgans had described them too kindly. They were nothing but a pack of brigands. Where to now? Baby, Five inquired. The palace. What do we seek there? To kill and usurp. Both were perplexed, but Diaz paid them no heed. He unfurled the map gifted by Morgans, searching for the royal city's location. This was merely a coastal dock town. The Ciliar Kingdom boasted several cities, and their destination was the royal city. He summoned the mechanized Pegasus, instructing Baby, Five and Sugar to mount it. Get ready. Oh, Virum. With a twist of the throttle, the mechanized Pegasus surged forward along the dirt path, halting before a city after several hours. Before them loomed the royal city of the Ciliar Kingdom, its towering walls rising several meters, surrounded by lush forests. 2 guards lounged at the entrance, idly extorting the citizens entering and exiting the royal city, attempting to wring out whatever profit they could. Diaz disregarded them and charged straight ahead. Invaders. There are invaders. Pirates. The pirates have breached our defenses. Someone shouted. Gunfire erupted from behind, and Baby, Five spat out the smoke from her mouth, cursing vehemently, "Damn it. Do they really think I'm just sitting here doing nothing?" Her arms transformed into gun barrels, unleashing a barrage of shots towards the rear. Diaz reminded not to harm the innocent. Understood, my marksmanship is indeed precise. While it is true, I only struck 2. The swift speed of the celestial steed caused the guards to be left behind. The palace of the Ciliar Kingdom was far more dilapidated than Diaz had anticipated. It was incomparable to that of the celestial dragon people, a stark contrast, and even inferior to the abodes of slaves. As the external embellishments were far superior to this place. Some areas were quite worn, with certain sections damaged and unrepaired, the scars of battle evident throughout. Strangely, the palace's windows had been boarded up. This place is rather decrepit. Could that infernal Morgans be selling me false information? Never mind, I shall proceed inside. A Approaching the tightly shut palace gates, 2 guards immediately obstructed his path. Who goes there? This is the royal palace. You cannot enter. I have matters to discuss with your majesty. No, leave this place. Please, step aside. As Diaz advanced, the guards prepared to take action, but in an instant, darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed to the ground. Diaz retracted his conqueror's haki, shaking his head in mild amusement at its efficacy. Time to pay a visit. With a resounding kick, he breached the palace gates, the interior shrouded in an oppressive darkness. A metallic tang, thick with the scent of aged blood, assaulted their nostrils. Baby, 5. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, inquired, how many perished within these walls? Unknown, came the terse reply, as a pair of crimson eyes materialized from the gloom. Fixing their gaze upon the intruders, a palpable tension filled the air. Diaz was immediately struck by a wave of discomfort, as Baby, 5 and Sugar hastily covered their ears. What on earth is that? A sound wave. Diaz covered his ears, as a dark figure rushed towards him with astonishing speed, swiftly seizing both him and Sugar. Baby, 5 cursed under her breath, raising her arm, which transformed into a cannon, aimed at the enormous bat soaring in the sky. The creature, with its grotesque visage and brown fur, boasted a wingspan of 7 meters, its wings stirring up a tempest with each flap. Its wings beat relentlessly as its talons clutched Diaz and Sugar's shoulders. Sugar screamed in terror, while Diaz let out a grunt, drawing his twin pistols, the heavenly fire, and firing directly at the bat's wings, piercing through them with precision. The bat screeched in agony, releasing its grip on the 2. Diaz swiftly caught Sugar, gliding through the air to land beside Baby, 5. This is our target. Ensure your safety, especially you, Baby, 5. This is war. Do not repeat past mistakes. Sugar. Keep an eye on her. I will only listen to the young master. Sugar retorted, but a sharp glance from Diaz made her heart sink. Very well. I shall keep an eye on Sister Baby, 5, she conceded. That will suffice. Diaz brandished his blade and approached the fallen bat, a necessary target, Drac 3, a Zoan type. Batfruit user, in the form of a vampire bat. The stench emanating from him was overpowering, mingling with a strong scent of blood that was decidedly unpleasant. Transforming into his human form, crowned and regal, Drac 3 paled upon recognizing Diaz's visage, his expression of rage morphing into sheer terror. Why you? You were supposed to have perished in the explosion at Mariejois. Drac 3 stammered in fear. The celestial dragons have not all perished. How could I possibly be dead? Rather, your demise is imminent. Diaz radiated an aura of menace, while Drake 3 suppressed his inner trepidation, transforming into his orc form. The wounds on his wings began to heal, a testament to the formidable regenerative abilities inherent in his animalistic nature, which evoked envy in Diaz. Drake 3 opened his mouth wide, emitting ultrasonic waves imperceptible to human ears. All in their path were swept away and obliterated by these sonic blasts. In the face of Drake 3's onslaught, Diaz leaped aside. Such intangible assaults were best avoided if one could not guarantee a successful defense. His form flickered as he drew closer to Drake 3, striking with his blade. Only for Drake 3 to evade with ease, boasting, as long as you make a move, I can hear you, and thus, you cannot strike me. Continuously bellowing ultrasonic waves. Soldiers began to congregate around them, encircling the 2. Diaz surveyed his surroundings, channeling energy into his sunlight spear, the crackling of electricity causing Drake 3 to frown. Discomfort washing over him as if he were facing the sun itself. He preferred the cover of night. Under the glaring sun, all he desired was slumber. Bats, creatures of the night, were not fond of daylight, and having consumed the blood-sucking bat fruit, he too found it disagreeable, which was why he kept his doors and windows sealed. When it came to sustenance, he preferred to have one of his subordinates deliver food to him. After partaking of the blood-sucking bat fruit, he developed a taste for blood, drawn to the energy it contained, which could amplify his strength, particularly the blood of the powerful, rich in vital essence. If he could subdue this adversary, his eyes darted within their sockets, ears attuned to Diaz's movements. They were pronounced and loud. The thunder spear was hurled toward him, soaring high, while the sunlight spear below erupted in radiant brilliance. Boom. The sunlight spear detonated abruptly. The sound of electricity mingling with the explosion resonated throughout the area, lightning striking Drake 3, leaving him tingling and incapacitated, causing him to plummet from the sky once more. Diaz acted swiftly, surging forward and planting a foot upon his head. The resilience of Zoan types is quite remarkable. Performing sit-ups is practically a standard feature. Of course, if one's head were to explode, survival would be impossible. Spare me. Spare me. Drake 3 bellowed. I can relinquish the throne to you. My treasures, my women. My kingdom, all can be yours. Just spare my life. But seizing it from you is precisely my aim, Diaz retorted. My objective is this very nation. No. Drake 3 shrieked in terror. The pressure on his head intensified until Diaz crushed his skull, roaring, then kneel. His roar carried a hint of conqueror's haki, an imposing force that instilled fear. Some faint-hearted soldiers dropped their weapons, prostrating themselves before him. Excellent. I am Brando Diaz. From this moment forward, I am your king, Diaz declared, standing over Drake 3's lifeless body, his voice filled with authority as he issued his first command. Go, cleanse the palace. Furthermore, summon the kingdom's ministers. I require an understanding of this nation's affairs. Yes. A group scurried to fulfill his orders, unconcerned by the change in monarch. Might makes right, after all. And the previous king was a tyrant. They hoped this one would be benevolent. They prayed in their hearts as Diaz sat in the shade of a tree, smoking with Baby 5, while Sugar munched on a lollipop, exuding an air of villainy. Hey, Diaz, what were you about to say? Suddenly, a fruit struck Baby 5 on the head. Diaz picked it up, recognizing it as the vampire bat fruit. It seemed Drake 3's demise had caused it to select a fruit on the tree. When a devil fruit user dies, their power is reborn within a fruit, often choosing the nearest one. It's speculated that Blackbeard obtained the Tremor fruit in this manner. An actual devil fruit? It's mine now. Diaz pocketed it, saying, I haven't conceived of a use for it yet, but I'll consider it later. He retrieved a Den Mushi, dialing a number. Soon, it connected, and a voice spoke with a mix of respect and dread. Didier-sama. Judge cursed inwardly. Why won't this man die? Why isn't he dead yet? Judge, bring your forces to the Seal Kingdom. Why? Judge inquired. Just come, unless you desire death. I require your strength, but openly assisting you. Judge protested softly. Germa would forfeit its eligibility to attend the reverie. That's inconsequential. With your capabilities, you couldn't possibly offer any valuable insights. The reverie occurs every 5 years, and Judge's presence is merely ceremonial. His political acumen pales in comparison to his scientific prowess. How many precious suggestions could a war-obsessed madman offer? Judge felt stifled. The mental seed in his mind suddenly triggered a neural surge, causing him to cry out in pain. I understand. I'll come. Judge quickly conceded. Where are you currently located? In the South Blue, concluding a commission. Good. The Seal Kingdom is situated on the Calm Belt near the South Blue. Arrive within a month. Yes. Judge replied weakly, postponing his pending tasks and dispatching his subordinates to the Seal Kingdom. Diaz hung up the phone, prompting Baby 5 to inquire, who was that? I believe I just heard about Germa. Growing up in the North Sea, Baby 5 could not possibly be unaware of Germa's existence. Indeed, Germa is a reality, not merely a fairy tale. How could that be? The Germa 66 evil army is now my force, Diaz boasted with pride to Baby 5. You must be deceiving me. She retorted. Not at all, Diaz replied with a smile. You will understand when they arrive. Germa's scientific advancements will expedite this nation's progress. One cannot deny that Germa's technology is among the finest in this world. Although the Germa people may be flawed, their scientific prowess is commendable. Having collaborated with the esteemed Vegapunk, they do possess their merits. What exactly do you intend to do? Baby 5 questioned. I aspire to create a world of equality and peace, free from pirates. Diaz extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. Baby 5, Sugar, come assist me. Huh. Baby 5 replied, puzzled. I only know how to fight. But if you require my help, I need a maid. Then I shall come. Sugar responded coldly. You killed my sister. She sought to kill me as well. I will not assist you. Room and board are included, an abundance of grapes, and no one will bully you. You one tea have to work. Sugar turned her head with a huff, grasping Baby 5's hand, indicating her reluctance to leave. Now, it's time to attend to this nation. The royal palace had been cleansed. Yet a lingering metallic scent of blood pervaded the halls, accompanied by a faint odor of decay that was quite bothersome. Diaz sat upon a throne that, while not opulent, afforded him a commanding view of the ministers below. They were a motley crew, robust in physique and adorned with bulging features. Yet their gazes towards Diaz betrayed a palpable fear. In this new world where might reigned supreme, they dared not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Who is the Minister of Finance? Diaz inquired. I am, came the quavering response of a burly man whose biceps matched the girth of Diaz's waist. Is this truly the Minister of Finance? Or perhaps a bureaucrat from the Land of Light? Diaz coughed softly. What is your name? You may call me Vic very well. Let us dispense with trivialities and discuss the financial state of the Kingdom of Silair. The annual revenue is approximately 50 million belly, not even reaching 100 million. Vic reported. Diaz braced himself for the revelation, but was taken aback by the kingdom's apparent poverty. Why is it so destitute? He furrowed his brow in inquiry. Vic, clutching a small ledger, elaborated, the primary issue lies in insufficient tax revenues, compounded by the impoverishment of the citizenry. Furthermore, the previous king's extravagant spending has left the treasury in disarray, leading to significant deficits. There is also external debt, which I presume you will not be inclined to repay? Of course not. The debts belong to Drake. They have no bearing on me, Diaz. Very well. Moving forward, we must prepare for war, soldiers' wages, provisions, and supplies. Vic began to tally the expenses, inciting a headache for Diaz. Stop. He interjected hurriedly. Why must we go to war? The situation is as follows, Vic. Displaying a commendable sense of duty as the Minister of Finance, explained. The previous king borrowed 1 billion belly from the neighboring kingdom of Kosal under the pretext of fortifying against external threats and constructing walls. The current total debt stands at approximately 2 billion. When was this loan acquired? In this very month last year. A doubling of the amount? Indeed. Diaz gritted his teeth, cursing that this was more exorbitant than usury itself. How formidable is the military strength of the Kingdom of Kosal? Significantly superior to ours, and far more affluent. Are they a member of the world government? No. Then there shall be no repayment. Diaz decided to abandon all hope. After all, it was not his debt to begin with. Even if it was incurred in the name of the Kingdom of Solaire, it bore no connection to him. By the way, where's the money? Spent. What about the goods? Gone. Where did they go? Buried. Diaz and Vic exchanged glances, rolling up their sleeves. Are you jesting with me? Wait. Your Majesty, it is as follows. The previous king purchased a number of slaves, yet he tortured them to death, and now they lie buried in the back garden. Vic hastily explained, while Diaz suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. This was not merely a mess, it was a catastrophe beyond measure. King Drake III had never contemplated the governance of the realm. He was merely indulging himself in wanton extravagance. Since his ascension, the entire nation had descended into chaos, and what was once a fairly decent existence had plummeted into disarray. It was during this tumult that Vic began to abandon all pretense of duty, along with many of the other ministers. That scoundrel! Diaz exclaimed, smashing his palm against the armrest. What do you mean the tax revenue has dwindled? Currently. The only territory under your control is the royal city. As for the other cities, they have declared independence. The taxes from the royal city have been collected, yet most have already been squandered, leaving us with merely about 20%. What in the world is this wretched nation? Diaz suddenly leaped to his feet. Who are the others in the cities clamoring for independence? I shall eliminate them. How many troops do we have? The Minister of War replied with conviction, 5,000. Diaz gazed intently at him. Bellman gradually felt the mounting pressure, lowering his head and murmuring, 4,003. 3,002. How much is it, exactly? 1,005, plus what hasn't been killed by you. You lot, living off the spoils of war, are truly despicable. With a powerful slap, Diaz sent the Minister of Military Affairs crashing into the wall, leaving his fate uncertain. Vic, take your men and raid this Bellman household. Confiscate all the wealth. I must first secure control of the royal city and subdue the other cities within half a month. Also, procure a financial report from the past few years. Who is the second in command of the military minister? It is I, your majesty. A sharp-featured fellow stepped forward, head bowed, unable to meet Diaz's gaze. Instantly, he raised suspicion. Count the number of troops. I want the actual figures. If the numbers are fabricated, you shall be the next Bellman. Yes. You may leave. As they exited, Diaz exhaled deeply, a headache beginning to throb. Baby. 5. I desire dessert. Very well. Baby. 5 cheerfully went to prepare the meal. Sugar. Clutching a plate of grapes given by Diaz, began threading them onto her fingers, consuming them one by one, remarking, You seem to have quite the headache. Indeed. It's exceedingly challenging. I cannot manage it. Diaz lamented. I thought I was starting from scratch, but it seems I am beginning from a deficit. My task now is to turn this deficit into zero. I don't understand. It's akin to having devoured all the grapes yet owing me several plates of them. And then baby, 5 assists you in repaying your debt. Do you comprehend? Oh, I see. But doesn't that mean you owe a multitude of plates of grapes? This isn't merely about grapes. Never mind, you wouldn't grasp it. What I require next is a cadre of professionals. He produced a snail phone and dialed. Hello, Mr. Diaz. Greetings, Mr. Long. I wonder what brings you to seek me. Long was not one for frivolous chatter. He got straight to the point. And Diaz promptly laid out his situation, indicating his urgent need for skilled personnel. You have taken over a country? Long was astonished. How swiftly you act. Indeed, however. The finances and military are in disarray, and the previous king's reign was ineffective. Only the royal city remains under control. And there are far too many messes to clean up alone. I require some logistical support and would like to request a few individuals from you. I can accommodate those in distress, should they be willing, but at present, I need specialists. Let me consider it. I will send Sabo and Carla to assess the situation. Diaz was a fellow revolutionary, deserving of trust. If the revolutionary army could gain the backing of another nation, future operations would prove significantly easier. Very well. Initially, let us borrow some personnel from Long, and we shall address matters thereafter. The situation in the Kingdom of Silier was far worse than Diaz had anticipated. When Vic and his team presented the reports, they were utterly disheartening. As for the finances, they were as expected. Militarily, the royal city had merely 832 troops, accounting for the wounded, yet the previous records stated there were 7,000. Such blatant corruption. Did that king truly remain oblivious? Was Vic indifferent? It was likely he had grown complacent, perhaps even benefiting from the chaos himself. Furthermore, the raid yielded approximately 8 million belly. Was it truly only 8 million belly? Diaz harbors skepticism, suspecting that Vic may have embezzled a considerable amount. For the moment, it is prudent to refrain from confronting him. Rather, once the revolutionary army arrives to assist, a thorough reckoning shall ensue. At that juncture, one might even contemplate a dramatic execution by hanging him from a lamppost. The immediate priority is to subjugate the other 4 towns through force. Though referred to as cities, they are merely towns with populations ranging from 10 to 20,000. Mokum Town, Doka Town, Dilak Town, and Fi Town have all declared their independence, renouncing the authority of King Drake III. This event transpired merely 2 weeks ago, marking the demise of the kingdom. According to Diaz's intelligence, these 4 towns are embroiled in internal strife, nearly to the point of annihilation. Reportedly over a single card of gray. What is this battle of Mijing? Currently, the towns are engaged in chaotic conflict, and Diaz cannot permit them to continue depleting their manpower. No wonder Morgans remarked on the ferocity of the populace. Such resilience is to be expected. Journalists often embellish or vilify, but we must remain vigilant. Gaji will arrive in due time. And let them proceed with the forceful subjugation while I focus on stabilizing the situation in the royal city. The issues plaguing the royal city are substantial. In this wretched place, a handful of nobles exploit the rural folk, while dark factions lurk in the shadows. A small temple breeds malevolent winds. A shallow pond teems with turtles. What a dismal location this is. Diaz internally scoffed. Baby, 5, I need you to handle a task. What is it? Leave it all to me. This mate appeared to be transitioning into a different role. Eliminate a few underground factions, while I attend to the nobility. Sugar raised her hand and inquired, what about me? You shall accompany me. The grapes from the noble households will be yours. Hooray. Without hesitation, they split into 2 groups. Diaz swiftly located the nearest noble residents to the palace. Although referred to as nobility, they were merely ordinary landowners, nothing remarkable. With a powerful kick, he shattered the door. Open the door. Who are you? Before any questions could be uttered, Diaz's blade had already struck, ensuring that none of these nobles would survive. In no time, blood flowed like a river as Sugar indulged herself with a plate of grapes. Having witnessed much alongside Don Quixote Doflamingo, this little girl felt no pressure in such a scene. On to the next one. Surprise, Motherfur. Open up. We're here to check the water meter. Dongfeng Express. Diaz had never heard of Diaz's blade. And on his journey, he encountered the pursuing gang, Baby, 5, effortlessly dispatching a group of them. Well, that was taken care of. With the gang and the nobility dealt with, at least half of the chaos within the royal city could be resolved. However, the residents of the royal city spent a restless night, trembling in fear that this newly arrived king might also bring them to their demise. After a night of rest, Diaz commenced a card draw, hoping to acquire items that could aid in the kingdom's development. Homucomic, the restraint of soldiers. The exorcism sword technique. How fortunate it is to achieve eternal peace. Divine transformation, evil star awakening, the abilities of the Earth Girl. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Divine transformation? Evil star awakening? Isn't that the elemental skill of Raiden Shogun? How wonderfully useful. Diaz extended his hand and drew a line in the air, radiating an aura of invincibility. Above him, a thunderous mark materialized. He gently struck the table, and a bolt of lightning surged forth, leaving a charred mark on its surface. This indicated that upon activation, his attacks could indeed harness the power of thunder. Intriguing, though I must confess, I yearned for the thoughtless strike instead. System, proceed. He still possessed a sum of currency sufficient for a lottery draw, yet the more he drew, the more he risked forgetting the items acquired. Stand-in, Purple Hermit. There are no useless stands, save for the Purple Hermit. An ancient relic stand? Exceptional in intelligence warfare, it possesses the ability to explore terrain, perceive distant figures, and can also conduct waves and currents, proving quite useful. He produced a photographic telephone bug, its arm entwined with ethereal purple thorns. He tapped the bug, and its eyes gleamed momentarily, ejecting a photograph. The image depicted a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in darkness, crowned upon his head, Emu, the monster lurking behind the world government. Through the collaboration of the photographic bug and the Purple Hermit, he inscribed Emu's likeness, though the obscurity rendered it somewhat indistinct. Another photograph was captured, revealing Doflamingo, swathed in bandages, attended by Pika. Speaking of which, where had Pika vanished during the prior battle? Uncertain, but it mattered little. Lastly, he snapped another shot, capturing a bald man in a white lab coat, his eyes radiating wisdom as he tinkered with some apparatus, surrounded by a group of researchers deep in discussion. Is this indeed Vegapunk? Quite the intellectual, without a doubt. One could lament the state of Vegapunk's follicles. Yet it seemed that the ability to grow hair would be a trivial endeavor for such a mind. System, proceed. Hannibal's culinary compendium. Uncle Ba has given it his seal of approval. Phantom Mask. The Phantom Brigade is on the move. Auto Apocalypse. Take me with you. I can even draw a person out. Yet, I remain uncertain which iteration of Auto this is. Is it from Hawkeye 2 or 3? Regardless, any version of Auto is particularly formidable. In Hawkeye 2, he nearly obliterated the Hawkeye. In Hawkeye 3, he plotted meticulously, all to achieve his objectives, ultimately orchestrating schemes against the protagonist group and the Hawkeye consciousness, successfully arriving before the imaginary tree, opening a new world line at the cost of his parallel self. Colin, surviving in the world line 5 centuries past. Otto, the eternal god. However, this individual, Otto, can no longer be judged by the dichotomy of good and evil. There is no doubt he is a man consumed by passion, opposing the world for the sake of his beloved. Such a person could indeed assist me. Yet would I truly escape his manipulation? Life and death, mundane morality cannot restrain him. The only force that can bind him is Colin Kaslana. But what of it? In a world devoid of Honkai, perhaps Otto would even assume the role of a priest. Before Diaz stood a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s. With golden hair tied in a single ponytail cascading over his left shoulder, a hairstyle that appeared dangerously alluring. As he opened his eyes, he was bewildered by the realization that he had not perished. Had I failed? No, certainly not. He reassured himself. Farewell, my great inventor. Were the last words he recalled from Colin as she bid him goodbye. She had survived. That is all that matters. As long as Colin could live, that was enough. For her sake, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even allying with the enemy of humanity, the Hershers. However, he had also cleverly orchestrated a trap for the Hershers, simultaneously eliminating the constraints that Kiana and her companions could not contend with. Greetings, Bishop Otto. I am Brando D. Diaz, and I welcome you to this world. Diaz greeted Otto. Otto flashed a flawless smile and replied, Hello, sir. If I understand correctly, this is another world, and you are acquainted with me? Indeed. I am the sole individual in this realm who knows of you, and I inadvertently summoned you back from the dead, Diaz explained succinctly. A lottery draw, was it? How absurd. Otto remarked, a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. After 5 centuries of existence, he found the notion quite ludicrous. This world appeared untouched by the Hershers. As he felt his body, there was no trace of Hershers' energy in the air. Of course not. This world is separate from yours, and Hershers' energy cannot possibly exist here. Yet I sense Hershers' energy within you, Otto countered. Oh, that too was a product of the lottery draw. Very well then, my savior, Mr. Diaz. Otto clasped Diaz's hand, smiling as he declared, You are my benefactor, and I shall assist you. Noticing Diaz's surprise, Otto continued with a grin. My objectives were fulfilled in my former life, leaving me with no regrets. Thus, I will aid my benefactor. The fate you left behind was tragically mishandled by your granddaughter, Teresa, 8 years later. I had contingency plans in place. Even if Teresa neglects her duties, the organization can function as it did during my time. And with Amber involved, how could she possibly mess things up? Otto mused. Having some understanding of his synthetic granddaughter, yet he believed he had prepared adequately. What a wasteful child. Diaz shrugged, perhaps due to her association with Delicia. Indeed, Delicia's foolishness was well-deserved. She was nothing short of a reckless catalyst. Sigh. Otto felt a throbbing headache emerging, as thoughts of his granddaughter invariably brought him discomfort. It seemed he had indulged her too much, but who could blame him, given that she was his granddaughter? In Otto's heart, the first place belonged to Karen, and the second to his beloved granddaughter, Delicia. Enough said. Perhaps one day fortune would smile upon me, allowing me to draw Karen to accompany you. With a swift motion, Otto grasped Diaz's form, his emerald eyes locking onto hers as he spoke in a low, earnest tone. Can you truly accomplish this? It all hinges on luck. Simply drawing you would be a stroke of fortune, as this endeavor is entirely random. Very well, I understand. Otto did not feel disappointment. The mere prospect of Karen appearing before him was a blessing, and if that were not to be, he would remain unfazed. For 5 centuries, he had lived for her. 500 years of unwavering devotion. Furthermore, as long as you do not bring ruin to this world, making the lives of ordinary people even more arduous, I shall not interfere with your actions, Diaz stated. That will not happen. I am no madman, Otto replied with a chuckle. Diaz fixed his gaze upon him. Do not be this way. We are friends, are we not? The celestial red kite replied, I did not speak falsehoods. It seems you two are friends. And yet you shot her. Diaz suddenly interjected, leaving Otto momentarily speechless. Ahem, I did not lie. I merely left out certain details. Otto, you scoundrel, he exclaimed. Never mind. Your presence here is fortuitous. You can assist me. Oh? Otto surveyed his surroundings, noting the palace-like structure, yet perplexed by its dilapidated state. This is the royal palace I previously conquered, intended to serve as my base of operations for development. The situation is currently in utter disarray as I await the arrival of some individuals for assistance, and your arrival is perfectly timed. Diaz elucidated the circumstances surrounding the kingdom of Solaire. Indeed, he had never encountered a realm so woefully mismanaged throughout his 5 centuries of existence. No, this is merely the norm in this world. Diaz shook his head and explained to Otto the foundational structure of this world. A colossal entity that has existed for 8 centuries, celestial dragons, the world government, devil fruits, hockey, the navy, and pirates, a truly remarkable amalgamation. Otto's interest piqued, he remarked. What a fascinating world this is. So, my friend, what is it that you wish to do? To upend this world and establish a realm of equality. At the very least, to ensure my own comfort. Diaz chuckled. For yourself? Of course. Ha ha ha. We might just get along splendidly, my friend. Otto sensed a kinship with Diaz, though he recognized their differences. So, what clever strategy do you propose? First and foremost, we must unify the Cyril kingdom, a truth you have already grasped. However, it is a task that cannot be achieved by a single individual. One's focus is far too limited, he replied. Thus, I have sought the assistance of 2 factions, the Revolutionary Army and Germa. Oh, what are your subsequent plans? Diaz inquired. Gather resources and bide my time. Gradually plotting to overthrow the world government, Otto explained. It is indeed a sound strategy. First, unify the Cyril kingdom, then extend our ambitions outward, transforming the new world into our territory. However, before that, we must deal with those formidable pirates, Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido, the future 4 emperors. Currently, Shanks has yet to be recognized as one of the 4 emperors, but that status will soon be upon him. Each of them is quite a formidable opponent, and as things stand, I am not yet a match for them. There is no rush. We have ample time, Otto remarked with a smile. Time is my greatest ally. You are currently unable to change your body. Allow me to conduct some research, he added. Then let us await Germa's arrival. Their scientific prowess is unparalleled in this world, Diaz said. Oh, I shall eagerly anticipate it. There are some inventions I have long desired to experiment with, Otto mused, recognizing the need for caution. The rapid advancement of technology in a world plagued by the threat of collapse could hasten its arrival. As an ingenious inventor, he struggled to contain his creative impulses. Now, however, he could finally unleash his full potential. In his youth, Otto had been a remarkable inventor. But after meeting Colin, the beacon of his life, he chose to support her. Later, he encountered the Key of God, the Void Archive, which bestowed upon him hidden scientific knowledge from the pre-era, further enhancing his capabilities. Yet, he was acutely aware that rapid technological progress could invite calamity, compelling him to restrain the pace of advancement in order to delay the arrival of civilization's adversary. In this world, free from collapse, he could truly thrive. Suddenly, Diaz posed a question. Bishop Otto, can you accelerate the technological development of this world? Please, spare me the title, my friend. I assure you, with sufficient materials and time, I can replicate the technological achievements of my world with precision, Otto declared with pride. In that case, Diaz exclaimed, grasping Otto's hand firmly. I implore you. Please establish a network. I have endured over a decade without it and cannot bear the thought of continuing. Do you know how dreadfully boring it is to go to bed early? Otto was at a loss for words but managed to smile. No problem. However, I must admit that I cannot enhance what exists on the network, but I will work swiftly to recreate Colin's fantasy. Without games to occupy him, how could he possibly endure? I heard you have yet to break Cecilia's record in Colin-esque fantasy, hence the physical ban? No. That was to prevent collapse and eliminate the Herschers. Otto responded with an air of righteousness, though the reasons were likely manifold. Who could truly fathom his thoughts? Very well. A network, mobile phones, computers. I can no longer endure this monotonous existence. Indeed, this place resembles the era of my birth, lacking even the entertainment of opera, Otto scoffed. Indeed. It appears we share a consensus on this matter. By the way, here is my proposal. Let us refine it together, Diaz suggested. Agreed. Diaz took out the plan and began to refine it with Otto. Otto remarked, I must admit, your proposal is quite sound. However, are you really considering collaboration with the Revolutionary Army? If it were me, I would seek to exploit them. No, Diaz replied earnestly, I have no intention of exploiting anyone. My sole concern is for the ordinary people of this world to live in peace, free from the fear of oppression or piracy. I long for a slight improvement in this wretched world. Otto gazed at him and suddenly smiled. In that case, I shall lend you my utmost support, my friend. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to see a reflection of his own light and the silhouette of Karen and Diaz. Karen, if you were to come to this world, you would surely get along splendidly with Diaz. Thank you. With Otto's assistance, Diaz felt his plans could accelerate significantly. Much of the broken technology relied on the power of ruin, so some modifications would be necessary. Additionally, I will assist you in completing the proposal. By the way, where am I to stay? Baby. 5. Could you please prepare 2 rooms? Of course. Baby. 5 departed. A maid. Who would have thought? Otto chuckled. That girl, well, it's a long story. I didn't wish for her to be taken advantage of, so I decided to keep her around. At least she cooks quite well. Diaz and Otto commenced their collaboration. With Otto's involvement, Diaz began to rectify the capital, hanging those corrupt individuals from the lampposts, including the former Minister of Finance, Vic. Otto initiated the elevation of individuals from the common folk. Although these candidates generally fell short of his standards, nonetheless, one must make do with what is available. Otto's 5 centuries of experience in handling the fated affairs allowed him to navigate these matters with remarkable ease, significantly alleviating Diaz's burdens. Approximately 2 weeks later, Germa successfully arrived at the kingdom of Sorel. Gaji, accompanied by his sons, paid their respects to Diaz. Upon the throne, Diaz's gaze remained indifferent as he proclaimed, You have 3 hours to conquer all 4 towns of the kingdom of Sorel. Do not harm the ordinary citizens. Understood. Gaji did not inquire further and proceeded with the information provided by Diaz. They were the War House, an evil legion, experts in warfare. Having once captured an entire nation within a mere hour, 3 hours would be more than sufficient for them. Otto remarked, Is this the Germa you mentioned? Will 3 hours suffice? They were a specialized team. The inhabitants of those towns could hardly impede their progress. His sons had also undergone enhancements, possessing superhuman physiques. Complemented by battle suits and fearless clone soldiers, ample resources for the task at hand. Diaz introduced the next phase of their endeavors, stating, Our workload will significantly increase from here on. Under Otto's governance, the cost of living in the capital stabilized. Furthermore, the once energetic citizens, upon securing the jobs Otto arranged for them, began to rise early and return late, leaving them no time for disturbances or brawls. With their vigor, they toiled until exhaustion. Otto had these individuals operate in a 007 mode, and, of course, the remuneration was exceedingly generous. All expenses were covered by Diaz. Including the restoration of the palace and the construction of city walls, he was in no shortage of funds. Germa's efficiency was indeed formidable. The four of them divided their forces, and within 40 minutes, they had subdued the independent towns, decimating the insurgents while leaving the ordinary citizens largely unscathed. Upon receiving this news, Otto expressed mild astonishment. So swift? Indeed, they are experts in warfare. You possess a fine blade. This blade is entrusted to you, Diaz responded. Their worth lies in warfare and technology. Gaji is ambitious yet timid and naive at heart. You should find it easy to manage him. Such individuals are indeed manageable. Otto chuckled. But are you not concerned about entrusting your most formidable power to me? What if I were to betray you? Not at all. Why not? Because you're Otto Apicalis, whose heart, aside from Colin, harbors only disdain for decay. Come now, do not speak so, my friend. It would sadden me. His words contradicted the absence of sorrow on his countenance. Could this be a form of trust? It was a first for him. Without the soul steel body, the decay energy, and the void's plethora, he considered himself merely an ordinary priest. I must leverage Germa's technology to augment my own power. Do not go overboard. Of course. I shall maintain proper discretion. Diaz and Otto arrived at the laboratory of the German kingdom, gazing at the clone soldiers cultivated in petri dishes. Otto, intrigued, remarked, "It is quite fascinating that such a level of scientific advancement can yield flawless clones." In his view, the technology at hand seemed insufficient for the creation of clones. An artificial womb, nutrient solutions, and cloning cells are all indispensable. Otto was well versed in cloning techniques, having created clones himself, including the protagonist of Honkai Impact. Yet, he could not guarantee that each clone would be without imperfections. Gaji was slightly taken aback, realizing that this blonde youth was also a scientist. However, was he belittling the scientific prowess of Germa? Germa's technology is unparalleled. What do you mean, young man? Gaji retorted, visibly displeased. Ah, your majesty, Gaji. Please do not take offense. I harbor no intention of disparaging your capabilities. I merely believe there is room for improvement, Otto replied, gesturing with his fingers in a cosmic manner. Have you conducted any research on the soul? The soul? Gaji pondered, aware that in this world, souls indeed exist. Some devil fruit users can manipulate souls, such as Big Mom with her Sarasara Nomi. However, as scientists, their focus rarely strayed into such realms. There has not been much research. I find the concept of the soul to be incredibly enigmatic, capable even of achieving immortality. Immortality? Gaji gazed at the young man in astonishment, while Diaz, arms crossed, stood aside, anticipating that Otto intended to utilize cloning technology for ulterior motives. Uncertain whether it would be a boon or a bane. Nevertheless, Otto was certainly not a harbinger of doom for the world. Without Karen, he would be a steadfast rationalist, resolutely resisting destruction, a fool manipulating the world, even outsmarting the very consciousness of destruction itself. Ah, well, I too possess the potential to obliterate worlds, Otto mused, beginning to enthrall Gaji with his extensive knowledge and technological prowess, leaving Gaji in a state of bemusement. Tell me, Gaji, can you imbue objects with the powers of devil fruits? That is not within my area of expertise. TSK, you ought to heed Otto during this period. I look forward to collaborating with you, Mr. Vinsmoke. Greetings, Mr. Otto. Gaji was mildly astonished by Otto's knowledge, recognizing that collaborating with him could be advantageous. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining control. Otto, though outwardly assertive, lacked substantial means. Such individuals were often easier to manipulate. Diaz's special methods of control could not ensure loyalty, as betrayal was always a possibility. This ought to enliven the tedium of life, Otto suggested. Let us discuss the genetic factors, shall we, Mr. Gaji? He expressed keen interest in the so-called genetic factors, smiling broadly as he requested the relevant data. Gaji, however, was reluctant to share the fruits of his lifelong research, especially with Diaz present, who could potentially eliminate him at any moment. Suppressing his inner fury, he begrudgingly handed over the materials he had developed. Let me take a look. By the way, here are the schematics for the wiring, generator, and power station apparatuses. Mr. Gaji, kindly have these constructed according to the specifications provided. Gaji, unwilling, accepted the blueprints, feeling a twinge of surprise at their contents. As Diaz and Otto departed with the documents, Otto abruptly remarked, "It seems I have forgotten to provide him with the design for the photolithography machine." Diaz exclaimed in astonishment, "You possess the design schematics for a lithography machine?" "Of course. I have documented most of the technology from the pre-era. However, given the current technological level of this world, it would be exceedingly difficult to replicate. It is quite troublesome. I wonder how long it will take. I shall have to bring Vegapunk here another day." Vegapunk? The foremost scientist of this world, a genius who surpasses centuries. No, he is a madman, Otto interjected, shaking his head. A genius transcends time by half a step, while a madman transcends it by a full step. Few can comprehend his brilliance. That is true, but it is no longer my concern. He has been confined to conduct research, and I do not know when I will be able to locate him. That is not urgent. The other towns have been brought under control, and we still have to manage our daily lives, Otto remarked as he discussed their work, to which Diaz nodded in agreement. Having subdued 4 towns, they needed to stabilize prices, eradicate stubborn factions, punish unscrupulous entrepreneurs, consolidate public sentiment, detain the wounded, maintain public order, and handle a series of other matters. Infrastructure development also awaited their attention. The clone army can serve as our military, Otto suddenly suggested. Indeed, they are fearless, possess immense strength, and are unfailingly loyal. Diaz nodded, acknowledging that the cost of creating a clone soldier is considerably lower than that of training an ordinary soldier. However, as their numbers grow, the required culture dishes, growth solutions, and other materials would demand substantial resources. These figures are astronomical, yet Diaz is wealthy. Utilizing the Germa soldiers as the country's military and police means we need not worry about corruption. Yet their sole drawback is their notably short lifespan. The only flaw of clone soldiers is that their lifespan is significantly shorter than that of ordinary humans, as their bodies are artificially accelerated through technology and drugs. They lack self-awareness and comprehension of the world, serving merely as tools. Their lives last approximately 10 years, but that duration is ample for Germa to exploit them fully. Both Otto and Diaz would use such tools without hesitation. To them, clones devoid of self-awareness and emotion do not qualify as human, despite their identical appearance. That span of time is sufficient, Otto stated. Diaz, do not be overly greedy. Toppling that behemoth is no simple task, due to the world's disparities. Many powerful weapons are beyond my reach, so my only recourse is to employ cunning tactics. That is of no concern. My only aim is to overthrow them, Diaz declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What I desire is simply this. Afterward, I shall seek a place to hide. For what purpose? For my own satisfaction, Diaz chuckled. Not for justice. I am not one to stand on ceremony. I merely cannot abide it and will act when displeased. Ha ha ha. That makes you quite intriguing, Otto replied. The potential of humanity always fascinates me. You remind me of an old serpent. Do not jest with me, Mr. Diaz. There is much work yet to complete, and we cannot afford to rest. Indeed, you should not jest with me either. It is mutual. Days later, the personnel sent by the Revolutionary Army finally arrived. After Diaz received them, Otto arranged for this group to take positions in the towns. Do you not harbor any ambitions of becoming king? Otto inquired while reviewing the lineage factor data. None. If it were not for Karen, you would not have become the destined bishop either. That's about right. After Karen's demise, that group rose in rebellion under her banner, and I cannot allow them to tarnish her reputation. She is the saint of destiny, pure and unblemished, Otto spoke with solemnity. Yet it seems she had an affinity for girls. No, the Caslanas have always favored girls. Well, let them stabilize the situation in this country. I will allow the Revolutionary Army to gradually take over, aiding them in becoming the next world government. But will they evolve into a malevolent dragon? Diaz laid down the documents, smiling. The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the dragon. Even the hero who slays dragons may grow scales and develop sharp teeth and claws under the allure of treasure, transforming back into a dragon, hoarding its riches. Unless they fall swiftly, there should be no issues for several decades. However, by then, you may not be overly concerned, will you? You will seize this time to enlighten the populace, ensuring they are not ignorant, giving rise to wise individuals. Indeed, the malevolent dragon will ultimately require a hero to defeat it. The hero who has become a dragon needs another hero to vanquish it, a cycle that continues. We need a Siegfried, not a Siegfried of your acquaintance. I am aware. Otto swirled his glass of red wine, his gaze penetrating through the crimson liquid to rest upon Diaz. Both dragon slayers Siegfried and Siegfried are remarkable heroes. So, my friend, are you Siegfried or the dragon? The dragon. Oh, are you certain you will fall? If I do not fall, then that would not be me. Diaz laughed. I know my vulnerabilities, thus, I shall never challenge them, for I recognize that I cannot resist temptation. I am not a paragon of rationality like you. Regarding Karen, I too would act impulsively. But only regarding Karen, correct? Indeed. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and then Diaz asked, how goes the matter with the school? It is under construction, however. Some raw materials need to be imported from other nations. By the way, the funding you provided requires an additional 300 million belly, with further additions to follow. Were you not just given 10 billion belly? Electricity stations, wiring, factories, none are without cost. Have you not kept account? The manufacturing of clone soldiers requires funding as well. Are you out of money? Not at all. I still possess over 2 billion. I shall give you 2 billion. He had spent considerable sums on lottery tickets during these idle days and purchased various items. His funds from the two dragon people had diminished significantly. Building a nation truly consumes wealth. We cannot afford to collapse without income. There are no local specialties to sell, tourism resources are poor, and there are no mineral resources. It is devoid of developmental potential. Otto shrugged. Internal pressures often necessitate alleviation through external warfare. Diaz, are you prepared for war? No, I have resolved to attract investment. Attract investment? This is not business, my friend. If you bring in investors, what becomes of the equity? You cannot possibly divide the world, can you? Diaz chuckled and remarked. There exists an individual who harbors a profound disdain for the celestial dragons, and he is exceedingly wealthy, immensely wealthy. He emphasized this several times, prompting Otto to inquire, just how wealthy? This individual possesses 20% of the world's berries. A formidable figure who navigates both the underworld and the legitimate realm, none other than the Golden Emperor, Gil Desaro. With his arms crossed and a smile on his face, Diaz stated, this is business. The current Golden Emperor Tesaro is renowned within the underworld. In merely a few years, he has ascended to this title, showcasing his exceptional business acumen. It is rumored that he is providing support to the Revolutionary Army, potentially due to his connection with Tiger. Although Tesoro is an unscrupulous merchant, it does not imply that he lacks gratitude. What, then, is the exchange? The downfall of the world government. It is worth a try. Therefore, I entrust this task to you, Otto. I shall contact Tesoro through the transponder snail. As Diaz spoke, he took immediate action, and Otto did not decline. Diaz set off with Baby 5 aboard the Thousand Sunny. As they departed, Diaz retrieved a compass, directing it towards Tesaro's location. He snapped a photo with the transponder snail, revealing the current visage of Tesaro, who appeared to be singing into a microphone. Once a slave to the celestial dragons, Tesaro had escaped with the aid of Tiger. And few were aware of his true identity, as even the shadow of the flying dragon's hoof was concealed by his ruthless methods. Diaz acted with remarkable swiftness, arriving at the colossal vessel under construction, the Grand Tesoro, a ship rivaling an island, only slightly smaller than a formidable three-masted schooner. The hull spans an impressive 10 kilometers, and the city being erected upon it appears to be nearing completion, projected to be operational within the next few years. Even in its unfinished state, it stands as the world's largest entertainment city, recognized by the government as an independent nation in a demilitarized zone. An absolute sanctuary that the world government cannot recklessly invade. This city, birthed from the financial prowess of Tesalo, is ruled with unwavering authority by him. A manifestation of his golden empire. Both Diaz and Baby 5 were profoundly awestruck upon their first encounter with such a locale. Truly, the wealth here is staggering. It is no wonder he is dubbed the Golden Emperor. With a smile, Diaz and Baby 5 were ushered in by a servant. His arrival commanded the crowd to part ways, their gazes filled with trepidation. No one dared confront this madman for fear of his unpredictable nature. Here, all are bound to adhere to the Golden Emperor's edicts. Yet this individual is certainly not one to comply. Is the Golden Emperor truly more formidable than the celestial dragons? This man has the audacity to threaten Mariejois. You, Tesalo, are but a mere shadow in his presence. They seem quite fearful of you. Naturally, they should consider who I am. They will grow accustomed to it in time. Diaz remained unfazed. A golden sports car approached from the distance, halting before them. A beautiful woman within the vehicle smiled and said, "Welcome to Grand Tesalo, Mr. Diaz." Clad in a form-fitting evening gown that accentuated her stunning figure, she exuded an air of dominance, her deep neckline suggesting a successful career. With her shoulder-length pink wavy hair and striking beauty, coupled with her alluring physique, she embodied seduction. "Greetings. I am here to see your boss. Please, step into the car," Bakara said with a smile. Diaz, accompanied by Baby 5, boarded a convertible vehicle, distinguished by its remarkable feature of being fuel-free, consuming merely a few muscular turtles per 100 kilometers. These robust turtles, standing atop the car, generated propulsion through their piston-like movements as they pulled on levers. Surprisingly, the speed achieved was quite impressive. Diaz surveyed his surroundings, taking in the bustling city of Garantai-Solo, a place adorned with vibrant lights and extravagant displays, exuding an air of opulence and material excess. The lavish decorations were resplendent, echoing the essence of newly minted wealth. However, Diaz remained unimpressed. His desire was to meet Taisolo. Bakara proved to be a loquacious companion, his chatter incessant as he regaled Diaz with tales of Garantai-Solo's grandeur. In just a few short years, this colossal city had risen, a testament to Taisolo's remarkable financial prowess. The establishment of such a metropolis required immense resources and manpower, assets that Taisolo possessed in abundance. While one could marvel at the advantages of wealth, it was evident that beneath Garantai-Solo's glamorous facade lay a legacy steeped in blood. It could be described as the largest den of iniquity in the world, where casinos thrived, generating incomprehensible sums daily. A throng of desperate gamblers, blinded by their obsession, wagered their families' futures, ultimately losing everything in their fruitless pursuits. Diaz held little regard for the fates of the gamblers, feeling only pity for their families. He knew there was little he could do, and he preferred not to meddle. Even if he saved one group, another would inevitably fall into the same trap. Incorrigible gamblers were beyond redemption. He pondered this as he arrived at the King of Gold Hotel with Baccarat, the sole 8-star establishment in the world, adorned entirely in gold, a testament to Tesalo's opulence. The first floor bustled with activity, offering various games such as Pai Gow, blackjack, slot machines, and Texas Hold'em. Some players had mountains of chips before them, while others, clad only in their undergarments, clutched a single chip, desperate for a turnaround. The intoxicated crowd was wholly absorbed in their own worlds. Care for a game? Baccarat inquired with a smile. No, I lack the interest, Diaz replied, shaking his head. If that does not appeal, we have other activities, such as racing, she suggested. Miss Baccarat, I am quite busy and do not have the leisure for such pursuits, Diaz responded, seeing his disinterest. Baccarat did not press further and led them into the dazzling elevator, which ascended slowly to the top floor. Please hold on, Baccarat said as she tapped the elevator doors. Suddenly, a large-headed doll emerged from the elevator, a short figure in military attire, arms outstretched before the trio. This is Mr. Tanaka, the head of security for this amusement park, Baccarat introduced. He possesses the ability of the fruit, allowing him to penetrate objects and disregard any inorganic obstructions. Welcome, Mr. Tanaka greeted them enthusiastically, and Baccarat took one of his hands while grasping Diaz's with the other. Diaz, in turn, held onto Baby 5. Mr. Tanaka utilized his ability to guide them through the golden elevator doors into the exclusive VIP room. The VIP area offered a unique gaming experience, limited to even outguessing, and was sparsely populated. Ah, what a surprise to find you here, young Diaz, a languid voice resonated. Diaz turned to see Admiral Kaido. Baby 5 gasped and instinctively hid behind Diaz. Why is an admiral here? Are we ambushed? What is there to fear? This is a specially recognized neutral zone by the world government, where neither navy nor pirates may engage in conflict. Yet, I am more curious about how Admiral Kazan found his way to the New World. Gulani Tezelo was acknowledged as a unique nation by the world government, a neutral territory where no violence was permitted. Pirates faced certain doom, while the navy and world members might encounter inconvenience, but not to a significant extent. As the Golden Emperor, Tezelo had ample wealth to eliminate threats. Even an admiral would need to weigh his actions here, though some, like Akaina, might still act against Diaz. However, Kazan would have to consider the repercussions. Indeed, Baccarat chimed in with a smile. Here, violence is prohibited. I kindly ask you, Admiral Kazan, to remain calm. Rest assured, I have no intentions of fighting here. However, I recall that the young lady behind you is one of Doflamingo's subordinates, is she not? She is now my maid. Diaz replied. The kind you cannot rid yourself of. You are quite rude. Baby 5 exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Diaz's head. Watch it, you little rascal. Diaz growled, tugging on Baby 5's cheek. Mind that I might strike you. Please do not hit me. Ah, what a lively scene. Which of your eyes perceives liveliness? Diaz retorted. If you do not require your sight, please donate it to someone in need. Haha, young ones, I shall take my leave to play. By the way, Diaz, you might want to seek out Granny Tsuru. She is also here. Granny Tsuru. Diaz paused for a moment, releasing Baby 5, and spoke. I understand. I will seek her out once I have completed my tasks. With that, Kazan departed, heading to a gaming table where he displayed his prowess. Though his fortune was neither excessively fortunate nor particularly unfortunate, he merely indulged in the game. What brings the Navy here? Diaz inquired of Baccarat, with a professional smile. Baccarat replied, of course, we are here for entertainment. It seemed that extracting any useful information was futile. Very well, where might I find the Golden Emperor? Lord Tezelo awaits you on the top floor. The remainder of the journey requires you to ascend the stairs yourself. Baccarat indicated towards the golden staircase not far off. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. Diaz waved his hand and tossed a gemstone, which landed squarely in Baccarat's line of business. Ah, Baccarat exclaimed, her red tongue licking her lips. What a rogue you are, Mr. Diaz. Ahem, my apologies. I assumed you would catch it. Turning with Baby 5, he departed, having no time to entertain her. Ascending the golden staircase, Diaz and Baby 5 arrived before a massive golden door, which he pushed open. Bang! Fireworks erupted as a tall man with emerald green hair spread his arms and exclaimed, Welcome, Mr. Diaz, you have truly illuminated my humble abode, the Golden Tezelo. The man before him was indeed the Golden Emperor, clad in a golden suit, adorned with golden star-shaped earrings, and wearing rings on every finger except for the ring finger of his right hand, which remained bare. He stood there, raising a goblet and smiling at himself. Just call me Tezelo. He invited Diaz to enter and take a seat. Diaz replied, Baby 5, wait for me here. If you grow bored, feel free to entertain yourself outside. Oh, all right. Baby 5 departed, and as Diaz stepped into the room, Tezelo personally poured him a glass of wine, saying, I never anticipated your visit here. Diaz took the drink and, with candor, addressed Mr. Tizolo. Let us speak plainly. I have come here to seek investment. Oh, Tizolo, a businessman, perked up at the mention of investment, though he refrained from inquiring further. He swirled his drink, listening intently with an air of intrigue. I have seized a nation, yet funds are insufficient. What can I obtain from you? Tizolo, with a smile, responded, Although my wealth is beyond the measure of generations, I, too, seek benefits, after all. I am a businessman. What do you think of the collapse of the world government? The speaker maintained a calm demeanor, yet the listener was visibly unsettled. The collapse of the world government? What on earth is this man saying? Does he comprehend the gravity of his words? This is more absurd than Mariejois being obliterated. Wait, Mariejois was indeed destroyed, and it was this very man who did it. Were it anyone else? Taizolo might have laughed derisively, but before him stood Diaz, hailed by the world government as the most reckless man on earth, someone who might genuinely undertake such audacious acts. Ha 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 ha. Taizolo burst into laughter, clapping his hands in excitement. Diaz, Mr. Diaz, your every endeavor is nothing short of astonishing. Rescuing Mr. Tej, slaying the celestial dragons. And now speaking of the world government's downfall? Haha, this is truly fascinating. How much do you require? I shall grant this investment. Let us begin with 1 billion berries. Is that sufficient? That will suffice. Diaz nodded and assured me that within approximately 20 years, the world government would be overthrown by the Revolutionary Army. But why the Revolutionary Army and not yourself? I inquired. Because I intend to assist the Revolutionary Army in toppling the world government. I harbor no aspirations of becoming the sovereign ruler of the world, he replied. Diaz shook his head and said, of course, I wish to develop my nation, which requires funding. However, once that is accomplished, a prosperous nation inevitably enters into conflict. Otto presented a strategic vision of war to Diaz, which he subsequently condensed and laid before Taizolo. I must admit, you were quite audacious, Mr. Diaz. Would you be interested in a transformation? Diaz inquired. Transformation? Taizolo paused, his hand stilling the motion of his wine glass. Standing by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Diaz gazed down upon the revelers of Garant Taizolo, observing the intoxicated masses below. He remarked, these people are akin to refuse. Indeed, each glance bestowed upon them brought a peculiar delight. Merely reflecting on this, one could discern the profound psychological distortion within him. Due to his past experiences, Taizolo's relentless pursuit of wealth and power had long warped his psyche. Clearing his throat, he stated, I believe you could engage in more legitimate enterprises. The profits are meager, and I derive pleasure from witnessing their anguish as they squander their fortunes. Reminiscent of my former self, Diaz ceased to persuade further, expressing gratitude for the investment. Very well, I shall arrange for the funds to be delivered to you shortly. In the meantime, enjoy yourself here, Mr. Diaz, and savor the delights of a world-class amusement park. With that, he exited the room. Taizolo downed his drink, intrigued by Diaz's words. Toppling the world government? Even the Revolutionary Army does not possess such audacity. Were it not for Mr. Tiger, I would hardly regard those individuals. In Taizolo's eyes, the Revolutionary Army appeared somewhat petty, used as pawns in negotiations between the world government and various rebel factions. Had it not been for the benefactor Tiger, Taizolo would not even spare them a glance. His initial assistance to Diaz stemmed from the latter's act of saving Tiger and vanquishing the celestial dragons. However, he never anticipated that Diaz would go so far as to obliterate Mariejois. Hearing Diaz speak of overthrowing the world government elicited no surprise from Taizolo. After all, it was merely a financial investment, one that would not affect him in the slightest. The current world government was powerless against him, and the future would mirror the present. Establishing a new nation requires substantial capital, a need he could readily fulfill. In both transactions, he stood to gain without risk. Regardless of whether Diaz and the Revolutionary Army succeeded, he would remain untouched. This was the power he wielded over the world, money. He made a call to arrange for the withdrawal of 10 billion berries to be delivered to Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz descended to the lower chamber, where he found Baby 5 surrounded by a modest pile of chips, seemingly having made a small profit. Baccarat stood beside her, gently patting Baby 5's shoulder, and soon enough, Baby 5 won again. It appeared Baccarat was bestowing her fortune upon Baby 5. With the power of the luck fruit, Baccarat could alter her own and others' fortunes, thus changing the luck of the hapless Baby 5. Oh dear, Mr. Diaz has arrived. You seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation with Lord Taizolo, Baccarat remarked with a smile. It was satisfactory, Diaz replied with a grin. I acquired what I desired. Additionally, could you kindly inform me of Admiral Crane's whereabouts? I wish to meet her. Certainly. I will make the arrangements immediately, Baccarat responded, still smiling. Diaz allowed Baby 5 to continue her play, but cautioned her not to overindulge. Under Mr. Tanaka's guidance, they made their way to the middle floor, where he also presented some comforting gifts. Granny Crane was resting in the hotel room, unimpressed by her surroundings. Upon reaching the door, Diaz pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing Granny Crane, who looked up at Diaz in surprise. What brings you here? She inquired. I came to see you. It's been a long time, Granny Crane. Won't you invite me in for a moment? Please, come in, she replied, stepping aside to allow Diaz entry. After placing the gifts down, Diaz was taken aback to find an unexpected guest, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit from Guion. To Diaz, Granny Crane was like a revered elder. This elderly woman truly wished for him to walk the right path. Alas, he found himself unable to turn back now. Diaz's unexpected appearance astonished Ji-Yun, yet she refrained from taking action, as this was Taizolo's territory, and engaging in conflict would certainly lead to numerous complications. Even with the pirates they sought just before them, restraint was the order of the day. Hello, Vice Admiral Ji-Yun. I have no business with a pirate like you, she declared. Oh, come now. I was once a member of the Navy myself, so you could consider me your junior, Diaz chuckled as he took a seat. Granny Kure poured him a cup of tea and inquired, is there something you wish to discuss? I heard from Admiral Kazan that you were here, so I thought I would pay you a visit. There's nothing of interest here, I'm in excellent health. That's good to hear. He blew on his hot tea and further expressed his curiosity about the Navy's presence in this location, asking, "Is it the Celestial Tribute?" Granny Kure retorted, "How do you know about that?" "It's simple. The Navy wouldn't come here without reason," Diaz explained. Karantai Tezelo is a member state of the world government, which means he must pay the Celestial Tribute. Considering the timing, it's about due. Of course, it's also possible that the Celestial Dragons are present and require your protection. After I finish my business, there may not be many Celestial Dragons left. Jiun seethed. How can you say that? You actually dared to blow up Mariejois? That act openly tarnished the reputations of both the world government and the Navy. 9 out of 10 Navy personnel would want you dead. Why not blow them all up? If they were all dead, the world government would have no reason to collect the Celestial Tribute, and everyone would breathe a little easier, Diaz mused. Jiun thought, that does make some sense. Wait a minute, I am part of the Navy. Why am I even considering such thoughts? Even without the Celestial Dragons, the world government would find ways to amass wealth. Diaz remarked, resting his chin on his hand. The Celestial Dragons are a fundamental contradiction, but not the main issue. Granny Kure sipped her tea and asked, what do you intend to do next? Nothing much. I'm currently in the New World, and I plan to continue my previous endeavors, Diaz replied with a shrug. Will that truly bring you happiness? What else is there? If you would allow me to eliminate all the Celestial Dragons, I would be even happier, he said with a joyful laugh. Nothing delights me more than the thought of exterminating the Celestial Dragons. Don't you agree? Diaz, do not go too far. You are now a fugitive. We are the Navy, Jiun emphasized. And what of it? Karantai Tezelo is an absolutely neutral nation. Neither pirates nor the Navy can engage in conflict here. Do you believe you could act freely and escape unscathed? You cannot. Tezelo is far too affluent. You must weigh the consequences of your actions, Diaz stated, downing his tea. Granny Kure, I am grateful for your assistance. I shall remember it for a lifetime. Now, I take my leave. As he turned to depart, Granny Kure suddenly said, Diaz, I am sorry about what happened in your homeland. I should be the one apologizing. I killed the Celestial Dragons and implicated everyone. However, I will never regret it, he replied with a bright smile as he pushed open the door and walked out. The door closed automatically behind him, and Granny Kure sighed. What a promising individual. Jiun's expression was complex. Had he remained in the Navy, he might have already attained the rank of Rear Admiral. With Diaz's strength, he even had the potential to rise to Admiral or even Marshal. What a pity. Perhaps this was fate. It was evident from the incident with Tiger that he was at odds with the Celestial Dragons. Granny Kure remarked, he is astute. Aware that we come for the Celestial Tribute. Be prepared. Indeed, although they understood that Diaz could not rob the Celestial Tribute, it was prudent to be ready. To join the world government, Tezelo's tribute to the Celestial Dragons was a substantial sum, considerable for him, yet vastly greater than that of other nations. Mariejois now required reconstruction and was in dire need of funds. Thus, Tezelo's contribution was crucial, explaining why an admiral and 2 vice-admirals had made the journey here. Diaz, too, was covetous of the Celestial Tribute, yet wary of Kazan's formidable power. If that man captured him, escape would be impossible, as he could freeze the sea. There was no need to engage in a battle with an admiral at this moment. He sought out Baby 5 and found her still engaged in play, shaking his head. He called her over. Bakala stopped Diaz with a smile, saying, Diaz, Lord Tezelo asks you to enjoy your time here. After all, you've come all this way and can't leave without doing anything. Who knows, you might even win some money. Seeing Bakala wink at him, he surmised that Tezelo probably wanted to discreetly gift him some funds. Very well, I shall indulge for a while. He took Baby 5's chips, which amounted to around 200 million, and pushed them forward, declaring, all in. Bakala approached him from behind and patted his shoulder. Let us reveal the cards. 1, 1. 3 single. 200 million doubled to 400 million. Indeed, Bakala was influencing his luck. Then I shall go all in double, he thought, invoking the system to draw cards. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Dragontooth card box, only the Dragon Knight can defeat it. Thunder God's hammer, I am Thor, for the glory of the Northern Gods. AE 86, young man, shall we race on Akina Mountain? Basketball, coach, I wish to play basketball. Edmund Alloy, so hard. Relic Guardian, One-Eyed Little Bow. Summoning Bell, Elden Law King and his bell-ringing little brother. Super Soldier Serum, we need a hero. Dog Language Translator, available in Wonjo dialect and Manon dialect. 6 God Premium Perfume. What a bounty of splendid items from a single draw. Should I go again? Just as he pondered, the system's sanction arrived. Detected that the host used improper means to draw cards. The achievement system has been disabled. No draws allowed for 1 month. Ah, what? The achievement system is shut down just like that? I don't think I've even made many achievements. Oh well. If it's closed, it's closed. It hardly matters. No draws for a month? If that's the case, so be it. He redirected his focus entirely to the gaming table. With Bakala present, cheating was rather simple and effortless. Before long, an investment of 10 billion berries had found its way into Diaz's pockets. The luck fruit is truly remarkable. How I desire it. Diaz contemplated the notion that Bacala's fortunate fruit possessed the extraordinary ability to alter both her own fate and that of others, by merely making contact. She could siphon off another's luck, thereby rendering herself fortunate while simultaneously bestowing misfortune upon them. However, luck is finite. Once her reservoir of fortune was depleted, she too would succumb to adversity. Alternatively, she had the capacity to enhance the luck of others, bestowing them with serendipity. Her allegiance to Tesla stemmed from the latter's keen appreciation of Bacala's remarkable talent, an invaluable asset. Indeed, when someone was on the verge of winning, a mere touch from her would transform their fortunes, leaving them as destitute as they had been prosperous. And the unfortunate individual would remain oblivious to the cause of their sudden downfall, departing in dismay. Diaz acquired a staggering 10 billion berries through this means, exchanging a substantial amount of chips for berries, which he then stowed away in his system's backpack before departing. Maybe, 5 exclaimed with excitement, your luck is extraordinary, isn't it? Diaz replied, it's decent, but I doubt it will happen again. He understood that such occurrences could not be frequent. This time it was an investment. Yet he would require alternative avenues in the future. There remained numerous matters to attend to, and he needed to return swiftly traversing the path. Upon arriving at the kingdom of Sorel, he sought out Otto without delay, discovering him in the Germa Kingdom's laboratory, engaged in discussion with Judge. Upon seeing Diaz's return, Judge smiled and remarked, my friend, it is a pleasure to see you. It appears you have accomplished your mission. Indeed, I have secured 10 billion berries. How much? Judge gasped, his breath quickening. After all, this was 10 billion berries. How many battles would they need to fight to earn such a sum? 10 billion berries. The investment of the Golden Emperor, Tesla. Diaz waved his hand, and a mountain of berries materialized in the laboratory, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the group of researchers. I shall allocate 5 billion berries for research funding, 5 billion berries for the development of the Kingdom of Sorel, and the remaining 5 billion, Otto, will be under your purview. Certainly, Otto nodded, noticing Diaz handing him a test tube filled with a blue serum. What is this? This is a super soldier serum, capable of bestowing immense strength and exceptional physical prowess upon an ordinary individual. Oh, Otto's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Are there any side effects? Well, one might say there are side effects that do not quite qualify as such. This serum enhances both physical and mental faculties, yet if one's spirit is unseemly, their outward appearance may also become distorted. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. You should conduct experiments. If successful, I believe we could mass-produce it and equip our Germa soldiers with it. Gaji gazed at Diaz in astonishment, not expecting him to possess a semblance of conscience regarding the enhancement of his Germa. Now, Germa was irrevocably tied to Diaz, their survival hinged upon his own. The strength of Germa would, in turn, bolster Diaz's power. Very well, I shall investigate further. Do you have any other intriguing items? Diaz produced a colossal humanoid robot. Its long arms adorned with various components, featuring a single eye on its face, equipped with ammunition at its back, and sporting branches atop its head, exuding an air of cumbersome weight. What is this? A plow machine, also known as the Guardian of Ruins. A plow machine? Otto chuckled. It is evident that this is intended for warfare, yet it bears such a name. Diaz elucidated that this device originates from a nation known as Canria, a place where the populace places great emphasis on technological advancement and does not engage in agriculture. One might wonder where their sustenance is derived. By seizing it. Otto replied without hesitation. Ah, it makes sense now. No wonder it's called a tilling machine, as it treats other countries as mere fields to cultivate. What about its combat capabilities? Uncertain, but I am contemplating mass production. Indeed, it is feasible. Let us have individuals analyze and modify the program. Otto summoned a few people to bring down the tilling machine and directed several researchers to examine the device. What prompts the interest in studying this? Gaji inquired. Is it a matter of underestimating the scientific and technological prowess of our Germa? Diaz remarked, future warfare will inevitably involve robots rather than humans. The casualties and conflicts between individuals are far too devastating. Deploying robots changes the dynamics entirely. They are devoid of pain, fatigue, or fear, following orders relentlessly and crushing all obstacles in their path. However, the costs associated with this approach can be exorbitant. No, you are mistaken, Mr. Gaji, Otto interjected, adjusting his non-existent glasses. In fact, the more units we produce, the lower the costs become. Fixed costs remain constant, and as production increases, the fixed costs are distributed over a larger number of units, thereby reducing the cost per item. Thus, if we ramp up production, our expenses will diminish. This was a conclusion both Diaz and Otto had reached. It is indeed advantageous to have a clever individual in the production process. There is no need for mental strain. One merely articulates their thoughts, and the counterpart can provide clear responses and actions. Otto serves as Diaz's external brain. So, how is the cloning experiment progressing? Diaz inquired. Quite well, Otto replied. My clone has already begun cultivation. It was originally scheduled for use in a month, but I have decided to postpone it for now. Why the delay? I need to test the super soldier serum you provided, Otto explained. I will be in the laboratory for the next few days, so you must manage affairs on the Kingdom S side. Of course, there is nothing of major concern. You merely need to oversee the expulsion of pirates. Oh, that is no problem at all. The two bid farewell, and Otto along with Gaji immersed themselves in their experiments, with Gaji expressing great interest in the super soldier serum. Meanwhile, Diaz departed with 8.5 billion berries, funds earmarked for Otto's research. Upon leaving, Diaz unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Reiju. Didn't I let you go? What brings you back? He inquired. I realized I have nowhere to go, Reiju replied helplessly. Having spent her entire life in the German kingdom, apart from warfare, studies, and caring for her brother, she found no other pursuits. After visiting her sibling, she chose to return to Germa, especially since Diaz had already taken control of it. This individual is a good person, she mused. Perhaps he can transform the corrupt Germa for the better. Isn't it preferable to go anywhere than return here? Has Gaji troubled you? He berated me soundly. Oh, I see. I shall ensure he faces some consequence, Diaz promised. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. The kingdom of Cyril welcomes you. By the way, are you unoccupied? Yes. Then come assist me. Absolutely. Let's recruit some help. Under the governance of Otto and the revolutionary forces, the kingdom of Cyril was progressing positively. However, daily challenges arose, leaving Diaz overwhelmed. Hadn't he claimed the problems were manageable? For Otto, these matters were trivial, but Diaz, inexperienced in statecraft, was learning on the fly. Reiju's involvement was fortuitous, as she could aid him significantly, alleviating some of his burdens. Indeed, as a princess of the Germa kingdom, despite being raised with a focus on warfare, she had acquired knowledge and governance. Germa was a kingdom that could not solely rely on war. Managing its populace was also part of their education, even if their only subjects were servants and soldiers at present. Gaji firmly believed he would one day restore the glory of his ancestors. However, neither Iji nor Niji showed interest in the principles of governance. The task thus fell to Reiju, who possessed emotions. Finally, I have completed today's tasks. After reviewing the last document, Diaz exhaled deeply as Reiju brought over another stack of files and remarked, Your Majesty, your work is not yet finished. You cannot rest. Yamaro, Diaz exclaimed, lamenting why Reiju's voice resembled that of a Maya. Let us not dwell on that for now. Reiju, share your experiences from your journey to the East Blue, Diaz suggested. Hoping for a brief respite. The East Blue journey? Reiju pondered, a smile creeping onto her face. Sanji is doing wonderfully. He has become an exceptional chef and has a foster father who cares for him. He resembles a father more than Gaji ever could. Indeed, Zeph, the red leg, exhibited greater responsibility than Gaji, embodying a paternal figure for Sanji. Gaji? He is nothing but scum, weak and ineffectual, with lofty aspirations but low capabilities. Sanji's culinary skills are remarkable. Correct? Indeed, she reminisced. The meals he prepares are delectable, far surpassing anything I have ever tasted, a memory I shall cherish for a lifetime. Indeed, they are quite delicious. Diaz chuckled, I must return for another meal soon. Yes. As the two engaged in conversation, they resumed their work. The task seemed endless, and in his exasperation, Diaz resolved to delegate responsibilities to his subordinates, recognizing that as a king, he could not allow such matters to impede his progress. Your Majesty, representatives from the Casa Kingdom have arrived. The Casa Kingdom? Diaz paused for a moment, as if recalling something he had heard before. Reiko interjected. It is the kingdom known for its lending practices, the one that left the former king in debt to the tune of 2 billion berries. Oh, now he remembered. Those individuals were indeed nefarious. Let them in. Diaz instructed someone to remove the documents and sat alone in the vast royal palace, resting his head on one hand. Reiju stood by his side, her hands clasped over her abdomen, with her brows slightly furrowed. Soon, an envoy from the kingdom of Kosal was brought forth, who, upon seeing Diaz, exclaimed in surprise, Wait, isn't the King Drake III? He is deceased. I am the current king. Diaz opened his eyes and gazed down at the envoy. The envoy, though worldly, failed to recognize Diaz due to the dim lighting of the palace. He cleared his throat and said, Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. I am the envoy from the kingdom of Kosal, and you may call me Noan. I have come today to inquire when the debts owed to our kingdom by the kingdom of Cyril will be repaid. Debts? What debts? Diaz replied with a look of confusion. I am unaware of any debts. Is he truly denying it? This fellow. Noan maintained a smile and continued, You jest, Your Majesty. It was the late King Drake III who borrowed a sum of 1 billion belly under the pretext of building city walls. As we are neighboring nations, our king graciously lent this amount, with the repayment due today, totaling 20 billion belly including principal and interest. Here's the promissory note, in duplicate. Reiju. Yes. Reiju approached, took the promissory note, and handed it to Diaz. After a brief glance, he returned it to Reiju, who watched as the note disintegrated in her hands. Noan chuckled and produced another copy, explaining, the late King Drake III was quite cautious and feared the loss of the note, which is why he signed several copies. Quite the maneuver. He anticipated that Drake III might destroy the note and prepared accordingly. Is that so? I only recently ascended to the throne and was unaware of these matters. Thus, these debts are not my concern. Diaz crossed his legs nonchalantly, adopting a defiant demeanor. Why should he repay debts that were not his? You jest, Your Majesty. As the king of the Kingdom of Sorel, you have inherited not only the throne but also the debts of the late King Drake III. I kindly ask that you repay the outstanding amount. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Kosal will be compelled to send representatives to collect the debt. Diaz squinted. Are you threatening me? If you believe so, then yes. Ha 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 ha. Diaz's laughter only heightened Noon's unease. Reggie, did you hear that? He threatens me? Since I accomplished that feat, no one, aside from Doflamingo, has dared to threaten me. Ha ha. It seems this individual has yet to realize who I am. Noon was taken aback, re-evaluating Diaz, only to be struck dumb, trembling uncontrollably, and collapsing to the ground. Why you are? Drake III has been eliminated by me. His debts are of no concern to me. However, I find your Kingdom of Kosal rather intriguing. To him, the Kingdom of Kosal appeared to be a far superior place compared to his own Kingdom of Sorel. Do you wish to? Indeed. It is precisely as you think. Diaz approached him. You see, Mr. Noon, war is on the horizon. No, you cannot do this. Why not? Diaz, looking down from his elevated position, proclaimed, such is the nature of the sea, the law of the jungle prevails, and soon you shall have a new king. They will likely welcome it, for I have heard your majesty is not a good person. You, Reggie, inform Gaji that war has commenced, targeting the Kingdom of Kosal. We aim to secure victory within 6 hours, annihilate their forces, eliminate any resistance, treat captives well, and spare the civilians. By this time tomorrow, I expect to see the head of the King of Kosal. Diaz issued his commands, initiating the war with but a few words. As you wish, your majesty. The war has begun. Germa 66 mobilized, led by Ichiji, heading towards the Kingdom of Kosal. They did not deploy their full strength, half would suffice to confront the enemy. The Vinsmoke castle remained anchored near the Kingdom of Sorel, with Gaji and Otto refraining from participation. However, Otto found the war fascinating. Eager to witness how conflicts unfolded in this world. Sipping from his wine glass, he watched the live broadcast from the image snail before him. After a morning of navigation, Germa 66 arrived at the Kingdom of Kosal, with Ichiji and his comrades donning their combat gear, coldly stating, "We will conclude this battle within 3 hours. Proceed as ordered." Understood? TCH, understood. How absurd it is not to harm civilians. I cannot fathom what that fellow is thinking. Niji and Yanji scoffed at Diaz's orders, finding them laughable. Once war commenced, everyone on the opposing side was deemed an enemy. In a frenzied state, who cares if they're civilians? We merely need to follow orders. Win the war, and obtain the king's head of Kosal. As Ichiji spoke, with a wave of his hand, Germa's soldiers launched their attack, bombarding the opposing nation and demolishing its towering walls. The people of Kosal responded promptly, yet against a battalion of well-trained, disciplined clone soldiers. There was little resistance to be mounted, compounded by a disparity in weaponry. Germa's tactics were characterized by lightning warfare. They did not engage in attrition with the enemy. Their numbers were limited and could not withstand prolonged conflict. Thus, they aimed to conclude the war as swiftly as possible, incurring minimal casualties. Clone soldiers were a vital resource for Germa, requiring both time and money to produce. The most formidable instruments of war were none other than the 3 princes of Germa. Otto observed as Ichiji and his team effortlessly breached the enemy's defenses, shattering ships and smashing gates, with Germa's soldiers flooding in. He understood that the adversary had already lost. Truly, they were masters of warfare, capable of breaching the gates with such alacrity. Now it was up to me to stabilize the aftermath. Otto recognized that Germa was solely responsible for combat, while the task of consolidation rested upon him and Diaz. No, it was still Diaz. He could manage minor issues. Yet for significant matters, it was imperative for Otto to take the lead, primarily due to a lack of experience. Diaz is growing rapidly, with more practice. He will soon no longer require assistance, allowing him to leisurely immerse himself in the lab. Oh, joy. The Archbishop has adopted a much more laid-back attitude. Free from the looming threat of collapse and devoid of any intentions of resurrecting Karen. After 5 centuries of unwavering dedication, he has indeed earned the right to relax. The programming for the agricultural machinery will take some time. The Supreme Commander is Brant D. Diaz, followed by myself. Subsequently, we shall integrate this into the recording system. However, we first need to establish the server. Otherwise, the process of individual data entry would become exceedingly cumbersome, requiring the construction of signal towers and satellites. It seems I shall not find respite in the near future. Upon reflection, he realized that he was about to become busy again, yet it presented a unique challenge. Supporting a nation is an endeavor he finds quite intriguing. Previously, technological advancement was stifled, resulting in a sluggish progression of the era. Now, he wishes to witness just how swiftly this world can soar with their contributions. The technology for satellite manufacturing was also acquired from the Void's vast repository. He is akin to a repository of knowledge. 5 centuries of wisdom and depth are not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, the super soldier serum still requires research to extract all its advantages, which can then be utilized to enhance his clones and those clone soldiers. Perhaps, it would be prudent to incorporate some genetic factors. Whether it be cloning soldiers or agricultural machinery, both serve as instruments of war. Additionally, integrating swarms of drones for combat purposes is also an option. The martial awareness of Diaz and Otto transcends that of the people in this world by a considerable margin. Do you comprehend the concept of firepower coverage? In times of scarcity, tactical maneuvering prevails. In abundance, the inclination is to bombard. There is no need for ostentation. Even if a swarm of drones or agricultural machinery is damaged, there is no sorrow. Upon retrieval, usable components can be restored to functionality. They have long since turned their noses up at warfare that relies on the expendability of human lives. As a modern individual, one must engage in warfare with a contemporary mindset. With that said, it is time for me to immerse myself in my tasks. Setting down his wine glass, Otto made his way to the laboratory, while Diaz stood before a mirror, holding a black card case emblazoned with a dragon emblem. The dragon tooth card case. With this, he could transform into Kamen Rider Ryuga. After the previous Fui's malfunctioned, acquiring a new one is indeed fortuitous. Ryuga is a Kamen Rider that emerges from the world of Dragon Knight, unbeatable except by Odin and Dragon Knight himself. This illustrates just how formidable Dragon Knight truly is. He simply chooses not to fight, not that he is incapable. The transformation belt of the knights in Dragon Knight differs from others. It requires no prerequisites. Simply obtaining the card case and forging a pact with a contract beast suffices for transformation. However, one must stand before a reflective surface capable of mirroring their form. Aligning the Dragon Knight card case with the mirror, a belt materialized around his waist in the reflection, simultaneously manifesting in reality. He inserted the card case into the belt and softly uttered, "Henshin." A series of images flickered, and black armor enveloped him, with simple golden lines accentuating his physique. Exuding an air of dominance, the red diamond-shaped eyes radiated an overwhelming presence, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. On his left hand, he bore the pitch-black dragon summoning device, capable of reading cards. Punching power, 12. 5T kicking power, 22. 5T jumping ability, 40 m running speed, 100 m in 4. 5's the surface of the mirror rippled like water as he stepped into it, emerging in a completely opposite room. The mirror world and the abilities of the mirror fruit are entirely distinct. The mirror fruit can create a stable space, allowing any mirror touched by the user to connect with the mirror space, unlike the entirely contrary mirror world in which Diaz currently finds himself. This realm lacks the monsters from Dragon Knight. It is eerily quiet, inhabited solely by him. This offers numerous possibilities, he pondered. Perhaps he could even trap him within this world. He also possesses the ability to draw others into the mirror world. If he does not escort them out, those individuals would remain eternally lost in the mirror world until their demise. After indulging in this contemplation for some time, Diaz exited the mirror world and reverted from his transformation. Ryuga could be regarded as one of his trump cards, not to be utilized lightly. Thus, it was time to turn his attention to the kingdom of Kosal. Under the military might of Jiralma, the kingdom of Kosal did not endure for long. Swiftly succumbing to defeat, their king ultimately slain by Iji. When Diaz and Otto arrived in the kingdom of Kosal, the residents wore expressions of sheer terror, evidently still haunted by the shadows of war. Paying little heed to their distress, he made his way directly to the palace. Iji cast his severed head at Diaz's feet, declaring that the task had been accomplished. Well, leave half of the German soldiers to guard this nation. I will summon others to take over here. Iji spoke little, for Diaz was now their superior, and despite any grievances, they could not afford to oppose him. Otto acted swiftly, gathering personnel to assess the state of the kingdom. The two examined the reports and found the situation considerably better than in the kingdom of Cyril. At least the finances were not in the red. As for the source of these funds, loans, extorting the citizens. The nobility truly serves as a stumbling block in our path to development. Bring forth a group of German soldiers, commanded Diaz, tossing them the list compiled by Otto. Within 3 days, eliminate them all and display their corpses at the city gates. Yes, they responded without question, promptly departing to carry out the order. The beauty of clone soldiers lies in their lack of inquiry and the assurance that they would not betray him. Propping his head on his hand, Diaz mused. I need to recruit some scientists from other nations. The Germans alone are insufficient. Otto understood this well, remarking, I wonder what the scientific capabilities in this world are like now? Who knows? The exceptional are extraordinarily skilled, while the weak are woefully inadequate. The disparity is stark. The most talented individuals are under the thumb of the world government. I have a particular yearning for Vegapunk. He is truly a universal man in this world. Vegapunk transcends this era by centuries, limited only by the constraints of his time. By your account, he indeed deserves a reputation akin to that of Da Vinci, Otto chuckled. In certain respects, you could be considered a universal man as well. Perhaps, Diaz conceded, I am merely a product of deliberate creation. Otto was astute. Having acquired much of his knowledge from the Void Archives, an expansive repository created by Dr. May in the previous epoch of the collapsed world. It is the first key to divinity forged from the core of the law of reason, housing an almost infinite expanse of knowledge, including the civilizations of bygone eras collected by the law of reason. Should one's wisdom fail to command the Void Archives, they would be subjugated by it, becoming a puppet in the struggle against collapse. Otto was the only individual to successfully unlock the Void Archives and wield it as his own tool. Possessing that knowledge, he too could be deemed a universal man. No, you are indeed formidable. Not everyone can outmaneuver the god of collapse and forge new timelines. You are among those I admire most, though I must admit, you are also a bit of a scoundrel. Ha ha, is that so? Please, do not say such things. I might blush, Otto replied, unfazed by such evaluations, as he picked up a report, stating, the kingdom of Coast Soul actually has iron mines beneath the surface, however. The locals hardly exploit them. I believe we could take advantage of this. Mining for iron must commence. These people are oblivious. Sitting atop a treasure trove while engaging in lending practices truly absurd. Diaz sighed. It may also be due to a lack of tools. I shall find someone to purchase machinery. By the way, I am quite intrigued by the sea train you mentioned earlier. Oh? Diaz set down the report. Are you suggesting we connect the two nations via the sea train? Indeed, it would facilitate control and communication. Very well, I shall make a trip to Water 7. It is unfortunate that the designer has passed. Only 2 individuals possess the requisite skills. The world-renowned shipwright, Tom, devised the sea train, but was sentenced to death by Judicial Island for constructing the Oro Jackson for the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, using the branches of the Atom Tree. However, he managed to persuade the presiding judge to alter his sentence, allowing him time to complete the sea train, which he achieved over 14 years with his apprentices, Icebug and Frankie, only to be executed thereafter. Upon hearing Diaz's account, Otto shook his head. The world government is truly backwards. It's merely the construction of a ship. Isn't it normal to pay for such services? To execute a shipwright merely for designing the sea train? How terrified must they be of Roger to not spare even those linked to him? Such talent is far more valuable alive than dead. Tom, being the foremost shipwright in the world, could undoubtedly enhance warships. This group is utterly foolish. Tom could create even greater value. Yet they condemned him for such a trivial charge. Otto felt as though he had been transported back to the Middle Ages. Ignorance is indeed a curse. Or perhaps these individuals are simply paralyzed by fear of the Pirate King, seeking to obliterate anything associated with him, leaving no trace. Yet, out of fear of Roger, they fail to execute their plans cleanly. They appear indecisive and lack the necessary ruthlessness. Unable to confront the Pirate King and his crew. They can only vent their frustrations on those connected to him. In the year preceding the birth of the Pirate King's child, numerous women were executed while pregnant. Yet, they did not account for the fact that the Pirate King's wife paid the ultimate price to ensure the child was born a year later. A year later? How did she achieve that? This defies biological response. Otto exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the profound greatness of maternal love? Indeed, after giving birth, that extraordinary mother passed away. What a remarkable mother, Otto remarked. The world government is truly wasteful, if granted 800 years. I could advance the technology of this era by at least 300 years. Enough of this. I must head to Water 7 now. You shall handle matters here. Oh. And do hire a few shipwrights to accompany you back. No problem. Diaz nodded, ready to act. He trusted Otto to manage the affairs of the Kingdom of Coast Soul, as their interests did not conflict, alleviating any fears of betrayal. His only concern was whether Otto might abandon the endeavor altogether. The Wavebreaker traversed the doldrums, reaching the North Sea, ascending Reverse Mountain, and entering the first half of the Grand Line. Following the compass's guidance, he arrived at Water 7 without requiring a record pointer. From a distance, Water 7 appeared as a colossal fountain, with a central island shooting forth a magnificent stream of water that flowed along the island's waterways into the sea. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to Venice. Diaz donned a mask, as his notoriety had grown too vast, potentially alarming the populace. After all, CP9 operatives were present, and attracting the attention of the world government could prove exceedingly troublesome. Diaz retracted the wave breaker and proceeded towards the finest shipbuilding company on the island, Carrera Company. He sought an audience with the company's proprietor, Espago, a disciple of Tom. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he addressed the receptionist. I require the construction of a vessel. Kindly summon your boss. Sir, please follow me, the receptionist replied, leading Diaz to the waiting room where she offered him tea and fruit. Please hold on, mister. Espago is on his way. Thank you, he responded. After approximately 10 minutes, a man clad in a pinstriped suit, with a stern demeanor, entered the room, accompanied by a blonde secretary. Espago greeted him. Good day, sir. I am Espago, the owner of Carrera Company. May I inquire what type of vessel you require? Carrera Company can fulfill all your needs. A maritime train. Pardon? Espago replied, taken aback. I wish for you to construct a maritime train. Money is of no concern. Sir, please do not jest. I lack the capability for such a task. I am merely a shipbuilder. Espago shook his head. If you seek to build a ship, I can certainly accommodate your request. However, a maritime train is beyond our expertise. Behind him, the blonde secretary, Khalifa, adjusted her glasses, pondering the true identity of the masked man before her. The cost of a maritime train is immense, and to her knowledge, Espago was the only one in the world capable of constructing it. What could be the true intent behind this man's request for a maritime train? Espago was prepared for Diaz's refusal, and Diaz responded, money is not an issue. Furthermore, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall present you with a gift. A gift? Diaz moved swiftly, catching Khalifa off guard. With a tightening grip around her throat, He lifted her effortlessly with one hand and said, Khalifa, a member of CP9, has infiltrated the ranks of Ispegu, seeking the schematics of the ancient weapon Pluton. Other members include Rob, Lucci, and Kaku. You have indeed pinpointed your target? Haven Tiu? I do not comprehend what you are saying, Khalifa stammered, her mind reeling as she flailed helplessly, resembling nothing more than a defenseless maiden. Ispegu quickly intervened, grasping Diaz's arm, and implored, Sir, please refrain from such actions. Khalifa is merely an ordinary secretary. No, she is not. Diaz removed his mask, revealing his visage, which caused both Khalifa and Espaga to halt in their movements, startled. I shall refrain from introducing myself. You are likely already familiar with me. They seek the design for the Pluton, which is why they have journeyed to Water 7. Diaz dislocated Khalifa's joints, leaving her incapacitated on the side, and gently patted her cheek, saying, I am not a mindless killer. My only aim is the sea train. Mr. Espagu, this is an offer. I wonder if you would consider accepting my employment. I envision Master Tom's sea train as a bridge connecting the world. Espaga sensed a looming threat and pondered for a moment before responding, Apologies, I am merely a shipwright. Very well, then I shall seek another. There is also a Frankie, yet he is reluctant to associate with such a pervert. Espaga's unwillingness left him with no other choice. Crack. Khalifa's neck was snapped, and as she gasped in shock, Diaz covered her mouth, coaxing, Breathe deeply. Relax. It will not hurt. With her breath extinguished, Diaz disposed of her body, remarking, Mr. Espagu, I am no devil. She was CP9, and I cannot allow those who discover me to live. Of course. Do be cautious with the remaining CP9 from your company. They can be troublesome. I am the only one left in this world who understands the construction of the sea train. No, there is another, Diaz continued. Master Tom has 2 disciples. One is you, and the other is Carter Fran. However, he is currently missing. On the surface, you are the sole disciple of Master Tom. He now goes by Frankie, a notorious figure known to all in Water 7. As Diaz's words sank in, Espaga felt a chill grip his limbs. What exactly do you intend to do? I have stated my desire for a sea train. I hold no interest in the design for Pluton. I am well aware of its location and shall retrieve it myself if I desire it. I have no need to construct another. The ancient weapon, Pluton, lies beneath Wano. Yet extracting it necessitates shattering the barriers surrounding Wano and forcibly opening the country. Otherwise, it cannot be obtained. Naturally, Diaz held no interest in Pluton either. The power to obliterate an island with a single cannon shot, who knows the scale of such an island? An island the size of a house is still an island, and so too is Water 7, an island of considerable size. The descriptions are vague, leaving the true power ambiguous, and whether it can even be activated after 8 centuries remains a significant question. Who would engage in combat with an antique from 800 years ago? It would be far more prudent to construct something stronger. In comparison to Pluton, he coveted the might of Poseidon, the Sea King. The ability to command Sea Kings, issuing a single command to render humanity incapable of entering the ocean. These colossal Sea Kings stretch thousands of meters in length. Even an admiral would find them insurmountable. Espagu was further astounded by Diaz's words. As Diaz donned his mask and prepared to depart, Espagu hastily seized his arm, inquiring, Where did you acquire this knowledge? I possess my own unique sources of intelligence, and I adhere to my principles in my endeavors, Mr. Espagu. Since you are unwilling to engage in this business, I shall converse with Mr. Frankie. And if he too declines, I shall devise another plan. After a moment of contemplation, Espaga responded, I can assist you. Oh, I require the construction of a route facilitating travel between 2 nations within a year. Your involvement alone may prove too sluggish. Espaga clenched his teeth. Carrera Company would dispatch some employees to assist, yet even with that, the year seemed rather rushed. Additionally, he would need to resign from his position as mayor of Water 7. Oh, I almost overlooked the fact that you are the mayor of Water 7. This complicates matters. Wherever you go, you will attract the attention of the world government, which indeed presents a dilemma. Your identity is far more sensitive than I had anticipated. Diaz surveyed Espagu, saying, Mr. Espagu, it appears I must seek out Frankie. Why? Is it merely because he is the mayor of Water 7? Indeed. The absence of a peculiar individual in Water 7 might go unnoticed, yet the loss of a mayor is a different matter entirely, especially one cherished by the citizens. Diaz replied, shaking his head. But Frankie, rest assured, I am not one to impose unreasonable demands. I merely recognize his capabilities and wish to employ him. However, I would appreciate your intervention, as I am in dire need of the sea train, which serves as a vital link between 2 nations. It would be safer in my care than here. Very well, I understand. I shall assist you, but what was that you mentioned about CP? Do not worry. I will ensure the complete eradication of all CP operatives on the island to guarantee your safety. All right, I will persuade him. By the way, what compensation are you offering him? A flat fee of 200 million berries, and I would also appreciate your assistance in hiring a few crewmen, as I require their help. Understood. The two parted ways, with Diaz departing from the Carrera Company to procure some equipment at a clothing store. Meanwhile, 2 members of CP9 were diligently at work. Rob Lucci and Kaku, masquerading as ordinary shipwrights, were hammering steel nails into the ship's hull with utmost seriousness. while several other crewmen took the opportunity to slack off. It is often the undercover agents who work with the most dedication. Once their tasks concluded, they would head to the nearest tavern for a drink. However, the establishment was rather quiet, with only the owner present. The proprietor, Bruno, whose hairstyle resembled horns, donned a shirt, and had a robust build, lazily wiped a glass. As usual, Lucci remarked. Bruno nodded, serving the two a drink just as a figure pushed through the tavern door, clad in a white suit and mask. This attire might not raise eyebrows among the general populace, but it was startling for Bruno and the others. What brings a CP0 operative to this place? With a low and commanding voice, Diaz, disguised as CP0, prompted an immediate alertness among the three. By orders from above. Abandon the pursuit of the Pluton blueprints and commence operations to locate the notorious pirate, Brandy. Diaz. The trio's pupils dilated as Rob Lucci questioned, "Are we the only ones?" He did not doubt the identity of the figure before him, for their mission was classified, knowledge reserved for only a select few. Such attire was typically worn solely by members of the Celestial Dragon's direct agency, CP0. Certainly not. Other members of CP9 have already departed. Lucci. The higher-ups have a favorable view of you and believe you are worthy of joining CP0. However, your talents have been squandered in Water 7. Rob Lucci. Hailed as the most formidable of CP9 in 8 centuries, demonstrated remarkable potential, having ascended to the ranks of CP0 in just 2 years. His exceptional abilities were no jest. Although he had unfortunately crossed paths with the unreasonable Luffy and suffered a significant defeat, Diaz's secrets and disguise failed to arouse the suspicions of the trio. Rob Lucci showed no reaction to his words, merely inquiring, "When do we depart?" "Where to?" Instantly, the reply came, immediately, to the underworld. Suddenly, Lucci felt a searing pain in his chest as a gleaming blade pierced his heart. Diaz twisted the knife's handle, tearing Lucci's heart into fragments. Lucci. Kaku and Bruno gasped in shock. Kaku's figure flickered as he launched a powerful kick, raging foot. Diaz caught the kick and retaliated by throwing it back. He sent Lucci flying with a powerful kick and then charged towards Bruno. As Bruno saw a fist hurtling towards him, he crossed his arms and stood his ground, exclaiming, "Iron block!" Suddenly, a fist pierced through his arms and chest, causing him to cough up blood in shock, unable to comprehend why his iron block had failed him. Was it a disparity in strength? As his consciousness faded, he heard his opponent remark, "Iron block can be quite detrimental. Indeed, it can be harmful." Extracting his arm, he shook off the blood and turned to Kaku, who, alert and on guard, inquired, "Why does CP0 want us dead?" "Because I want you dead," Diaz replied, withdrawing his blade from Lucci's body and approaching Kaku. "As long as you perish, I stand a high chance of achieving my objective. In truth, we have no conflict of interest, and you have not committed any particularly heinous acts. However, that does not preclude my desire to eliminate you. If the world government learns of this, you will meet your end as well." Kaku threatened. "If they know, they know. I am indifferent," Diaz responded, shaking his head. Suddenly, he noticed that Lucci had vanished. A leopard lunged at him from behind, attempting to bite his neck. Reacting swiftly, he used the shave technique to create distance and remarked, "Indeed, as expected from the genius of CP9, you've managed to heal your injuries by sacrificing your life, haven't you? Though, it must take a considerable toll on you." Lucci, proficient in the 6 styles and having mastered their profound secrets, was aware of the advanced technique of life return. This individual had forcibly healed his wounds at a great cost to himself. The leopard transformed into a hybrid beast form and exclaimed, "You are not CP0. Indeed not. And Califa is dead, isn't she?" "What? Even Califa?" Diaz nodded and said, "Indeed, she was the first to perish and saw my face, thus sealing her fate." "Who are you?" "It matters not. What is crucial is that your demise is inevitable." Diaz shook his head as Lucci ensnared Kaku with his tail, abruptly bursting through the tavern's wall and delivering a fierce bird-shaped slash downward. Tempest Foot, Hurricane Bird. Lucci executed this move with utmost confidence, capable of cleaving even a warship of several hundred meters in width and twain. Even should the opponent survive, they would be gravely afflicted. Dragon Flash. A wave of sword energy surged through the tavern, colliding violently with the Tempest Foot, Hurricane Bird in midair. Diaz emerged, his gaze sharp and predatory as a hunter eyeing its prey. He propelled himself through the air, pursuing with a determination that caused both Lucci and Kaku's pupils to constrict. Was he also employing the 6 styles? Who on earth was he? "Lucci, set me down. Otherwise, none of us shall escape." Lucci gritted his teeth and released Kaku. The two of them navigating the towering edifices of Water 7 with fervor, each diverging in their actions. Diaz hurled the Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Treacherous. Defeat that hat-wearing long-nosed creature." With a powerful roar, Treacherous unleashed a gust of energy from the vents on its back, propelling itself forward to collide fiercely with Kaku. Treacherous executed a devastating tackle, achieving remarkable results. Diaz has forsaken Treacherous, crushing the roof of a building beneath his foot with a resounding thud. Unleashing a blade of cherry blossom energy, the secret art of Sakura dance. Ruchi had never witnessed such a magnificent assault, yet he reacted instantaneously, summoning a block of iron. Clang. The sword energy struck as if against steel, and Ruchi felt an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling through the air, shattering several structures before he swiftly regained his footing. Transforming into a sleek leopard, sprinting with a velocity far surpassing his previous speed. In his beastly form, his agility was even more pronounced. Alas, he was merely consuming the ordinary cat fruit. Had he possessed a more potent fruit, his achievements could have transcended this. Diaz chuckled, shaking his head, and invoked the seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. Boom. Like a tempest, the thunderous explosion erupted, and Diaz's speed soared to new heights, as Ruchi sensed the looming threat of death. Diaz appeared behind him, the blade of Muramasa glinting ominously, reflecting a dreadful chill as it descended upon him. Thud. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground as Diaz sheathed his sword. Gazing into the distance where a beam of yellow light shot skyward, that was Shaquila's destructive death ray, followed by a furious roar. Roar. Like the bellowing of a malevolent dragon. The roar echoed as Diaz hastened towards the source, only to behold a creature reminiscent of Godzilla, trampling a lifeless body as it unleashed its roar. Banchila's attributes: Rock Evil Classification, Armored Pokemon Ability, Sandstream Moves, Destructive Death Ray, Rampage, Thunderfang, Bite Back, Sandstorm, Earthquake. Diaz gazed at the towering azure beast, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shakira had evolved in this battle. The mighty Banchila's was enveloped in a tough azure shell, akin to an impenetrable armor. Spikes extended from its head to its tail, while two triangular openings adorned either side of its chest, the center of its back, and the knees of its legs. The abdomen and lower back were adorned with carapace matching the hue of Shakira's shell. Simply standing there, it emanated an intimidating aura. The Sandstorm King, Banchila's. Diaz descended and patted Banchila's on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Wonderful, Banchila's, you have evolved and can now partake in sustenance." Banchila's instantly became elated, lifting the floorboards and stuffing them into his mouth. The little glutton has transformed into a voracious eater. "All right, we must depart," he said. After indulging his appetite with the floor, he entered the Pokeball, and in a flicker, Diaz found himself at the home of the Frankies. Upon opening the door, he was met with a peculiar sight. Closing the door, he opened it once more. A blue-haired fellow with a pompadour had his arms pressed together, clad only in a pair of underpants, striking a rather iconic pose. Ispaga sat nearby, shaking his head in disbelief. Pondering how his junior had devolved into such eccentricity, was he not normal before? Could it be the result of their teacher's demise? Or was it an attempt to conceal his true identity, masquerading as a deviant, and ultimately succumbing to that persona? Is it possible that he was always peculiar, merely liberated in his nature now? The Assembly of Oddities showed no surprise at the arrival of Diaz. Ispagu inquired, "Have you resolved the situation?" "Indeed. Though I did cause considerable damage. Ah, and here is the compensation." He produced a box of Bailey and handed it to Ispagu, acknowledging the reparations for the destruction wrought during the battle. "I understand." Ispagu accepted it without hesitation. Frankie retracted his bizarre dance and asked, "So, you wish to hire us?" Ispagu had already informed him that someone sought to employ him to construct a sea train, offering an irresistible price. "Precisely. I wish to build a sea train connecting two nations, and if feasible, I shall construct more in the future, uniting this world as one," Diaz declared solemnly. "Why do you wish to pursue this?" Frankie questioned. "Is a reason necessary?" "If you must ask why, I simply want the people to venture forth." "To venture forth?" Diaz nodded, affirming that this world is indeed peculiar. People find themselves trapped on isolated islands, relying solely on ships to escape. The perils of the new world are unparalleled to those of the first half of the Grand Line. A moment's carelessness could result in devastating weather-claiming lives, with vessels destroyed and souls lost. In a future where the new world is included, everyone could venture wherever their hearts desire, pursuing a better existence. However, ships have their limitations. They can only accommodate a limited number of people and cannot rival the speed of the maritime trains. Was it not for Master Tom's creation of the sea train that such a realization dawned? People could reach their destination swiftly, transporting substantial cargo without the fear of peril, an abundance of advantages that I could not fully enumerate in a fleeting moment. Frankie regarded him and remarked, "Ah, you are quite a commendable king." "No, I am not," Diaz replied, shaking his head. "I merely wish for them, for everyone, to improve. I desire for all to have clothing to wear, to be well fed, and to live without the dread of being slaughtered by pirates the following day. I cannot fathom why I feel this way, but I understand that I must act." "Why?" "There is no reason. I simply must do it." Frankie observed the man before him and said, "You seem sincere. Remove your mask and allow me to see who you truly are." "Are you certain?" "Your subordinates? They will be fine." "Very well." He removed the mask, revealing his face. Save for Ace Bug and Frankie, the others failed to recognize him. One cannot expect a group of eccentrics to read newspapers. Who would have thought it would be you? Frankie chuckled. "You are no madman after all, but a good king." "Very well, I shall accept this task, but I must stipulate that my remuneration is rather steep. I require the creation of an exceptional ship, and the cost will be exorbitant. I will spare no effort in funding the completion of your vessel. A ship costs but a pittance, compared to the sea train. It is a mere trifle." "Splendid. Then I shall take these subordinates of mine as well." "Excellent. When do we depart?" "The sooner, the better. My identity here is perilous. All right, my friends, pack your belongings. Today we embark on a grand venture. Oh, understood, boss. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Diaz shook his head, sensing that the forthcoming maritime adventures would not be dull. By the way, do we still need a shipwright? Acebug inquired. Thank you. These individuals are sufficient. They're dismantlers. However, constructing a ship poses no issue. The following day, Acebug discreetly sent away his apprentices. When Frankie laid eyes on the wavebreaker, his curiosity was piqued, compelling him to inspect the vessel repeatedly. In his mind, a steel ship would surely sink to the ocean's depths, and devoid of sails. He pondered what its source of power could possibly be. Diaz did not impede his observation, as long as the vessel remained intact. Frankie would not entertain such notions either. To him, a soulless ship was an abomination. He believed that true ships were crafted with care and artistry, companions for humanity upon the vast ocean. To Frankie, the vessel breaking waves was merely a tool. As long as it served its purpose, he had no desire for it to harbor any spirit of the sea. The idea of a ghostly presence aboard a ship was, in Diaz's view, quite unsettling. Even if such a spirit posed no threat to the crew and possessed its own will to assist them, Frankie was inherently averse to such phenomena. Ultimately, it is your choice. I have no objections. Frankie simply felt it was a pity that the most valuable asset of the ship was its energy source. Everything else was rather inconsequential and easily replaceable. If you find yourself bored, you could actually assist in upgrading my vessel. Diaz remarked, payment is required, but never mind. Since I have nothing better to do, allow me to showcase my skills. With a flourish, he extracted his tools from his swim trunks, and Frankie strode purposefully towards the cabin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, are you heading to the New World? Why are you going in the opposite direction? I will traverse the upside-down mountain, then proceed from there to the South Sea, crossing the doldrums to reach my destination, Diaz explained. Taking the Grand Line would be somewhat of a time waster, especially since we would need to stop at Sabaody Archipelago to coat the ship. However, if we take the route through Upside-Down Mountain, we need not worry about such delays. The only stops would be for resupplying. That is how I arrived here. I see. Your ship is indeed suited for this route, Frankie nodded, summoning a few of his subordinates to enter the cabin and undertake some upgrades on the Thousand Sunny. The ship sailed smoothly, navigating even the fiercest storms with remarkable speed. The weather along the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. One moment, it could be a tempest, and the next, clear skies. This weather is truly bothersome, Diaz muttered. Yet, such is the nature of the Grand Line. The New World is far more treacherous, not only with its volatile weather, but also with the perilous seas. The ocean is not merely grand. At times, it may split open, leaving one in uncertainty about what calamity awaits in the next moment. Captain, something is falling from the sky. One of Frankie's subordinates screamed. Frankie, engrossed in his work, looked up with wide eyes. It was an enormous ice block. Dragon Flash? Diaz sprang into action, cleaving the massive ice block in two, while Frankie surged forward at full speed. I will hold these obstacles at bay, he declared. Without hesitation, Frankie seized the helm, propelling the wave breaker ahead with utmost haste. Diaz, employing his moonwalk technique, trailed closely behind, shattering any falling ice that threatened the vessel. After traversing approximately 5 kilometers, the hail finally ceased, and the sun shone brightly overhead, as if nothing had occurred. Only the colossal icebergs drifting behind them bore witness to the recent peril. What a harrowing experience. We survived. Hooray. How splendidly fortunate we are. A chorus of eccentricities erupted in cheers. Observing this peculiar group, Diaz began to ponder whether bringing them along had indeed been the right decision. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. The wavebreaker had reached the upside-down mountain, and as he gazed upon the imposing black peak ahead, he removed his sunglasses for a closer inspection. Wait, the red Earth continent is supposed to be red, isn't it? Why then does a black mountain loom before us? It is an island whale. Diaz skillfully navigated around the island whale and arrived at Twin Cape. Despite several previous encounters, he had never spotted Labu the island whale until now. He stated, please wait for me here for a moment. I need to meet someone. He leaped onto the land and made his way directly to the lighthouse. At the entrance of the lighthouse sat an elderly gentleman, adorned with fan-like ornaments atop his head, reclining in a chair while perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing Diaz, who bore no disguise, he chuckled. Well, this is quite a surprise, a young man seeking out an old fellow like me. What brings you here? It concerns the Rumbar pirates. You are aware of the Rumbar pirates? Kuno Cass's eyes widened as he abruptly stood. He had spent 4 to 5 decades, even setting sail with Roger in search of the Rumbar pirates, yet they had remained elusive. How did this young man possess such knowledge? They did not venture into the New World. They lingered in the Devil's Triangle. However, only Brook remains. He consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and now drifts in the form of a skeleton within the Devil's Triangle. Diaz had come to relay this information, a task he carried out with ease. Brook? The Yomi Yomi no Mi. Is this true? Indeed, Diaz affirmed with a nod. If you intend to search for them, please exercise caution around the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, in the Devil's Triangle. I understand. Kuno Cass inquired, is this the sole reason you sought me out? Yes. Thank you. Not at all. Diaz waved his hand dismissively as he departed Twin Cape, heading towards Upside Down Mountain with Frankie and the others behind him. Laba the island whale let out a sorrowful wail, mourning the demise of the Rumar pirates, yet also rejoicing that Brooke still lived. At least, its decades of waiting were not in vain. What did you tell him? Merely that the one they awaited still lives. Diaz replied with a smile as the Thousand Sunny ascended the mountain, entering the waters of the South Sea. The coming days should be more leisurely. The weather in the Four Seas was significantly more favorable. Storms could now be anticipated in advance. Having traversed the seas for so long, he had developed an intuition regarding the weather patterns of the Four Seas. Frankie was astonished that Diaz could navigate the ocean without the aid of a log pose or charts. What remarkable sense of direction he possessed. Diaz smiled, choosing not to elaborate. With a compass in hand, there was no need for him to rely on the crude markers of direction. The ship, breaking waves, sailed swiftly, making its way day and night. Within a fortnight, it traversed the South China Sea in the doldrums, finally returning to the Kingdom of Cyril. Welcome. This will be your workplace for the next few years. I have arranged accommodations for you. By the way, while you may indulge in your eccentricities, please refrain from disturbing the locals. Otherwise, you risk being apprehended by the local constabulary, and you might even face repercussions from the townsfolk. Under the governance of Diaz and Otto, the Kingdom of Cyril was steadily progressing towards a civilized society. Although the pace of development was gradual, at least instances of random brawling had diminished. The constabulary, established by Diaz, comprised several soldiers from German. He did not hold high hopes for the residents of Cyril to manage themselves or the other groups. Thus, he entrusted the task of maintaining order to these soldiers. Those who engaged in fights would be apprehended, subjected to a public display of punishment, and then incarcerated for several days without sustenance. Over time, this approach significantly reduced disturbances. The Frankie family, known for their eccentricities, instilled a sense of apprehension in Diaz. He feared their unpredictable behavior would complicate matters further down the line. Now is our moment to shine. When do we commence our work? Frankie inquired eagerly. Diaz stroked his chin and said, well, let me first inquire whether the shipyard is ready. What? The shipyard is not yet completed? I apologize. When I departed, it was still under construction. However, given our pace of work, it should be nearing completion. He pondered for a moment before dialing Otto to inquire about the progress of the shipyard. Oh, that? It's almost finished, located near the port. You can simply take them over. Additionally, have that shipwright compile a list of materials needed. I will have Mr. Garci contact the suppliers. Garci has connections in the underworld, allowing for some items to be procured at a lower cost, which is why he typically handles the purchasing affairs. Very well. Diaz nodded and led the Frankie family to the newly constructed shipyard, which, while not vastly different from Water 7, was considerably smaller in scale, capable of accommodating only a few vessels at a time. Nonetheless, it sufficed for the present needs. Although it was somewhat diminutive, it proved adequate. By the way, please provide me with the materials list for the sea train when the time comes. I will arrange for procurement. Very well. After a brief exchange, Frankie soon presented Diaz with an extensive list of materials, which dangled down to his feet, causing him some consternation. The quantity was rather excessive. Oh, and I should mention that once the sea train is operational, it will emit sounds that are typically unpleasant to sea kings, generally serving to disperse them. However, it is also possible that it may provoke the sea kings. I have heard that those in the New World can be particularly large, so the effects may vary. The sea train's dissonant sounds are intended to deter sudden assaults from sea kings emerging from the depths, although it may also incite their wrath. Furthermore, the tracks are designed to float upon the ocean's surface, impervious to storms or waves, though the underlying mechanism remains a mystery. I understand. I will devise a solution. Addressing this safety concern is of utmost importance, and he must contemplate possible resolutions. Upon his return, he conveyed this issue to Otto, who remarked, at this juncture, I cannot conceive of an effective strategy. Both biological and chemical controls are not particularly viable. Please grant me some time to ponder. You mentioned biological control? However, to my knowledge, the creatures of this world, particularly the sea kings, can grow extraordinarily large. Is there anything capable of managing them? Otto struggled to comprehend the growth mechanism of the sea kings, which can reach lengths of several thousand meters. Even the vast ocean seems insufficient. The levels of oxygen and temperature in the air are comparable to those of his own world. Yet this realm has given rise to such extraordinary beings as the sea kings. Diaz shrugged and inquired, the fishmen, is it? The very race dwelling 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface? Otto was familiar with the fishmen. Their unique nature instilled fear in humanity. Yet they were simultaneously coveted as slaves, revealing the inherent contradictions that often arise. Indeed, my rapport with the fishmen is rather favorable, hence my intention to seek their assistance. Certain fishmen possess the ability to command marine beasts and sea kings. Although the colossal ones are beyond their control, only those of platinum lineage can achieve that. However, for more common matters, fishmen should suffice. Do you intend to leverage their abilities for biological pest control to thwart the incursion of sea kings? Precisely. It is worth a try. Diaz nodded, retrieving his telephone bug and address book. Given the numerous phone numbers he needed to remember, He had thoughtfully dedicated a notebook for this purpose. Let me check for Jinbei's number. Ah, here it is. He pressed the buttons and dialed the number. This is Jinbei. Hello, Mr. Jinbei. It's been quite some time. I am Diaz. Mr. Diaz? Jinbei exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it has been a while since we last communicated. How have you been? Thanks to you, I am quite well. Diaz exchanged a few pleasantries with Jinbei before articulating his employment proposal. Jinbei pondered for a moment before responding. I will need to inquire about this, as I cannot compel them. That's perfectly fine. I will offer them appropriate compensation. However, most fishmen are reluctant to work for humans. As you are well aware, it is due to discrimination. Humans can discriminate against their own kind based on skin color, not to mention the prejudice faced by fishmen, who are often perceived as monstrous. Diaz remarked, I understand, to your utmost. Oh, by the way, if possible, could you assist me in locating some shipwrights? The remuneration will be ample. In truth, there are not many shipwrights among the Fishman tribe. They can traverse the seas. Yet the shipwrights of Fishman Island primarily engage in repairs for passing vessels, which is not a substantial number. It remains uncertain how many would be willing to come here. By the way, Mr. Diaz, Father wishes to meet you. Father? Is he still alive? Diaz paused, and Jinbei clarified, not my biological father, but Whitebeard. Whitebeard? He wishes to see me? For what purpose? Surely, that sun-collecting fanatic does not intend to adopt me as his son? Do not even entertain such thoughts? Regardless, I harbor no fondness for pirates, so let us leave it at that. By the way, have the individuals rescued from Mariejois returned? They have returned, but they harbor even greater animosity towards humanity, correct? Indeed, those fishmen who escaped from Mariejois now possess a deep-seated hatred for humans, as their suffering has stemmed from the celestial dragons, who are, after all, human. Naturally, they extend their vengeance to all of humankind. This is not unusual. It is to be expected. Princess Odoheim is currently soothing them, though it will require considerable time. Princess Odoheim is still alive? Indeed, as are Tiger and Arlong. So Fishman Island is unlikely to descend into chaos. Arlong presently governs Fishman Street, and Hody Jones is also one of his subordinates. Even if he wishes to instigate something, Arlong would not permit it. Arlong is a racist. He would never allow his own kin to engage in mutual slaughter, even if he harbors resentment towards Princess Odoheim. He would not allow anyone to endanger her life. Hody Jones remains under his command and has not ventured to Dragon Palace as a guard. When it comes to Princess Odoheim, the one aspect Diaz finds perplexing is how she and Neptune managed to conceive a child, given their stark physical differences. The disparity in their sizes is simply too great. Nonetheless, it is best not to question it, such as the marvel of the pirate world. Diaz relinquished his thoughts. And the kingdom of Sylar could now proceed with its development in tranquility. Contrary to their expectations, the kingdom of Sylar proved to be considerably barren, lacking both mineral resources and unique specialties, with its landscapes offering little allure. It was, in essence, a place devoid of notable attributes, which perhaps explained the fierce disposition of its inhabitants. Without such vigor, their very survival would be at stake. Due to its impoverishment, the nation remained ineligible to join the ranks of the world government, a circumstance that perpetuated its ongoing strife and turmoil. Diaz is acutely aware of the state of the country before his ascension. Alas, it is a source of great frustration. The kingdom of Kosal possesses little of value apart from its iron ore, Otto remarked. Yet, it is an unavoidable reality. One cannot expect this nation to conjure that which does not exist. That is indeed true. The kingdom of Sylar, situated near the doldrums, presents an opportunity for development in that area. The doldrums? Otto pondered, noting the peculiar nature of its existence. Logically, one would assume that air circulation would generate wind. Yet the doldrums are devoid of it entirely. On Earth, the doldrums typically experience only gentle breezes or complete calm, with wind speeds so minimal they are imperceptible. Akin to an absence of wind, however, in this world, the doldrums are utterly still. This illustrates the scientific anomalies of this realm, to be frank. The scientific principles you previously understood have proven to be remarkably novel here. Indeed, is there anything of worth within the doldrums? There is, Diaz affirmed. The doldrums remain largely untraveled due to the absence of wind, which deters vessels from venturing into those waters. Coupled with the presence of colossal sea creatures, it has become an almost untouchable domain for humanity, rendering its islands virtually isolated and their resources untouched. Otto's eyes lit up as he grasped the implications. Islands unvisited by humans for centuries could harbor abundant resources. For instance, timber aged hundreds or even thousands of years could fetch a handsome price. In this world, shipbuilding still relies on wood, and timber of greater age and quality is in higher demand. The consumption of timber in the City of Seven Waters ranks among the highest globally, as they require vast quantities for ship construction. The Navy, too, necessitates large ships that consume even more wood, specifically high-quality timber, for ordinary wood cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of cannon fire, thus demanding stringent quality standards. The islands of the doldrums not only boast superior timber but may also conceal undiscovered mineral veins, as well as the potential remnants of treasures left by pirates. How will you address the issues of transportation and trade? Otto posed a critical question. Diaz chuckled. The issue of transportation is rather straightforward. Steamships. Oh, the steam engine already exists in this world. What we require are several massive vessels, and our shipwright can certainly manage that. Once the ships are constructed, we shall send individuals to procure timber and subsequently sell it. As for the sellers, I will find them, and I can also arrange for transportation. He had already devised a plan for how to proceed and whom to engage. In the shadowy realm, there are 6 sovereigns, one of whom is the king of maritime trade, Umut. He reigns over the maritime transportation sector in the New World, where the oceans constitute an immense expanse. Umut's dominion over maritime trade signifies that his influence may extend throughout the globe. Employing his services for transportation poses no issues. Whether the goods are destined for the City of Seven Waters or other buyers, it is all feasible. The primary reason for seeking Umut is the assurance of safety. In the New World, few dare to challenge the king of maritime trade. Moreover, the prices are reasonable. However, it is rumored that this fellow will soon lose the majority of his business to Buggy the Clown's Buggy Express. One cannot help but admire you, Buggy. The bearer of Conqueror's Haki, it comes as no surprise that he has ascended to the role of Pirate King. Thus, the plan for the maritime train will be set aside for now. We shall request Frankie and his team to construct the large vessels. Additionally, we need to procure coal mines. The steam engine operates on coal, and neither of the two nations possesses it, which necessitates imports. Oil exploration is still beyond our current capabilities. The two of them deliberated for a while, adjusting their future plans, and the development strategy for the doldrums was largely finalized. At that moment, Reiju entered, stating, "Your Majesty, we have captured a group of pirates. Shall we execute them? Why execute them? Send them to the construction site to work until they perish, and assign someone to oversee them." Understood. Reiju departed to make arrangements, while Otto poured a glass of wine for Diaz, remarking, "Pirates truly are a specialty of this world. This marks the 3rd batch this month. There is little I can do. This world is far too chaotic, and I have yet to find a means to restore order, especially with that reckless Roger, who cares not for the consequences. Ultimately, it all boils down to desire." Otto swirled the red wine in his goblet, the liquid resembling blood in its deep crimson hue. "Let us not dwell on Roger for now. A multitude of individuals throw themselves into the sea for a mere nod bone, which strikes one as somewhat absurd. They cloak their malicious deeds in the guise of freedom, and it is no wonder you feel vexed." Otto chuckled. "These people are not innocent. If one day you bring peace to this world, what would you do?" "I would hang every last pirate," Diaz replied coldly. "How truly merciless." Diaz gazed at him, recognizing that this individual was far more ruthless than himself, a true gambler who reveled in wagering on the potential of humanity, and remarkably, he always emerged victorious. "Now, we require muscle," Otto remarked. "With merely a handful of you, it is insufficient. Regrettably, the Valkyrie armor I previously developed is no longer usable, and the technology of this world cannot manifest it. A mere few cannot safeguard this nation. The Windless Zone development plan can be postponed for a while. By the way, have any peculiar individuals slipped in recently?" "Indeed, I have captured several, and they are now on my experimental table." "CP? Yes. The arrival of CP indicates that his movements have been exposed. Regardless of how he discovered this, he must now prepare for the Navy's response." "Otto, what do you think would happen if I were to obliterate the Seal Kingdom? Why would you destroy a nation for no reason?" "Of course, I was merely jesting about destroying a nation. After all, Diaz is no demon capable of such cruelty." As Diaz contemplated how to confront the Navy, intelligence concerning him had already reached the desk of Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku scanned the report, his expression grave, feeling a headache coming on. This report had likely already reached the hands of the 5 elders. That brat, truly. He understood that actions against Diaz would soon commence. The world government would not let him off the hook for annihilating Mariejois. "Sengoku, your call." Roz and Andy presented a golden transponder snail, signifying the demon hunt order. "Sengoku, dispatch someone to the Seal Kingdom immediately. Annihilate everything on the island. The demon Diaz must be destroyed." Understood. Sengoku closed his eyes, ending the call, then dialed another number. "Akainu, the demon hunt order has been issued. Target, Seal Kingdom, a non-world government-affiliated nation, and Diaz is there." "Understood," Akainu replied coldly. The call ended, and simultaneously, Akainu began to gather personnel, notifying several vice admirals to set out immediately. This deployment would naturally not go unnoticed by certain individuals, such as Morgans. BRR. Inside the palace of the Seal Kingdom, the transponder snail rang, and Diaz answered. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Diaz, long time no see." Morgan's iconic voice resonated. Diaz raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is there significant news?" "For you indeed." "Oh, the Navy has initiated the demon hunt order, targeting the Seal Kingdom. As expected, so soon. I was just pondering when the Navy would take action. This intelligence is quite valuable. Allow me to offer you some in return." "What do you have to say? Where are the 2 captains of the giant pirate crew?" "Are you referring to the legendary Blue Demon, Odin, and the Red Demon, Bragi, who disappeared over a century ago?" "I didn't expect you to be aware of this. Please proceed." "They have been engaged in combat on an island called Little Garden near Alabasta for over a century, with no victor in sight." "And why do they fight?" I thought their relationship was amicable. It is indeed very good, but that does not prevent them from clashing. This is intelligence. Besides, whether I win or lose, you will gain a significant scoop, will you not? Indeed, I am quite satisfied. However, I hope this is not our last collaboration, Mr. Diaz. Partners as exceptional as you are exceedingly rare. My advice is to leave the Seal Kingdom. Mr. Morgans. Do you know what distinguishes me from pirates? You stand opposed to them? No, I do not wish for my people to perish because of me. Then, I wish you great fortune in battle. Thank you for your kind words. Ending the call, Diaz rose and declared, now, we shall commence the evacuation of the inhabitants of the Seal Kingdom. The Navy is still unaware that we have already conquered the Kosal Kingdom, leaving behind a group of death row inmates and pirates to serve as a population. Otto, you and Germa should depart first. What do you intend to do? Of course, I am going to obliterate the Seal Kingdom, Diaz replied with a smile. What was once merely jest is now a necessity, and you will handle the subsequent developments. I shall retreat to the shadows. Understood. Diaz was acutely aware that if this continued, the Navy would persist in sending reinforcements, and his presence here would only serve as a hindrance to everyone. He decided to allow Otto to develop the kingdom of Kosal, and then they would strategize gradually. They had ample time. Without further ado, the operation commenced. Diaz instructed Germa's men to begin relocating the common folk. Many were reluctant to leave the hometown they had inhabited for years, but upon hearing the Navy's intentions to obliterate their kingdom, they had no choice but to comply for their survival. They boarded German ships, and within 3 days, everyone was evacuated. Fortunately, the CP agents who had infiltrated earlier had been dealt with by Otto. Otherwise, their presence would have surely been discovered. The island now lay desolate, with only Diaz and a small group remaining. Leiju did not depart. Instead, she stood by Diaz's side. He inquired, are you not leaving? I am your secretary. Naturally, I shall remain by your side, she replied. You are free, Leiju. I wish to stay. Why? Leiju gazed at him, bending slightly to meet his gaze. Smiling as she said, to be honest, I quite relish the feeling of being near you, your majesty. Mother, this woman is flirting with me. It's perilous. It is far better than being in Germa. Then, let us proceed together. Very well. A week later, the Navy's warships encircled the entire island. Admiral Akina stood at the bow of the vessel, his expression stern as he gazed at Diaz waiting on the shore, and coldly commanded, fire. Boom, boom, boom. Shell after shell erupted from the ship's cannons. Diaz soared into the air, his sword aura slicing through the sky, transforming into an expansive net to intercept the projectiles. Yet, the sheer volume of artillery was overwhelming, and some shells slipped through his defenses, crashing into the town and causing a series of devastating explosions. Sakazuki, Diaz roared. Do your Navy truly intend to annihilate innocent civilians? Akina coldly replied, they perish because of you. Fire at will. This band of scoundrels. From behind Diaz, Leiju soared forth, grasping his hand and lifting him into the sky, declaring, you have forced my hand. A sense of foreboding stirred within Akainu as he observed Diaz produce a switch and press it with great force. Boom. Explosions erupted one after another, resembling the sound of firecrackers, yet their magnitude and intensity far surpassed mere fireworks. Throughout the past week, Diaz had orchestrated the placement of numerous bombs within the kingdom of Solaire, intending to obliterate it just as he had Mariejois. What are you doing, Diaz? Akina bellowed. Compared to your destruction, I would rather be the one to bring it down myself. I shall seek out the next nation this time. I will target a member state of the world government. If you dare to come again, as you have this time, I may escape, but those people will not. Will they? Marine Admiral Sakazuki, are you threatening me? Certainly not. I am merely issuing a threat to the world government, Diaz replied with a light chuckle. Admiral Akainu, I trust you would not wish to see a member state of the world government destroyed? Believe me, if provoked, I shall indeed carry out such an act. You scoundrel. You madman. After you devastated my homeland, I have been driven to madness. Sakazuki, consider this a warning. Guess which nation I shall target next. Which nation shall I obliterate next? The blatant threat ignited Sakazuki's fury, causing the space around him to warp from the intense heat, magma dripping from his body like sweat, melting through the deck. Do you intend to strike? You cannot capture me, Admiral Akainu, Diaz retorted, shaking his head while gazing down at the terrified Navy personnel, sneering. I could visit any one of your countries. Remember, any one of you. If I can destroy Mariejois and the Kingdom of Solaire, I can certainly obliterate your homeland. It's truly ironic. I once aspired to be a partner of justice, yet the world government and you have transformed me into what I am today. Oh, your demon-slaying order no longer needs to continue. Ciao. Leiju pulled Diaz across the Navy's heads, while Akainu seethed with rage, raising his arms to transform into magma, unleashing countless magma projectiles towards the pair. Meteor volcano, ultimate technique, floating vessel. A stream of sword energy sliced through the approaching magma projectiles. And Diaz laughed heartily. No need to see us off. We shall take our leave while you set off fireworks. Admiral Sakazuki, you are truly hospitable. May the mountains be high and waters long, until we meet again. Oh, by the way, if my kingdom is attacked again, I shall hold all of you accountable. And one of your nations will accompany you to your doom. The renewed threat sent Akainu and his men into a frenzy, yet it was futile. The barefoot man feared not the shod, and Diaz's brazen actions were a direct affront to the Navy. The dire reality was that they had no recourse. No one dared gamble on whether he might indeed sacrifice a member state of the world government for his own advantage. This was the Navy's predicament. Once entangled with the world government, matters became exceedingly complicated. Retreat. These two words were almost forced out from between Akainu's clenched teeth. They all understood that retreat was not the appropriate course of action, yet what else could they do? Watching Diaz fade into the horizon. The Navy could only depart in disgrace, reporting the incident upwards. Sengoku was equally infuriated, exclaiming, "What a debacle!" Moreover, the audacity of Diaz threatening them was intolerable. Everyone was aware that Diaz was indeed capable of such actions. He dared to bomb Mariejois. What else would he not attempt? This scoundrel had become utterly lost in his madness. Regret filled them immensely, profoundly. Diaz's growth has been astonishingly rapid, to the point that Sengoku is filled with profound anguish. Had they retained this young man at their headquarters, many troubles could have been avoided. Had his homeland not faced destruction, Diaz would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Granny Crane remained silent. She knew he would not act in such a manner. The Diaz I know would never involve innocent people in his schemes. I understand, little Crane, Sengoku said, removing his glasses and rubbing his temples in distress. What he is saying is not intended for us, but for the world government. Once he occupies a member nation, the world government cannot act recklessly. They cannot simply abandon those countries. Otherwise, other member nations would begin to harbor suspicions against the world government. Already resentful due to the celestial gold, their anger would only intensify, especially considering Diaz's current ill reputation. The member nations are acutely aware of their interconnectedness, although some are perpetually embroiled in conflicts. If the world government were to unjustly abandon a member nation, the kings would undoubtedly demand an explanation. To date, very few nations have the authority to expel member states. Such actions typically arise from an inability to meet obligations or overt rebellion against the world government's rule. Besides these scenarios, there are virtually no other grounds for expulsion. If Diaz were to seize control of a member nation, it would incite the kings to pressure the world government to eliminate Diaz and rescue their royal family members. For no one wishes to be the next victim. It is precisely this understanding that grants Diaz such audacity. Contact CP and ensure they manage tomorrow's news coverage. In times like these, it is imperative to control the narrative. However, he has overlooked a crucial detail. Diaz has already informed Morgans, the news king, of the recent events. Breaking news. Breaking news. Haha. Mr. Diaz, you are indeed a madman. Morgans exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he listened to Diaz's recounting, his feathers ruffled like a duster. Rest assured, I will record every word of your threat in the newspaper. Such a threat will undoubtedly lead to soaring sales. Morgans is no saint, in this scenario. Aligning with Diaz is undoubtedly the more profitable choice. President, we have a letter from the world government, an assistant announced, entering with an envelope for Morgans. Upon opening it, Morgans discovered a check and a letter, and upon gazing at the figure, he marveled, what an enormous sum. Ha. It seems I shall need to make some adjustments to the news. You may leave now. Yes, sir. Morgan spoke into the phone book. The world government's directive is to portray you as a mad and intent on annihilating an entire nation. That is of little concern. What matters is my message, came the reply. Indeed, the crux of the matter is that threat. Mr. Diaz, do you aspire to become the Emperor of the Seas, akin to Whitebeard and Big Mom? Morgans inquired with sudden enthusiasm. With Shanks recently making waves, poised to become the fourth Emperor of the Seas, would you prefer to seize that title before him? Oh, you intend to elevate me through public opinion? Ha. I have no such interest. Prepare for the next broadcast. May I inquire as to your target? Dress Rosa. Oh, how audacious. King Riku is beloved by the citizens of Dress Rosa. Claiming the throne legitimately is no simple feat, King Riku? No. The Riku family is cherished by the entire populace of Dress Rosa. Overthrowing them to rightfully claim the throne is nearly impossible. Who said I wish to claim the throne legitimately? What do you mean? I am the craziest person in the world. Seizing a nation is no challenge. After all, the more lice, the less fear of bites. I do not mind the world government dousing me with cold water, nor do I hesitate to obliterate Dress Rosa. Morgan shivered. He felt as if he were conversing with a madman. Ruthless, cold-blooded. Yet, such qualities are precisely what make him the star of his own sensational headlines. Mr. Diaz. You never cease to astonish me. From the moment Diaz's news first graced the pages of the World Economic Journal, Morgans recognized him as a man destined for greatness. The subsequent events unfolded as he anticipated, one shocking occurrence after another, leading him to believe that even more formidable actions would follow. Yet, what does it matter? He is a journalist. As long as there is news, he remains indifferent to the actions of others. Thus, I eagerly await your ascension to the throne, Your Majesty Diaz. May your words bring fortune. As the call ended, Diaz and Reiju sat aboard the Mistral. Diaz remarked with a smile, All right, Reiju, we are bound for Dress Rosa. Are we truly going to do this? She inquired. Of course. Dress Rosa holds immense significance. Initially, I refrained from engaging due to its status as a member nation of the world government. However, now, as long as Morgans disseminates my statements, The world government and the Navy will dare not act against me. They would not risk losing a member nation by targeting Diaz, as I would hold the Riku royal family as hostages. The Riku's reputation is esteemed among neighboring nations should he perish due to the world government. The consequences would be dire. The Gorosei are not fools. The likelihood of their compromise is high. Naturally, the Riku family is a double-edged sword, if wielded well. It serves as a protective shield, but if mishandled, it becomes a death knell. Nevertheless, he is no longer concerned. His aim is to draw the world government's attention towards himself, leaving the subsequent matters to Otto. He trusts Otto implicitly, as he believes the man will fulfill his promises without fail. Understood. The Mistral surged towards Dress Rosa, and the following day, the newshawks delivered newspapers across the globe. The headlines proclaimed that Diaz had violently seized control of a nation, and while the Navy sought to encircle him, he had dragged another nation into the fray as a scapegoat. Despite their relentless pursuit, they could not capture him, and he boldly declared his intent to rule a member nation of the world government. Should the Navy attack again? He warned that the next explosion would target that very country. Upon hearing this, the kings of the member nations could no longer remain passive. None wished for their lands to become Diaz's chosen site for destruction. The telephone snails in Mariejois were almost overwhelmed with calls. Despite the Gorosei's assurances that such events would not transpire, their words fell on deaf ears. They vehemently condemned the Navy's failure to apprehend Diaz, asserting that their annual tribute was not meant to support a cadre of tax thieves. They demanded his capture before he could seize control of any world government member nation. As this monumental news spread globally, a new moniker for Diaz emerged, the Mad King. The title carried no other meaning, just the Mad King. The infamous reputation of Mad King Diaz swiftly permeated the seas, even reaching the ears of Diaz himself, adrift upon the waves. What a ridiculous title, Mad King. I am not mad, Diaz grumbled, expressing disdain for Morgans, who had chosen such a ridiculous title for himself. Yet, I find it somewhat amusing, after all. The actions you have taken appear quite mad to outsiders. Leiji reclined on a beach chair, sipping a chilled beverage under the sun, her long, slender legs elegantly crossed. A subtle smile gracing her beautiful features. Humph. She tossed a newspaper to Bankiers as a snack, who then settled onto the adjacent beach chair, remarking, "We are still quite a distance from Dress Rosa. We can afford to rest a little longer. By the way, is it truly safe to navigate without anyone at the helm? No worries. The course has been set. We simply need to forge ahead." The helm of the wave breaker was wedged by Diaz's belongings, causing it to steer in a singular direction. We must install an autopilot system at some point. Is Dress Rosa truly that captivating to you? No. Any nation affiliated with the world government could suffice. It is merely that Dress Rosa boasts a remarkably esteemed king. Diaz chuckled, realizing that the location is near Punk Hazard, where the Navy's scientific division is currently stationed. Wait, Punk Hazard? Diaz suddenly sat up, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. To my knowledge, Vegapunk is right there. The world-renowned scientist, Vegapunk? Leiji had heard of Vegapunk's name from Kaji, and even the arrogant Kaji could not help but marvel at Vegapunk's prowess. The man's intellect transcended this era by leaps and bounds. You wish to take Vegapunk away? The Navy would never permit such an act. Leiji remarked with a shake of her head. No, what I desire is a synthetic devil fruit created by Vegapunk. The Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast form, Azure Dragon. This particular devil fruit undoubtedly elevated Kaido's power, granting him the ability to perform sit-ups, or rather, most Zoan-type users could achieve such feats. The synthetic devil fruit from Punk Hazard had, without question, replicated Kaido's devil fruit. Consuming it would transform one into a petite pink dragon. This was the power demonstrated by Momonosuke, that little rascal, but only in the latter stages of the battle in Wano. That boy had the user of the ripe fruit accelerate his maturation to 28 years old, transforming into a colossal dragon nearly equal in size to Kaido while utilizing abilities akin to Kaido's, such as flame clouds. This clearly indicated that the fruit was far from worthless. It was merely deemed defective by Vegapunk for reasons unknown. Perhaps it stemmed from Vegapunk's discord with the world government, as he proclaimed the synthetic devil fruit a failure, preferring to redirect his efforts towards other research rather than continuously assisting the world government in creating synthetic devil fruits. Hence, this fruit was not a product of failure. With this thought, Diaz's mind became invigorated. He sought this fruit not for himself, but to bestow upon his subordinates in the future. Let us proceed to Punk Hazard. Diaz produced a compass, determined the direction, and swiftly altered his course towards Punk Hazard. Artificial devil fruits? Can such fruits be artificially created? The bloodline factor. Reiju instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The capabilities of the bloodline factor were formidable. The four siblings were indeed monstrosities birthed from this very genetic manipulation, and if Vegapunk were involved, it was entirely plausible. What peculiarities does this artificial devil fruit possess? Reiju inquired. The devil fruit I desire is one that replicates Kaido's, nearly indistinguishable from the original. This fruit can unleash powers akin to the Azure Dragon fruit, representing Vegapunk's meticulous one-to-one reproduction of Kaido's devil fruit, with the sole distinction likely being its color. Momonosuke's inability to harness its powers stems solely from his own inadequacy. Such a splendid devil fruit should not be squandered on that fool. Observing Banji's disdainful demeanor, Diaz grasped the devil fruit and asked, Reiju, would you care to consume it? Once ingested, you could transform into a colossal dragon like Kaido, and your strength would soar exponentially. Diaz himself had little need for it. His proximity to the system ensured that with sufficient funds and favorable luck, his power would escalate rapidly. However, if Reiju were to consume it, her strength would skyrocket, granting her the might of the Azure Dragon, complete with enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities, resilience, stamina, and the ability to fly. Moreover, she would command natural elements, launching attacks utilizing fire, lightning, and wind, while the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Zoan-type devil fruit would enable her to master exercises like sit-ups. Will you give it to me? Reiju asked, surprised. Why bestow this upon me? I am merely your hired subordinate. Naturally, I am not one to be stingy with my subordinates, especially since this fruit is crafted from a bloodline factor. Even if it is Kaido's, it should substantially enhance your abilities. Reiju gazed at him earnestly and questioned, Are you not afraid of my betrayal? Not in the least, for you are Vinsmoke Reiju, a sister tender to her brother. Such a person would never betray her friends. You truly have faith in me, Reiju replied with a smile. Accepting the devil fruit and whispering, I shall not betray you. Upon biting into the fruit, her previously smiling face contorted, a difficulty in description as her features tightened. Is it truly that unpalatable? Banji nodded solemnly. I told you it was distasteful. One bite is sufficient. Reiju forced herself to swallow the bite of the devil fruit, discarding the remainder. Coughing ensued, and then her body began to transform. She grew taller, pink scales sprouted across her skin, horns emerged from her forehead. A tail extended from her back, and the sound of tearing clothing echoed, though her scales obscured all vital areas. As Reiju beheld her clawed hands, now draped in scales, she swiped at a steel wall, sending sparks flying and leaving 4 massive gashes. Incredible! I feel my power has increased manifold, and most importantly, my father's bloodline factor can no longer control me. To exert control over his children, Judge had imposed significant modifications on Reiju and her siblings, preventing them from defying his commands. However, after consuming the devil fruit crafted from a bloodline factor, Reiju's own bloodline factor underwent evolution, disrupting Judge's influence and liberating her entirely. This is marvelous. Overjoyed, Reiju embraced Diaz tightly. The scales are so tough. Yet, your form remains soft. Releasing Diaz, Reiju reverted to her human shape, covering her chest with one hand and donning the Germa battle attire. Diaz smirked and chose not to look further. If your majesty desires to gaze longer, I would not mind, she teased, her lips parting to utter enticing words. Gulp. How adept she was. This woman was something else. No. I'm not that kind of person. Is that so? Reiju's skeptical gaze ignited a blush across Diaz's face. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Diaz stated, It is time for us to depart. Shall we not take anything else? No need. The most crucial item here is this devil fruit. Even if Vegapunk were present, there is no reason for us to linger. Vegapunk was a formidable figure. Both the world government and the revolutionary army sought him out, and so did Diaz, yet acquiring this man would undoubtedly bring complications. Furthermore, Diaz lacked sufficient funds for Vegapunk's research. It would be unreasonable to bring him in without offering anything. I understand. Let us proceed. Indeed, they retraced their steps through the tunnel, allowing Banji to seal it behind them. Returning along the original route without lingering, they departed Punk Hazard. The disappearance of the artificial devil fruit causing little commotion. Had anyone consumed the artificial devil fruit? A bespectacled, middle-aged man with an afro observed through hidden surveillance as 2 individuals took away and consumed his creation, a smile gracing his face. Now, let me see what you will accomplish with the power of this fruit. This was his magnum opus. Withholding it from the world government was imperative. For if they learned of its existence, demands for mass production would surely follow, rendering the seas devoid of intrigue. However, to let his creation languish in obscurity was a distressing reality for a scientist, even if he had already concealed enough. He deleted the surveillance footage, leaving no trace, and resumed his ongoing work. After leaving Punk Hazard, Diaz and Reiju set their sights on Dress Rosa, their true destination. Without Doflamingo's control, the residents of Dress Rosa, under the governance of King Riku, led simple yet content lives, adorned with joyous smiles. Even when subjected to pirate raids, they would rebuild their homes with unwavering smiles, despite the royal guards often arriving late. As long as they were alive, the possibility of reconstruction remained. Optimism and cheerfulness reigned, at least during King Riku's rule. Diaz, his face concealed by a mask, walked alongside Reiju down the bustling streets, his visage hidden to avert any unnecessary commotion. Fame can be a double-edged sword. His notoriety was particularly daunting, especially considering its sinister nature. The surroundings were somewhat impoverished yet vibrantly alive. Yes, the governance of King Riku is commendable, Reiju remarked. Taking charge of this nation is far less arduous than ruling over the kingdom of Solaire. Do you believe it will be effortless to claim Dress Rosa? Indeed. For it is King Riku, with the steadfast king who cares for his subjects and a populace that reciprocates his concern, subduing this land would pose little challenge. What shall we do now? Let us wait until nightfall. Nightfall? We must allow people to have their dinner. I am quite famished as well. Let us find a restaurant. Diaz clutched his stomach, feeling the pangs of hunger. They entered an establishment where the cuisine of Dress Rosa proved to be quite delectable. Presently, Dress Rosa was no longer the realm of love, passion, and toys under Doflamingo's rule, yet it retained its reputation for exquisite delicacies. However, the question of why it had not fallen under Big Mom's scrutiny remained. This was not a matter of concern for Diaz. His desire was merely to attract the attention of the world government to a nation of significance. As night descended, King Riku, having concluded a day filled with arduous duties, reclined once more. The affairs of state had been plentiful. Tomorrow, the old Shield family residence required renovations. It seemed that John's village was experiencing a water shortage, necessitating arrangements for irrigation. The recent drought demanded that the growth of crops be ensured. Thoughts of the tasks ahead lulled him into slumber. A cool sea breeze wafted through, carrying the salty tang of the ocean, abruptly awakening King Riku. Sitting upright, he was startled to see two figures perched on the windowsill beneath the moonlight. Upon recognizing them, his composure faltered further. Diaz, he gasped, bewildered by Diaz's sudden reappearance in his kingdom. Could it be that his aim was Dress Rosa? Ah, Diaz greeted with a smile. His demeanor seemingly benign, akin to an elderly gentleman exchanging pleasantries by the roadside. Beside him, Reiju, clad in Germa battle attire, elegantly showcased her figure as she stood quietly, curiously observing the king. Your Majesty King Riku, might I request your abdication? Impossible. Are you akin to Doflamingo, setting your sights on this nation? Do you intend to wield it as a means to threaten the world government, transforming it into an instrument of your desires? King Riku demanded, gritting his teeth. Clap, clap, clap. Diaz clapped his hands and perched himself on the windowsill, proclaiming, King Riku, you are an exceptional politician. Of course, this is hardly a revelation. I, for one, detest multiple choice questions yet take great pleasure in compelling others to make choices. So, choose, the throne or the people. You. I once believed you to be a good man. But, given the unfolding events, Diaz chuckled nonchalantly, to me, this nation is of little consequence. What truly matters is you, King Riku. What do you mean? Because you are King Riku, beloved by the populace and held in high regard by neighboring realms. Diaz approached, locking eyes with the silver-haired monarch. His dark gaze was devoid of emotion, resembling the depths of a starry sky. I have stated it clearly. Choose between the throne and the people. If I were to relinquish the throne, what would you do? Nothing. I would reform this country, ensuring prosperity and shielding it from pirate incursions. But that would attract the attention of the world government. King Riku understood all too well. Should Diaz ascend to the throne of Dress Rosa, the kingdom would inevitably become the next celestial kingdom. If pressed, Diaz could drag all of Dress Rosa into the abyss. Thus, I assert, you are of utmost importance, King Riku. A single kingdom is insufficient. I desire the king. As a hostage, should the navy intervene, the kings of other nations would not remain passive. As Diaz stated, King Riku is exceedingly significant. His reputation serves as his finest shield. King Riku was acutely aware of this as he drew his sword from the bedside. I will never allow you to succeed. The dark hand caught the blade, declaring, resistance is futile. The chasm between us is as vast as the gulf between Dress Rosa and the affluent Girin Thessalo, an insurmountable divide. Remember, do not perish. Without you as my shield, I shall truly obliterate all of Dress Rosa. You wretch. King Riku felt a profound sense of helplessness as he let his hand fall. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Diaz released his grip and remarked, at the very least, I have repelled Doflamingo for you. I would make a far superior king than he ever could. In comparison to that man, I could be deemed a paragon of virtue. How will you treat my citizens? They shall eat and drink as they please. I shall strive to enhance their lives. Diaz inquired, what do you intend to do? I shall abdicate, came the reply. Excellent. Diaz nodded in satisfaction. Now, summon the palace officials. King Riku complied, calling forth the royal guards and Princess Violet from the palace. Father, you summoned us. What is the matter? Violet, still clad in her nightgown, appeared enchanting, her alluring figure eliciting unbidden thoughts as she rubbed her brown-black eyes, clearly weary. Seated upon the throne, King Riku gazed upon his daughter and the gathered subjects, suppressing the humiliation within. He gritted his teeth and declared, tomorrow, I shall announce to the nation my abdication as Riku III. Upon hearing this, Violet's sleepiness vanished, and she exclaimed in astonishment, Father, what are you doing? You are not yet of retirement age. Indeed, Your Majesty, you are in the prime of your life. You can continue to lead us. That's right. Princess Violet is still quite young. Your guidance is essential. The crowd, each voicing their concerns, expressed urgency in dissuading King Riku from stepping down. Was everything not well just yesterday? What on earth has transpired? Violet, and all of you, certain events have unfolded, compelling me to take this course of action, and none shall question it. Tomorrow, a new king shall emerge. This is my final decree. For the sake of the citizens, you must obey the orders of the new king. King Riku asserted through gritted teeth. But father, Violet, still in the dark regarding the circumstances, was interrupted as Diaz emerged from the shadows, leaning against the door, smiling as he said, just tell them the truth. After all, we shall meet soon enough. That face belongs to Brando Diaz, the Mad King. What is he doing here? It must be him threatening his majesty. Everyone, Attack. The commander of Liku's army, Taigu Repanti, swung his meteor hammer, aiming to strike. Diaz caught it effortlessly, frowning slightly. Is this the extent of the strength of Dress Rosa's army? Such feebleness cannot protect a nation. Is it any wonder you are frequently besieged by pirates? Charge. The royal guards surged forward, and King Liku attempted to intervene. But it was too late. Wait. Do not act rashly. The overwhelming force swept through without restraint, causing the approaching guards to instantly roll their eyes and collapse. Conqueror's haki? Indeed, far too weak. Diaz cast a glance at the struggling Repanti and remarked, "It seems you have reached your limit." He approached Repanti and stated, "Some determination. Yet still insufficient. In this world, strength is paramount. With enough power, one can attain anything. The law of the jungle prevails in this distorted reality." With a swift kick, he knocked Repanti down and addressed King Liku and his daughter, "Therefore, I shall take care of this nation." The narrative had gone awry. This was Chapter 110. Punk Hazard served as a research base for the Navy scientists and held several prisoners of the world government. There were a total of 3 such research facilities. Vegapunk once conducted studies here, yet Diaz was uncertain if he still resided within. Currently, Punk Hazard had not succumbed to the toxic gas released by Caesar's experiments. Should the gas spread, the area would be abandoned and later become the battleground for the fierce contest between Akainu and Akiji for the position of Fleet Admiral. The clash between these two nature-type titans irrevocably altered the climate, transforming Punk Hazard into a realm of ice and fire. As Diaz and Leiju ascended to Punk Hazard, it appeared merely as an ordinary town, devoid of any remarkable features. Concealed within the trees, they observed the naval patrols below. Diaz remarked, "Truly a research base." Given the plethora of naval personnel, utilizing his observation haki, he estimated their numbers to be around 500 to 600, indicating that the town was predominantly occupied by the Navy, along with a few weaker presences, likely research staff. Had there been fewer personnel, he would undoubtedly lead a group through. "Let us first devise a method to infiltrate," he suggested, producing a compass that pointed towards the northeastern mountains. The location of the research facility. However, they needed to traverse this area first. With so many naval forces present, a direct approach is unfeasible, Leiju noted. "Simple enough." Diaz replied, casting a glance at a couple departing together, a young man and woman, seemingly in a romantic relationship, likely out on a date. "Look. They are just in time for us. Are you suggesting we disguise ourselves as them?" "Of course." As they watched the young couple stroll away, Diaz and Leiju stealthily trailed behind, observing as the pair ventured into a small grove, fully engrossed in their youthful revelry. Witnessing their affectionate display, it was evident that their passion was ablaze. Diaz appeared, incapacitating them with ease. Grasping the man, he declared, "One for each, let us change." They separated, and soon after, donned their new attire. Adjusting his trousers, Diaz grimaced, "These pants are rather snug, quite uncomfortable." Leiju, now clad in a female naval uniform, glanced at her chest. Discomfort evident, it's tied around the chest as well. Their eyes met. Diaz averted his gaze, clearing his throat. "Let us go." Leiju pondered briefly before leaning in to whisper in Diaz's ear, "You were looking earlier, weren't you?" "What?" Diaz replied, maintaining his composure. "Your gaze was fixed on my chest." "Nonsense," he retorted. "Am I that sort of person?" How brazen this woman is. Summoning Bankiris, they instructed it to dig a hole to conceal the couple left wearing only their undergarments, obscured with branches. Leiju also released a dose of tranquilizing toxin, ensuring they would remain unconscious for at least 2 days. Armed and unperturbed, they strode boldly into the town, bypassing greetings. Moving swiftly through the streets and into the depths of the mountains, the naval defenses proved more formidable than anticipated. With checkpoints at regular intervals scrutinizing passers-by, only those with permits could proceed. Such obstacles were easily overcome. They incapacitated a group possessing permits and appropriated their documents, allowing safe passage. In the distance, a prominent smokestack belched forth thick clouds of white smoke, resembling billowing cumulus. "That is the research facility," Leiju noted. "Indeed. Let us devise a way to infiltrate. I cannot ascend the chimney. We shall revert to our usual method, digging." Bankiris emerged, ready to roar, but Diaz swiftly covered its mouth. "Quiet. There are too many people here. We must remain undetected." Bankiris nodded, and Diaz pointed in the direction indicated by the compass. That way, Bankiris commenced digging. With seriousness, Bankiris complied, burrowing into the earth with deft claws, swiftly creating a passage suitable for one. "Shall we proceed? Is this how you destroyed Mariejois?" "Indeed," Diaz affirmed. Thanks to Bankiris, who was much smaller back then. Having accumulated ample energy during its juvenile phase, Bankiris evolved rapidly into its current form. Many Pokemon remain in their pupal stages briefly unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Otherwise, evolution typically occurs swiftly. After its transformation, Diaz taught Bankiris an array of skills, many of which were illicit. This realm is not a mere game. The skills at its disposal exceed the standard for, and Diaz procured all suitable ones for Bankiris, enabling it to engage with even the mightiest beings without issue. Following closely behind Bankiris, Diaz wielded a flashlight, cautiously surveying their surroundings before checking the compass. The needle whirled until he aligned it skyward, where it finally steadied. Right here, he instructed, preparing to bore through the ceiling. Bankiras nodded, crafting a spiral staircase to facilitate their ascent. A minute later, they encountered a formidable steel barrier. Steel? It appears quite thick. Should I corrode it with poison? Mariejois inquired. No, consume it. Bankiras, with a fierce determination, unleashed a destructive beam, creating an opening before gnawing at the edges. What strong teeth you possess. Mariejois mused, observing. No wonder Bankiras gazes at your ship with such longing. On board, Bankiras gazed hungrily at the steel vessel, the wave breaker, its desire for sustenance palpable. Had Diaz not prepared an ample supply of food, the ship might have faced a grim fate. Before long, the trio emerged into a shadowy expanse, enveloped in silence and the sin of dust. As Diaz swept the flashlight across the area, he discovered a multitude of discarded items, including an artificial devil fruit resting upon a pedestal. This peculiar fruit, adorned with dragon-like scales of a striking pink hue, was coated in dust, suggesting it had long been untouched. An artificial fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form. Diaz's unwavering goal was evident. Bankiras peered over, took a whiff, and wrinkled his nose. It was somewhat intriguing that the usually non-picky Bankiras showed disinterest in the devil fruit. Does it taste unpleasant, Banky? Diaz's expression turned peculiar as he comprehended Bankiras' sentiments. You can consume dirt, yet you find the synthetic devil fruit distasteful? Goodness, how unpalatable can it be? Is it truly worse than excrement? I must disagree, spoke Princess Violet. Ever since the tragic demise of the Grand Princess Scarlet, she had become the primary heir to the throne. Although she held little desire for the crown, she would not relinquish it to a madman. Opposition was futile. Diaz approached King Liku, aiming his gun at the monarch's head, and addressed Violet. I am not requesting. I am informing you. If I do not attain the throne, not only will your father perish, but so shall you, along with the innocents. Your father, is this the reason for your abdication? Indeed, King Liku bitterly responded. We are no match for him. For the sake of our people, I am left with no choice. You despicable scoundrel. Go on, insult me, tomorrow. There will be even more to cast aspersions upon me, Diaz chuckled, displaying an utter indifference. You may flee now and seek assistance from the world government, though I cannot predict what will transpire thereafter. Naturally, the father and daughter could not escape. Diaz continued, if you were to run, the family residing in the sunflower fields behind the kingdom would be in grave peril. There is no one living there. King Liku insisted, suppressing his inner shock without hesitation. No, your eldest daughter resides there, the late Princess Scarlet, along with her husband, Cyrus, and their daughter, Rebecca. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am well aware of these truths. Diaz's voice pierced through them like a frigid wind on a bitter winter's day, leaving them feeling as though they had descended into an icy abyss. When a person discards all boundaries, they become a most terrifying force. Diaz remains resolute, in his view. As long as the innocent are not ensnared, one may deceive the world with lies. If Otto were to intervene, the manipulation would be even more effortless. Diaz is acutely aware of the weaknesses and naivety of King Riku. In the original narrative, even when faced with the likes of Doflamingo, he fails to resist, perceiving war as an irresponsible affront to life. Yet, what manner of wretch is Doflamingo? Elevating him to kingship would be a grave disservice to the populace. Only after it is too late does one come to regret their choices, realizing the consequences only when the snot reaches their lips. However, one thing is certain. This individual possesses an extraordinarily amiable disposition. King Riku bows his head deeply, while Violet contemplates rebellion. Silently, Reiju approaches her from behind, whispering sweetly into her ear, What is it that you wish to do, Your Highness? Violet,